In the middle of a half-ruined city in the middle of a desert, Bai Wu lay with his hands cuffed and looked at the sky, asking himself, what kind of place is this? Sweat was pouring down his face, and the blood vessels in his eyes were inflamed, and suddenly the system asked him not to look at the sky and not to say that it did not warn him about the temperature of 60 glaciers, and also that this temperature was increasing by 0.2 degrees every minute. The protagonist did not answer, and the system suddenly asked, is someone really frying meat? Without waiting for him to answer the question, it exclaimed that it was almost ready and offered to add some spices, because this way it would taste better. Ignoring these words, Wu sat up, and the system asked him to look at the fact that a crust had already formed on his back. Noticing that he still did not answer, it asked if he even heard it. The protagonist, sweat continuing to pour down his face, asked how he got here. The system, without answering this question, asked him not to think about everything at once, as it would be too much data to analyze. It also suggested that he save up money and buy this a new processor and card, but continuing to ignore the system's words, Wu thought about time travel and, noticing something to the side, turned his gaze towards it. The system, understanding where his gaze was directed, explained that this was a public toilet that was over 700 years old, and added that it was rare to find a place with a danger rating of 3.5 stars, and although the toilets here no longer worked, however, the fallen of medium mutation were always happy to visit. Zooming in, the system gave information about the fallen of medium mutation, showing a monster, and Wu repeated in his mind the system's words about the medium mutation, fallen and danger rating, suggesting that some creatures were hiding in this toilet. The system meanwhile exclaimed that it really liked the road leading to the desert ahead, and announced that there was no water source for 1,000 kilometers, and so Wu would collapse from dehydration halfway through. This was an updated version of the famous trisomy, and the system warned that the protagonist had no right to refuse. It looked closely at the birds of prey sitting above the skulls, and exclaimed that the other side was a jackpot, since two fallen ones were hiding only 1,600 meters away. The system suggested that Wu try using the legendary slide tackle, and exclaimed that the fallen ones would be happy to have a surprise dinner. The protagonist assumed that he was receiving information about everything, but what was he looking at, and asked if this was some kind of blessing from time travelers. Looking around, he realized that if 3 directions were too dangerous, there was only one left, and when he looked in that direction, the system noted that this was correct, since there was water in that direction. It also reminded him of the expression that said if there was only one short answer among 3, he should choose that one. With his hands on the ground, Wu wanted to try to get up, but before he could, the system called out to him, asking if he could pay attention to it already. Without answering, he still stood up, and the system explained that the situation was that 5 girls were injured and could no longer use traditional skills. Still not paying attention to it, the protagonist looked at his hands that were shackled and asked what this was. He assumed that he had become a criminal in this life, and the moment he looked closely at the shackles, the system said that it looked strange, since at first glance one could say that these were shackles, but in fact, the people had long since stopped believing in it, since the aristocrats of the 4th floor had turned it into a means of spying on the slaves. The system decided that it was better not to even try to remove these shackles, since now it was necessary to find shelter. Otherwise, Wu would simply burn under the sun. Repeating in his thoughts the information about nobles and surveillance, the protagonist assumed that he had entered a very strange world. In addition, the situation was urgent, and he remembered that a person can last for an hour at a temperature of 71 degrees, and 49 minutes at a temperature of 82 degrees. This meant that he did not have much time, so he could only hope that there was indeed a source of water on the road he chose. However, there was something that made him wary, and that was surveillance. Frowning slightly, Wu looked up, and at this moment, the people watching his journey on the screen asked irritably, what kind of deception was this? They wondered why he was still alive, since he had already lasted more than 10 minutes. Someone asked if he really entered the blue door? This question was due to the fact that the blue zones were the hottest, and so one of the observers asked why the protagonist seemed so cheerful in that case. Many of those watching wanted to see how the fallen would eat people, and asked where all the monsters were. Someone suddenly doubtfully suggested that the host could have shoved a gifted person pretending to be a slave in there, since Wu seemed completely calm. The protagonist continued to walk during this time, mentally counting the seconds, and thought about the tower where the people lived. He realized that it was dangerous outside this tower, and it was simply impossible to survive, and briefly distracted to count the next second, he ordered himself to think, and closed his eyes, repeating the information about what he had recently learned. He paid special attention to the fallen, which were the monsters outside the tower, as well as the nobles from the 4th floor. The information about the nobles allowed Wu to conclude that the tower had a clear hierarchy, and the higher the level, the higher the status. He was distracted again, counting the next second, and thought that the shackles were recording how people survived outside the tower. He assumed that all this meant that this was a gambling game of survival, and chuckled, exclaiming that this was interesting. Finally, he counted 3,000 seconds, that is, 50 minutes, and after analyzing the situation, he guessed that the temperature had risen to 70 degrees. Looking around, he decided that he needed to find some shade within a quarter of an hour, otherwise his efficiency would be greatly reduced. Continuing to turn his head in different directions, he suddenly noticed something, and the system, also noticing this, exclaimed that half of the honors for finding water should be awarded by the voiceover, asking what Wu would do without this instruction. The thing was that there was a water source a little to the side, and the system announced that the rules for survival outside the tower were simply outrageous, since at such a temperature the organizers could have put more water points. Approaching the source, the protagonist put his hands under the stream of water and was glad that it worked. He mentally noted that it was 70 degrees here, but the water was simply icy, and the system, also noticing this, assumed that this meant that the water underground had not yet had time to warm up. In this case, Wu realized that he could go down to the sewer, because the temperature there should be lower, and if there was a water supply here, then the entrance should be somewhere nearby. Having walked a little to the side, he turned the corner and stopped for a while, seeing a sewer hatch, the lid of which was badly crumpled. The system cried out happily, since Wu had found a favorite haven for mice and cockroaches, and now he could no longer fry under the scorching sun. The protagonist kicked the hatch cover off, but warned himself that it was only a temporary measure anyway, because no matter how lucky he was, he would not be able to survive for long in such conditions. Agreeing with this, the system realized that Wu was fully aware of his situation, but advised him to move forward only. The protagonist thought that the only way to exit the game was to find a way to return to the tower, and the system, confirming this, suddenly asked what was so funny about it. Wu, smiling slightly, thought about what he should do since these people were betting on him, and remembered that the system did not mention whether the handcuffs could transmit sound, and besides, he did not know what language everyone spoke here. He decided that he had to be a good boy in the new world, and abruptly raised his hands up, and the system, noticing this, called out to him, asking if he was going to do what he was thinking about. Wu wanted to show that he was not going to play by the rules of the organizers of this game, and smiled, covered his eyes, making obscene gestures with both hands. The system was horrified when it noticed this, and the protagonist mentally screamed for those watching him to get it. The men and women watching the game exclaimed that he was a very arrogant slave, and someone asked if he was really not gifted. One of the men, throwing his drink aside in anger, shouted that Wu was just an actor, so this was all a performance. He wanted the protagonist to die, and asked, "Where are the fallen?" The man asked for the monsters to tear Wu apart, and someone chuckled and admitted that it was even funny. Some did not think that their bet could win, but were happy that Wu had lived for quite a long time and laughed. A woman who was also watching the game put a phone to her ear, and the person talking to her announced that they guaranteed Wu's death, since the goods were definitely from the beggars of the lower floor, and he definitely had no talents. The woman expressed the hope that she did not need to tell the interlocutor what to do. At the same time, in the suburbs, having put the phone back, the man sighed, wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, quietly noting that the target was in the blue zone. He ordered his assistant to pretend to have fallen and dispose of the goods, since the guests should not suspect anything. As he finished giving his order, he turned around, and the knight exclaimed that he would do it. Accepting this answer, the man asked what level his talent was. The knight exclaimed that his talent was level 755 and was called Steel General, adding that his accompanying power was the 4th stage of the 2nd level. Admitting that this was not bad, the man however raised a warning finger up, reminding that the fallen in the blue zone were very strong, so the knight had better control his emotions well, because if these monsters sensed any negative emotions, they would immediately attack. Relaxingly leaning on the table behind him, the man ordered his assistant to go to the crossing point, and, having written the necessary information on a small piece of paper, explained that the number of the area where the target was located would be indicated here, and advised the knight to remember that even if he died, he needed to take the enemy with him to the grave. As the man said these words, his face became more threatening, and the knight, who had previously bowed, stood up and, turning around, began to leave, shouting that he understood everything. In Wu's previous life, some guys surrounded him as he sat on the ground near the wall, exclaiming that it was disgusting and asking why he didn't even blink an eye. They wondered if he didn't feel any pain at all, and they looked at him with disdain, clenching their jaws tightly, calling him just an emotionless demon. Despite the insults directed at him, the protagonist simply sat there, not reacting to these words. A little later, when he became an adult, he stood in front of a board where there was a sign expressing condolences to his father, and people, talking behind his back, asked if he was the son of this dead man. They were unhappy that Wu's father died and he didn't shed a tear, and so they asked each other if he was even a human. These people assumed that even a dog had more feelings than him, but despite these phrases, the protagonist continued to stand there with an indifferent expression on his face. He worked in the administrative department, in the police special forces, and for some reason he was different from ordinary people. At work, clutching a folder with documents to himself, he passed by the doors of one of the offices, and overheard a conversation between several employees, one of whom asked the interlocutor if he heard that a serial murder case, which had no leads for 10 years, was solved in a week thanks to Wu. The policeman agreed that the protagonist was really good at catching bad people, and his comrades agreed with him, noting that only a freak could understand a freak. Pleased with such a statement, the men laughed, and Wu continued walking, unaffected by these words. Everything was almost the same until one day, when several policemen stood, surrounding a criminal, and ordered him to drop his gun and put his hands behind his head. Holding a gun in front of him, the man ordered the policeman to go against the road, and pulling the trigger shot Wu, who was standing a little to the side. As the bullet passed through his body, the protagonist, whose mouth was bleeding, opened his eyes wider, and the next moment, the police ran forward and grabbed the criminal, holding his arms. Wu, whose mouth was stained with blood, fell into a puddle of water, and now, remembering all this, he splashed himself with the water he found when he went down into the sewer. Lowering his head, he looked at his reflection in the water, first noticing himself in the appearance he had before he moved to another body. For a while, he sat there with his eyes slightly narrowed and his head lowered, and suddenly the system laughed, noting that the slave on the first floor of the tower had a face that deserved 9 points out of 10. Wu did not say anything, and the system, exclaiming that this was very unfair, admitted that it wanted to fence with the protagonist. As he stood up, he calmly replied that he was not interested, and noted that since the system was gambling, it should be in control, and asked if that was true. The system suggested that he raise his hands and surrender in order to save his life and not be disgraced. Suddenly alert, Wu announced that they had a guest coming, and decided that he needed to be properly received. The system, attracting his attention, asked if he was really going to walk on the edge of a knife again. It decided that it was time to pack his bags and look for another home, and Wu, walking forward, admitted that he had a question, and asked if it would count if the person pretended to be afraid. The system was shocked by this question, but finally said that she was only someone who was a little worried, and asked why the protagonist was putting this in a difficult situation. Pausing briefly, Wu listened to the sounds in the sewers, and smiled, realizing that his opponent had arrived. The system looked at the knight, and after assessing him, exclaimed that he had a talent level of 755 Steel General, and the accompanying power of the 4th degree of the 2nd level. This knight's strength was enormous, and the system guessed that he was an elite with abilities comparable to a general. Meanwhile, the knight walked through the sewers, turning corners, and the system noted that it was obvious that this opponent would easily twist Wu's head off. However, the protagonist did not think so, and after listening to the knight's footsteps, he noted that judging by the sound, one could say that he was 10 meters away from the knight, but the sewers were winding, and he could not get close, so it would not be easy to kill him. The system did not care about this, since it was certain that in any case, the protagonist would soon die. Despite such words, Wu simply smiled, and the system reminded that the knight was very distrustful, with the old customs of Chow Chow. Without waiting for the knight to attack, the protagonist greeted him, and the man froze and began to look around warily, and Wu was glad that he had finally arrived. The knight turned around abruptly, and the protagonist asked if this was the speed of a person with the strength of the 2nd level and the talent of a steel general. He assumed that the knight was using Indian time, and still not understanding what was happening, the knight ran forward, preparing to attack, and Wu warned that there was no need to be so surprised. Smiling, he assumed that the enemy was curious about how he knew about his ability, but the knight did not answer, but simply stopped, lowering his head. Wu asked if he seriously thought that some slave from the lower floor could last so long here. He guessed that the opponent really thought that this was a normal assassination mission, and just as the knight clenched his fists, the protagonist laughed, calling him innocent, and slightly raised his head, asking him to wait, exclaiming that it would be a lot of fun in the gambling house now. As the knight continued to walk forward, angry at these words, Wu noted that many people wanted him to die, and that was why the boss sent the knight to deal with him, but he asked if the opponent was sure that this was not part of their plan. He explained that he was talking about a lowly slave who should have died outside the tower, but not only did he not die, he also mocked everyone. That was why Wu guessed that this was a good effect for this show. Confused by these words, the knight stopped, and the protagonist continued speaking, noting that at this time the boss sent the poor knight to kill him, and everyone was just waiting for him to tear him apart. The knight frowned warily, and Wu asked if he knew something. Coming out of hiding, he narrowed his eyes and declared that in the real scenario, the knight would not tear him apart, but would stay here forever. Raising his hands, he pointed his finger at the ceiling, adding that he himself would step on the enemy's corpse and continue to mock these nobles. And at that time, the dealer would start a new game, and the players would become even more crazy. In the darkness under the ceiling, the monster's eyes were stuck, and the knight took a fighting stance, noticing the fallen one starting to descend from the ceiling, ready to attack. Wu asked if the knight was ready to accept the final gift. The fallen one opened his mouth, drooling, and the protagonist suddenly lowered his hand down, pointing his finger at the knight, and the next moment the monster, jumping forward, opened his mouth even wider, flying past Wu and attacking the knight. The protagonist smiled, not paying attention to the blood splashing on his face, and at that moment the knight, whose body the monster began to tear apart, asked for it to stop and screamed in pain. Looking at how the fallen one and the knight fell into the water, the system called Wu a big boy and exclaimed that this was wonderful. Coming closer to the water stained with blood, the protagonist regretfully noted that there was clean water here and looked at the dead knight, and the system advised him not to thank the monster personally, since at such a distance he could attract this fallen one by showing just a drop of negative emotions. In addition, Wu wanted to send this guy lying in the water to the next world, but the protagonist, descending into the water, told the system to forget about it, since he is a positive boy and cannot be shown negative emotions. Not going to argue with this further, the system said that the knight's body was not cold yet, and advised Wu to feel something, because in this case, he will immediately have positive emotions. The protagonist obeyed and soon took out the device, and the system, noticing this, admired it, since it was a black and gold legend, which was the return device that Wu wanted so much. You just needed to twist it, and then he would get where he wanted. Having done everything as it should be, Wu frowned in concentration, and the system announced that the terrain was 4.5%, 35 fallen remained, fragments of the Doomsday puzzle have not yet been received. It assessed everything as a poorly done job, but announced that the newbie can only survive if he completes the level. Suddenly, the handcuffs hanging on Wu's hand were unlocked, and the system recommended that he forget about the rest for now and leave here as soon as possible. Thinking about exploring the area and the Doomsday puzzle, the protagonist, whose body was gradually being enveloped by the energy of movement, expressed his hope that the tower would be more interesting and smiled, slightly squinting his eyes, and soon he disappeared. A little later, in the office, an intelligence officer stopped in front of Gu Qingyu and Lu Mu and announced that the name of the person they asked him about was Wu. They were in the Foreign Intelligence Corps, the 7th headquarters, and the man continued his report, announcing that Wu's age was approximately 18 or 19 years old and that he was a man. Pressing his lips tighter, the guy whose face was covered in sweat from the effort announced that that was all, and Qingyu, who was sitting attentively listening to the report while rubbing the blade of his sword, looked up and slightly squinted his eyes, asking, "Is that all?" He was the captain of the 7th unit of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and had the nickname Mujio. Mu, hearing all this, suddenly laughed, raised his head, and closed his eyes, shouting that the interrogation level of Qingyu's team had dropped sharply. He was the captain of the 13th unit of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and he guessed that it was because Qingyu spent too much time outside the tower, and his team members were taking advantage of his absence. Ignoring his mockery, Qingyu turned to the policeman and ordered him to bother explaining this situation. Looking at the tablet in his hands, the man explained a little nervously that it was useless to intimidate the protagonist or anything, since he could calmly point out the shortcomings of their interrogation methods, and in the end, his team members became the ones being interrogated. Looking at Qingyu, Mu asked how this was possible. He was curious about who they had caught, but ignoring him again, Qingyu asked what Wu was asking about. His protege explained that it was a bit strange, as he had asked how many floors there were in the tower, as well as how the fallen were created. As he was giving his report, Qingyu took out a small vessel and began pouring the contents onto the blade of his sword, then using a rag to spread the substance evenly over the weapon, and the guy continued his report, announcing that the protagonist had also asked about the accompanying strength and talents, something that even a 3-year-old child would know. That was why he didn't understand whether Wu was pretending or was truly stupid. Mu agreed with him, and the policeman added that the protagonist had also asked him for the talent table. Laughing again, Mu admitted that this guy was quite an interesting guy, and since the 13th Division was short of people, he asked why not give it to him. Raising his sword to inspect the blade of this one, Qingyu finally turned his attention to Mu and asked if he really wanted to recruit Wu. He declared that in that case, he would definitely be shooting a cannon at sparrows, and Mu, after analyzing his statement, guessed that Qingyu liked this guy. He, standing up, explained that 5 months ago, their team received a report of loan sharking, and said that a man reported that a poor man who owed him money had gone missing. Later, when Qingyu looked into the matter, he found that the number of missing people was much higher, and Mu, crossing his arms, asked, wasn't internal affairs the concern of the correctional corps? He wondered why his colleague interfered, and asked, why did these noble soldiers care about the fate of lower-class people? Qingyu did not answer, slightly narrowing his eyes at his reflection in the blade of his sword, and Mu added that those soldiers only considered someone from the 3rd floor and above to be the master. Qingyu interrupted him and said that he had followed the clues and found a gambling house, and Mu asked again, putting his hand to his face and guessing that the nobles had gotten bored and decided to hold a hunger game. Qingyu confirmed this, specifying that the dealer of this gambling house was from the 4th floor, and explained that they had decided to put people in the blue zone. Mu, sweating from excitement, frowned in shock and asked, did they really use the blue zone? He guessed that all these people had gone crazy, and Qingyu, stretching out his hand towards his assistant, waved it slightly to attract his attention and said that the white zone no longer excited the nobles, since the extreme temperature and high level of danger in the blue zone brought them more pleasure. As he was saying this, the assistant, who realized what his gesture meant, began searching for something on his tablet, and by the time Qingyu announced that the nobles' calculations were disrupted by a guy, the man made an image of Wu appear on the screen on one of the walls of the office. After looking at the image, Qingyu announced that this survivor had lived for almost 2 hours without attracting a single fallen, and what's more, someone had sent an assassin to deal with him, but in the end, that assassin was killed himself. After that, Qingyu received an anonymous call, and he told Mu that the caller was a woman who was quite young judging by her voice. Frowning warily, Mu asked why the correctional corps wasn't handling this since it was a gamble by the nobles. He reminded him that the 4th floor had never had any warm feelings towards the intelligence corps, but Qingyu admitted that he couldn't understand that either. Finally, he frowned and said that the woman's main goal was to bypass the dealer and save Wu. Hearing his name, Mu realized that the survivor was the protagonist, and grinned and admitted that it was interesting. Abruptly changing the topic, Qingyu asked if his colleague was good at interrogation. He suggested that the captain of the 13th Division personally participate, and Mu, although initially surprised by such a question, grinned and getting up from his seat, said that he thought so too, and asked Qingyu to show him what kind of immortal person he was. Qingyu, frowning, declared that Wu was an excellent weapon, and sheathed his sword, thoughtfully looking out the window, and decided that he needed to take good care of the protagonist. 700 years ago, the end of the world came, the world changed and became too harsh, monsters called the Fallen began to appear continuously. Humanity faced a threat to its existence as monsters walked through the streets of cities, destroying buildings and everything in their path. At that time, a tall tower appeared before the eyes of humanity, but no one knew how it came to be or why it was built, but only inside this tower could people live and hope for the future. After some time, people discovered a power within themselves that could resist the Fallen, and this was the accompanying power. In the interrogation room at the moment, Yunshu was talking about this accompanying power, and she announced that it greatly improved a person's physical fitness and speed, as well as other basic abilities. On the special board she stood next to, she drew a small diagram that helped convey her words more easily, and explained with a smile that if a person wanted to increase the level of accompanying power, he did not need to train hard, but to go outside the tower. The longer a person stayed outside the tower, the higher the level of his accompanying power, and in short, it could be said that outside the tower, a person could become stronger. Not only people, but also objects outside the tower could change in this way, and over time, these objects became what people now call jilling. Shuiqi also participated in the discussion, and he said that in addition, if the accompanying power was basic combat abilities such as strength and speed, then talent was a powerful super ability, and according to the current statistics, there were a total of 1,024 talents. The higher the talent, the rarer it was and the stronger it was. But unfortunately, most people had talents in the range of 1,000 or 700, and that was why people with talents above 500 were attracted to the Army Corps, and such people became the trump card of each corps. He extended his palm and exclaimed that Qingyu was their best trump card, and Shu smiled enthusiastically and exclaimed that his greatest achievement was surviving alone for 24 days in the blue zone outside the tower. Even the members of the tower's disciplined corps who had previously turned their backs on him asked him to join them. She suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to tell them, and explained that the tower's disciplined corps and the outer intelligence corps were structures approved by the ruling layer of the 5th floor. Pausing briefly to hand Wu a glass of water, he then told him that the correctional corps was made up of the children of aristocrats who always looked down on them, the civilians, and because it was much more dangerous outside the tower, people often called the intelligence corps the refugee corps. Listening carefully, the protagonist took a sip, understanding how things really were, and guessed that this world encouraged people to go outside the tower. However, 2 of the corps staff asked what he was saying. They explained that the survival rate outside the tower was so low that most people would rather stay inside the tower all the time. The accompanying strength, jilling, and talent were things that could only be obtained by leaving the tower, and the longer one stayed outside the tower, the higher their accompanying strength, talent, and item effectiveness would increase as well. Wu wanted to say how strong Qingyu was if he survived for 24 days straight, and Shu interrupted him by pointing her finger forward and exclaiming that Qingyu's strength had reached the terrifying 8th level, so whenever he encountered a fallen one, he would instantly destroy it. She imagined his silhouette, with a monster cut into several pieces visible behind him. But before they could continue talking, the door to the interrogation room opened and Mu ran in, greeting Shu and Qi. They turned towards him in surprise, and she asked why Mu was here. Mu pointed his finger behind him, implying the exit, and asked them to go get a drink since he and Wu had something to talk about. The protagonist looked at Mu carefully, and Shu waved her hand goodbye and walked towards the door, and she followed her, saying that Mu should not hurry in that case. Mu grabbed the back of the chair with his hand and suggested that they start, and decided to get straight to the point. Turning the chair around, he sat down on it, folding his palms on the back, and was about to start talking, but Wu interrupted his words and said that he was ready to join them. Mu froze in shock, his eyes widening in astonishment, and the next moment he was sweating from the tension, not understanding how Wu had guessed. The protagonist, taking another sip of water, said that he would not go to Mu's team, but wanted to stay here, since after all, he was already well acquainted with 2 people from this team. Extending his hand towards him, Mu, still excited, asked him to wait and asked how he knew what they were going to do. Wu, placing the glass on the table, looked through the glass at the other man, and noted that interrogating him meant that they knew nothing about him, and since they had not gotten rid of him, it meant that they and the man who had thrown him out of the tower were not on the same page, and if he was not an enemy, then after interrogating him and all his antics, the Foreign Intelligence Corps would want to recruit him. However, judging by Shu's reaction, she was very surprised by Mu's appearance, which meant that his arrival was not within the norm. All this allowed Wu to conclude that he was not the captain of their unit, and in addition, if he was not mistaken, Mu's shield was broken, since the jilling could also be damaged. He guessed that the fallen that his interlocutor had fought were stronger than the ones he had met, and frowning, Mu asked how Wu knew that he had used a shield. The protagonist said that Mu had a scar 3 centimeters below his wrist, and Mu asked if he could tell just from the scar. The protagonist said that since Mu was a captain in the Foreign Intelligence Corps unit, his level of accompanying strength couldn't be low, and his recovery ability would be the same, and leaving such a scar on his arm inside the tower would be difficult for people, and there was no need to do it. In addition, he noticed that normal people's wrists were raised, but Mu's wrists were sunken, and to explain this, he pointed out that the point of application of the force for using the shield was the wrist joint, and that was why people who used the shield for a long time would experience such deformation. In addition, there were also scratches on the shield, indicating that it had been damaged, and Wu pointed out that breaking the jilling was not something that ordinary fallen ones could do. Mu's mouth dropped open in surprise, sweating from the tension, and asking himself to wait, asked why he came here. The protagonist continued speaking and added that there was something else, explaining that when he raised his hand to protect his face, he was stabbed by claws 3 centimeters below his wrist. Cursing in his mind, Mu slapped his own hand, exclaiming that Wu was a real talent. He decided that he needed to find a way to lure him into his unit, and the protagonist pointed to several documents in front of him, declaring that in the talent chart he was given, there were only 2 that were below 700, and said that he needed the full chart. Raising a finger of his other hand upward, he wanted to say what he would do if the other person helped him get it, and without waiting for the end of the sentence, Mu ran to the exit, saying that he could do it. Wu lowered his hand, thinking, and Mu, running past the police officers, clenched his jaw, not paying attention to the fact that his speed sent the documents that the 2 officers were holding flying down the corridor. Calling Wu talented over and over again, Mu decided that he should bring him this chart. After some time, putting a fairly large mortar of documents on the table, he pressed it with his palm, bowed his head, breathing heavily, and noted that Wu knew little about the tower. The protagonist declared that he had lost his memory, and wiping away the sweat with his palm, Mu mentally repeated this, and out loud noted that judging by what Wu said before, this could not be true, and said that he could definitely find a more suitable reason. Agreeing with this, the protagonist, taking the documents in his hands, began to look through it, and said that this is precisely why it would be better if Mu believed him. Wu guessed that in order to avoid bad consequences, his captors most likely used some means to forcefully erase his memory, and agreeing with this, Mu crossed his arms and asked the protagonist to let him first tell him that of all the lower 3 floors, the highest talent was Qingyu, and that was talent 256, the ultimate shadow. There had been no one with a level higher for a long time, and Wu asked, what about the ability up to 100? He wondered if there were such people, and thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, Mu announced that there was talent 76, the absolute dissolution. He remembered that some people said that more than 20 years ago, a miner awakened his talent, and it couldn't even be said that he won the lottery, since it was literally like flying to heaven right away. Looking up from studying the documents, Wu looked at Mu, guessing that the guy had had a hard time. Raising a finger, Mu angrily announced that the man had simply disappeared, saying that they assumed he had been taken by an organization from the higher floors. He suggested that it could have been the 5th floor, where the government was, or the 6th floor, but they did not investigate the matter and instead tried to erase the man's information. Hearing this, Wu went back to studying the documents, reading about talent number 24, which was called Praise Eye. With this talent, a person could obtain information about their character through focused gaze, corresponding to the hidden side of their personality. The additional data was unknown, and focusing on this talent, the protagonist thought that it was quite high, and assumed that this was great news. Frowning slightly, he mentally said that this talent had something to do with important information, but he couldn't say for sure since he had just come to this world and hadn't learned much yet. However, he was curious about the hidden side of his personality, and asked if it was cheaply valued. He was curious about why this body had such high skills, and asked if it had been outside the tower for a long time. However, its accompanying power was weak, which meant that this body was still outside for the first time. Thinking about it, Wu guessed that his body had many secrets, and asked out loud if someone could forcibly measure talent. Mu declared that it couldn't be done, since all talents were individual, like in the intelligence core, where many people's talents were hidden and never revealed. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought that this was good news, and then, putting the documents aside, announced that he had another question and asked if a person could only have one talent. After thinking about it, Mu eventually explained that only one talent could be awakened, but added that on the 6th floor, it was said that one could obtain an additional talent by killing some strong fallen ones. However, there was something he could say about these monsters, and he warned, frowning seriously, that even if such a thing existed, it was better not to encounter it. Agreeing, Wu intertwined his fingers and put his chin on his palms, thinking that Praise Eye was not suitable for combat, and although it was possible to open a talent, it might not be suitable for combat. He was sure that he had to find a way to get out of the tower and find another talent, and at that moment, Mu stood up, cleared his throat, came closer to him, and drew his attention to himself, reminding him that he got the chart for him, and asked, "How about a deal?" He smiled, pointing his finger at himself, and Wu, leaning the documents on his chest, apologized to him, declaring that he was a good person, but still said that he chose the 7th division. He smiled slightly, and Mu, hearing this, asked why the protagonist made such a choice. As he passed by, Wu said that in the past 3 hours of interrogation, he learned that the 7th division out of all 24 went outside the tower the most. Mu, frowning, asked, "Isn't that the most compelling reason not to join them?" Moreover, if Wu wanted to get out of the tower, Mu could transfer him to the vanguard of the 13th division, and if he did not want to go out, he should join the interrogation squad. He announced that the protagonist only needed to ask for it, but he thought about it and asked if it was true that Mu was still single. Mu froze in shock and asked if Wu even knew that. As he approached the exit, the protagonist asked his interlocutor to remember one thing and announced that he should choose the girl who initially liked him and advised him not to waste time, explaining that he lost because he was late and since the 7th Division made his first impression, he was closer to it. There was something else besides that, and upon hearing this, Mu opened his mouth in shock and asked again, and Wu, leaving the interrogation room, announced that the number 13 was unlucky and closed the door behind him, closing his eyes. Frowning, Mu could not say anything, although after a short pause he still asked what all this meant. Shu and Chi, meanwhile, noticed Wu coming out into the corridor and waved their hands in greeting. A little later, as the elevator was going down, Qingyu, attracting Wu's attention, announced that they had found out from his fingerprint that he had no ID card before. However, since he had joined their unit, he had become at least a citizen of the lower floor. The protagonists listened attentively, and Qingyu added that, in addition, they had found his place to live in the southwest part of the lower floor, and warned that of course Wu would have to pay the rent of 400 tans per month himself. Without answering, the protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes, carefully watching Qingyu, and the system noted that he himself understood that during the game he could often meet a strong NPC at the very beginning, and noted that Qingyu was most likely such a character. However, there was something else, and at the moment when Qingyu realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself and said his name, the system assumed that he was hiding something that even the people from the 6th floor were interested in. Qingyu, meanwhile, offered to speak and said that Wu could call him Captain Gu, and the protagonist smiled and agreed to it, but called Qingyu by his nickname. His 2 assistants were horrified to hear this, and Qingyu, surprised, turned around, glaring at them menacingly. Wu raised a finger and said that he had one request, and Qingyu, frowning slightly, said that if he did not want to go outside the tower, he should join the interrogation team, since there were a lot of things piling up recently. However, interrupting his words, Wu admitted that he wanted to leave the tower tomorrow, and Qingyu looked at him in confusion, and Shu and Chi asked in horror. Turning his back to the protagonist, Qingyu said that they checked his escort power, and since he was in the blue zone, it took less than 2 hours for it to increase from level 1 to level 3. However, at this level, even if you meet a weak fallen one, something terrible might happen, and yet, interrupting Qingyu's speech, Wu declared that there was no need to remind him that it was dangerous outside the tower and that he could not go out. He asked Qingyu to just let him go with an experienced partner, and promised that he would not interfere. Smiling slightly, he warned that he was not looking for death, and assumed that Qingyu did not want him to stay in the tower either, asking if that was true. In the end, without arguing, Qingyu said that they would meet tomorrow at 10 a.m., explaining that he would lead a group of 4 people, and if you add Wu to that, it would be a squad of 6 people. He said that they were going to the white zone, and the protagonist, remembering something, asked what was in the blue zone? Sweating from the tension, Shu and Chi realized with horror that he really didn't know anything, but before Qingyu could explain anything, the elevator doors opened and, clearing the way, he said that they had arrived, announcing that Wu would be staying here. When they got out of the elevator, they noticed the city shining with night signs. Soon, the protagonist was already standing on the street in the area under the first floor of the tower, in the port of Jianlu. Coming closer to him, Qi apologized for the fact that he and Shu had kept him waiting, since Qingyu had gone to settle some formalities. They decided to take Wu to where he would be staying first, and at the same time they would take a walk. His things were already carried there, and opening the bag that was hanging on his shoulder, Qi also said that they still brought clothes, and asked the protagonist to put them on. He also added that if he saw anything he liked along the way, they could buy it, since Qingyu had given him some money, which was currently in his bag. After Wu put on his jacket, he and the 2 employees walked ahead, and she explained that the street ahead was called Jianlu Port, and that anything could be bought there. She warned Wu not to trust the merchants who tried to sell him jilling, and at that moment, someone started shouting that they were selling 17-hour jilling. The man thought that everyone understood what it meant to spend 17 hours outside the tower, and announced that customers could buy this shovel, which had divine powers. The protagonist looked up at the signboard where the advertisement was playing, and the system marveled at how much it cost to place such an advertisement. The man in the advertisement was showing a shovel and asked customers to just imagine that they could dig just once, but they would already dig up so much that others could not do in a month. Looking at the shovel, he declared that if he had not joined the intelligence corps, he would definitely keep it for himself, but now he could throw it away or sell it to some lucky person. The system asked in amazement, "Is the intelligence corps really supplying goods?" It exclaimed that it would be better if they supplied a girl, since that man in the advertisement couldn't even act. The system asked Wu not to look at the advertisement and to look away, at which point the guy in the advertisement smiled with his finger pointed forward and exclaimed that the shovel cost 998 tans, warning that buyers would not regret it, and if they bought it right away, they would get a discount of 300 tans. Shu frowned and asked what was going on. She shouted that there were no such people in their core, and asked why there were still people posing as them. She walked forward, waving her arms in anger, determined that this man could not be allowed to tarnish the name of their core. She suggested reporting this to Qingyu to deal with the scammer, and continued walking forward without even noticing Qi calling out to her. He asked her to calm down, as they still had something to do, but Wu interrupted his words and told him to go with her. He wanted to object, but stopping him again, the protagonist asked if it was true that Shu could not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. Frozen in worry, Qi finally gave up arguing and, handing Wu the bag, began to run away, shouting that in that case he should get there himself, and reminding him that the money was in the bag, said goodbye. Agreeing, the protagonist smiled, approaching a shop window, and the system asked if he had really found something interesting. Half an hour later, Wu walked up to the door and opened it as he entered the room, and noticed that there was a suitcase on the table, and on top of it was a note from Qingyu, explaining that it contained the basic equipment of the survey corps members. Qingyu asked the protagonist to study it carefully, and the system, who also noticed the note, noticed how attentive Qingyu was in his work. After opening the suitcase, Wu found a memo inside, and the system asked with interest what was written there. It turned out that the memo said that newcomers would receive a watch to detect negative emotions when they went outside the tower, and when the negative emotions reached 75, an alarm would be triggered. The protagonist carefully studied everything that was written on the memo, and the system added that all corps members must abide by the rule of immediately using the teleportation disc when the alarm was triggered. According to the system, this was a good mechanism for surviving outside the tower, but Wu did not answer, but simply took out the watch and put it on his hand. The system added that in the end, sometimes people do not know what emotional state they are in, and this mechanism will reduce the number of problems. However, for the protagonist, this watch was completely useless, and realizing this, the system laughed, noticing that the number on the dial was 0. This asked Wu not to be upset, since there was another thing in the box that would definitely interest him. This thing was a tranquilizer that suppressed emotions, and Wu could inject himself with this when he was close to the fallen and was about to enter the danger zone. Listening to what the system said, the protagonist took out a syringe, injecting the drug into it, and pressed it lightly so that a drop of the drug came out of the needle. Thanks to this, the person's muscles relaxed and he entered a state of calm for a short time, so the effect of the tranquilizer was only about 5 minutes. After these 5 minutes, the person's calm state should turn into a state of hyperactivity, and negative emotions intensified, so the system warned Wu not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The protagonist suggested that it worked like an emotional spring, because at first the person squeezes it, and after 5 minutes he releases it, and an emotional surge occurs. The system exclaimed that this was indeed so, and admitted that it was very interesting, and Wu, closing his eyes, carefully inserted the needle into the skin on his neck and poured the drug into his body. The system screamed and asked if he really wanted to experience negative emotions so much. The protagonist put the empty syringe aside and bowed his head, and the system, irritated by the fact that he did not believe it, decided that in this case it could only wish him good luck. 5 minutes passed, and after that the system, laughing, asked how it felt. It was curious about how Wu felt, and when it heard no answer, it asked if he was going to sleep. The protagonist leaned back in the chair he was sitting on, raised his hand, looked at his palm, and declared that he felt nothing, admitting that this was to be expected. The next day, someone explained that this was where people went outside the tower. Wu found himself on a platform with columns around it that had the ability to pass through space. In reality, this was used to block the people at the top of the tower, and Wu mentally repeated the system's words about the columns and people at the top of the tower. Confirming this, the system suggested that they stop, and the protagonist obeyed, smiling slightly, and it continued to talk, warning that it would be better for them not to get involved in this, asking that for their common good, Wu simply pretend that he did not know anything. Finally, Qingyu came with other guys and announced that they were new recruits who would be participating in reconnaissance outside the tower with them today. He ordered them to introduce themselves, and Wu, hearing his voice, turned around. Wang Shi, smiling, said his name, and paying attention to the protagonist's bag, asked if he had a jilling in it. The system noted that Shi was really interesting, and remembered that some people say that if a person is muscular, then he has problems with his head. After studying the information about Shur, it said that he was the son of a rich family, born on the 3rd floor of the tower, but he always hunted for fresh blood and danger, so he refused the tower's straitjacket corps and joined the reconnaissance corps. Apart from this, there was something else, and the system announced that as a macho, Shur naturally likes Barbie dolls. This made him laugh, and Wu, lightly slapping his bag, declared it was a trifle and said that he planned to go outside the tower and try his luck. Shur was amazed that the protagonist was going outside the tower for the first time, but he had already thought it through well. Lin Azu, who was standing a little to the side with his arms crossed, contemptuously ordered Wu not to get in the way and expressed his hope that he would not die today. Someone, calling Azu's name instead of him, warned Wu that he always said that and advised him to get used to it. Azu paid no attention to this and added that they did not know each other well, and even if the protagonist died, he would not mourn. The system admired, analyzing Azu, and said that he was from the 2nd floor, looked better than girls, was toxic and loved dismemberment. This one liked this description, and after calming down a bit, the system asked Wu how about trying to pacify Azu? After a short silence, the protagonist, smiling, declared that he could only cling to influential people, and not get underfoot, and mockingly calling Azu his sister, he declared that he looked good. Azu, angry, asked what he said. He was about to move forward, but Shur, hugging him with his arm, stopped him and asked him not to pay attention to it. And suddenly, distracting Wu from watching the enraged Azu, someone tugged at his clothes, and turning around, he noticed Shang Xiaoyi, who, stuttering from embarrassment, greeted him, saying his name. After analyzing him, the system shouted that he was another freak, and declared that at first glance he looked like a puppy, but in battle he was the craziest among this team. It noted that first impressions are often deceiving, but Xiaoyi will force everyone to give way to him, and that is why Wu must be careful. Smiling and greeting, the protagonist extended his palm to greet Xiaoyi, but before he could shake his hand, Yin Xuan came closer, pushed Xiaoyi out of the way, and shook Wu's hand herself, saying her name. Noticing her, the system happily exclaimed that a girl had finally appeared, explaining that otherwise it might have already thought that everyone here was a monk. The system added that Xuan was an avenger, and like Qingyu, she had secrets hidden in her that the 6th floor was interested in. After analyzing her even more, the system added that she was from the 2nd floor and seemed the most normal in this group. Wu thought about the secret from the people on the 6th floor, and guessed that this was not the first person that was said about this, thinking that Xuan had a rare talent. Before he could think about it further, Xuan turned around, walking away from him, and Wu asked if there were supposed to be 6 people in the group. He assumed that there should be someone else, but the guys did not answer him right away, and for a while, all the team members were silent, until finally Qingyu announced that another member was dead. Walking closer to the protagonist, he placed a hand on his shoulder and, frowning, advised him to think better of himself. With a slight smile, Wu realized that everyone in this group was a villain, and Qingyu, turning his back on him, walked forward a little, noting that it was time for the advance team to return, and ordered everyone to get ready, explaining that they were coming right now. Finally, someone announced that the team was returning and warned everyone to be ready to go. The white column suddenly glowed, and soon a man came out of it, and someone confirmed the safe return of the preliminary reconnaissance team. Straightening up, the man told the employee who came closer to him that 103788 reconnaissance had been completed, there were enough energy resources, and no fallen were found. The employee accepted this information, and Wu realized that the world outside the tower was random, so someone from the reconnaissance corps should be responsible for preliminary exploration of the area, making sure that there were energy mines and few monsters in this area. Only then, as far as the protagonist understood, a team from the lower floors was sent to this area to work. The employee, having written down the necessary information, warned that the next group should come closer, and suddenly cried out, noticing that Qingyu, who was frowning seriously, had come closer. He wished him luck, asking him to try harder, and coming closer to the column, Qingyu pressed his palm to it, and it lit up brightly, after which he, ordering his team to move forward and follow him, entered inside. The other participants also began to approach, and Xuan turned around and told Wu to check his watch and tranquilizer again. He announced that he had checked everything, and just as Xiaoyi was approaching the pillar, Xuan revealed that it was a portal, explaining that after they entered, a number would be generated, which would be entered into a grid on the side of the portal, and the number would increase horizontally. She told Wu to go first, and he thanked her for that, agreeing. As he approached the pillar, he noticed that the number on the panel was 7 digits, and with a slight frown, he mentally noted that in other words, in the 700 years of the Tower era, people had already explored millions of areas. As he gradually disappeared into the portal, he realized that he was looking forward to this journey beyond the tower. The portal lit up with a bright flash, and soon, slightly squinting his eyes, he and the rest of the team had already moved, and without stopping looking around, Wuzhou asked if this was a mental hospital. The system, grinning, called this place the 9th mental hospital, and noted that if they didn't get into this place, it would be difficult to conduct research, but said that no one knew what might await the team there. It was curious about how many negative emotions the mentally ill could have, and since this hospital was a breeding ground for evil, the system did not want Wu to go there. The protagonist frowned, pressing his lips tighter, and the system warned that there were secrets inside that only he could tell, and therefore wished him luck. Mentally repeating the words about the secret, Wu guessed that it had something to do with the fragments of the Doomsday puzzle. Sure, looking around, smiled, and noticing that this hospital had a strange name, asked if the others wanted to go in and take a look. Xiaoyi excitedly pressed his hand to his chest, saying that there were many fallen inside, and admitted that he was a little scared. Focusing on the bracelet on his hand, the system laughed, calling Xiaoyi a drama king, as it was obvious that he was calm. It admired him for being such an actor, and Qingyu analyzed the situation with his watch and said that the temperature seemed normal, that is, about 46 degrees, but warned that it could not be ruled out that there was a possibility of rapid changes. The system asked if 46 degrees was a normal temperature. This warned Wu that everyone here had gone crazy, and at that moment, Xuan looked back and said that there was no grass or minerals around, suggesting that they were near a city. Behind them, there was only a road and trees, and in that case, sure, flexing his fists, suggested that in that case, they should go in and take a look, since there was no other way. He noticed that this kind of scene was usually only in the blue zone, but Wu warned them to be careful and asked them not to rush. Uza looked at him with disdain and asked if he was really that timid. He pointed out that he could go back if he was afraid and ordered him not to drag them down by attracting the fallen. Finally, Qingyu closed his eyes and said that he would go, and extended his palm towards the gate that blocked the entrance to the hospital grounds. Uza looked at him carefully, and Qingyu gradually opened the gate, and soon the entire team walked into the grounds. As Wu walked through the gate, he began to look around, and Uza analyzed the building and said that there were 4 medical buildings, each with 19 floors. In his opinion, it did not look like an ordinary hospital, and noting that there were 4 buildings, Sure asked which one should he examine first. The protagonist pointed his finger slightly to the side and suggested that they could only go to one building, and said that except for the first building, the lower floors of the rest of the knowledge had no entrance at all, so it was completely blocked, and if they wanted to go to the second building, they had to get to the 19th floor and go through the air corridor. After looking around carefully, Sure exclaimed in amazement that this was indeed true, and Uzu, crossing his arms over his chest, admitted that Wu was useful. Sure asked with interest why they had to make the formation so inconvenient. He reminded them that this was a hospital, and the protagonist, holding his chin with his hand, agreed with this, but noted that if something went against common sense, there had to be a reason for it. He suggested that the owner did not want anyone to go into the second building, and at that moment, Xiaoyi, clutching the fabric of the shirt on his chest with his hand, attracted Qingyu's attention and, warning that there were 17 evil spirits in this building, admitted that he was afraid. The system laughed and exclaimed that he was continuing to play his role, noticing that he was trying his best to suppress his delight. This situation seemed interesting to him, and Qingyu, slightly squinting his eyes, told everyone to be on guard, announcing that they were entering the first building. Walking up to the doors, he opened it, and for a moment the whole team froze at the threshold, looking around. They assumed that this hospital had long been abandoned, and Uzu, walking further into the corridor, noticed that it was in complete disarray and everything was neglected. Wu, walking a little to the side, stretched out his palm forward, touched a stain on the wall, and, looking at his fingers, realized that it was blood. The blood stains were dark red, and so Wu assumed that it had appeared quite recently. Turning to the system, he asked if it saw anything. The system grinned in surprise and declared that it was not mentally ill and asked how it could know what symbol was written in blood on the wall. Reminding him that this was a mental hospital, the system exclaimed that this one was sane, as this one had common sense and a clear mind. However, the system could still say something and said that these blood stains were left 2 days ago. After asking again, the protagonist assumed that someone was trying to hide it or, on the contrary, show the way, but the system advised him to think with his own head, as it could not help in this situation. Distracted from his thoughts, Wu heard Sure coming closer and calling out to Qingyu, warning him that there were many rooms here and asked if they would explore it one by one. Frowning, Qingyu looked at Wu and asked what he thought about it. Rubbing the blood between his fingers, the protagonist said that there were too many rooms, and if they investigated one by one, they might be able to get the information they needed, but the deepest secret was in building 4. Noticing his calm and hearing his assumptions, Uza got angry, drawing his attention to himself, and asked what he was saying. He was interested in learning about the deepest secret, and the system, grinning, noticed that Wu had hurt Uza's tender feelings, and assumed that he did not like him. Putting his palm to his forehead, the protagonist closed his eyes, warning that he would only explain once, and asked that Uza just take his word for it next time. Xuan simply looked at him with interest, and Uza cried out in anger, and Qingyu, interrupting a possible argument, told Wu to continue. The system admired the main character's ability to take power into his own hands, and edifyingly raising his finger upward, Wu seriously reminded him to first say that of the 4 buildings, only the first one had an entrance. If a patient in the 4th building needed help, he had to go from the basement to the 19th floor, go through the 3rd second building and enter the 1st, and finally go from the 19th floor to the required floor in the 1st building. He announced that in such a time, a patient with any disease can already choose his next body for reincarnation, and thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, Qingyu admitted that the layout was indeed unusual, but wanted to object. However, before he had time to say anything else, Wu noted that if you think logically, it looked more like a prison than a hospital. The team members asked again, and the protagonist, reminding that there was only one entrance, said that in this case, the prisoner had only one way to escape, and then it was easy to control the prisoners, and since this was a prison, the farthest 4th building was special. Sure snapped his fingers and said that this was the most secret place in the entire hospital, and suddenly, calling Qingyu with a trembling voice, Xiaoyi pointed his hand forward, drawing everyone's attention to the elevator, and announced that it was moving on its own. Qingyu, frowning, ordered everyone to be on guard and prepare for battle, and Xiaoyi, no longer pretending to be scared, adjusted his hair, brushing his bangs out of his eyes, and suggested that they would not need to climb the stairs. Wu, calling out to Qingyu, admitted that he had always been interested in one question, and remembering that no one had lived outside the tower for 700 years, he assumed that these cities and hospitals should have been destroyed long ago, but asked why some facilities still existed. The elevator continued to descend and had already reached the 9th floor, and Qingyu admitted that he was not sure about the answer to this question, saying that in some places they had been before, objects would occasionally activate, and in this way, for example, in an amusement park, the Ferris wheel could rotate by itself. The rules outside the tower were strange, and it was not only the space that changed, and Wu wondered if there were still many unsolved mysteries. He guessed that the phenomenon that could not be explained was considered a rule here, and at this moment, the elevator finally arrived at the 1st floor. All the team members braced themselves, waiting for the moment when the door would open, and it really did gradually begin to open, and in the gap that appeared, the team members saw a red light. Very soon, they also noticed the monster, who, without waiting for the sliding doors of the elevator to open, grabbed it with his hands, forcibly opening it, and screamed, looking at Qingyu and the rest of his team. The monster suddenly ran forward, swung its hand, striking, and Qingyu jumped to the side, ordered his team members to retreat, then grabbed the hilt of his sword with his palm, took it out of its sheath, striking the monster. During this short battle, Wu carefully watched Qingyu's movements, and then, slightly squinting his eyes, looked at the head of the fallen, which fell not far from him. The system announced that the level of the jilling that Qingyu held in his hands was 19D, and this is called the fallen must die. The moment the sword touched the fallen, the defense of this one was reduced and the chance of hitting the weak point of the monster was increased. But of course, the effectiveness of this also depended on the owner, and in a fight with fallen of the middle mutation level, everything depends on the skill of the swordsman. Returning his sword to its sheath, Qingyu walked forward a little, moving away from the corpse that was falling to the ground, and declared that there was no need to be afraid of the second-level mutants. He turned his head slightly, warning that they were going to the 19th floor, and Wu, without saying anything, remembered that Qingyu's weapon had been outside the tower for 19 days. He also heard that his record for staying outside the tower was 24 days, meaning that the weapon became a jilling on the 5th day. All the team members began to walk towards the elevator, and Xiaoyi, slightly lowering his head, asked why he felt so unwell. Sure, coming closer to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and smiling, closed his eyes, asking him not to worry, since it was Qingyu. Wu lagged behind his comrades a little, stopping near the monster's head, and bending down, touched it with his palms. As he was entering the elevator, his team members noticed that he had not followed them and called out to him, asking what he was doing. They advised him to move faster, but Wu, without answering, froze, continuing to examine the fallen one's head, and noticed that the skin was dry and cracked, and that this one's mouth had changed and became similar to a mosquito's mouth. After that, he began to examine another part of the monster's body, noticing that this one's limbs were intact, although they had changed shape and became similar to claws. The system agreed with this assessment, telling him that the concept of the second-level fallen mutation, roughly speaking, is that these monsters are a little like a human. Suddenly, interrupting his explanation, it screamed, noticing that Wu had started to remove the clothes from the corpse, and asked why he was undressing it. The system did not mind that the fallen did not have human rights, but still asked if this was too cruel. And yet, interrupting its indignation, it suddenly cried out in amazement, realizing that some useless things had also regressed. Wu said nothing, and continued to look at the monster, and suddenly the system, laughing, exclaimed that he had found an excellent thing. Taking out a bloody sheet of paper from the pocket of the monster's clothes, the protagonist unfolded it and asked himself, was this really a diary? He read that the author of the inscription wrote that he was not depressed, but simply owed a lot of money, and his interlocutor said that if he came here, no one would find him. However, this person deceived him, and every day this man tried to find a way to go down. Distracted from his suffering, he wrote that Hu Yin on the 11th floor was a completely poor thing, and asked if he would become the same. He wondered if she would be transferred to the second building, but, changing the topic of his notes again, he admitted that he just wanted to leave. After reading the text, Wu focused on analyzing the page itself, and noticed that there were tears and folds along the edges, most likely caused by a sick person hastily trying to hide this page when they took the diary. In addition, he noticed the date, and after reading that the entry was made in 2026, he remembered that it was now the year 704 of the Tower Era, and wondered how much time had passed. The system announced that no one knew, and Wu thought about the fact that many objects in this world, like this page from the diary, had not been destroyed in 700 years. He wondered if this had something to do with the tower or if there was some kind of protection. Distracting him from his thoughts, Azu called him a name and asked if he was coming or not. Frowning, he announced that everyone was waiting only for Wu, and getting to his feet, the protagonist entered the elevator, saying that he was here, and warning that they would be going to the 11th floor. Qingyu was perplexed for a while, and then asked what he found. Taking out a page of the diary, Wu explained that he found a small piece of paper, and warned that the danger level of the next task may exceed their expectations. Pressing the button for the 11th floor, he said that there were stronger fallen ones hiding on that floor, with whom they could fight for a warm-up, and also look for useful information at the same time. Someone, angrily calling out to him, asked why on earth he was deciding everything here himself. The person pointed out that this was just a white zone, and therefore asked where strong fallen ones could appear from. Wu, with a relaxed smile, slightly turned his head towards Azu, warning him that if he did not go into the hospital, there would be no danger, but advised him to be careful inside. He mockingly called him a girl again, and Azu, getting even angrier, wanted to call him names, but, interrupting the quarrel, someone suddenly laughed. Everyone froze in silence, and Xiaoyi, whose cheeks were flushed with delight, asked if the others had heard the sound. Xuan simply closed her eyes without answering, and Qingyu, frowning, warned everyone that they had arrived, as he had noticed the number 11 on the elevator panel. The elevator stopped, and they all walked out into the hallway, hearing someone's laughter again. The same voice in the empty hallway assumed that they had come to play with it, and announced that he was here, asking if they would look for it. The speaker had been waiting for someone for a very long time, and, after a short break from screaming, laughed again. The team members noticed that the sound was coming from the last room, and someone warned everyone to be careful. Wu, listening closely, mentally noted that the sound was similar to the crying of a little girl, or even an adult woman, suggesting that two voices of different ages and moods were intertwined. The laughter continued, and suddenly a dark viscous liquid began to leak through the tiles on the ceiling. A drop of this substance fell on Shuang's shoulder, and she felt it and turned around in confusion. The screams and laughter continued, and the liquid formed into a black hand, which extended towards Shuang, preparing to attack her. She froze, unable to react, but before the monster could attack, Qingyu ran closer and cut the fallen monster's hand with his sword. A scream was heard, and Qingyu, frowning, warned everyone to be careful and remain calm. The laughter and screams continued, and several more hands appeared on the ceiling, and the system, noticing this, assumed that one of the team members had become emotional and attracted the attention of this girl monster. This warned that the monster's level was not low at all, so Qingyu would not be able to defeat it in one blow. Looking around, Uzi asked irritably, "Why are there so many disgusting hands?" He didn't want to play with these tentacles, and because he was angry, the indicator on his watch increased, showing 11. Telling him to stop talking nonsense, Sure suggested to quickly destroy the monster's hands, and struck, and because he also lost his temper, the indicator on the dial of his device increased to 9. Xiaoyi, with a joyful cry, declared that these toys belonged to him, and told the rest of the team not to touch it, and whoever it was, annoyedly told him that no one was going to do that, and from such words addressed to himself, Xiaoyi also became slightly angry, and the dial showed the marking at 7. Shuang did not talk to anyone, but simply fought, but she could not cope with her emotions, and the marking on her watch reached a mark of 21. Ignoring what was happening to his teammates, Qingyu, frowning, tightly pressed his lips, ran forward, and having made several quick strikes, cut off the arms of the monster closest to him. He advised his comrades to act quickly, warning that there was no need to play with this monster. Taking a break from the battle, he looked at his watch, which was 3, and the system, noticing it, let out a delighted cry, adding that Qingyu was really cool. The protagonist didn't respond, and the system said that if he was that cool, there would be a lot of beautiful women around him by now. But ignoring this, Wu suddenly yawned, slightly covering his mouth with his hand, and noticing this, the system assumed that there was no chance. He was the only one standing without being attacked by the monster, since the number on his watch was still 0. He was bored now, so Wu wanted to sleep. Meanwhile, the dark hands continued to attack, but the team members did not give up, cutting it. After ordering the monster to die, Shuang swung her sword, and Sure, frowning, once again attacked with his fist, exclaiming that these hands have no end. Xiaoyi, tearing the monster's arms apart, shouted that it belonged to him, and Qingyu simply remained silent, pressing his lips tighter. At this moment Uzi, using his whip, grabbed one of the monster's arms with it, and sharply yanking it towards himself, tore it apart, after which, frowning, asked what was wrong with Wu. He called him names, turning around, and frowned, noticing that the protagonist was just standing there, and asked why he was not attacked. Wu simply closed his eyes, smiled faintly, scratched his cheek with his finger, and admitted that he wanted to sleep. He guessed that the little girl's voice affected his mood, and Xiaoyi, briefly stopping the battle, turned around, looked at Wu, and noticing that his number was 0, called him a monster. Uzi, standing a little to the side, pressed his lips tighter and asked, was Xiaoyi really calling someone else a monster? Wu waved his hand and decided that while the rest of the team was busy, he would go and investigate, but Qingyu ordered him not to move and, having destroyed the monsters closest to him, promised that they would soon figure everything out and, repeating his request to wait for them, announced that they would all go together. Looking at the ceiling from which the substance that was forming in his hands continued to leak out, the protagonist said with regret that until the emotional state of the rest of the team stabilized, these tentacles would continue to attack. Turning around, he waved his hand dismissively, declaring that he would go and take a look, because in that case he might be able to find the source. When the others calmed down, he told them to just follow him, and Qingyu froze for a moment, looking after him with displeasure, and Sure, fighting off a monster, asked where he found Wu. He called him a freak, noting that he had a lot of courage, and Qingyu, looking at the monster who was not going to give up, noted that if his mood swings did not exceed single digits, then he was probably really brave, but if it was 0, then it could be assumed that something was wrong with the device. Keeping his sword ready, he swung it, destroying one of the thickest tentacles, and looking at the main character's back, visible behind the parts of the monster, added that it could be that something was wrong with him. While the rest of the guys were fighting the tentacles, Wu walked to the end of the hallway, opening the doors that were there, and entered the room, stopping to look around. Having noticed something, the system asked him to look there, and when the protagonist turned around, looking at a cage with thick steel bars, the system announced that this dog pen was a Jilin, which would perfectly cope with imprisoning someone. Continuing to look around, Wu noticed a camera in the corner of the room, and the system added, no matter how you look at it, Yin would not have been able to get out of here until she was released. Kneeling down, the protagonist looked at the thick chain lying next to the pen, and the system noted that this pen was created to be a dungeon, and therefore it was a great pity. Wu, meanwhile, lifted the steel shackles stained with blood and carefully examined it, and the system, having analyzed the object, said that this chain was also a Jilin, and smiling, added that it was too heavy for playing with ropes, But if these were shackles, then one could say something completely different. As Wu stood up and began to walk away, the system warned him to be careful, as the scattered needles could contain sedatives or other drugs. There were indeed a large number of syringes scattered all over the floor, and the system announced that 1 injection would refresh Wu's mind, 2 injections would strengthen his body, 3 injections would rejuvenate him, and added that it cost 1.5 tans, noting to himself that he should not forget to delete the contents in brackets. However, the protagonist did not pay attention to this and, continuing to look around, noticed a door in one of the walls of the room leading further. Throwing aside the shackles, he began to turn towards it, but the system said that there was no need to look here anymore, since the documents inside had been destroyed, and the owner was not here. That is why the system warned that Wu should now pay attention to the table in front of him, on which there were so many secret items. It was a small composition of een, which was not destroyed, leaving them with one choice. Each of the items could give the protagonist something from a list, and he could choose between talent, friendship with een, and her hatred. The system asked Wu not to take this to heart, and noticing him reaching out his hand towards one of the items, it warned him to think carefully, as if he chose one of the items, the other 2 would disappear. When he focused his attention on the diary, the system announced that it had opened the diary and checked, warning him that there were no dates, and that on each page were written the words benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He wondered who had written this diary in the first place, but rather than looking into the answer to his question, the system continued to speak, noting that the archive was filled with details that Wu and Qingyu wanted to know, but when Een saw it, the system did not know whether it would give Wu hatred, friendship, or a gift. He had to figure it out himself, and when the protagonist looked at the key, the system said that it was not the key to the cage, but could open the lock to another place, which could be a shortcut or an abyss. Holding his chin with his hand, Wu mentally said that the archive stored things that could be interesting to him and Qingyu, and guessed that it was somehow related to history, and therefore could help get closer to the truth. He stood for a while, looking at the key, the diary, and the comb, and concentrating on the comb, he realized that it had no clues, which was also noteworthy. The key fit a door, and Wu asked if it was possible that there were important clues behind the door. He grabbed his hair with his hand, and the system, grinning, announced that it finally knew that he was quite a collector. Agreeing, the protagonist sighed and raising his head smiled, admitting that he felt nostalgic for his past life. The system laughed and reminded him that it was like a lottery, and the first ticket would guarantee Wu a new talent if he saw the fallen one. Listening to the system's words, the protagonist frowned, and it said that the second ticket would win the fallen one's favor, and the last ticket would grant him the fallen one's hatred and persecution until death. Wu continued to ponder, ignoring the sounds coming from the corridor, and the system voiced its guess that it was natural to hate people. The protagonist stood there without saying anything, pressing his lips tighter, and his companions, meanwhile, stopped in the corridor and declared that it was over. Sure looked at his watch and exclaimed that his indicator had dropped, and Uzu, also assessing his condition, exclaimed that his indicator had also changed. Qingyu, turning toward the door at the end of the corridor, suggested that they go look for the sea. Wu himself, meanwhile, said out loud that he needed to figure everything out, and the system got nervous when it heard this and hinted at the door, but the protagonist did not pay attention to this and, imagining the layout of the room, mentally noted that firstly, based on what they saw, it was safe to say that the 2 rooms at the end of the corridor were a laboratory, and in addition, there should have been a lot of equipment in the laboratory, but everything was destroyed. The test subjects were kept in a cage, their every move was monitored, and remembering the camera, Wu guessed that it was recording the events using infrared rays. The experiment consisted of injecting some kind of reagent and observing the test subject's reaction, and the protagonist guessed that this reagent might have something to do with the fallen. However, during this experiment, someone visited the test subject. Her thoughts touched the thoughts of another person, but at that time there was no hatred in her yet. While he stood there, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, his comrades began to knock on the door, and Wuzhou, frowning angrily, asked how the investigation was going. He cursed and asked why the door was still locked. He shouted Wu's name a few more times, and Xiaoyi, clasping his hands behind his head, said that the monster did not show its true self, admitting that he was bored. At this point, the system repeated Wu's words in amazement about the subject being visited by someone and their minds touching, and asked how he came up with such an idea. Taking out a page from the diary, the protagonist announced that it was all thanks to this note, and said that the person probably had not met Een before turning into a fallen one, since at least the hospital could not allow these monsters to meet. The system acknowledged that this was indeed the case, since it, in their place, would not want the subjects to communicate either. However, the subject was clearly mentioned in the note, and Wu assumed that she had communicated with someone else and that it was a secret between her and the other subject. The monster on the first floor was worried that she would be transferred to the second building, and it turned out that she really was transferred. Astonished by this information, the system assumed that the abilities of that monster were discovered by the staff at the hospital, and laughed, exclaiming that it could have been betrayed by one of the other test subjects who had contacted its thoughts. Wu declared that anything was possible, and suggested that from this it could be concluded that the fallen in the second building were stronger than in the first, and at the very least, they had more hatred and resentment. He assumed that everyone who gained some kind of superpower was redirected to the second building. At this time, Uza continued to try to break in and, calling out to the protagonist, asked if he was finished. He wondered how long he could sit there, and since he still couldn't open the door, he asked what was wrong. Uza irritably shouted that the door was not opening, and Wu was not responding, and attracting Qingyu's attention, asked if it was true that the protagonist would not die there. He pulled the door handle a few times, then, after a little while, he frowned, clenched his jaw, and shouted that he didn't care what was happening, warning that he was going to break down the door. Qingyu suddenly shouted at him to watch his feet, and Uzu, astonished, turned to the side, asking what this meant. The thing was that the monster had reappeared and had already started to stretch out its tentacles towards Uzu's feet. Narrowing his eyes, Qingyu ran forward, taking out his sword, and destroyed the tentacles, and Uzu, noticing him, shouted his name, turning around abruptly. Looking at the monster, the guys advised each other not to let down their guard, and someone desperately shouted that this would never end, looking at the large amount of dark substance surrounding them. They ordered the monster to die, and the system said that Wu had dealt with the diary and the key, warning that only this comb remained. It really had no idea what was going on with this comb, and the protagonist, remembering the page from the diary, noted that according to the note, it was possible to determine that the subject was a woman, but the question was who would use the comb in such a situation. Turning to the system, he asked if it was true that there was no information about this comb. The system warned that there was no need to doubt the professionalism of this, and exclaimed that there was no information about this comb. The protagonist thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin and looked at it carefully, but despite everything that was happening, the indicator on his watch continued to show 0, while the mark on Shuang's device had already reached 72. Frowning, she tried to fight off the monster that attacked her again and again, and at that moment, when another tentacle suddenly appeared from the side, she was protected by Shi, who, running to attack, threw the monster aside. Cursing, he asked why the level of emotions jumped so much. He assumed that the fallen one himself was approaching, and Uzu, calling out to his comrades, asked if Wu had really met the fallen one in this room. Drawing Xiaoyi's attention to himself, he asked him to determine where the fallen one was, but Xiaoyi, ignoring his request, laughed as he destroyed the monster and shouted that it was excellent. Shi realized that this was very bad, because Xiaoyi was in a frenzy, and because of this, he did not hear anything. Slightly lowering his head, Qingyu decided to clear the way for them, and taking a fighting stance, prepared to draw his sword, and warned that they would save the protagonist and then leave. He swung his weapon, destroying the monster, and at that moment, the handle on the door suddenly twitched, and Qingyu, noticing this, frowned, stopping. The next moment, the monster disappeared, and the door opened, and from it came a calm Wu. All the team members froze, watching him. Qingyu sheathed his sword, pressing his lips tighter, and Uzu, not hiding his indignation, shouted Wu's name and waving his hand, asked if he could at least make a sound if he did not die. The protagonist smiled and apologized to them, and lightly hit his shoulder with the chosen comb, suggesting that they go to the 19th floor. As he approached him, Uzu frowned and, calling him names, asked why he was still alive. In addition, he wondered why Wu didn't say anything when they knocked on the door if he was alive, but the protagonist, not irritated by such accusations, simply smiled. P. Xiaoyi, looking around, asked why the evil spirits disappeared. Shi wanted to guess what could be inside that room, and understanding what he wanted to say, Uzu asked if there was a fallen one inside. He was shocked that he assumed that Wu had dealt with this monster, and the protagonist, simply stepping away from him, noted that it could be considered that he had temporarily suppressed the source, but warned that everything would happen again a little later. Qingyu said nothing, but simply watched him warily, and soon they continued walking further, and Wu, stepping forward, suggested that everyone go, since there were no more clues here and they needed to go up to the 19th floor. Unhappy with him for starting to command again, Uzu called him names, frowning, but sure, smiling kindly and closing his eyes, noted that the main thing was that Wu was safe. Xiaoyi, covering his eyes with his bangs again, sheepishly admitted that he had not played enough yet, and Shuang, squinting, put her hand to her chest, and since she forced herself to calm down, the indicator on the dial of her watch dropped to 11. Soon, all the team members entered the elevator and began to go up. By the time the elevator rose to the 12th floor, the protagonist suddenly admitted that he had a question for Qingyu. Qingyu looked at him carefully, and Wu asked if all the fallen were previously human. Slightly squinting his eyes, he turned towards Qingyu, asking if they would also become fallen if they were outside the tower for a long time under certain circumstances. Everyone was silent for a while, and after that, Qingyu finally asked if the protagonist had studied the watch. He explained that at 75, it starts to sound an alarm, and the upper limit is 300. Looking at the watch face, Wu remembered that this was written in the manual, and Qingyu asked him to pay attention to the color of the dial, noting that before the value of 75, the color is green, after 75, the color changes to orange, and when the value reaches 175, the color turns red. This is when the change should have occurred, but Qingyu did not have time to say this, as the elevator reached the 19th floor and stopped. Turning towards the exit, Qingyu suggested that they go, and the system laughed, noting that Wu was not at all shy about asking questions. Noticing that everyone simply started to exit the elevator, leaving the protagonist behind, the system drew his attention to the fact that everyone was ignoring him, and although Qingyu did not finish, it suggested that Wu had already learned everything he wanted. Smiling, he closed his eyes, suggesting that if negative emotions accumulated too much and the bar reached the red value, a person turns into a fallen one. He thought that this function was clearly popular, and the system announced that in fact, when people are angry, they really are like monsters, and the clock is an excellent indicator of this turning point. It was amused by this remark, but distracted, because, having exited the elevator, the protagonist noticed the rest of the team, and Wuzhou, looking around, announced that all the windows were closed and there was pitch darkness around. Turning on the light on his watch, Qingyu frowned and ordered everyone to turn on the light, and Xiaoyi asked to follow the area. Xiaoyi indicated that he heard the order, and activated his ability, saying that there were 6 fallen ones outside the door, and their level was higher than the monster that Qingyu had killed. Xiaoyi's cheeks turned red, and he pointed at himself, wanting to ask something, but before he could say anything, Qingyu waved his hand, ordering him to wait for the order, and drawing his sword, approached the door. The fallen ones behind him, sensing his presence, turned around, and Wu asked if Qingyu was always like this. Shi confirmed it, and although he was the vanguard, he said that Qingyu always rushed forward. Qingyu at this moment entered the room where the fallen ones were, and ran forward at high speed. Shi, meanwhile, asked Wu not to worry, since even if Qingyu really encountered a fallen monster that was too much for him, he would still be safe. Qingyu, at this point, swung his ball and approached one of the monsters, striking it, and when the fallen monster flew back, he jumped to the side, preparing to strike again. Watching him, the system admired his speed, and the protagonist asked if the accompanying power really developed different sides for everyone. Shi explained that the power developed all sides equally, but noted that with each increase in this, a person receives additional abilities that improve their strengths. He could not describe this process, and placing his hand on Wu's shoulder smiled, saying that he himself would understand this when he moved from the first stage to the second. The protagonist smiled easily, and the system understood that everything was simpler than ever, asking if it was true that this was the same as a skill in a computer game. Noticing Qingyu's fighting technique, it assumed that he had developed speed, and then, turning its attention to Shi, it noted that he was clearly improving his attack and health. Following this, the system decided to evaluate Azu, who was standing a little to the side, admitting that he was bored, and the system noticed that he was evenly increasing his attack and speed. After that, it looked at Xiaoyi, who wished Qingyu luck, noticing that his perception and attack had improved. Then the system focused on Shuang, but could not tell what she was improving. According to this assumption, she should be the weakest in the team, but it realized that these were definitely not stats related to squeezing. Astonished by the information received, the system asked, "Is everyone in this team except Shi a psychopath who does not value their lives?" It was certain that there was no sane person here and that they had to run, but Wu only smiled when he heard such threatening words, while Qingyu stopped, lowered his head and declared that everything was ready. He stood surrounded by the corpses of the fallen, and walked past them and headed towards the door, ordering the rest of the team to follow him. As Wu walked past the corpses of the monsters, the system noticed that it was a 3rd-level fallen, declaring that the mutation was a sickle-shaped hand that could cut through metal. These monsters would not be against the opening of the Mantis Fist boxing gym, and the system regretted that such a good martial artist was now lying here guarding the hospital. Continuing to analyze the situation, the system noted that when someone ate the director, these fallen only obeyed Yin's orders, and slightly lowering his head, Wu guessed that these 6 monsters were the gatekeepers of the second building. Calling out to Qingyu, he asked him to wait, and he stopped and turned around, and the protagonist announced that the fallen of the first core were no match for them, and as long as they controlled their emotions, the fallen of the second core could not sense them. The longer they stayed outside the tower, the faster their accompanying power grew, and so he asked why not sit in the first core in that case. With a chuckle, Azu assumed that Wu was really a complete newbie, and explained that the world outside the tower rejected them, so every 4 hours the interference in their body increased. Paying special attention to the words about interference, Wu frowned, asked again, and Qingyu explained that, for example, speed can decrease, feelings can become dull, mood will begin to jump, hallucinations begin, attack weakens, a person is worse at resisting the fallen, begins to be afraid of light or darkness, and so on. He couldn't list all the possible options, and besides, every time he left the tower, he encountered different obstacles. In his mind, the protagonist repeated that every 4 hours there was a random weakening, and that was why they couldn't just stand there and level up. Laughing, the system reminded him that Qingyu had survived alone in the blue zone for 24 days, which meant that he received 6 obstacles every day, which meant that he had received more than 100 weakenings and was still able to fight the fallen. This acknowledged that Qingyu was strong, and as the team continued to fight, the system added that there was a second piece of advice to say, and announced that the team should not try to rush through the second building, since they needed to go down to get the key, otherwise, even after passing the corridor, they would not be able to get into the third building. In addition, it reminded them that the key had been swallowed by some unknown monster, and although they could have won simply by using Qingyu's brute force, the system still suggested that Wu use the comb that was currently in his bag, since he would have received more rewards in that case. At the same time, Ilya, with drool dripping down his chin from his fangs, greeted the team that had entered his domain, and watching them from above, announced that they had entered his arena. At this time, Qingyu and the rest of the team continued walking, and Qingyu used the light from his watch to illuminate the path ahead. Xiaoyi called out to his comrades and asked why it was so dark in here. He suddenly noticed that Qingyu was about to use one thing, and warned Wu to be careful. Qingyu, meanwhile, took out a Gorgon Medusa lantern with a petrification effect, and thanks to it, the corridor was partially illuminated. The system, noticing the lantern, was amazed and exclaimed that Qingyu had a lot of treasures in store. After analyzing the lantern, it estimated the Jilin level to be 4D, and soon fell silent, and Qingyu continued to walk forward, lighting the way for everyone. Wu, slightly lowering his head, followed closely behind, and Shuang, looking around, said that if the corridor was on the upper floor, they did not need to explore the lower floors, since they could go to the third and fourth buildings through this corridor. Wu declared that this was true, but regretfully said that the key to the third building was here, and it was better to be prepared for the fact that further on was no longer a white zone. Shi looked at him and asked how he knew that the key to the third building was here. He understood that caution was good, but he asked, shouldn't he first look at what was ahead? Suddenly stopping, Qingyu said that it was not so, and extended his palm forward, reminding that in order to enter the third building, he had to follow the rule that the location could not be destroyed. Hearing this, the protagonist asked again in confusion, and Qingyu said that the rules outside the tower were very strange, suggesting that Wu should know this. Generally, ordinary locations could be destroyed, but when it came to the location with the key, no matter how high the accompanying force was, it could not be destroyed. Laughing, the system called it an invisible wall, admitting that it was very familiar. The protagonist pressed his lips tighter, and the system suggested that he explore the area ahead later. And suddenly, after pressing the elevator call button several times, Xiaoyi attracted Qingyu's attention and shouted that the elevator button was not working. The system called this place that's under a building because the owner didn't want to install an elevator but pretended to have one. Wu was surprised and asked if it was a fake elevator. After confirming it, the system also asked him to pay attention to the sign above the elevator, and looking up, the protagonist noticed a number written on a spot that covered the wall. The system announced that it was not 19, but 0, and that the team members were on the -1st floor. Although Wu didn't understand anything about feng shui, the system assumed that he would probably understand that this was like the 18 steps of hell, so it would definitely not lead to anything good. But Wu didn't look scared and turned around without saying anything, and the system explained that his destination was at the very bottom of hell, and there was no direct access. The protagonist announced out loud that they would have to go down the stairs, floor by floor, and approach the dark stairs. Gradually, they all started to go down, and when they reached the corridor of the lower floor, one of the team members asked in shock, what was the matter? This question was related to the fact that they could not see further than the stairs, but Chinyu said that the stairs would be on the opposite side, suggesting that this building was designed in such a way that on each floor you need to pass the corridor in order to go further up the stairs. He stopped at the edge of the corridor, shining a flashlight in front of him, and the team members began to rejoice, and suddenly Uza asked that you all waited, and reminded that they went down from the 19th floor, asking how they ended up on the -1st floor? The thing was that he noticed the floor designation on the wall, and when they continued to descend, he noted that there was more than just that, and asked if his comrades noticed anything else. He said that there was no light in this place, and if it weren't for the Chinyu lamp, there would be testing darkness here. Continuing to descend, Uza cried out in displeasure, noticing that the lower they went, the more corpses of the fallen they encountered. The corridors were indeed littered with parts of monster corpses that were torn to shreds, and there were practically no whole bodies. The team members cursed when they noticed this, and one of them admitted that he felt like crazy experiments were being conducted here. Xiaoyi called out to Chinyu with a trembling voice. As soon as they went down, he kept feeling that they were getting closer and closer to the fallen one, and it was the first time he had entered such an atmosphere. He felt afraid, and sure, looking around excitedly, guessed that the target should be lower, and they felt it, which meant that the monster also felt them. Then he suddenly noticed something and looked to the side, and then asked why Wu stopped abruptly. The protagonist, who took the lantern from Chinyu's hands, illuminated the hole in the wall with it, and the system noted that although it was cute, with a camera, Wu would see a more accurate picture, exclaiming that it would be his assistant. The protagonist wondered why the notification appeared so suddenly, and the system said that returning the lost property was a good deed, but asked if Wu was sure he wanted to do this. Remembering the store whose sign he had noticed not long ago, the protagonist thought about the camera and asked himself, could it really help? Opening his bag, he put his hand inside it, and Shuang asked in amazement, what was he looking for in there? Taking out the camera, Wu showed it. Uzu, closing his eyes, called him stupid and asked permission to tell him that the items that can become Jilling are extremely few, so the protagonist can go out of the tower even 100 times but not find even one. That is why he did not need to take so many things with him, because when he has to escape, it is only a burden. Wu just smiled mysteriously, putting the camera to his eyes, and the system wanted to say about the affinity for Jilling, and explained that although the camera has little of this, it can still help the protagonist, and if the device is outside the tower longer, it is possible that it will have new functions. The system asked Wu to silently recite the numbers 202707021411525, and then looked at cell number 12, promising that a surprise would be waiting for him there. It also added that the camera could only be used twice a week, and after thinking about what he heard, Wu realized that this string of numbers meant the year 2027, the 2nd of July, the time 14 hours, 15 minutes and 25 seconds. The camera flashed, and sure, frowning, asked if this really worked. He noted that the protagonist was really lucky, and Uzu, irritated, closed his eyes, asked how a photo would help them. The camera, having taken a picture, began to print it out, and Wu assumed that it was taking pictures from the past. Everyone was amazed to hear this, and the protagonist looked at the image of Ilya, who was looking at the camera with his teeth bared. Chinyu, coming closer, asked if it was possible to find out what this photo was. In response, Wu asked if high-level fallen ones had intelligence. Chinyu explained that some of the monsters retained human characteristics, such as speech, but even fewer creatures, although called fallen, but it would be better to say that they were evolutionaries. Mentally repeating this name, the protagonist lowered his gaze, lifting the photo, and noted that if he was not mistaken, the teenager in this photo was a guard, and if Chinyu was to be believed, there was a high-level fallen one here that they had not met yet. Ilya, meanwhile, smiled and said that he had eaten his opponents, and stretching out his arms, continued to watch the team members, who became wary upon noticing him. Drawing his sword, Chinyu shouted that it was a high-level fallen one and ordered everyone to prepare for battle, then jumped up and swung his sword, but Ilya jumped to the side and avoided the attack. Chinyu was amazed that the monster dodged, and Ilya laughed and invited Chinyu and the others to his arena. He dropped to the floor next to them, asking them to let him entertain them well from now on, and began to hit the floor in front of him. This caused chunks of concrete to crumble and begin to fall down, and noticing this, Shi warned everyone that the floor was collapsing, ordering them to take a step back. Noticing that Wu was standing in front, he told him to be careful, and at that moment the system, noticing that the protagonist, before he could move away, began to fall, dropping the lamp, shouted that they were finished, and added that Wu had no fighting ability at all, confidently declaring that they would die. Qingyu, jumping after the protagonist, extended his hand towards him and shouted for him to grab hold, and soon their palms clasped, and sure the rest of the team, looking after him, shouted Qingyu's name, drawing his attention to themselves. Ilya also froze for a moment and watched as Qingyu and Wu fell down along with the collapsed floor, and the team members only managed to shout their names. Some time later, the system, calling out to the protagonist, asked him to quickly wake up, and asking the god for a blessing, repeated its request for Wu to wake up. While it was talking, he was lying on one of the rubble, and the system irritably noted that at the moment the enemy appeared, he decided to sleep, and asked what was wrong with him. Wu finally woke up and, squinting his eyes and clenching his jaw, raised himself, quietly crying out in pain. Noticing this, the system let out a relieved cry, happy that he had finally woken up, and asked if he realized that he could have become a fallen person if he continued to sleep like this. Qingyu also noticed that Wu had woken up, and turning his head, the protagonist noticed a comrade a little to the side, who was looking around, lighting the way with a lantern he had found. The system noted with disappointment that if Qingyu had not come to Wu's aid, they would have been torn to pieces, and Qingyu meanwhile said that he checked everything around, assuming that this was the very bottom floor, since everything on the top floor was designed differently. It was a very simple, open plan, and there were no structures other than columns. Continuing to look around, he noticed something else, and, drawing Wu's attention to himself, seriously asked him to take a look at it. From his experience, he could tell that there were at least 10 different types of fallen creatures fighting here, but there was not a single scratch on the numbers, as if they had deliberately avoided it. He paid special attention to the number 12, guessing that there was some connection with it. Walking closer to the number painted on the wall, the protagonist and Qingyu stopped to look at it, and the system exclaimed that Qingyu was worthy of the title of captain, as he understood everything very quickly. After admiring his ability, the system announced that this was done by a stubborn boy, who was nicknamed Disciple Number 12, and that was why he liked this number so much. After mentally asking about the 12th disciple, Wu put his hand on his chin, frowning thoughtfully, and then remembered that disciples always resembled their teachers, realizing that this meant that there was also a teacher. Suddenly, the system warned that the ceiling was decrepit and told the protagonist to watch his head. He asked again in confusion and turned around, seeing that a large piece of concrete had fallen from the broken ceiling. Hearing the crash, Qingyu also turned around, then frowned and announced that something had fallen from the upper floor, concluding that the building was not as solid as it seemed. Wu, looking more closely at the fallen object, wondered if it was really a door from the upper floor. After looking at the door, the system began to tell that this was the door to the 17th floor and room number 12. After the person whose memory the system saw absorbed the spider woman from the 16th floor, he could control them with spider threads, and now not only was he the strongest and most complete, but he also owned 23 obedient slaves, who were his trump cards. Therefore, the monster was curious, would the opponents be able to kill all these fallen in a matter of seconds? He also warned that if they could not catch him, he would swallow the key to the third building. Wu closed his eyes and smiled faintly, understanding that if the opponent dared to open up like this, then there was no need to doubt the obvious outcome of the battle. He looked up, raising his head, and realized that this was not just some information contained in the cage, but the thoughts of the fallen who lived at that time. Thinking about number 12, the protagonist narrowed his eyes, remembering the photo he had taken, and decided to summarize the information he had. Closing his eyes, he realized that according to the diary he found earlier, it could be said that the incident at the mental hospital happened in 2026. He thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, noting that at that time, people had not yet entered the tower, and especially paying attention to the fact that Qingyu and many others did not know the history before the tower era. In Wu's imagination, door number 12 on the first floor appeared, and he realized that most of the floors were both prisons and arenas, mentally noting that there were a lot of monsters here before, some of which were created here, and some were brought here by some unknown people and fought fiercely, and only the strongest had the right to go to the next floor. Approaching the door, the protagonist extended his palm, holding the handle of this one, and paying special attention to the fights and monsters, confessed that he felt like this hospital was like this a few years before the tower era. After passing through the door, he saw information about the third floor and number 12, who was eaten by Gru. The premonition of Gru's death was very useful to him. He was going to go up to the fourth floor and hope to meet interesting guys. Noticing the silhouette of the fighting monsters, Wu realized that all these notes confirmed his guesses. After that, walking further, he noticed in his imagination several more doors, learning information about the fourth floor. Number 12 was not going to die, wanting to escape death, but noted that the food on this floor was not tasty at all, and these guys were not worth eating. On the sixth floor, he laughed, because he finally met an interesting opponent, and out of respect for him, he swallowed him whole. Noticing the silhouette of the monster devouring his opponent, Wu paused for a moment, staring at it, and as he continued walking further, information about the ninth floor appeared. Ilya said that there were no more worthy opponents here, noting that the director was afraid of him, the staff was afraid of him too, but he was going to pretend to obey them until he devoured all the monsters. On the 10th floor, number 12 was the strongest, as expected, and on the 13th floor, he began to go further and further from the light, but was getting closer and closer to the truth that his teacher spoke of. Soon, according to his assumption, he should become complete, and when he left here, he would become the teacher's strongest weapon and destroy the tower. However, on the 14th floor, Ilya's mood changed, and he repeated over and over that this was impossible, desperately asking how he could lose. In his opinion, his opponent was just a non-entity who came from the first building, and so he asked how she could be compared to a genius. He screamed desperately and shouted that he had to devour her, and Wu looked down and realized that the turning point had happened on the 14th floor. As he passed through the next door, which led to the 15th floor, he guessed that Ian from the 11th floor of the first building had once been transferred to the second question. He guessed that the hospital was trying to create the ultimate monster, and this 12th disciple had gone all the way to the 14th floor, but was eventually interrupted by Ian, who had been transferred from the first building. Thinking that the fourth building's absolute boss had once defeated the second building's little boss, the protagonist closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked straight ahead with a serious expression, admitting that it was interesting. On the 15th floor, Wu noticed Ilya's thoughts as he counted her hands, and when she counted 8 hands, he realized that there was no end to it, and decided to give up. Understanding that turning negative emotions into hands was one of Yin's moves, Wu noticed that the walls were undamaged, suggesting that the fight was over very quickly. He closed his eyes and chuckled, realizing that this little boss had been turned into an introvert, and he noticed how arrogant Ilya was and how he had become after facing a terrifying opponent. On the 16th floor, Ilya was sure that it was not that he was weak, but that he had not eaten enough food. He remembered that there were many delicacies on the 16th floor, and confidently shouted that by eating these guys, he would be able to defeat his opponent, because his suffering was greater than hers. After learning this, the protagonist called Ilya a narrow-minded sufferer, mentally noting that his thoughts exactly matched his crazy face. Judging from the records of the 17th floor, Ian defeated him the next time, after which his confidence completely collapsed. As Wu walked further, he noticed Ilya leaning over in despair, with his rival towering over him, and realized that Ilya had been left in the second building in the end, while the victorious Ian had probably been moved deeper. He closed his eyes and smiled, realizing that not only had Ian become an inner demon that he could not defeat, but he had also failed to show his teacher what he was capable of. Returning to reality, Wu smiled and caught Qingyu's attention, declaring that he had understood the meaning of the number 12. Qingyu asked again in amazement, and the protagonist explained that this number indicated the number of the fallen one they had just encountered. He asked if Qingyu remembered the photo? Without waiting for an answer, he explained that the guy had become the fallen one they had just met, and he recreated in his mind the image of Ilya turning into a fallen one. After that, he announced that this hospital was studying and creating such high-level fallen ones that fought and ate each other, which is why there were so many corpses on the upper floors. As he was saying this, he moved forward with Qingyu, and waved his hand in front of him, saying that the second building was an arena for weeding out some fallen ones. Frowning, Qingyu asked, "Did this mean that 12 fallen ones were created here?" Wu declared that there were at least 12, but the system, not agreeing with these words, shouted that it would be better to say that the teacher that Ilya admired so much had at least 12 fallen ones. Moreover, this could mean that this teacher was plotting something terrible, but distracted from listening to the words of the system, the protagonist paid attention to the words of Qingyu, who declared that this was bad, since a high-level fallen one was not something that sure and the others could handle. He was sure that they needed to find a way to get back to them, and asked the protagonist to see if there was a way up. But before they could do anything, an energy suddenly appeared above their heads, and Qingyu, sensing this, asked in annoyance, "Did the fallen come out already?" He extended his hand with the lamp to the side, handing it to Wu, and then took his ball, assuming that the return would have to be delayed. While the protagonist was shining the light, Qingyu prepared for battle, noticing two huge fallen advancing towards them ahead. Stepping forward a little, he held his sword out in front of Wu, ordering him to be on guard and not to get too close, but also not to go too far. The protagonist simply stood there with an expressionless expression, and Qingyu warned that he could use the Gorgon Medusa lantern to block the movement of the fallen, but still told Wu not to get his hopes up too much, as the lantern was not particularly effective against high-level fallen. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned in concentration, and the system laughed, noting how Qingyu cared about his subordinates. It added that the lamp really did not work on high-level fallen, explaining that it was a last-ditch weakening at best. Moreover, these fallen were unusual, and the system declared that these monsters could not even be called fallen. As it spoke, one of the monsters approached, entering the range of the lantern, and the system said, to put it simply, these monsters used to be fallen. At this moment, the monster jerked its hand, preparing to attack, and the system emitted a signal, warning that this one had activated the hardening mutation. The fallen one waved his hand and prepared to strike, and just as it was about to lower his hand to destroy Qingyu and Wu with his fist, Qingyu swung his sword several times, cutting the fallen one's hand into several pieces. He jumped to the side, avoiding the falling pieces of flesh, and the system realized that he had activated his talent, the ultimate hotel. Qingyu at this moment continued to attack the fallen one at high speed, running up to it from different sides, and inflicting a large number of wounds. Watching this, the system declared that this was still an ultimate shadow, and noted that, in simple terms, it could be said that with this talent, Qingyu moved so fast that it seemed as if he was splitting into two. Although the fallen one was of a high level, it could not be called an equal opponent for Qingyu. In addition, the system asked the protagonist not to look at him like that just because he had no emotions, since defeating a fallen one is not the same as cutting up a fish. Very soon, when Qingyu stopped attacking, Wu noticed that the fallen one, cut into many pieces, began to fall to the ground, and mentally noted that these were the monsters that Ilya ate. The system chuckled and exclaimed that it was indeed so, and said that these monsters were now nothing more than Ilya's little ones, that is, summoned beasts. However, in response to the surge of emotion, these fallen ones were more like an automatic doll with simple reflexes than fallen ones. After examining the monster, the protagonist asked, "Was it really dissolved?" After confirming this, the system announced that in the end, these fallen ones should not even have a body, since it was just a monster created by Ilya. Wu, listening to the system's words, crouched down, and at that moment, the hand of another fallen one appeared from the shadows behind him. The system asked him to pay attention to the fact that there were 3 monsters here, and suggested that Wu avoid them. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned warily, turned around sharply, and noticed how a monster appeared behind him. At the moment the fallen one struck, he jumped to the side to avoid it, and after moving away a sufficient distance, he extended his hand with a lantern forward, directing the beam at this fallen one. However, despite this, the monster continued to advance, and the system declared that petrification was impossible with this fallen one, and the slowdown had a weak effect. Wu asked, "Did it really not work after all?" The monster struck at this moment, and he dodged, jumping to the side, and at this moment, Qingyu swung his sword, preparing to attack. However, this fallen one had a rare mutation called Danger Sense, and upon sensing the approaching sword, the monster jumped to the side, and Qingyu's sword did not touch it at all. Without attacking right away, the monster jumped to the side, hiding in the shadows, and dissatisfied with what happened, Qingyu said that it was too weak, admitting that he did not expect that there was someone who could hide in the shadows. The protagonist declared that he would think of something to do with this fallen one, and said that the rest of the monsters should be destroyed by Qingyu. Frowning, Qingyu asked if Wu was sure about this. After confirming this, the protagonist admitted that he already had some thoughts on this matter, and at that moment, the monster once again used a rare mutation that allowed it to hide. Meanwhile, the protagonist said, if it was about another fallen one, in this case, he was unarmed. He looked at the monster standing to the side, who raised his hand up, forming a magic portal. This was a rare mutation of space distortion, and Wu knew that he could not cope with it. Qingyu took a fighting stance, and the system, emitting a warning signal, shouted that there was an attack from above, recommending the protagonist to quickly dodge. Raising his head, Qingyu noticed that the monster's hand, crawling out of the portal, was above him from above, and warned Wu about it. Noticing that he did not react in any way, Qingyu grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, pulling him to the side, and the next moment the monster's hand struck the place where they had just stood. Flying to the side, Wu calmly thought that this was another unpleasant ability, and the fallen one meanwhile released several more hands of tendrils, which, disappearing into portals, appeared above Qingyu, who ran forward, getting ready to fight. He dodged all the blows, and jumping up, began to swing his sword, gradually climbing higher along the monster's body and striking it. Reaching one of the monster's eyes, Qingyu looked at it carefully, promising to cut it like the corpses above. He was about to tear the monster into pieces, however, as he struck, the fallen one's body changed, and Qingyu slashed his sword into the void. Squinting his eyes, the fallen one moved to the side thanks to the fluid body mutation. With his ability, Wu frowned, realizing that this monster's weakness was in the central eye, but decided to turn his attention to the next fallen one, assuming that this one was cowardly. Meanwhile, the fallen one, hiding in the shadows, approached the protagonist, and the system warned that he was about to be attacked from behind, recommending that he step aside. Frowning, he only slightly turned his head, noticing that the monster was beginning to manifest, and paying special attention to the fact that it was ignoring Qingyu and attacking him. Wu assumed that there was something about him that was disturbing this monster. As the fallen one struck, the protagonist dodged to the side, and the system cried out in joy, noting that this was expected of this one's partner, as he had figured it out quickly. Having struck, the monster disappeared into the shadows again, moving behind Wu, and he thought that there was simply no other option, which is what monsters are afraid of. The system, understanding what he meant, admitted that he was right, but decided to ask one question and asked how he was going to win. Smiling, Wu called out to Qingyu, drawing his attention to himself, and briefly distracted from the battle, Qingyu turned to the side, and the protagonist, throwing a lamp, shouted that the weak point of the monster Qingyu was fighting was its eyes. Noticing the lamp flying closer, Qingyu was surprised, and Wu looked at him confidently, and at the moment when his comrade, swinging his sword, cut the lamp, a bright flash of light appeared, and the fallen one closed several eyes, and the protagonist noted that Qingyu understood everything correctly. Wu declared that such monsters are most afraid of light, and the most suitable place to hide is the shadow under the lantern. He put his hand in front of him, protecting it from the bright advice, but soon lowered it, looking at how Qingyu stands right in front of the flash of the lantern, because of which a long dark shadow appeared behind his back. 10 minutes ago, on the upper floors, Ilya, swinging her paw, tried to attack Shur, who, clenching his jaws and frowning, put his hand in front of him, accepting the attack on it. Still holding the monster's arm, he called out to Xiaoyi and Shuang, and they ran forward with a frown of concentration to attack in turn. Before he struck, Xiaoyi asked Ilya to look at him and swung his weapon, then, frowning, shouted for it to be taken. However, before his sword fell on Ilya's body, he extended his hand in front of him, which began to morph, growing long plates that began to act as a shield. After hitting this barrier with his weapon several times, Xiaoyi dropped his sword, and Ilya, smiling, promised that he would catch them. He released a web from his body, directing it towards the boys, and Shuang's eyes widened in horror, noticing this. The next moment, suddenly the whip that Uzu was wielding wrapped around her waist, yanking her back, and with a serious frown, Uzu warned his comrades to be careful not to get caught in the web. Xiaoyi, having regained his knife, also jumped to the side, avoiding the web, and, looking at Uzu with an offended expression, accused him of not saving him again. Uzu angrily ordered him to back off, as he was sure that nothing would happen to him anyway. Ilya, meanwhile, once again prepared to attack, abruptly moved, and Uzu froze, his eyes wide in fear when he realized that he was behind him. Having warned the others about this, he turned around sharply, and Ilya swung to attack, but at that moment Shur, jumping closer, swung his hand, on which he put brass knuckles, and frowning and clenching his jaws, dealt a powerful blow to Ilya's paw, from which cracks appeared on it. These cracks were so deep that the paw fell apart into several pieces, and Ilya, baring his fangs, looked at this. Suddenly, his hand began to change, becoming larger and longer, and having swung it sharply, he threw Shur back. He asked, "Do they really want to defeat him, who has become full-fledged?" Noticing that Ilya could alter his body, Uzu prepared his whip and called out to Shur to get his attention, and Shur, realizing what his comrade wanted from him, shouted that he would do it and grabbed Ilya's arm, while Uzu used the whip, the end of which he wrapped around Ilya's arm in another place, and also fixed it. While he and Shur held Ilya's arm, Xiaoyi and Shuang took advantage of the moment to attack and, swinging their weapons at the same time, cut Ilya's limb. Uzu exclaimed that this was excellent, but in the next moment, His eyes suddenly widened in horror, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He cursed, angry at Ilya's regeneration, and warned his comrades that if Ilya was given a little rest, he would immediately recover. The thing was that Ilya's severed arm had already been restored, and Uza warned that if things continued like this, it would last forever. But after repeating the word forever, Ilya smiled and said that it was the wrong word, and smiled, showing his fangs, from which drool began to flow. The back of his body began to crack in the middle, releasing a web, and soon several cocoons flew out with it, and Ilya promised that he would finish off the opponents right now. Frowning, Uza cursed, noting that at this very moment, Qingyu and Wu were not with them. This reaction was caused by the fact that the cocoons that Ilya created began to secrete mucus, along with which the fallen soon fell down. Cursing again, Wuzhou asked where Qingyu and Wu had gone. At this moment, when Qingyu broke the lamp, the second fallen one materialized from the shadows, and sensing this, Qingyu frowned warily, then turned around abruptly, activating the ultimate shadow, and ran forward, drawing his sword from its sheath. He swung the weapon sharply, and then jumped up, returning to the other fallen one, who, noticing him, narrowed his eye, and then opened it wider, understanding the enemy's trajectory. Qingyu suggested trying to hit that eye, and after reaching the right place, he stabbed the sword into it. The system declared that it was a double kill, and shouted that the battle was over, remarking that even Qingyu tried hard, and Wu himself was generally cool. Wu calmly watched as his comrade continued to hold the sword in the monster's body, and then, putting away the weapon, he attracted the protagonist's attention and declared that if he were not here, the other person would not have been able to react in time. Smiling, Wu said that he knew this, and explained that he did so precisely because Qingyu was here. Qingyu did not know how to respond to this, and eventually said that there was something wrong with these fallen, and after these monsters died, no trace remained. The system cried out in delight, noting that this was expected of the captain, since he was also very attentive. Running his foot along the floor and touching the web threads that appeared on it, Qingyu noted that the fallen did not completely turn to dust, since there were still traces similar to webs. Introducing Ilya, he and Wu guessed that it was the ability of the spider-like creature above, as it secreted the web from which these monsters were formed, which could not be called true fallen ones. Qingyu was dissatisfied with how much trouble this was causing, and he noted that if the summoned creatures had such power, then the guys would not be able to handle the fallen one on their own. He was sure that they should hurry up and help them, and at that moment, the remaining members of the team suddenly began to fall from the hole visible in the ceiling, and Wu, raising his head, noticed them. Suddenly, he frowned, pressing his lips tighter, as the system warned him that a level 6 fallen one was rapidly approaching. As the guys gradually fell down, the protagonist said that they had arrived, and Qingyu was very surprised. Xiaoyi, who had managed to look around while falling, frowned and shouted that Qingyu and Wu were below, and called out to Qingyu, trying to get his attention. Noticing his behavior, Shi called out to him, shouting that there was still a fallen ahead, and asked all of his comrades to not relax. Despite the impending danger, Wu stood there with a faint smile, and Qingyu frowned and ran forward, attracting the attention of Uzu and Shi. Uzu understood what his comrade wanted from him and pointed his whip at him, and Qingyu intercepted it, and he, yanking it towards himself, threw it into the air, towards the fallen who had jumped down. When Qingyu was in the air near Shi, he put his hand up, using it as a support, and thanks to this, Qingyu was able to rise even higher. Activating the ability, he drew his sword, and Uzu and Shi soon landed with the rest of his comrades, who were already standing on the ground. Uzu smiled with a determined frown, and Shi announced that he would leave it to Qingyu, and he also smiled. Qingyu, meanwhile, used his sword to swing it sharply, dealing several powerful blows that went towards the fallen who did not have time to react due to how fast the speed was. Moving quickly in the air, he dealt a large number of blows, and Xiaoyi, raising his hands in delight, shouted that he was the strongest. Xuan watched his actions in fascination, and the system, admiring, said that the flawless move that Qingyu just used was his perfect technique, and called it cool. The protagonist smiled faintly, and the system asked if it was true that they were cool too. Soon, having dealt with the monsters, Qingyu clung to the protruding pieces of concrete and, turning over in the air, jumped to the upper floor. Suddenly, he noticed a web around him and remembered that the few younger ones had also dissolved into the material. Suddenly, Ilya appeared behind him, grinning as he realized that Qingyu was the boss of this team. Qingyu frowned warily, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and then, turning sharply, he swung his sword, but Ilya managed to dodge it. Shi warned Qingyu that Ilya was very strong, suggesting that he was at level 5. Ilya, not intending to give up, ran to attack, shouting that weaklings like the other guys were not his enemies, but Qingyu was a completely different matter. However, he was still confident that he was stronger, and began to attack, and Qingyu frowned, analyzing the attacks directed at him. Finally, he kicked off the ground sharply, readying his sword to strike, and the system asked in amazement, who would have thought that Ilya would become so vile? Meanwhile, avoiding Ilya's attacks, Qingyu approached one of his arms, cutting it off with a sharp blow, and the system said that if Ilya's body was dismantled and given to the artist traveling to the west, Wu could make a good profit. This one liked this prospect, and Ilya, despite being badly wounded, smiled and, turning in the direction in which Qingyu ran, grabbed him by the leg, throwing him down. He was pleased with his blow, and the system, having assessed it, listed his mutations, among which were cutting iron, acid corrosion, entangling with webs, penetration of highly toxic substances, stretching of limbs and quick reaction. As Qingyu fell, hitting the floor, blood spurted out of his mouth, and Ilya's body soon began to grow together at the site of the cut, as regeneration was initiated. The system noticed rare mutations among his abilities, such as monstrous strength, limb and block regeneration, as well as perfect mutation, that is, a reaction on the verge of life and death. Rising from the floor, Qingyu swung his sword again, intending to continue the fight, and the system noted that he was still very strong, as he was fighting Ilya on equal terms. Continuing to watch the fight and Qingyu's concentrated expression, the system exclaimed that this was not even true, realizing that Qingyu was gaining the upper hand, as he was too strong. Ilya, meanwhile, laughed, and the system asked, "What does Wu think?" He was wondering if they should rely on Qingyu's strength, and Qingyu at this moment continued to fight, trying to get closer to Ilya from different sides and avoiding his blows. The system warned that if Ilya was killed in some other way, without the help of others, the protagonist would be able to force this arrogant guy to leave one of the talents that he liked. Hearing about the new talent, Wu thought about it and froze for a while, watching as Qingyu again ran towards the laughing Ilya. He delivered attacks one after another, and despite the fact that Qingyu managed to cut off one of his paws from time to time, he still laughed, since his limbs quickly regenerated, and Ilya himself was happy and had not been so happy for a long time. Once again, he threw Qingyu back, and he barely managed to slow down, using his sword as a support. His team members, running closer, worriedly asked if he was okay. Frowning, Qingyu announced that everything was fine and ordered them not to come closer, but before he ran to attack again, Wu stepped forward, calling out to him in order to attract attention. Qingyu turned around in surprise, and the protagonist held out his bag to Shi, and taking it in his hands, he said Wu's name in bewilderment, and he, smiling, promised that he would deal with Ilya on his own. When he asked to let him deal with Ilya, all his team members frowned in bewilderment, asking if he really thought of himself as a hero. They assumed that he was seeking death and overestimating himself, and Ilya, whose limbs had stopped again, covered his face with his palm, and Qingyu, stepping forward, blocked Wu's path, admitting that Uzu was right, and ordered the team to prepare for battle. He warned the protagonist to retreat, but he, coming closer to him, pushed the blade of his sword with his palm and asked him to leave it to him, convincing him that he knew what needed to be done. He warned that the other team members were not talking and turned to the side, seriously asking them to try their best to pretend to be indifferent and cold-blooded. Such words of his again made everyone astonished, and Uzu, with his hands outstretched, asked what he was talking about. Shi asked the rest of his comrades to look at Qingyu's expression and wanted to say something about it, but Qingyu, who was standing there frowning in displeasure, asked irritably what his comrades were looking at. Everyone suddenly began to pretend that they were not looking at him, and excitedly exclaimed that they were not looking at anything. Wu, turning his back on them, ordered them not to attack until the fallen one did so, and Ilya meanwhile chuckled, and at that moment, when the protagonist began to approach him, he began to laugh even harder and, baring his fangs, asked if he would be his next opponent. However, it didn't matter to him, because no matter who came, they were all the same, and everyone who was from the tower was his food. Hearing these words, Wu smiled slightly, not paying attention to the fact that Ilya suddenly approached him. Swinging his claws, he promised that he would eat them all without leaving a trace and plunged 2 sharp claws into the ground very close to the protagonist. The floor cracked, and shards of concrete flew in different directions, and Ilya laughed, reaching out his hand towards Wu and entangling him with it. The protagonist just stood there, not resisting, and then, smiling slightly, announced that he was not from the tower. Ilya froze in shock, the smile disappeared from his face, and Wu asked, did he really not remember? He reminded that Ilya was his most precious complete creation, a great work of art, and the most obedient of all children. So that he had no doubts, he said his name, and, letting him go, Ilya stuttered and wanted to say something, but was unable to say anything. Seeing his shocked state, the protagonist laughed, warning him that he was joking, and asked Ilya not to take it to heart, adding that he was just a loser. Looking closely at him, Ilya asked if this was really his teacher. He did not believe that this was possible, and Wu, closing his eyes, smiled, suggesting that Ilya had not become stupid over the years. This was one of his few advantages, and clutching his head with his hands, Ilya began to repeat over and over that this was impossible. He screamed that the person in front of him was not a teacher, and with each passing moment his despair only increased. He clenched his jaws tighter, drool flowed down his chin, and then he asked if his teacher was alive. Then why didn't he come to him? Hearing Wu call himself a teacher, one of the team members asked again, and drawing Qingyu's attention, noted that the protagonist had said just a few words, but had already made Ilya go crazy. Wuzhou was shocked by what he had noticed, but did not have time to say anything, as Qingyu, looking at him seriously, frowned, admitting that it was unclear, but assumed that Wu had obtained valuable information in that room. However, he was curious about what happened with the Black Hands back then, and while he was trying to find an answer to this question, the protagonist, coming closer to Ilya, put his palm on his claws and pitted him, asking if he really thought that his teacher had died, and that was why he had not come to see him. He assumed that he should have checked on him, but realized that by doing so, he would have reminded himself that he was an even bigger loser than the people in the hospital, since they had created a flawless blank. He approached him, exclaiming that he was a complete failure, and worse than a blank. Clenching his jaw, Ilya could not hold back his tears, and Wu, looming over him, said his name, confessing that he could not come to terms with the fact that such a disgrace as him existed in his life. Unable to contain his despair, Ilya began to pound the floor with his claws and deny what he had heard, screaming that it was not true. He bent low, covering his ears with his hands, and at that moment, while the protagonist indifferently watched his suffering, he exclaimed that he was his best work. Wu mentally noted that he had successfully demoralized, and the system, noticing that he was pressing a sore spot, exclaimed that the protagonist simply had a terrible character. Turning his back on Ilya, Wu moved a little to the side and asked if he knew why he had placed him here. He explained that he did so because there were those who could refine him, but he had disappointed him. As he said this, the protagonist slightly turned towards Ilya, who was in despair, and said that he was afraid of meeting his opponent from the fourth corps. Imagining Yin's silhouette, Ilya only cried harder, and Wu said that in the end, he had to deal with the consequences, declaring that Ilya was not only worthless, but also troublesome. Xiaoyi, watching this, asked if the protagonist was really exploring this area for the first time like them. Smiling, he remarked that he understood the essence of this fallen one well, admitting that it felt like he could see right through everything. Hitting his forehead with his fist several times, Wuzhou closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and asked Xiaoyi to wait, as there was too much information and he wanted to give himself time to think. Xiaoyi said that these were all miracles, and Wu, frowning seriously, continued to speak, noting that over the years, Ilya's failures had greatly damaged his reputation, since the tower was still standing, and he himself had created many children similar to Ilya, who were much better than him and fulfilled the necessary requirements. Ilya, listening to all these words, bowed down, holding his head in his hands, and Wu, calling his number several times, cruelly said that only he was his only shame, and frowned. Ilya screamed, asking him for forgiveness, wanting him to give him another chance. He did not believe that he was a loser, and the system asked the protagonist to stop, since it noticed that Ilya's childish heart was broken. It felt sorry for him, but it was also curious how Wu managed to imitate the character of the so-called teacher so accurately. The thing was that they had no information about this teacher, and the protagonist replied that he was just imitating his father. Realizing this, the system did not immediately find what to say, and in the end simply apologized, but Wu said that there was nothing to worry about, explaining that from the inscription on the previous door, he learned that Ilya was arrogant by nature, had low self-esteem, was a loyal dog, and suffered from a lack of love. In the notes on the 9th or 13th floors, he mentioned the hospital staff and the teacher, and pretended to obey the hospital, but fanatically idolized the teacher and directly said that he wanted to be his weapon. The system asked, did Wu really feel that the fallen in this hospital were divided into two blocks? The protagonist confirmed this assumption and announced that on one side there was the 9th mental hospital, and on the other side there was a mysterious teacher who had arranged everything so that Ilya would end up here, since he had certain abilities that allowed him to become stronger by absorbing other fallen. That is why the mysterious teacher's goal was to pass Ilya off as a fallen who was subservient to the hospital staff and force him to evolve by eating the local fallen. However, the hospital created an even more terrifying monster, that is, a little girl from the 11th floor. Ilya lost 3 times, and Wu assumed that he had admitted that he was a loser. He had a premonition that he would definitely meet this teacher in one of the zones, assuming that this was a truly evil creature. Taking a comb out of his pocket, he quietly said that it was time to finish, and Ilya, noticing this comb in his hands, recognized this and exclaimed that the protagonist had really killed Dean. With a chuckle, Wu attracted Ilya's attention and, smirking, said that the plan to realize the full-fledged beings failed because of him, but convinced him that he had never forgotten him. He asked him to look at what he had come to him and suggested that Ilya would not let him down a second time. Ilya, lengthening his body so that he could crawl forward, began to approach Wu using his arms and desperately asked him to give him another chance. He repeated his request several times and promised that he would definitely complete his task and not let him down again. He was indeed going to do so, and the protagonist, coming out to meet him, said that he was an integral part of the plan to create a full-fledged being and suggested that he knew that half the value of the works of art displayed in museums lies in the craftsmanship, and the other half lies in the history of the work. Kneeling down next to Ilya, Wu brushed his hair and said that the last part of this price could make the work of art eternal, and he wanted to give Ilya such an eternity. Continuing to brush his hair, he said that the other fallen became part of Ilya so that he would come closer to completeness, and expressed his hope that he too could become part of Wu and be with him forever. Ilya, with large streams of tears running down his cheeks, raised his head, looking at the protagonist with hope, and Wu said that his body would live with him forever, but first it must be separated from Ilya's will. Ilya, smiling, agreed with this and asked what he needed to do. Leaning closer to him, the protagonist quietly said the necessary conditions, and Ilya froze in shock, listening attentively. After finishing speaking, Wu pulled the still stunned Ilya close to him, hugging him and smirking, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ilya, looking straight ahead, continued to cry, but did not object, and when the protagonist released him, moving away, he returned to his original place, pulling his body back. Noticing this, Wu turned away, starting to move away, and Ilya's body suddenly began to emit magical energy. He lowered his head, stretching his arms down, and suddenly several large hands appeared from his back, and when it began to increase in size, Ilya straightened up, raising his head up. He laughed, tears continued to flow from his eyes, and the hands he created suddenly pierced his body, starting to tear it apart. He raised 2 hands up, laughing triumphantly, and all of the team members froze, watching this in shock. They were confused by what they had noticed and assumed it was suicide. While Qingyu, Shuang, and Xiaoyi seemed calmer, Shi and Wuzhou did not hide their amazement and stood there with their mouths slightly open in shock. Finally, when Ilya fell, surrounded by the slime that had spilled out of his body, the system announced that a successful assassination had been accomplished, and thanks to this, Wu had obtained the number 76 talent, called Tao Tai. Thanks to this, when absorbing an opponent, the owner of the talent would gain some of their characteristics. Not paying attention to what was happening behind him, the protagonist simply walked away, frowning in concentration, while Ilya's body lay motionless behind him. The system also asked permission to say that the key was inside Ilya, so Wu should take it out before going to the 3rd building. Without answering, the protagonist approached the team, and Uzu, putting the palm of one hand to his forehead, extended his other hand forward and asked the protagonist to wait, asking what was going on. He cursed, not understanding why Ilya committed suicide, and besides that, he was wondering what kind of plan the full-fledged ones had and who the teacher was. Qingyu, frowning, added that any dialogue should be based on some information, and asked when Wu received the necessary information. Shrugging his shoulders, the protagonist shook his head, reminding that he had already said that he would only explain everything once, and asked that his comrades in the future simply believe what he says and not ask anything, since as teammates, they must trust each other. Shi wanted to say something in response, but did not finish his original thought, and grinning, closed his eyes, admitting that this was the first time he saw a fallen one commit suicide. This was something new to him, and Xiaoyi's eyes widened as he asked if it was because the fallen ones they had encountered before were just predators. Uzu warned him against treating a fallen one like a human, explaining that this was the lesson of countless investigations conducted in the tower over the past 700 years. Wu mentally repeated this rule as he took his bag from Shi, which he had slung over his shoulder. He frowned slightly as he thought about this, but he soon became distracted and pointed his thumb behind him, drawing Shure's attention to himself and telling him that the key was in Ilya's stomach, suggesting that only he was qualified for this job. However, Shure smiled and walked over to Azu, placing his hands on his shoulders, and realized that Wu knew nothing since he was new here. He explained that this job was just for Azu, and he, who had been standing with his arms crossed over his chest and his lips pressed tightly together in displeasure, soon took out a strip of cloth from his jacket pocket with knives of various shapes attached to it. He smiled slightly as he looked at it, and the system was amazed that it had noticed so many knives for dismemberment. It added that dismemberment was an art, so it asked Wu not to think that a chainsaw would be enough, unless the person liked fountains of blood. At this moment Azu, taking out one of the knives, approached Ilya and, sharply waving his hand, began to cut his body into pieces. Meanwhile, the system explained that these knives allowed a corpse to be delicately dismembered, as if the person was in a professional's kitchen. After watching Azu work for a while, the system suddenly laughed, noting that he was a little unlucky, since these knives were not jailing. After that, the system suggested going back to the key that would help him move on to the next level, as it assumed that Wu would be curious about whether all doors in this world necessarily needed keys. This advised him to use his brain, because then he would find the answer. The protagonist, who had also been watching Wu Zhou's actions closely, thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked what the system meant. This reminded him that what happened in this hospital happened before the Tower Era, and Wu frowned and repeated this to himself, remembering that before the Tower Era, the outside world was different. He realized that before this era, the hospital was still a hospital, but now it was just another location outside the tower. Qingyu once said that locations cannot be destroyed, and so now it seemed to the protagonist that the world outside the tower was limited by some serious rules, and so after 700 years, all the buildings and sewers were still preserved in the city, and even after 700 years, the Fallen did not destroy this building in this hospital, and some doors in this world cannot be opened by force, so a key is needed. The system cried out joyfully, showing that Wu was right, and at about the same time, Azu, wiping the blade of one of his knives with a clean rag, announced that everything was ready, and said that he was finally finished. Next to him lay the severed body parts and internal organs of Ilya, and looking at this, the system admired, announcing that it recognized Azu, whom it mockingly called a sister, on the other hand. In the opinion of the system, this was 1-to-1, like the murders of that perverted artist that Wu had seen before. Pleased with his remark, it laughed, and Wu Zhou, hanging the key on his finger, showed it, and announcing that he had taken it out, asked them to go. In no time, they arrived at the air corridor of Building 2, and Wu, who was following his comrades, thought, according to what Mu had said, the owner of the 75th talent had not been heard from since he was taken to the 6th floor. The Taotai that the protagonist had recently acquired was the 76th talent, and he also had the 24th talent. He supposed that it was best not to tell anyone about this, and noticing that he had fallen behind and was walking with a slight frown, Qingyu turned in his direction and asked what was wrong. He wondered what he was thinking about, and Wu said that he was simply wondering why the Fallen did not leave this building. He assumed that if they could enter whenever they wanted, then there should be no problem leaving, but Qingyu admitted that no one knew the answer to that question, since at least in current research, there was no mention of large-scale migrations of the Fallen from one area to another. That was why Qingyu assumed that they could temporarily treat it as some kind of binding, and as Wu mentally repeated the word binding, he put his hand to his chin, assuming that this explained why Ilya had left. It meant that the location could not be destroyed, and the creatures inside could not change such a location. Qingyu, meanwhile, continued speaking, noting that since this binding was not supported by evidence, it could not be considered a strict law, but warned that outside the tower, the rest of the team should be very careful with it. Suddenly, Xiaoyi, with his eyes widened and even his collar slightly open in surprise, attracted Qingyu's attention and said that he felt that there were no Fallen in the third building, so he could safely go further. Wu put his hand on his chin, thinking about these words, and Qingyu, frowning in concentration, asked what he thought about this. The system said that out of all the buildings in the hospital, only this one had people, but they all died and left many boring records. However, it also warned that Ian had paid attention to the protagonist, and therefore left some hints in the third building. Hearing about the hints, Wu smiled slightly, and the system warned that he had already obtained the talent, so it was okay to leave, and in this way, at least he would not die. However, it suddenly asked hesitantly, did he really plan to go further? It asked Wu not to choose this option, but he, smiling wider, closed his eyes, telling Qingyu to open the door. The system called out to him, but he did not pay attention to it, and Azu, who still had the key, went to the door and, inserting it into the keyhole, turned it several times, opening the lock. Finally, he opened the door, and everyone froze warily, looking into the opening. Soon they moved to the air corridor, noticing a sign that said entry is prohibited, and the system reminded them that it said you can't choose this, noting that it says entry is prohibited. However, in parentheses, the system also added that this could be read as a welcome, and hoped that the team members would abide by the rules as well-mannered, decent, and mature people. As the team members continued to walk forward, the system called out to Wu, asking him not to do this, but realized that he was determined to do so. Asking for help, it asked why it had met such a stupid person. The system was upset that he had dragged it into what was happening, but distracted from its regret, it said that the first choice that Ian had left for the protagonist was here, warning that this building was filled with her grievances. It also asked Wu not to think that this was as trivial as the first building. He raised his head, looking around, and the system decided to give him a hint, advising him to go to the third floor first, and warning that it would be up to him from there. At this time, the team members had already approached the elevator, but someone suddenly shouted that it was not working. The system told Wu to keep an eye on his friends, because if they got lost on this floor, they would not be able to return. The protagonist, thinking, mentally noted that Qingyu was strong enough, but they needed a teleportation disc to return, and if it was not there, then naturally they would not be able to return. He assumed that Ian would not get out of the fourth building now, and realized that he most likely guessed about her techniques. The elevator still worked, and entering inside, he pressed the button for the third floor. The team members looked at him in surprise, and Wu Zhou asked why he chose the third floor. Wu announced that the clues would be on this floor, and Qingyu, frowning, seriously said that this was not a conclusion that could be reached through reasoning, assuming that Wu had already been here. He demanded an explanation, and the protagonist sighed, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and admitted that he did not like explanations. However, since Qingyu sincerely asked, he decided to tell, and announced that when they were on the 11th floor of the first building, the team members heard the call of the fallen, which affected their emotions, and Wu himself went to look for the source and entered that room in the corner. The team members, hearing his story, remembered the room and asked why he thought that this room was the source. He guessed that because his emotions were at zero, he heard a voice different from the one the other guys heard, and raised his hand, pointing to his watch, and Shuang, unable to contain her emotions, cursed and asked if his was really zero. Azu and Shur just frowned, their mouths slightly open, and Xiaoyi, clenching his fists and blushing with excitement, asked if Wu was really that cool. Qingyu, with his lips pressed tighter and his brow furrowed, finally asked what the protagonist found in that room. Wu showed 3 fingers and announced that he had found a quest with 3 options, among which were a key, a diary, and a comb. He had heard the voice of the fallen one, and he had to choose 2 things out of 3, and he chose the diary and the comb, and Azu, with a frown, asked why he didn't take the key. In addition, he wondered why it was impossible to choose all the options, and the protagonist, with his eyes closed, shook his finger from side to side, explaining that it was impossible to do such a thing, since the moment a person made a choice, the rest would disappear. He also decided to tell the reason why he didn't choose the key, and said that it was suitable for a certain lock, and everything that was locked outside the tower, whether it was a good thing or not, contained a threat. Qingyu guessed that everything Wu learned later was written in the diary, and after confirming this, he said that there were many things written there, such as the layout of the second building and some things about the third building. That was why he knew what to talk about with Ilya, since he learned about all of this from the diary. Everyone was even more shocked, and Qingyu, continuing to watch Wu intently, asked what about the diary? The protagonist extended his palm forward, blew on it slightly, and explained that the diary disappeared after he finished reading it. Only a comb remained, but the protagonist warned that this would also disappear after the mission was completed. Azu suddenly approached him, frowned, asking him to wait, and remembering that he had not been in this room for long, he asked if Wu really remembered everything? The protagonist tilted his head slightly and smiled, saying that it was indeed so, and said that if he remembered correctly, their team was considered elite, so he asked if photographic memory was not a common thing for their team. Hearing this question, all the guys froze awkwardly, not knowing what to answer. Finally, the elevator reached the 3rd floor, and as he walked out into the corridor, Qingyu cautiously asked what else was in this diary. Wu simply said that the clue was on the 3rd floor, so they should start searching from there, ordering the others to follow him and not fall behind. Qingyu asked if that was all. Wu did not answer, and the system realized that this was part of the tactics, and the protagonist finally said that of course there was nothing else, and warned that there was other information, but noted that he would tell it when it was necessary to use this information. As he spoke, he stepped forward a little, but stopped, turning to look at the rest of his comrades, and said that, in addition to this, everyone in the team should have their own positions, and everyone should fulfill their duties. Putting a finger to his cheek, he said that his position was the eyes, that is, the observer, so he asked that the others not doubt his words. The habit of explaining everything was certainly a good one, but Wu was sure that this did not apply to a team in which everyone trusted each other with their lives. He warned that if they eliminated their doubts, they would increase the team's efficiency. At this moment, Shuang suddenly heard someone's voice calling out to her, happy that she had come here. The voice also warned that it was behind her, and admitted that it missed her. Shuang quickly turned around and asked who it was. She simply stared at the closed elevator doors for a while, and then, closing her eyes, assumed that it was an illusion. She turned back, but suddenly froze, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open in horror, and her face was covered in sweat. This reaction was caused by her noticing that she was standing in an empty corridor, and while getting into a fighting stance, she tried to call out to Qingyu and asked where he and the others were. Suddenly, the walls of the corridor began to deform, and a dark fog appeared around, and a voice laughed, attracting Shuang's attention, suggesting that she came to play with it. The black smoke only increased, and it began to approach Shuang, who, desperately clenching her jaw, asked herself, could she really not move? Suddenly, she grabbed her neck with her hands, realizing that she could not breathe, and frowned, closing her eyes. She asked for someone to save her, and at that moment, someone reached out a hand to her. It was Qingyu who placed his hand on Shuang's shoulder and ordered her to calm down. She stood there with her eyes wide open in terror, her mouth slightly open, breathing heavily. Hearing Qingyu's voice, she turned around, looking at him in fear, and said that she heard something. He ordered her to take a deep breath, and after explaining that there was no sound, advised her to suppress her emotions. Turning to the rest of the team, he warned them to immediately report it if they heard a voice, assuming that it might be some kind of spiritual attack. The other team members were also in a depressed state, with Azur frowning and Sher clutching his head with his eyes closed. Wu agreed that Qingyu was right, and said that this place was too close to the lair of the fallen. He also warned that Yin had many moves, not just her arms like the first core. Looking around, he suddenly noticed an archive room, the door to which was slightly open. He ordered that the rest of the guys should not read anything, because otherwise the patient's data would be downloaded into their memories, and they would feel their experiences. He went inside, and the others followed him, and Sher guessed that this building was the most dangerous. If they did not have the information that the protagonists read, they would start reading all this, and it would be bad, and he understood this. The system, grinning, said in the meantime that many experiments on the fallen were listed here, but it was better not to open it, since he'd added some material to these books. Listening to what the system said, Wu looked at the rows of books and documents standing on the shelves, and the system explained that if he started looking through the archives, he would feel the pain of the experimental subjects, and asked if he thought Yin had used her powers in the wrong place. In this opinion, books written in human blood would be useful for Japanese films. The system gave the event a rating of 1 out of 1,000, and suddenly, attracting Wu's attention, Qingyu, coming closer, asked whether it was necessary to read these documents. The protagonist explained that this was also part of the story, and although it was a small study, the hospital did study the fallen, so even if it didn't say where the fallen came from, he assumed that the records could contain research on some of the fallen's characteristics. He walked over to one of the bookcases, and Xiaoyi asked what they should do. He noted that the diary said that a clue could be found on the 3rd floor, but reminded them not to read anything. Wuzhou smiled and placed his elbow on Xiaoyi's shoulder, declaring that only the bravest, most heartless, and most spineless could read these medical records. He remembered that just recently, someone had bragged about having a score of 0, and he mockingly asked who that person was. Wu stood there for a while without answering, and then picked up one of the journals from the shelf and told the others to just stand there and not move. He announced that he would be reading the archives, and ordered that if the other guys heard any noise, they should be prepared to remain as calm as possible. Opening the journal, he read that the entry was dated July 7, 2025. The one who left the entry announced that there was a small problem in the experiment to exchange Ding Jiu's serum with Bai Lu, and Dr. Lu and the author of the note decided to secretly seek help. When Wu read this, the space around him began to change, but he ignored it and continued reading. Although the director had strictly forbidden the doctors to seek help from that person, They all knew that his progress in studying the fallen was far ahead of theirs. It wasn't long before the protagonist found himself in a hospital room, and the doctor who wrote the note noted that before that, he should strengthen Gio a little so that the person would look at him with admiration. Taking the medicine and syringe in his hands, the doctor walked towards Gio, drawing the medicine into the syringe, and taking the patient's hand, began to inject the medicine into his vein. Wu wondered if this was the subject's memory. He noticed that the doctor, after finishing injecting the medicine, took a flashlight and began to shine it into Gio's eyes, using his fingers to spread his eyelids. The protagonist felt sorry that he could not feel the emotions of this fallen one, and that was why the information he could get was very limited. After that, he began to see what happened on April 9, 2025, and by this time, Gio had been transferred to a fenced-off room. The doctor who was watching him wanted to use his formula to give Gio Bingxi's sense of smell before meeting another person. However, the blood serum had caused the scales to grow, and as he watched Gio sit there, ripping the scales off his skin with his hands, the doctor realized that all his conclusions had been wrong, as the mutations of the fallen had no rules and were uncontrollable. He did not understand what kind of force made people turn into the fallen, and continuing to think, he turned his back to the bars. Wu assumed that Ilya's mutations were caused by the same method that caused these scales to appear. Gio, meanwhile, began to rip the scales off his skin faster, and from this, blood spurted out, and the protagonist, frowning, shouted, asking Gio not to rip it out, and asked what he was doing. Trying to dissuade him, he said that in their country they were proud of having scales, so without them, he would not be able to find a mate. However, Gio did not hear him as he continued to do his own thing, and Wu realized that it was useless to dissuade him. Looking at Gio's sad look, he assumed that his voice could not be heard in this space. At this moment, in reality, someone snapped his fingers several times right in front of the protagonist's eyes, trying to call out to him. It was Sure, who stretched out his arms to the side, realizing that Wu really did not hear anything. Azu, who had been standing on the other side of the room, came closer and crossing his arms, admitted that Wu was quite interesting, and asked where Qingyu found him. Qingyu did not answer right away and thoughtfully looked at the protagonist for a while, who continued to study the diary, from the pages of which curls of dark smoke rose into the air. In the end, Qingyu asked if his comrades remembered the slave from the survival game case. Someone remembered that this was the game that the aristocrats had arbitrarily organized, and that the interrogation team was still investigating the matter at the time. Despite what was happening, Wu's watch still showed 0, and Qingyu, confirming what he had heard from his comrades, said that the protagonist was that slave. The amount of smoke emitted by the pages increased, and it enveloped Wu even more, and all the team members asked again in shock. Qingyu added that, moreover, this was the first time the protagonist had gone outside the tower, and their current mission was the second time. Wi survived alone in the blue zone, having stayed there for 2 hours, and mentally replaying that location in his mind, Qingyu declared that this was an extreme temperature zone. Sure frowned, shocked, repeating the information about extreme temperatures, and asked, was it really the first time Wu had stayed there for 2 hours? Qingyu added that, moreover, in order for him to die quickly and make the game seem more interesting, someone sent a hitman there to kill the protagonist, but the hitman was offended by the words that Wu spoke, and thus he was killed by the fallen one who smelled his scent. Then the protagonist found the teleportation disc and returned to the tower, and that was where Qingyu found him. Azu frowned, pointed his finger at Wu and, asking his comrades to wait, said that before killing the hitman, the fallen one did not sense the protagonist, reminding them that this was an area of extreme temperature. He was sure that this was not the same as this hospital, and asked how a normal person could react to what was happening like this. Shuang frowned and thoughtfully noted that Wu survived in such an environment and maintained absolute composure, and this allowed her to conclude that the protagonist lacked certain emotions. As Wu continued to study the diary, she and her companions assumed that this was the most reasonable explanation. After saying this, she froze, looking at the protagonist, and Azu, with his eyes closed, said that he did not care about it, noting that the main thing was that Wu could become their weapon, as long as it was not antisocial behavior. Sure, holding his chin with his hand, assumed that the aristocrats would not cause trouble, and asked how Qingyu knew the location of Wu's return. As far as he remembered, the gambling house on the 4th floor had been looking for the protagonist for a very long time, but they still had not found any clues. Qingyu explained that a woman called him then and told him something, and told him to get ahead of those people from the gambling house and save Wu first. Everyone was surprised and asked again, and at that moment, the protagonist frowned, suddenly realizing that his consciousness had returned. However, He did not move yet, and heard Qingyu say that this matter was still under investigation and they did not know the main thing yet. They were sure that the woman was from the 3rd floor and was at least an aristocrat. Once they returned to the tower, he was going to ask Wu about it, but someone cried out in displeasure and asked what he could become. The protagonist was surprised to hear them discussing him, and Qingyu meanwhile said that it was not just a lack of emotions, since that alone was not enough to survive in extreme temperatures. In addition, one had to be able to use the environment and find a suitable way to fight, and Qingyu explained that this was what attracted him to Wu. Xiaoyi, crossing his arms over his chest, smiled coldly in agreement, and admitted that he also realized that the protagonist, like him, was more interested in the fallen. Uzi frowned and pointed his finger at Xiaoyi and shouted that it was not so, calling him a complete scoundrel who only wanted to kill and also used enthusiasm to suppress fear, while Wu did not feel fear at all and only felt interest. At this moment, the protagonist continued to stand, and sure, holding his chin in his hand, asked what if that woman came back and demanded that Wu be handed over to her. He was wondering what they would have to do, and Qingyu frowned and crossed his arms over his chest, seriously declaring that no one could take his people. This made the protagonist smile slightly, and the system laughed, calling him shameless, since he had already woken up and was now eavesdropping. And although the team members were not completely normal, the system assumed that freaks also had their own charm. In the end, Wu, drawing attention to himself, slammed the book shut, and then, looking at Qingyu, asked how much time had passed. Sure, hearing him, waved his hand in greeting, shouting his name. Uzi turned away, Xiaoyi smiled with his hands clasped behind his neck, and Shuang simply frowned, while Qingyu, slightly narrowing his eyes, announced that 40 minutes had passed, and asked if the protagonist had learned anything. Wu, looking at the magazine, said that he had learned a little, but warned that these were minor details and that the key information was still missing. He decided to continue reading and asked his companions to wait a little longer. As he picked up a new book, the space around him changed again, and Wu was transported to the events of February 6, 2027. At this time, the Chinese New Year had arrived, and the doctor wrote in his notes that the plan to transform the tentacle fingers was almost complete, so they would move on to the experimental stage very soon. Jiu sat in the center of a huge empty room, entangled in chains, and the protagonist decided to investigate a little, noticing that the hospital records were kept from 2023 to the era of the tower. At this time, the Fallen had already appeared in the city and beyond, and the hospital was researching the Fallen and their mutations in order to create a Fallen that could be controlled. The doctor continued to think, noticing that the monsters around the city were mutating more and more, so they needed to hurry. If that person was right, they still had a year before this world was completely overrun by monsters, and after learning this, Wu also remembered that several hospital records mentioned a mysterious being. He guessed that this person had deep knowledge, which allowed him to solve quite a few of the hospital staff's problems. The protagonist guessed that this was Teacher Ilya, and looked closely at Gio, who had developed thorny growths on his arms. The doctor, meanwhile, thought about the tower, realizing that he had never seen the tower that the other person was talking about. Wu realized that the tall tower had not yet appeared, but he remembered that Ilya had mentioned a tower before, meaning that they were talking about different towers. The tower that people were surviving in today was huge, so it couldn't just appear out of thin air. As Wu continued to ponder this, he looked at Gio. The veins on his face were bulging. He sat with his head down and sweat running down his face, and the protagonist wondered where the fallen ones came from. Besides that, he wondered how people got into the tower. At this time, the patient seemed to be surrounded by red smoke, and Wu realized that this was all a mystery for now, assuming that this document did not contain any useful information. He decided that he would go and look at the next document, and the next moment, Ian suddenly appeared in the room and walked up to Gio, remaining behind him. Gio froze, his eyes widening, and Wu wondered if he could not go back. He found himself in Gio's body, assuming that he was tracked, and looking at his trembling, mutilated hands, he realized that he was now completely incapacitated. Ian, smiling, asked why a man without scales could not find a girlfriend. She stood there waiting for an answer, but Wu did not answer right away, but finally, with a sigh, admitted that he had lied. He admitted that he simply thought that Gio did not need to suffer so much just because she had grown scales. In his mind, he assumed that Ian had heard everything he said in the memories of the other fallen, and Ian, meanwhile, declared that he was lying. The protagonist asked if she really thought that he would lie in such a disadvantageous situation. He said his name and asked Ian what her name was. She shouted that he was lying, and Wu thought that on the outside she was a harmless little girl, but inside she held a lot of anger and resentment. He was sure that he had to find a reason, and assumed that he needed to pretend to be weak. He raised his trembling hands, saying that he was not lying, and although it was not at all what the doctors expected, when faced with danger, Gio could probably live longer than others thanks to these scales. If turning into a freak was irreversible, then Wu supposed that he had to at least turn into something that was not the weakest. If he wanted to find the reason for Yin's anger, he himself had to become a poor thing, since she was just a little girl who was often tortured by humans, and eventually turned into a fallen one with such great resentment. He knew that she could not be deceived by her appearance, and guessed that she was one of those high-level fallen ones that even Qingyu would have to fight with all his strength. In the archive of the third building, all these records were drawn into memories, because she wanted to make the reader feel all the pain of the test subjects. He said that she left him a task with a choice, that is, a key, a diary, and a comb, and announced that he chose the comb, but asked if it was true that in reality it never existed? In his mind, the silhouette of the comb was engulfed in flames, and Ian was silent for a while, and the entire room seemed to start shaking. In addition, the room in reality began to shake, and the members of Qingyu's team asked in amazement, what was going on? Qingyu realized that it was all Wu, and, noticing that the smoke around him had become darker, acquiring an even shade of red, he assumed that he had gotten to the bottom of it. Coming closer to him, Ian meanwhile asked why he chose the comb. The protagonist admitted that it was just a hunch, suggesting that the key belonged to the client in whom Ian was kept. The diary could have belonged to the hospital staff who caused her all this suffering, and therefore these items brought up not the most pleasant memories. Ian froze, while in Wu's mind the key and the diary dissolved into dark smoke. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself added that it was not only the process of elimination that helped, since the comb was not an instrument of torture, and it was impossible to cause pain with it. Mentally returning to a while ago, when he was standing in the room, he said that he saw a large number of syringes, a camera on the wall, another cage and shackles, so the comb clearly did not fit into this picture. Looking down, he noticed that it still rather emanated tenderness, suggesting that the comb did not exist in that particular room. He thought that when Ian was a child, there was a person who loved her, and this person gently combed her hair and also took care of her all the time. When Wu said this, Ian imagined how, as a very little girl, she sat on a chair while her grandmother combed her hair. She smiled, and the protagonist noticed that the person he was talking about loved Ian as well. Wu and Ian found themselves in another space, watching Ian's grandmother combing her hair, and Wu said that when people encounter something they can neither hide from nor escape from, they return to such warm memories. That was why he thought that this could be a symbol of Yin's tenacity, and although he did not know what she had gone through, however, after going through the memories of the patients in those hospital records, he was sure that it was inhuman torture. Yin next to him was silent, her head lowered, and she clutched the fabric of her dress in her palms. The protagonist assumed that she was in despair, and, looking at the calmly smiling grandmother, noted that she missed the person who combed her hair, but she did not appear, and in this hospital there were no such people either, so here there were only monsters and people even more cruel than monsters. Yin, whose eyes had become very sad, quietly said that Wu was lying, and he asked her in confusion, assuming that she thought he was just trying to survive and was afraid of her, and that he assumed that everything he had just said was a lie. He raised his head and looked up, noting that it was unlikely that humans would treat the fallen the same way he did now. He assured her that he did not fear her or hate her, but she continued to stand there with her head down and remained silent, so Wu continued to speak, telling her that he had not come here to kill Yin, but to find out the truth about what had happened in the past. He noted that she herself could sense that he was not afraid, and, intrigued, she turned to the side, looking at him. The protagonist assumed that she did not know that humans now lived in the tower, and it was extremely difficult for them to survive outside of it. However, Wu had recently been thrown outside of the tower, and while he was telling this, Yin, from whom a dark fog began to emerge, walked forward, and he continued, noting that the temperature in that place reached 70 degrees, and he did not die for two, and assumed that if he died, he would become like Yin. He promised that he would not resist if she thought that he was the same as the others and wanted to kill her, but at least asked that she let him die in clarity. The picture that the protagonist and Yin had seen before began to disappear, and they gradually moved to another space. Yin's body completely disappeared into the dark fog, and Wu said his name and asked if he could ask her a few questions. When the smoke cleared, Yin looked more mature and turning to the protagonist said her name, and he, smiling slightly, realized that little by little she was beginning to trust him, so at least she would not kill him on the spot. She turned away again, and he noticed a pattern on her neck, and then asked out loud, where did this pattern on her neck come from? Remembering Ilya, he said that in the second building he saw a person with the same pattern, and Ian, looking at him, smiled and asked, is it really so? She assumed that Wu wanted to know why she did not kill Ilya, and also about what happened to the others. The protagonist nodded, confirming her assumption, and she was silent for a while, and then said seriously that he would be afraid of her. Frowning, she promised that she would prove that all his words were lies, since he was lying to her. She was sure that he was not afraid of her only because he had not yet seen the real her, but Wu smiled defiantly and offered to test it. He convinced Ian that he was ready to die if she was right, and asked what she would say. She turned completely to him, frowning in concentration, and then closed her eyes and, stretching out her hand forward, began to concentrate a dark fog near her palm. Noticing a swirl of fog, Wu opened his eyes wider, and very soon he was transported to the 11th floor of the first building. He was amazed that they returned here, and began to look around, but realized that it looked like some other place. Walking to the table, he noticed that the diary, key and comb had disappeared, but another item had appeared on the table, namely a medical record. He asked in confusion, could this be a patient's record? He guessed that the answer to the 4 riddles about Ian was here, and stretched out his palm, picking up the medical record. He opened this book, and dark creatures flew out from the page, but Wu, with his eyes wide open, began to read carefully, and moved to another space, noticing Uncle Qiao, who was lying on the hospital bed, held down by doctors, and screaming. It was September 25th, and Ian, who was writing this, said that Uncle Qiao was screaming, and she asked the doctor not to torture him, but the doctor asked her, who is Uncle Qiao? Then Ian remembered that he was such a person, and Wu, who saw her memories, noticed how the door to the hospital room where Uncle Qiao was screaming opened slightly, and Ian looked through the crack, holding back her tears, her lips tighter. The thing is, for these people, the name Uncle Qiao no longer existed, since his name was now Wai Wu. He began to beg her for help, and when she approached him a little later, he stretched out his hand, grabbing the fabric of her dress with his palm. Although his voice was getting weaker, she clearly heard that he was asking to be taken away from here, and she felt very sorry for him. Now Wu, whose body was translucent in this memory, stood watching Yin's sadly empty head. On September 27th, she heard one piece of news, namely, that a patient on the 3rd floor of the 2nd building lost control and eventually turned into a fallen one. She remembered sitting in her room, watching the 2 dark figures through the window, and crossing her arms over her chest, she lowered her head, thinking about the fallen one, and realized that now Uncle Qiao did not even have a hospital name, and he was fallen. Because of how sad she became, a black spot appeared on her arm, and a tiny crack appeared on her forehead. The doctor did not know why this happened, and she did not know the reason either, and she just sat there looking at the dark spot on her arm in surprise. She was simply very sad that Uncle Qiao was no longer there, since he would no longer be able to tell her stories about his daughter. Thinking about this, she lowered her head again. On October 4th, in the dark room, she saw Shaoan again, huddled in the corner of the black room she had prepared for him. She had promised to leave him a colorful room, but she was about to forget about it very soon. She felt like there were only 3 colors left in her world, namely black, white, and red. She looked down sadly at him, who was cowering in the corner, facing away from her. He told her that his bones were like thorns piercing his body, and now he too was a monster, and this only made him sadder, and tears came to her eyes. She could no longer see the Olden, and she wanted to tell him not to be afraid, and also promised that she would protect him. On October 5th, she saw him again, as he came to say goodbye, and also begged her to take him away. When she met him, he was smiling very beautifully in the black room. After that, she lay in her hospital room, trembling and crying, as she felt very bad. She began to cry non-stop, and the doctor decided that she was overexcited, and injected her with a tranquilizer. After dinner, she heard the doctors talking and, sitting almost motionless on her bed, she realized that An, who was called Ding Shi in the hospital, had turned into a fallen one and lost his human mind. The black spots on her arms had grown again and another crack had appeared on her forehead, but under the influence of the drug, she did not pay attention to it and just sat there, looking straight ahead. On October 14th, Ji Lu did not want to stay here anymore either, and although they saw each other, he could no longer talk and had to fight the fallen ones from above every day. When he met him, they were sitting in the meadow, and she slightly turned her head to look at him. Every time they met, she saw new scars on him, and to console him, she stroked his head with her palm, asking him to let her take him away from here. If they never saw each other again, she would miss him very much, and sadly closing her eyes, she hugged his head to herself. On October 15th, the doctors were in a state of confusion because they did not know why more and more test subjects were suddenly losing their minds. Lu, or Jia as they called him, had already turned into a fallen one, so the doctors were running through the hallways in a panic, and Yin, whose arms had already turned black up to the elbows, sat on her bed with her hand on her head and thought that although Lu himself always thought that he was useless, she knew that he was the strongest in the second building. She missed him very much, and wondered if she would dream of him. Still holding her head with her hand, she fell backwards onto the bed, thinking that the spots on her arms were still growing, and her arms were already half black. Clenching her jaw, she pressed her hand harder to her head, because her forehead was very painful. Noticing this, the protagonist's eyes widened, and Ian assumed that an eye was appearing in that place and, crying in pain, removed the bandage, and an eye was indeed found under the screws. In a similar way, Wu observed what happened to her in the following days. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he assumed that all the test subjects who became half-human half-fallen were massively wasting their minds and turned into fallen ones, driven only by their desires. He imagined two monsters, and then realized that all this was ultimately connected with Yin. He moved to another space, noticing that she was sitting in the corner of the room, covering her face with her hands. Each test subject met her in a dream before completely turning into a fallen one, and when he thought about this, he noticed that three silhouettes seemed to appear in front of Yin, and she, raising her head, looked at them. However, Wu abandoned this assumption, realizing that it would be more accurate to say that they had known Yin before, and in the dream, she had used her ability to create a refuge for these test subjects, and the only calm place in their miserable lives. At this time, she, stretching out her palm forward, tried to use her ability, but her ability was limited, and the comfort she gave was completely insufficient to keep these people alive. Life without hope was like an endless existence, and these test subjects began to give up, and their silhouettes in front of Ian disappeared, because at this time she began to take them, that is, absorb their grievances, and accept them, as well as accept their suffering. She, using her ability, turned them into a bright light that gathered near her body, and the price for this was that the test subjects lost their will, and Ian recorded all the suffering of the test subjects in the medical record before they stopped struggling. Looking at the notebook, Wu realized that it had captured them, and briefly remembered the image of Ian, who sat with tears running down her cheeks, taking in the light that she had turned the test subjects into. A little later, on August 9th, she admitted that she could not look in the mirror, as she had already turned into a black monster with eyes all over her body. Only a small part of her body remained unchanged, but she did not regret what had happened, but simply wanted to protect her acquaintances. However, she felt that she too would not last, and she asked who would take her home. She sat in an empty place surrounded by steel bars, and lowered her head, and her hair gradually fell from her head. The fallen were going crazy, her hair began to fall out too, and she asked herself, would she soon become one of the fallen? Although she asked the doctors to comb her hair so many times, just like her grandmother did, they still ignored her and looked at her as if she were a monster. Thinking about this, she looked at the doctors who were visible through the bars, and she cried, fell to the floor, put her head down on it, and closing her eyes, began to mentally repeat that she was a monster. Tears also flowed from the eyes located on her body, and she called herself a monster that no one loved. On August 10th, her entire body was changed, and Ian sat in a cage, and a steel collar was put on her neck. She screamed that no one would leave here, as countless voices in her head screamed furiously and told her to lock this place tightly, telling her to kill her opponents. She continued screaming, saying that she was a monster, and noting that they were all monsters, she jerked sharply, causing the chain holding her to break, and Ian, breaking the bars of the cage she was locked in, asked who then were those who created them? On August 11th, the doctors were calling for help and were constantly trying to contact someone outside, running along the corridors from the dark substance that was stretching out after them. However, people from outside were not allowed to enter here, and no one was allowed to leave here. The cages and chains could no longer hold Ian, so she went to have fun with the doctors, because she wanted to play a game with them. As she walked through the corridors, parts of dead bodies remained behind her, but she did not stop, and her body increased in size, rising behind her like a dark wall. She used to love playing hide and seek with her grandmother, but now all the doctors were hiding, and she was happy, because for the first time she felt mutual understanding with the doctors. She asked them to come out and play, and repeated her request several times. On August 15th, another doctor, trying to escape from her, pressed himself against the elevator doors, and Ian asked herself what she had become. She wondered why everyone who saw her began to scream and sob convulsively, but she felt that at the moment they cried, an unusual smell came from their bodies, and she realized that she really wanted to eat them. She ran her tongue along the edge of her mouth, and on August 16th, she met Ilya again and began to fight with him. In her opinion, he was very cool even though he lost to her every time, but he never wanted to run away from there and didn't want her to take him away because he was waiting for his teacher. Remembering her fight with him, Ian also remembered his stubborn expression, his furrowed brows, and his tightly clenched jaw. In order to see his teacher again, Ilya told her that he would endure even if it got worse, and she envied him because she also wanted to have a person outside who would wait for her. But only her grandmother loved her, and she knew that her grandmother had died a long time ago. Thinking about this, Ian remembered herself as a child and her grandmother, and hoped that Ilya could wait. That day, she shared some of her own strength with him. However, although he was so stubborn, she felt like his teacher had abandoned him because of her. Realizing this made Ian cry with her head down, and she silently asked Ilya for forgiveness. On August 20th, she continued to move through the hospital building, and more doctors were emitting stronger scents out of despair. Some of them were dying, some were becoming part of the fallen, and Ian knew that she had to eat them, as the voices in her head continued to scream. She smiled, remembering Uncle Chiao and Lu, who were roaring in her head, forcing her to tear the doctors to pieces. However, she did not want to do this, she just wanted to play with them, not wanting them to die. Still a little girl, she seemed to be sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest, surrounded by a dark mass with red eyes. However, everyone around her was afraid of her, as she was an ugly monster, and everyone hated a monster like her. As she moved through the corridors, Ian thought that she did not hate them, she just wanted to play with them. Wu closed the notebook and realized how things really were, and why his talent called Ian a poor thing. Meanwhile, she appeared next to him in the form of a monster, and he turned to the side and looked at her, realizing that this poor child had experienced the grievances and suffering of every test subject and every employee of this hospital, and even having mutated to this state, she remained a kind child. Even when meeting the doctors who caused her so much suffering, her main desire was not to kill them, and Wu felt very sorry that his ability could not see this. He closed his eyes, and the system, which suddenly managed to regain the ability to speak, asked for the protagonist to be a human, and cursing, noted that this was completely suppressed. The whole thing was that the suppression of Yin's thoughts was too strong, and the system understood that it would soon disappear again, so it advised Wu to use the opportunity and observe. He opened his eyes in shock when he heard the system's voice, which warned that the countdown had started, and the protagonist frowned as he focused on Yin, and also noticed the information about her. She was a level 9 fallen, and her mutation was mental strength multiplied by 12. In addition, she had rare mutations, including the seal of hatred change, and the perfect mutation, hatred increase. The system congratulated Wu for seeing Yin, but it warned that it could not tell him what a level 9 fallen was, especially since he was already in its attack range. The system told the protagonist not to try to win, as it, like Qingyu, loved to compete. However, it could give Wu 3 options, namely, kneel, throw himself on his knees, or kowtow. Unhappy with these words, the protagonist frowned, noticing that the system window had disappeared, and realized that Yin had suppressed it again. At this time, in reality, Wu was still standing there, not moving, looking at the notebook, and his team members noticed that a lot of time had passed. Azu, frowning, asked what the protagonist was doing there. He also wondered why he still hadn't reacted, but Qingyu, without answering these questions, seriously advised his comrades to watch their emotions, since it would soon be 4 hours since they left the tower. Frowning, he announced that there was 1 minute left, and his team members screamed, starting to look at each other. They realized what had happened, and at that moment, the timer on their watches announced that exactly 4 hours had passed. Shuang, looking at her body in amazement, suddenly noticed that her legs felt like lead, since the obstacle outside the tower that was affecting her was slowing down. Shi noticed that his arms were completely weak, and when he raised his hand up, it was shaking violently. His hindrance outside the tower was the attack reduction, and Azu, having fallen into negative thinking, fell to his knees with his head down, and then said that it was as if he was in a river of sorrow. Xiaoyi, waving his palm in front of him, and put his other hand on his face, as he had lost his sight, and with a trembling voice attracted Qingyu's attention, declaring that he could not see anything. Qingyu looked at the shaking Azu, thinking that outside the tower, a person would receive one weakening every 4 hours, but sorrow and blindness usually appeared only on the 3rd or even 4th day. Mockingly calling Xiaoyi and Uzi lucky, he realized that his hindrance outside the tower was an outburst of malice. The hindrance to the attack and speed increase of the fallen around him did not seem to be something serious, and he knew that it would be easy to solve, so he loudly attracted the attention of Uzi and Xiaoyi, warning that the two of them were currently a burden, so he ordered them to return to the tower. Raising his head, Uzi, not hiding his tears, attracted Qingyu's attention and said that he had been in the unit for a long time, but he had to leave before the newcomers. He assumed that he was not suitable for this job and lowered his head again, admitting that he was currently thinking about the huge difference between people and was drowning in it, gloriously in icy water. He apologized for being born like this and wanted to say what he would have done if he had known about it earlier, but, interrupting his suffering, Qingyu, frowning, ordered him to quickly disappear from here, and Xiaoyi, kneeling down next to Uzi, began to soothingly stroke his back, and asked Qingyu to be careful in this case, warning that he and Uzi were returning. When he took out the teleportation disc, it activated, and the two of them disappeared, and Sure, calling out to Qingyu, said that they could still handle it, but asked what to do about Wu. The thing is that while he was stuck there, no one knew what kind of restriction he was currently under. Shuang, also understanding this, looked at the protagonist worriedly, and the next moment, they noticed dark smoke appearing in the room. They looked around in amazement, not understanding what was going on, and eventually assumed that there was something wrong with the documents, and Qingyu ordered everyone to close in, and the remaining team members surrounded Wu on 3 sides, ready to protect him. Taking out their weapons, Qingyu warned everyone to prepare for battle. The amount of smoke increased, and Qingyu ordered Sure and Shuang to look around and protect the protagonist. They all put their weapons forward, and suddenly the smoke formed into the silhouette of a monster that attacked them. With a sharp wave of his hand, Sure fought off this monster and frowned, asking if this was the fallen one that Qingyu dealt with earlier. He matched the image of the monster that attacked them with the fallen one they met for the first time, and suddenly noticed other monsters made of smoke, and one of his comrades said that this was not only this fallen one, since they had seen the rest of these monsters as well. The guys were afraid that there was a high-level fallen one who was mimicking those fallen ones, and Sure frowned and said, even if it was just an imitation, it all happened too fast. He was sure that it was all because of Qingyu's outburst of anger, but he didn't say anything, and the next moment, he activated his ability and quickly ran past the fallen ones, eliminating them all, and then returned to his comrades. Sure, whose face was covered in sweat from excitement, said, although he knew that Qingyu was very strong, this was somehow scary, and still remaining excited, he asked if it was true that Qingyu didn't think that he was just hiding behind his obstacle. Qingyu at this moment walked forward, stepping on the dark substance with his foot, and ordered Sure and Shuang to protect Wu, promising that he would deal with those fallen ones himself. His comrades quickly expressed their agreement with the order, and Qingyu guessed what happened to Wu. At this time, a new monster appeared in front of him, and Qingyu realized that the protagonist really found something incredible. At this time, Wu stood with his eyes wide open, and found himself in a space surrounded by a tunnel consisting of a large number of doors. He was shocked that these were all doors, and slightly turned to look around, and the system was able to talk to him again, and was glad that she was finally able to penetrate, but warned that she would not be able to last long. This explained that this place was the so-called main hall, and each door was connected to the memory space of the documents. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that his hand seemed to have split into 2, and the system remembered that 4 hours had passed, declaring that Wu's interference outside the tower was confusion. He smiled faintly, looking at his hand, and the system announced that the orientation was distorted by 65 degrees, so such a weakening would interfere quite a lot. Mentally repeating the degree of distortion, Wu said that the problem was small, noting that he only needed to find a correspondence ratio to the previous direction. The system was surprised that he was still putting on airs, but distracted from this, said that there was a problem, explaining that there were more than 100 doors here, but only one door would return him to reality, and the protagonist frowned, pressing his lips tighter when he heard this. The system was sure that they would come to an end, and reminded Wu of 3 options, that is, to fall to his knees, throw himself on his knees, and bow down. But he simply grinned, realizing that now was the time to get out of the impasse, and approached one of the doors, behind which eyes were visible against a dark background. He found himself in a room, most of which was filled with a dark substance, which was Yin. Holding out the comb, Wu asked her to see that he had not lied to her, and declared that he had only just arrived in this world and that he treated the fallen ones differently than other people. Ian almost burst into tears upon hearing this, and the protagonist declared that even now, he neither hated nor feared her. She asked in shock, was he really not afraid of her? Wu admitted that he really was very sorry that there was no one to comb her hair and no one to take her away, as she had been in this hospital for a very, very long time, and it was only natural for her to think that way. However, he explained that the world was not limited to the four wings of the hospital, and that people were much more multifaceted than just the doctors and patients here. He asked if Ian knew why the people of the tower hated and feared the fallen ones. She did not answer, and he explained that it was because there was no research to date to prove that humans were more bloodthirsty than the fallen ones. He also said that Ilya was one of those that people led with his almost religious devotion, and Ian herself was different, as far as Wu could tell. As he spoke, she extended a few tendrils, taking the comb, and he declared that she had accepted most of the hospital's kind and thought of them as her friends. He couldn't imagine her suffering from all the grievances that were collected in her body, but if she was still able to maintain her will, Wu supposed that meant that she was still a person and not a monster that people hated. As he spoke to her, Qingyu continued to fight, cutting down another fallen, and Sure suddenly noticed that the hatred of the fallen had dissolved. Qingyu agreed with this, assuming that the protagonist had succeeded, and without turning, he turned his gaze to the side where Wu stood. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked Ian not to let her turn into a monster, since the world is huge and there are many places outside the hospital where she has not been, as well as many things that she has not seen. He called her a good girl, and she, taking her human form, wanted to object, but was silent for a while, after which she still said that she cannot leave this place. Wu, sitting down next to her, stroked her head and promised that he would find a way to free her, although it would not be possible to do so now. He was ready to do this if she could believe him, and wait for him. Tears appeared in Yin's eyes and she asked with hope if what Wu said was really true. There were still doubts in her mind, and she assumed that he was lying, that he wanted to harm her, and that someone was forcing her to kill Wu. However, clutching her head with her palms, Yin resisted the voices in her head, shouting that everything was wrong, and suggested that maybe the protagonist could be trusted, since he was not afraid of her at all. Wu remained silent, not interfering, and then, finally getting up, suggested that in some way he and Yin were similar. She asked in amazement, in what way were they similar? Looking up, he said that they were abandoned in an alien world and did not know anything about it. He made the space change, showing the desert in which he woke up, and said that if every journey has its own mission, then to reveal all the secrets of the world outside the tower, this is his mission. He wondered where the fallen ones came from, how the tall tower came to be, how many floors it had, what was at the top, why the fallen ones couldn't leave certain areas, and where the talents and accompanying power came from. His hands were cuffed again, a collar appeared on his neck, and he admitted that in his opinion, all of these were mysteries that would be very interesting to uncover, and this was the meaning of his journey. When he found the answers to these questions, he would be able to find a way to take Ian, and she raised her head, looked at him hopefully, and then asked why he was doing this. Wu said that she was not lonely at all, and noted that at least for today, she had a friend who was willing to play with her and who came from the world outside the 9th mental hospital. In this space, his appearance suddenly changed, and he began to look smaller, after which, with a friendly smile, he extended his hand to Ian, and she asked if he was really her friend. Her face turned red and closing her eyes, she bowed her head, thanking him, then stood up and warned him that he and his friends should not go to Building 4, because if they got too close to her, they would be in danger. The next time Wu saw her, she might not be in such a clear state, and so she warned him that he needed to become even stronger, like that man who was about her size. Despite the fact that tears continued to flow down her face, Ian smiled and said that then the protagonist would be able to visit her. Smiling too, Wu agreed and asked her to wait for that moment, promising that he would definitely wake her up and play with her again. He pressed his hand to his chest, confirming his oath, and again moved to the space where he stood in front of Ian in the form of a fallen one, adding that he would play with her no matter what she became. Hearing these words, Ian closed her eyes, frozen for a while. Finally, she suddenly realized that she almost forgot something, and forming the image of the comb that she had absorbed earlier, told Wu to look into the first building before leaving, since 2 days ago a person came here and left the same thing in the first building. The protagonist thought about the first building, remembering when they were there. Indeed, the notice about the bloody footprints and medical records scattered on the floor said that it was left here 2 days ago. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he asked himself in amazement, Was it really the teacher that Ilya mentioned? He imagined the silhouette of the man, and then asked what else that person did. He wondered what impression he made on Ian, and she honestly admitted that she was sure of it, but said that the thing was very similar to the device for returning to the tower that the protagonist and the others use. Wu wondered if Ian was talking about a teleportation disc. He wondered why this stranger would leave a teleportation disc in this hospital, but he guessed that it might just be a disc-like thing. The situation was getting more and more interesting, and Wu wondered out loud if Ian could take him. She closed her eyes and then agreed, and the fog around the protagonist began to dissipate, and he returned to reality. Qingyu, noticing that he had woken up, put away his sword, noting that he had been dealing with this document for too long. Wu and the rest of his comrades began to look around, noticing that they were now in a completely empty room. They were amazed that not only the black fog and the fallen, but also all the documents had disappeared from here. Qingyu asked in confusion, what was going on? He was curious about what Wu had found, and he told him that he had found the medical record of the test subject from Building 4, and the process was a little more complicated, so it took more time. He also warned that it was better not to go to Building 4, since it was very dangerous there, and there might be something that even Qingyu would not be able to handle that test subject. Shi frowned and warned not to underestimate the captain, and Shuang and Qingyu looked at him with displeasure, and Shi continued to admire Qingyu, pointing his hands at him, and declared that the captain of the 13th Division was called the Shield of the Exploration Corps, and Qingyu was obviously an incomparable sword, so there was no fallen that he could not handle. Wu noted that he could only explain that the 4th Corps was much more dangerous than the previous 3, and suggested that the entire 9th Mental Hospital was an incubator for fallen, so there were many strong fallen here, but even combined, they were no match for the fallen from the 4th Corps. Qingyu noticed that Wu was very confident in his words, and asked what happened in that document. The protagonist explained that it was a memory, and promised to tell him on the way. As he walked out of the room, he opened the door but paused at the threshold and turned around to ask where Uza and Sherry were. Shi closed his eyes and explained that they were unlucky with their weakening spells, so their interference would have a big impact on theirs, so Qingyu sent them back to the tower. Shuang asked what kind of interference Wu had. As he walked out into the hallway, he assumed that he was lucky, since confusion was not a particularly problematic interference. Qingyu, approaching him, assumed that he had already adapted and asked how long it took him. The protagonist asked in confusion, "Is this something that needs adapting?" He explained that he had just changed his habits slightly and that was all, and Shi was surprised that he had said so easily that he had changed his habits slightly. Shuang's eyes widened in surprise and, asking Wu to wait, asked if they were not going to Building 4, then where were they going? Qingyu frowned upon hearing this question, and the protagonist explained that they were going to the first floor because they needed to pick up something. He noted that the medical records mentioned that a person came here and left an item that looked very similar to a teleportation disc, so he decided that he should go check it out and then head back. Shi frowned, drawing Qingyu's attention to himself, and asked if they really weren't going to Building 4? Qingyu, although he looked unhappy about this, still said that they weren't going, and Wu, walking on, explained that before the Tower era, there were already fallen ones appearing all over the world, and in order to find the cause of the monsters and their weaknesses, many organizations began to study the fallen ones. The purpose of this hospital was to inject people with your blood, thereby creating fallen ones that could torture people to death. Shi was shocked that the hospital created fallen ones, and asked if they weren't supposed to study the weaknesses of monsters here. The protagonist assumed that this was also part of the study, and added that there could have been other reasons, noting that there was nothing mentioned in the records. In any case, he assumed that there was one test subject who almost succeeded, and another test subject who succeeded. Qingyu realized that Ilya was most likely one of these test subjects, and Wu confirmed this, explaining that the successful one was the spider-like Ilya from the 2nd Corps, and the half-successful one was Ian from the 4th Corps. Hearing her name, Shuang repeated it in confusion, asking if the black fog and the imitation of the fallen were really her. She noticed that Ian was stronger than Ilya, and asked why she was a half-successful test subject. The protagonist noted that what Shuang said was true, but explained that it was an accident, as in order to reduce the suffering of the other people in this hospital, she absorbed their hatred and because of this, she herself eventually became a fallen one. Bowing her head slightly, Wu sadly said that although she had become a fallen one, her kindness had not disappeared. However, Qingyu warned that the fallen ones were still fallen ones, and advised the protagonist to remember this, as the nature of the fallen ones was to eat people, and no matter how miserable they seemed, or how kind they looked, as long as there was even a drop of fallen ones in them, They would be the eternal enemies of humanity. Turning towards him, Wu did not argue that he was right, and promised that he would remember these words well. If there was no way to completely separate Yin from bloodthirstiness, the protagonists knew that they could not consider her one of them, nor could they let their guard down around her. Suddenly, his eyes widened, noticing a black mist, which then formed into a silhouette of Yin in the form of a girl. Qingyu, noticing Wu's reaction, asked in confusion what happened. The protagonist replied that nothing had happened, assuming that only he could see Yin. The system explained that it was a doppelganger created from hatred that was very dangerous, and gave 3 options: kneel down, throw himself on his knees, or bow down. However, it noticed that Yin had simply turned her back to them, and asked in amazement, had Wu already made contact with her? It understood that in that case, everything was fine, and Wu noticed that Yin was a little angry, and wondered if it was because of his conversation with Qingyu. He admitted that it was his miscalculation, and realizing that the entire hospital was a part of Yin, he decided that he should watch his words. Stopping at one of the doors, she pointed her finger towards it, and Wu wondered if that item was really here. He noticed that it was a recovery room, and as he opened the door, he realized that there really was something here. He noticed a device on the table, and noted that it was left very carelessly, suggesting that someone really wanted someone to find it. He walked closer to it, and Shuang said that it really looked exactly like a teleportation disc. However, Qingyu said that it was not a teleportation disc, since he had never seen such a device. When Wu picked up the device, the system said that it was a travel disc, and admitted that it was difficult to explain in a few words, like with children's teleportation. However, the method for making travel discs was long lost, and to put it simply, there were only 7 such items, and with this one could return to one of the locations or special locations that someone visited within 3 days. The system warned the protagonist that this could be an invitation from a stranger, and also advised him to look at the notes beneath his feet. Looking down, Wu noticed the sheets of paper he was standing on, and the system noted that one of these bloody documents would provide a better explanation. The protagonist looked closely at the writing on the sheet of paper, and noticed that the one who wrote this note greeted the researchers, admitting that he wanted to play a game with him. This man was sure that his interlocutor already knew about the past of this hospital, but noted that as far as he knew, people had not yet set foot in the Red Zone, which meant that they did not yet know the truth about the source of the Fallen and the High Tower. He wanted to invite the researcher to play a game with him, and if he could pass all the zones that this man had prepared for him, he promised to answer any questions he had about this world. He also asked that his interlocutor take the disc, but did not allow the people from the 6th floor to suspect anything. Wu realized that the owner of the disc had left him a chain of documents, and with a faint smile, he mentally noted that Yin Hospital was just the beginning. He paid special attention to the fact that it was an invitation, and realized that everything was really getting more interesting. He smiled, no longer hiding it, and Qingyu, noticing this, asked in bewilderment why he was smiling. Turning in his direction, the protagonist said that he was not smiling at anything, explaining that he was just glad that they could return. Pointing to the object, he announced that he would keep it as a souvenir if it was not a teleportation disc, since this was his first time on a mission. Qingyu was silent for a while, but then he finally agreed, and explained that if there was nothing more to explore, they should return. Yin, walking inside the room, watched them, and Qingyu took out a teleportation disc and suggested that his comrades go. Soon they were all engulfed in a bright light for movement, and Wu, the last to move, noticed that Yin had her mouth slightly open, looking sadly after him. He smiled encouragingly at her, announced that he was leaving, and promised that they would see each other again. The system announced that the exploration rate of the area was 61%, there was one fallen person left, and the Doomsday puzzle pieces in this area had been moved, so it was impossible to obtain it. That was why the system's evaluation was low, and it noted that Wu was lucky to meet Yin, but he could not save himself with his mouth every time, so it would be better for him to become more capable of fighting. At this time, Yin smiled, closed her eyes, in the corners of which tears appeared, and waved goodbye to the protagonist. Very soon, Wu disappeared, and in her thoughts she found herself in the room where her grandmother once combed her, and sat on a small chair, hugging her comb and smiling. Some time before, having moved from the tower, Azu and Xiaoi found themselves in a square with columns for movement, and their interference outside the tower was eliminated. Bending over and resting his hand on his knee, Azu was glad that the obstacle was gone and asked irritably why he was the one who got such a shameful obstacle. Xiaoi, lightly patting him on the back with his palm, laughed, exclaiming that at least this was something new. A department employee standing in the square and holding several documents in his hands noticed that Xiaoyi and Uzu were from the 7th Division and asked why they returned from the blue portal. The thing was that the records clearly stated that they left through the white pillar. Turning around, Xiaoyi and Uzu noticed that they were indeed standing next to the blue pillar and were surprised by this. Realizing that Wu was right and starting from the second building they entered the blue zone. Noticing that they were standing there looking at the pillar and not responding, the employee decided to warn them again, although he assumed that they already knew it. He explained that going back and forth was forbidden because the human body could not withstand more than one trip through the columns within 12 hours, so if they wanted to go out again, they would have to wait 12 hours. Uzu frowned, declaring that they knew this, and said that they were just waiting here for Qingyu. Suddenly, someone asked, wasn't it Uzu who was getting in the way? It was the protagonist who had just moved to the square, and with a mocking grin, he said, although the elders were indeed not getting in the way, but they had retreated earlier. Without stopping mocking, he suddenly said that he understood everything, and declared that this was probably a tactical retreat. Shi looked at him in bewilderment. Qingyu walked on without paying attention, and Xuan, raising her head, turned slightly, looking at the column. Wuzhou tried not to react to the provocation and simply turned away, crossing his arms over his chest and closing his eyes in displeasure, and the branch officer, watching the grinning Wu, was surprised, thinking about him, since this was his first mission and he had been outside the tower for more than 4 hours, and people like him in the entire intelligence corps could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Qingyu suddenly spoke up, saying that there were no missions for the protagonist in the coming week, and warned that a little later they would go to the intelligence corps together, and as soon as they settled one matter, Wu could be free. The protagonist asked why there were no more missions. Frowning, Qingyu explained that today's mission was just an entrance test, and Wu passed the test, and then some formalities needed to be settled, and only after that would he officially become a member of the intelligence corps and then receive the next mission. Slightly lowering his head, the protagonist smiled, realizing how things really were, and mentally noted that he had a lot to do in the tower. After all, it was an existence zone, so his most urgent task now was to think of a way to get money. Late at night, Qingyu sat on a chair in the office, nervously twisting a pencil in his hands, thoughtfully looking at the document he was holding. There were also several more documents on the table in front of him, which recorded analytical reports on the combat abilities of the team members. Looking at this, he continued to twist the pencil in his hands and frowned even more, concentrating on the report of Wu's combat abilities. The thing was that his mental state was too calm, and it was not like ordinary people. Qingyu had worked with a lot of soldiers, but this was the first time he had seen such a person, and he leaned back tiredly in his chair, closing his eyes, holding his hand on the bridge of his nose, and guessed that if the protagonist could always maintain this state, then it was possible that within a few years, a second rank 8 professional would appear in the intelligence corps. Qingyu was sure that the gambling house related to Wu was not that simple either, and he took out a match and lit it, then set the document on fire with a flame, watching it burn. He guessed that he needed to prepare, and took out a blank form for the combat ability analysis report, hitting it with his palm. Pressing his lips tighter, he began to fill out the document again, realizing that now he needed to hide Wu's true ability as much as possible. He sat there for a while, filling out the data, and finally finished. He looked at it carefully again, deciding that the report filled out this way would do for now. Touching the earphone in his ear with his fingers, Qingyu stood up, walked to the window, and looked out through the glass at the city. A beep sounded, and soon a man representing the service bureau greeted Qingyu. He said his name with a serious frown, and the employee recognized him, exclaiming that he was very famous. Unhappy with this remark, Qingyu ordered the other person to shut up, and the person talking to him noted that when he needed something, he treated it like a treasure, and if he did not need something, he immediately ordered him to shut up. Opening the window, Qingyu seriously said that he had a long-term assignment for his comrade, asking that the other person help him protect a certain person. The bureau representative assumed that Qingyu was meeting with someone, and he explained that it was a member of his team, promising that he would send all the information about him later. The other person did not answer right away, and Qingyu added that he was very attentive and quick-witted, so he needed to choose smarter people. In this person's opinion, Qingyu was quite strange, so the other person asked why he didn't entrust this to people from the intelligence corps. As Wu passed people on the street, Qingyu declared that this was a special case, so people from the intelligence corps were not suitable for this. The bureau employee was silent for a while, and then finally asked what would happen in exchange for this favor. Qingyu promised to bring something every time he left the tower, and the other person immediately agreed. This girl smiled, exclaiming that such conditions from Qingyu were simply miraculous, but admitted that she was now even more curious about who this person was that Qingyu wanted to protect. He did not answer, but simply looked at the documents he had filled out for Wu. At this time, at Jianlu Port, the protagonist stopped with his eyes wide open and his lips pursed, and listened to the sounds coming from the little Louis Qingzi's shop. Someone asked in confusion what was going on here. In addition, this person was curious about the guy who was also involved in the argument, and this guy exclaimed that he wanted to ask where his interlocutor came from. The system also cried out upon hearing this, and asked if this was the famous scene of the Battle of the Two Casanovas. Qingzi, whose cheeks were red with embarrassment, opened her eyes wide, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she asked Ajin to listen to her, and explained that it was not like that at all, since she only had him in her heart. One of the two guys who stood in front of her reminded her that she herself said that she loved him, and also that she only had him in her heart, and asked then who was this guy who was also standing next to her. The second guy asked Qingzi to say that it was not true, and his rival, covering his face, said pitifully that he saves every month, works outside the tower, and also that Qingzi can live a better life. The other guy at this time asked why the man next to him said that he was Qingzi's boyfriend. They both shouted at each other furiously, being sure that this was their words, since their feelings for Qingzi were sincere. Hearing this, she smiled a little excitedly, and then, screaming, leaned back, and Ajin and Ah Feng interrupted their argument, looking at her in surprise. Falling to the floor, Qingzi covered her eyes, asking for forgiveness, since they were both outstanding and it was her fault, but she loved them both. Ajin and Ah Feng's hearts seemed to be pierced, and they froze, looking at Qingzi in shock, who added that she simply did not want to keep them, and therefore hid it all the time. Standing up, she took their hands, exclaiming that she did not want to part with them, and declared that they were like her two wings. Repeating her phrase, the system laughed, noting that this is a Casanova woman, because the power of her words is simply deadly. Wu stood there with an indifferent expression, and the system asked if he would come in to make a complete mess. Suddenly the door of the store opened, and Ajin and Ah Feng walked out smiling and hugging each other like they were friends, and the system asked if this was really possible. The system guessed that this was the charm of Casanova women. When they came out, Wu walked inside the store, noticing Qingzi sitting there touching up her makeup. Smiling slightly, he asked if he had come at the wrong time. Noticing him, Qingzi let out a surprised cry, and admitted that he had come even earlier than she expected. She smiled, putting her makeup aside, and chuckled, guessing that she had made a fool of herself. She was the owner of this store, and the protagonist asked what had happened here. He assumed that Qingzi had screwed up, but she jumped off the table she was sitting on and said that it wasn't like that at all. It was just that Ajin and Ah Feng had crossed the line and were both constantly thinking about moving on to the next stage. She closed her eyes and noted that this shouldn't be allowed, because if a person is a suitor, they have to court, so they wanted too much. Besides that, there was something else, and Qingzi admitted that she had recently stopped liking these types of guys, so she had called them in order to get rid of both of them at once. She raised 2 fingers, and the system chuckled and noted that she had made it think in 1 second that the heartbreaking scene just now hadn't happened at all. Looking at Qingzi smiling, it took back its words, because this wasn't a quarrel scene, it was a recycling scene, and laughed. Wu mentally agreed with this, and Qingzi, moving closer to him abruptly, asked why he came to her. She asked him to ignore the fact that she acted like this, since it was all because she liked guys like him lately. Putting his hand in his bag, the protagonist announced that there was good news and took out a camera, after which he grinned, showing it, and announced that the camera had become a jilling. Last night, after saying goodbye to Qi, Wu also stopped by Qingzi's store and went inside, looking around in surprise. She, smiling, invited him inside, and the system, seeing her, exclaimed that this was very good. Qingzi said that Wu could look around, and the system noticed her long legs and exclaimed that today was not wasted. After looking at her information more closely, it was astonished to read that she had been in a relationship 19 times, had more than 100 guys in reserve, and was currently communicating with 2 at once. But recently she liked inexperienced boys. The protagonist, ignoring Qingzi, began to look around, and the system exclaimed that this was a Casanova woman, and was glad that she realized this right away, because otherwise it would have already fallen into its trap. The system rather advised Wu to buy something already and leave quickly, and when he looked at some things, it said that this jilling was at the level of 2 hours 30 minutes. This mug could boil water in an instant, and it was possible that it could evolve into a water purifier, and as for the rice cooker, it hardly had the potential to jilling. The fallen were not some evil spirits that needed to be sealed with electric waves, and at 139 tans it was definitely nothing, but if it became a jilling, it could transform the ingredients into delicious food, and in that case it would definitely pay for itself, since it would be possible to sell jilling rice for 200 tans per bowl. Qingzi, attracting Wu's attention, asked if he had his eye on something already. She called it handsome, and he tapped his finger on the display case, and said that he was taking this rice cooker and mug. As Qingzi stood up, she remarked that it was not a bad choice, since the mug was really a great thing, but the rice cooker was useless and was there for all sorts of fools, so she did not recommend buying it. She noticed that Wu was not stupid, and admitted that she did not want him to be stupid. She also gave her name, but the protagonist, ignoring her dissuasion, reminded him that he had already said that he would take both items. Qingzi assumed that he was leaving the tower, and Wu mentally noted that she was very smart. Without saying it out loud, he seriously asked how much he needed to pay. Qingzi admitted that she had wanted to give him a 50% discount, but now she had changed her mind, and presenting him with two options, that is, to pay 1,000 tans or get the item for free, she asked him which he would choose. She also added that on the lower floor, he could only buy this pot from her, and the system, laughing, confidently noted that Qingzi immediately understood that the protagonist needed a rice cooker. Wu asked if he could buy all of this at the same price. He noted that he was just an ordinary person, asking Qingzi to give him a discount. She asked, would an ordinary person buy this rice cooker and even ask for a discount after she said it was rubbish? Besides, they lived in a completely different century and no one used rice cookers anymore, since no one needed it unless it turned into a jilling. Smiling, she added that this mug in the tower was also useless unless a person was going to go beyond it. Closing his eyes, Wu mentally noticed that Qingzi had a very sharp gaze, and the system agreed with this, and the protagonist eventually chose the free option. Exclaiming that this was great, Qingzi said that she would pack the goods, and he thought that free things are always the most expensive. He noticed that she also put a camera in the bag, and after asking her to wait, he asked what this was. She closed her eyes and smirked, telling him to calm down, and said that he hadn't told her anything, and that she knew nothing, and that she had simply inadvertently put the camera with the goods. The system thought it was interesting, and that it finally understood why Qingzi had become a Casanova. Meanwhile, she said that in a few days, Wu would accidentally notice the camera and would kindly return it to her, because he was an honest man. She laughed, and the system said that Qingzi had realized at a glance that the protagonist would leave the tower, and immediately put forward a deal. It was necessary to take Qingzi's camera with her when leaving the tower, and she was not only observant, but also skillfully used opportunities. Laughing, the system said that it was really interesting, adding that this camera without film had captured many secrets before it broke. Wu asked what to do if the camera did not become a jilling. The system assumed that Qingzi probably also wanted to know what was photographed by this camera, and Qingzi meanwhile said that let it be what it will be, since in any case she had already given him the pot and the mug. Winking at the protagonist, she called him handsome and offered to start all over again, saying her name. Wu, turning his back to her, also said his name, and repeating this, Qingzi smiled, waved her hand goodbye, and expressed hope for cooperation, and also admitted that she was waiting for good news. At the moment, smiling enthusiastically, she asked if the camera really became a jilling so quickly. She was curious about what effect it had, and Wu said that you need to say a certain time and then take a picture of a certain location, and thanks to this, you can get a photo of what happened in this place at the specified time. Qingzi asked in shock, is this really true? She covered her mouth with her hands, asking if Wu was deceiving her, and without waiting for him to convince her of the correctness of his words, she ran up to him, asking him to quickly let her see it. The protagonist, raising his hand with the camera up, told her to wait, offering to first discuss the payment. Qingzi was surprised and asked what payment he wanted. She reminded him that she was still a girl, and asked him to be more lenient. She asked him to give her this camera as a gift, and promised that she would remember that he was a good person, and asking again in surprise, Wu asked if she had a conscience. He did not know where such a thing could happen, and Qingzi, coming closer to him, said that she really did not have money, but if there were no other options, she was ready to become Wu's property. Despite how close she was to him, the protagonist continued to stare straight ahead, without expressing any emotion, and the system noted that girls really like to deceive themselves and think that in reality they look the same as in photos with filters, but they all know that the truth does not stand pressure. Wu agreed with this, and out loud suggested that Qingzi misunderstood him, because he is not interested in girls, and girls should value themselves more. He extended his palm forward, moving away from her, and said that he would give her a 50% discount if she could offer something now. She was surprised to see his reaction, but in the end, realizing that nothing worked on him, she decided that she needed to look at the product first. The protagonist handed her a camera, telling her to do as she wanted, and explained that she needed to set the year, month, day, hour, minute, and second, and then say it all in her mind. Looking at the camera, Qingzi said that it was convenient, and deciding to try it out, she began to walk around her store, assuming that what she wanted to photograph was somewhere here. The system asked if she wanted to accidentally take a picture of the two wings. Smiling, it assumed that this should clarify everything, and Qingzi took a picture at that moment, pointing the camera at the right place. Wu wondered out loud if she was taking a picture of the recycling scene. Winking and sticking out the tip of her tongue, Qingzi said that she just wanted more unhappy people to feel the sweetness of love, and asked if she had done anything wrong. The system said that there was no way to argue with this, and she looked at the photo and cried out in delight, realizing that it really did take pictures. She was sure that she would be rich now, and asked if it was possible to know the whole story in this way if she constantly took pictures. In her opinion, this Jilling was just a treasure, and Wu thought that the camera could really be used even in this way, taking one photo after another, and the past could be brought to the surface. Qingzi tried to take a few more pictures, while Wu thought that it would turn out just like a puzzle. Suddenly, Qingzi asked why the photo did not appear. She said that she did not do anything, and the camera simply stopped taking photos, and the protagonist explained that since the level of the Jilling is low, less than 3 hours, the effectiveness of the thing is also low, and you can only take photos twice a week. He used this camera once outside the tower, so now Qingzi would have to wait 7 days. She realized how things really were and felt a little upset, thinking that although the camera could not be used often, if used in the right place, it was still an excellent tool for collecting information. She felt sorry that it was so difficult to negotiate a price with Wu, whom she called a cold and emotionless handsome man. She began to speak out loud, intending to offer something, but the protagonist, interrupting her words, announced that he would agree to barter. She sighed in amazement, and he, narrowing his eyes, said that she did not even have to try to bargain and somehow lower the price, since this would only lower her in his eyes. He announced that she could choose an equivalent item, information, service, or all of them together, and Qingzi, nervously, hopefully asked if it was true that the service was decent. She understood that there were definitely no equivalent items in her store, and suggested that Wu first say what he wanted. He agreed with this and asked, what kind of live broadcasts were these in the center of Jianlu port? Qingzi explained that some people said that selling through broadcasts had been around since before the Tower era, and people really liked it, because the more authoritative a person was, the easier it was for him to attract people. The popularity effect came from deep ancient times, but Qingzi guessed that with his intelligence, Wu couldn't help but realize that it was all a scam. The protagonist announced that he knew it was a scam and explained that he wanted to know if the broadcasts had been nothing but a scam from the beginning or if there were really broadcasts outside the tower. Smiling, Qingzi guessed that he wanted to broadcast, and Wu leaned on a nearby table and crossed his arms over his chest, guessing that these broadcasts wouldn't be fake every time unless he was mistaken, since people are not that stupid, and for several fake broadcasts there should be one real one, otherwise it simply won't work. He wanted to look into it, and Qingzi asked if it would be considered part of the price for the camera. After confirming this, the protagonist asked her to explain more about the real ethers. With a chuckle, Qingzi said that he had spoken to the right person, and asked him to follow her. Walking to the side, she ordered Wu to enter the room, noting that they would sit down and talk. Qingzi explained that most of the people living on the lower floors went outside the tower under the protection of the Exploration Corps, and mined ore and blew grass in the White Zone, and although they went out of the tower every day, they were still very unfamiliar with that space. Because the Exploration Corps had previously protected the Fallen in those areas, the people who had seen the Fallen were actually few, and everyone was afraid of the monsters. However, what Wu might not know, at the same time, many were eager to see them. The protagonist said that it was not surprising, since the survival game that the aristocrats from the 3rd and 4th floors organized was created precisely to see how the Fallen devour people. He remembered that David Fincher said that he believed that in the soul of every person there is a pervert, who at the same time is a source of inspiration for creativity. Qingzi asked who David Fincher was. However, she did not pay attention to it for long and said that people really liked to watch what was happening outside the tower, and they also liked exciting bloody spectacles, and they were eager to know this vast world outside the tower. The high tower was huge, but compared to the world before the tower era, It was tiny, and for those who did not dare to go out of this tower, the world outside was already a mythical place. It did not matter whether a person was rich or poor, an aristocrat or a commoner, everyone was interested in what was happening outside, but they were too afraid to go out of the tower on their own. Wu realized that this was true, since the huge number of interested people created a huge demand in the market. The system chuckled and noted that people were not against risking their lives, and Wu asked why not approach the intelligence core about this. Qingzi explained that this was because in the intelligence core, except for the core leader and 16 division captains, no one else could apply to leave the tower. The protagonist realized that this was reasonable, since the intelligence core was the government's weapon after all, and no one would want to lend their sword to merchants. The system added that to some extent, this was also maintaining order, since if the government army became a private army, the balance of power would be upset. Wu realized that this was indeed the case, and suggested that if he wanted to leave the tower without permission, he would have to hide his identity. Qingzi added with a smile that in any case, there are a lot of people interested in the outside world, so this sphere was created thanks to the expectations of thousands of people, and people tried in different ways to solve the problem of the equipment not working outside the tower. But of course there is only one way, namely, the jilling. The whole point was that only the jilling item can work outside, but some people say that it takes a lot of time and many items, but among these, most likely, there were no video recording devices, and even if there were, it was impossible to broadcast from them. But after 7 years, a rich man, having spent a fortune to take out various items from the tower, received the jilling shackles. It looked like just shackles, but Wu added that in fact it was a tracking device. Qingzi exclaimed that this was indeed the case and called him clever, and he suggested that he had spoiled the real treasure that day, and remarked out loud that turning into a jilling was a matter of luck, asking how the man could be sure that the next shackles would also become jilling. Qingzi replied that he could not be sure, but she told him that the time he had succeeded, the man who came out of the tower had taken more than one shackle. She explained that everyone thought that if the probability of turning into a jilling was low, it was better to take a large number of items, and asked Wu to guess what the result would be. Without waiting for an answer, she exclaimed that the 13 shackles had all turned into jilling and all had the same chance, a phenomenon called jilling diffusion. The protagonist repeated the name in confusion, and Qingzi thought about how to explain it, and remembered about people who wield dual swords, explaining that when a weapon turns into a jilling, both swords become jilling, but the diffusion of jilling is a very rare phenomenon. Wu asked if this was a phenomenon that caused a whole set of items to turn into jilling. He leaned forward slightly, intrigued by the information he heard, and then realized that after all, there was a device in the tower that was somehow strangely connected to the tracking device in the shackles, and asked why the intelligence core did not use such a good thing. Qingzi explained that it was because they could not buy it. After all, that rich man did not intend to sell his shackles. Wu was surprised that they could not use it simply because they could not buy it, and guessed that the rich man was not an ordinary person. After confirming this, Qingzi said that the people from the intelligence core were trying to maintain a peaceful relationship with this person, and there was a guess that this person might be from the 5th floor. This was the government floor, so Qingzi guessed that the matter of the gambling house was not that simple. Wu thought about it, realizing that judging from Qingyi's behavior before, the status of the founders of the gambling house was not quite ordinary. He wondered who in this case had betrayed them to the intelligence core and ordered Wu himself to be taken away. He knew that it was safe to say that this person's status was no lower than an aristocrat, but he wondered who would cross the owner of the gambling house for the sake of a slave. He assumed that the owner must be very strong, and he wondered if Qingyi would be able to protect him if his identity was revealed. However, there was something more important, and after thinking about it, the protagonist asked himself, would he attract the attention of the gambling house if he broadcast outside the tower? In the end, he realized that in order to do a real broadcast, he absolutely had to contact that rich guy, and asked if Qingzi had any way to get the equipment to film it. She said that she had a boyfriend who knew a way, so she announced that there was a way, and the system noted that people said they had a friend, and Qingzi directly said that she had a boyfriend, and noted that it was impossible not to admit that this was a strong statement. The protagonist was happy to hear the information from Qingzi, and said that he needed a jilling mask that could change the voice, something like a clown mask or a laughing mask, and if it couldn't change the voice, then he had to make sure that it was at least strong enough. Although it was equipment for broadcasting, it couldn't be done in Wu's name, so Qingzi needed to get the equipment for him and make sure that no one could find him with it. Qingzi waved her hand and asked him to wait, saying that his conditions were too problematic. He said seriously that the camera could only be used twice a week, but if he continued to carry it outside the tower, the level of the jilling would increase, and the higher the level, the more often it could be used, and it might even evolve. He promised that the camera would be just the beginning, and if Qingzi agreed to help him, then in the future he would help her carry out other things from the tower if there were any suitable things. She frowned in shock, and soon they shook hands, sealing the deal. Qingzi smiled in anticipation, and then announced that she would help Wu get the equipment and ensure that no one would find it, but she must become his business partner. She announced that with her, he only needed to quietly broadcast, and she would do the rest of the work. She assumed that if the male lead was strong enough, he would be her stable jilling producer, and at this rate, a carefree life would be just around the corner. She imagined herself holding a large amount of money, and decided that she should grab hold of such an opportunity. Wu, distracting her, asked how quickly she could fulfill his request. Qingzi was surprised that he needed it urgently, and after thinking for a moment, said that everything would be ready in about 3 days. The male lead expressed his hope for fruitful cooperation, realizing that it was faster than expected, and Qingzi noted that this was mutual, and offered to discuss the details of hosting broadcasts. In addition, she had an idea about it, and she told Wu about it. When night fell, he returned to his room, looking at the travel disc, and thought about the invitation. A little later, he heard someone knock on his door, asking if he was home. It was Shu, who reminded that she was from the interrogation team and announced that Qingyu had sent her to pick up Wu. Putting the movement disc in his pocket, the protagonist said that he was on his way, and realizing that Shu was from the interrogation team, he asked himself, is there really a business? Opening the door, he asked what happened. Shu explained that Qingyu sent her to him because he thought he would be bored, so he found a business for him, and then the team leader thought that the protagonist was very capable, and so something else happened. She touched her cheek with her finger a little nervously, and the system said that she was not a very useful fan who was always running errands. This advised Wu to use his brain and look at her heaving chest, asking if he agreed. In the end, the protagonist simply expressed his agreement with what Shu said, and remembered that just yesterday Qingyu said that he was taking a week's vacation, and today he was already sending him to work in the interrogation team. He assumed that the dealer's men were already moving, and as he left the room, he suggested that they go, since he had no business for the next 2 days and could join the group. Shu said that the thing was that they had a lot of business, and the captain wanted him to be in charge of all this business, so the amount of work was large and 7 days would not be enough. The system, laughing, assumed that Qingyu understood that Wu would want to leave the tower smugly, and called Qingyu smart, since he loaded the protagonist with work and at the same time brought him closer to his field of vision in order to protect him if something suddenly happened. Wu understood everything and, turning around, walked along the corridors, and the system noted that Qingyu had miscalculated a little, since the protagonist had a better companion. Continuing to walk, the protagonist announced that it was not a problem, saying that they would now look at the amount of work, and Shu widened her eyes in amazement at his words. Soon, on the 2nd floor of the tall tower, someone announced that they were there, and Shu walked up to the door that said it was the interrogation team's office, and went inside, explaining that this was a branch of the headquarters of the 7th Division of the Intelligence Corps. Looking around the office, Wu asked if they didn't have computers here. Sun, who was sitting with his hands on the table and lighting a cigarette, said that such things were only on the 3rd floor, and they didn't have anything like that here. He soon stood up, holding his head with his hand, and Shu told the protagonist to introduce himself to him, since he was the head of the interrogation team. Sun noted that he had heard of Wu, and said that this time his help was needed, since all the unsolved cases from the past year were here. After analyzing him, the system noted that he was a maximalist and never cared about the result, but only enjoyed the process, especially in relationships with women. The protagonist realized that the level of technology on the 3rd floor was roughly the same as the world of his past life, and in that case, the level of the 4th floor should be even higher, and the 5th floor would be like from the future. He asked Sun to tell him what these cases had in common, and he asked again, after which, crossing his arms over his chest, he said that one case was not like another, since this was not some kind of serial killer case. If we talk about similarities, then in all of these cases, the main suspects had already been identified, but they were unsure about the method of committing the crime, the motive, and the evidence. Sun thought that Wu knew that on the lower floors, locals very often do not cooperate with the investigation, so it is impossible to collect evidence. The protagonist realized that the department had accumulated a large number of cases, but in each of them, they only got to the stage of collecting evidence, and Sun, leaving his desk, confirmed this, explaining that they were in the process of investigating. He also added that Wu should know that there was a new case coming up on the lower floors every day. The interrogation teams of all 16 divisions were fully booked, although of course there were cases they really didn't want to solve. Moving to the sofa, he leaned back tiredly and threw his head back, asking who sent them such a boss. Hearing such a question, Wu assumed that Sun was talking about Qingyu, and he, shaking the ashes of his cigarette into the ashtray, said that it was indeed so, since Qingyu cared too much about such things. The lower floors were in chaos, but the more it went on, the more Qingyu wanted them to do something and let the people on the lower floors know that they had not been abandoned at all, and that they did not live only to be a workforce. The system said that after the apocalypse, in a world full of lies and violence, people try to escape from reality through ethers, but there is always someone who wants to try to change such a world. It was very touching to realize this, and Wu, holding a few documents in his hands, asked if the group had the right to arrest the main suspects in these cases. Sun said that they did have such a right, because although their status was not comparable to the death core of the tower, but the higher-ups gave them real power. At least when dealing with people on the lower floor, they had the right to arrest them and interrogate them for 7 days, and even if they arrested the wrong person and released him after a week, the higher-ups would not say anything to them. Wu thought that this was not trust in the higher-ups and their intelligence core, but the contempt of the people above and the infringement of the rights of the people on the lower floors. He assumed that it would be difficult for Qingyu to change the situation, and said out loud that in that case, Sun should bring all the suspects in these cases, and walking up to his desk, ordered them to ask for help from other interrogation teams if their people were not enough. Astonished by these words, Sun asked, "Did Wu really say that they needed to bring everyone?" The protagonist asked, "Was there really a problem with that?" Sun pointed out that that was not the issue, and explaining that it was more than 100 people, asked, "Would Wu be able to handle it?" The protagonist sat down at the table, put his hands on the table with his elbows on it, and closing his eyes said that when they were outside the tower, Qingyu and even Wuzhou did not doubt his words, so he hoped that the members of this unit would not doubt either. Sun realized that Wu was definitely not a bad guy in this case, as he knew that Wuzhou was always hostile to newcomers, as he was very sarcastic. Wu, starting to look through other documents, ordered Sun to go and do as he said, and quickly. Sun agreed, and some time later, a large number of suspects were already standing in the unit room, and the staff ordered everyone to calm down and be patient. They asked the suspects to line up and go in one by one, and Sun, again holding a cigarette in his mouth, wrote down the necessary information in a notebook, quietly noting that there were indeed a lot of people. He wondered if Wu could handle it, and at that moment, distracting him from his thoughts, someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and asked what so many people were doing here. Sun explained that they were handling the business that the boss ordered him to hand over, and wide-eyed in amazement, Mu asked what happened. He assumed that there was a mass stabbing on the ground floor, but Sun calmly explained that they had gathered all the suspects for the unsolved cases. Mu's mouth widened, shocked even more by what he heard, and Sun added that they would presumably solve all the cases at once. Mu asked again, assuming that Qingyu was conducting the interrogation, and noted that he had nothing better to do. Saying that this was not the case, Sun wanted to explain who exactly was conducting the questioning, but Mu, without listening, waved his hand and, as he began to leave, told them to work, and he would go and rest since he had just come from a mission and was very tired. Without arguing, Sun wished him a safe journey and soon entered the observation room, asking how things were going. She replied that Sun had arrived just in time, and she added that Wu had started the interrogation. Sun waved his hand and ordered them to sit down and looked at the screen where the video of what was happening in the interrogation room was being broadcast. Looking at the suspect, Sun remembered something about her, and said that this was a murder case and the deceased was the suspect's husband. There were 2 murderers, both from the lower floor, but the woman looked like a sissy, as if she was from the 3rd floor. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Sun added that later the investigation found out that this woman was cheating on her husband, and their relationship was not going well at all. And it was like he crawled at the feet of a goddess and courted her with all his might, even managed to marry her. But the marriage was fictitious, and that is why the boss suspected this woman, but could not find any evidence. At this point, the woman looked at Wu, asked him to listen and reminded him that she had already said everything last time, because on the day of her husband's death, she was at the casino, and all the employees can confirm this. The system declared that this woman was not the murderer but an accomplice, noting that she was a socialite who could hardly find money to live on, and although she was from the 1st floor, she dressed like a 3rd-floor aristocrat, and also dated the casino owner and fought with others every day for every luxury and had no savings and did not even love her husband, a simple miner, one bit. Wu frowned, listening attentively, and the system advised him to ask Shu to call the owner of this casino. The protagonist thought about it, assuming that this woman had teamed up with her lover to kill her husband, and the motive was money, since she was a socialite. He waved his hand slightly, and Sun, understanding his signal, ordered Shu to go to him. She immediately said that she would do it and walked towards the interrogation room, and at that moment the pen twitched and the protagonist walked out of this room holding a document in his hands. Noticing Shu, he said that she was just in time, and she even screamed in surprise when she noticed him. He asked her to bring the casino owner named in the case and interrogate the woman and the owner separately. He also suggested that, like in the prisoner's dilemma, they should emphasize the information he wrote down during the interrogation, and then their trust in each other would soon collapse. Shu, shocked by what he heard, said that she understood everything, and Wu went to deal with the next case and left this one to the staff. Shu, slightly wincing, agreed with this, and the protagonist approached interrogation room number 2. 5 minutes later he emerged from this, announcing that the murder weapon had been identified, and noted that it was a hand-sharpening tool hidden in a bookshelf. He handed the file to Chi, who had come closer, and he announced that they would immediately go looking for it. After that, Wu went to the next interrogation room number 3, and now later in the interrogation group room, Sun, running inside, said that help was urgently needed. He attracted the attention of Wan and Gao, asking them to borrow their guys from the 3rd and 9th groups. They were wondering where he was going in such a hurry, and they were also surprised that there was a shortage of people in the 7th division. Sun announced that their boss had found a real monster somewhere who solved cases very quickly. He had already deployed all his people from the group, but there were still not enough people, and he explained that otherwise he would not have asked his colleagues. They were curious about how fast this man acted when solving cases, and they asked Sun not to exaggerate. He, collecting several documents, seriously announced that Wu solved 10 cases in an hour, and this shocked his comrades very much, adding that the main character seemed to see the entire scenario of the crime and surprisingly accurately found all the evidence. Wan and Gao were curious about how tough Wu was, and without answering anything, Sun simply announced that he was leaving, and said that he was taking these cases with him as well. He reminded them to quickly send people to him, and also if they saw Go and Captain Mu, he should tell them that he would also take the people from the 11th and 13th divisions. While his comrades were left looking at him in shock, Sun, approaching Shu and Chi, asked them to hand over these cases to Wu as well, and said that he would go and coordinate the issue of temporary coordination of people from other interrogation groups. They immediately expressed their agreement with the order, and Sun, looking at the screen where the interrogation was shown, asked which suspect the protagonist was interrogating now. She replied that he was the 12th in a row, and was amazed at how quickly Wu did it. Taking out a cigarette, Sun lit it, and asked Chi to turn off the monitor and delete all the records of the previous interrogations. He asked Chi in confusion, what did Sun mean? He replied that he had a premonition that if this continued, Wu would solve 100 cases in one day, and knowing Mu and some other captains who were so fond of poaching strangers, Sun knew that they would definitely not miss Wu, only if they did not know what happened in the interrogation room, and they would only be left to guess who it was, but they would not be able to prove anything. Soon, in the headquarters of the 13th Division, in the office, Mu asked discontentedly, was this really a statement about temporary coordination? He did not understand what was going on, and his assistant admitted that he did not know, since some said that the 7th interrogation group of the 7th Division had solved all the accumulated cases, and they urgently needed people to help detain the suspects. In addition, the 3rd, 9th, and 11th Divisions had also already handed over people from their interrogation teams to them, and Mu, in disbelief, noted that he knew how the 7th Division's interrogation team worked. He lightly slapped the documents he was holding with his palm, noting that if they could solve such old cases, they would have solved them long ago unless they received reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he imagined Wu's appearance, then cursed, clenched the documents in his palm, and slammed his fists on the table with force. His assistant, noticing this behavior, was frightened, and Mu, with his eyes closed, asked why his unit number was 13. Late at night the lights were still on in the Intelligence Corps branch, and in the 7th Division, at the headquarters observation point, Chi, tiredly resting his head on the table, said that they were finally finished. He never imagined that once Wu finished with their unit's cases, he would help all the interrogation teams of the Intelligence Corps solve all their pending cases. Looking at the document, Sun agreed with this, noting that after reporting to their superiors on the cases they solved this month, they would definitely be able to receive decent material support from the floors above. However, the captain had given Wu so much work that it was impossible to handle in a week, but he had done it all in one day, and his abilities were now obvious. He was afraid that this would cause unnecessary trouble, and at this moment, someone suddenly received a knock at the door, announcing that they had returned. It was Shu, who opened the door and warned that Wu wanted to discuss something with Sun. The protagonist noted that he had heard them mention material support from the floors above earlier, and asked what it was. Sun shrugged and explained that the interrogation team was different from the other teams because they had to submit a certain report of solved cases every month in order to receive financial support. Before Qingyu came, the previous captains often falsified the reports, but after he became the captain, he never did anything like that. The system did not expect Qingyu to be so strict, since he was a murderer outside the tower, but he was just as unwavering inside the tower. Wu declared that with Qingyu's character, he would never let them close the cases without finding out the whole truth, and guessed that they had not seen this financial support from the upper floors for a long time. She exclaimed that this was indeed the case, and declared that Wu had saved them this time by solving all the cases like a god. Shu added that thanks to him, their team, which had been constantly feeding from the expedition outside the tower, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sun, picking up 2 glasses of drinks, honestly admitted that these matters had been lying around for a long time, like an old debt that had been hanging around for more than a day or two. Handing one of the glasses to the protagonist, he remembered that Shu had said that he wanted to talk to him about something, and asked what the matter was. He noted that there were enough workers now, and Wu said that it was okay, because if they finished early, they could get off early. They hit the rims of their glasses against each other, and Wu added that they just needed to clarify the current situation for everyone. He said that he had no talent for investigation at all, so he was just lucky to ask the right questions, and as a freelancer, Sun gave him a good opportunity to practice. Sun admitted that no one would believe Wu anymore when he said that he had no talent. Qi, shaking with his fist, realized that this was like the excellent students who say after an exam that they wrote the answers at random, but it didn't sound convincing at all. Shu just stood there, clutching the folder with documents to herself, and the protagonist announced that he would tell everyone the details of these cases in order to supplement this when the interrogation of the suspects was over, and said that most of the solved cases this time were not related, and it was just a coincidence. All of these cases were solved because the captain secretly helped them with the investigation, and they found the evidence a long time ago, so all of the cases had already been solved a long time ago, and today they were simply closed. Walking to the table, he assumed that everyone would start to suspect something, but added that they would have enough details in the documents, and if someone started asking questions later, the team members should just take out the documents and provide everything. Sun realized that Wu meant that they were in charge of the investigation, and he was just an ordinary employee in charge of reconciling the data. The protagonist said that this was true, and Sun asked why they would do that. Besides, he was curious about why it was necessary to wait to close all the cases at once, since in his opinion it was somehow unrelated, and the protagonist declared that they did it in order to attract special attention from the upper floors. Sun asked again in confusion, not understanding what this meant, and asked if Wu was not going to hide himself. The protagonist, putting aside his glass, noted that what he was about to say now was only his personal opinion, and admitted that he did not have warm feelings for the 3 floors above, and in these few days he had roughly understood the lower floor, which was one big crime scene. As long as the upper floors did not pay attention, new cases would constantly appear from below, and any case had to be looked at both closely and globally. From a close perspective, it was clear that the criminals committed crimes because of their own moral decay or some moments in their lives that drove them crazy, but from a global perspective, one had to think about what kind of social environment made them commit crimes so often. The latter was beyond the control of the little people in the interrogation group, and in order to change this environment, political support from the upper floors was needed. Sun noted that this was indeed true, and he was willing to bet that even Qingyu's indifferent face would smile if he heard this. He agreed that Wu was right, because if they handed over so many cases at once, it would attract the attention of even the upper floors. He asked Shu and Qi to convey to all the members of the group that there would be a lot of work in the near future, as they needed to make sure that all the details and evidence in the cases matched and did not contradict each other, and at the same time, they needed to take good care of the criminals. They agreed with the order, and Sun suddenly remembered something and, drawing Wu's attention, said that the criminals were arrested one by one, asking if he remembered their oral testimony in detail. The protagonist chuckled, closed his eyes and asked, "Isn't it normal for a member of the interrogation team to have instant memory?" These words were like a blow to all three employees, and noticing their state, Wu asked them not to quarrel. A few days later, in the Intelligence Corps branch, in the office of the captain of the 7th Division, Qingyu was filling out documents and announced that Sun said that his interlocutor had solved all the cases. Wu, who was standing in front of him, said that he couldn't tell outsiders this, and Qingyu noticed that the protagonist was in such a hurry to leave the tower that he even quickly dealt with all the work that he had assigned him. The protagonist replied that members of the Intelligence Corps were forbidden from leaving the tower without permission, and Qingyu frowned and said that this was indeed the case, and noted that this was why he should understand what he was doing, promising that the punishment would be severe if he caught him. In addition, Qingyu warned that the protagonist should be clearly aware of his own strength, because if the situation was mortally dangerous, it was better not to get involved. The system understood that Qingyu was hinting at leaving no trace behind and taking care of his own safety, and Wu agreed with this and thought that Qingyu was becoming more and more interesting. As Qingyu stood up from his chair, he said that he had already handed over the report on the solved cases to the people above him, and warned that cleaning up the lower floor was a long process, because by handing over so many cases at once, they would face pressure. However, the pressure on the people who were obstructing them would be even greater, since there were many cases related to their areas of responsibility. Walking closer to Wu, he placed his hand on his shoulder and praised him for his good work, and the protagonist thanked him for this praise. Handing him a token, Qingyu announced that this was his reward, and noted that if he needed to leave the tower, he could get equipment from the supply team. Some items required access, but if the protagonist showed this, he would be allowed to go. Wu took the token, and the system said that the Intelligence Corps had been coming out of the tower for many years, so of course there would be many good things, although they used most of them for their weapons. However, there were also many dealing with unknown effects that were not in the treasury, and with this pass, Wu had the opportunity to use them. The system asked him to believe it, that the things in the treasury were definitely better than those in Jianlu port. Turning to Qingyu, Wu put the token away and asked if there were any other orders. Qingyu said that he had sent a report of their expedition, so in 4 days, the Correctional Corps would send a dignitary to them to find out the details. He thought that the upper floors were interested in what was happening in this hospital, especially the high-level fallen who had retained their sanity, and that was why other people would ask for details. Wu knew that he had to answer this, and asked if Uzu and Xiaoyi would also ask this. Qingyu explained that everyone would be interrogated, and in that case, Wu hoped that Qingyu could help him keep a secret. He was curious about what that secret was, and Wu asked him not to tell the Correctional Corps about the disc they found at the end. Qingyu asked if there was anything special about it. The protagonist explained that he was still looking into it, but once he had the results, he would let him know. Qingyu understood everything and promised to tell the others not to mention the disc. He picked up the file folder and added that there was something else, and handed the documents to Wu, declaring that it was the agreed-upon information, asking him to check it. When the protagonist began to read the documents, the system realized that the investigation of the 9th mental hospital was recorded in detail, and admired Qingyu's skill, but noticed that he had changed something, writing that Wu and Shuang were both responsible for the work of monitoring and directing the team. The system was amazed at how protective Qingyu was of Wu, and after finishing reading, the protagonist closed the documents, declaring that he had memorized everything. Qingyu, closing his eyes, told him to go to the supply group and choose something for self-defense if he had memorized everything, and urged him to go. Walking out into the corridor, the protagonist thanked him, said goodbye to him, and walked out the door, and Qingyu, putting his palm to his forehead, admitted to himself that he did not expect Wu to cope with all the work in one day, and even with unexpected surprises. But despite this, he smiled, suggesting that he should make another assessment of the protagonist's abilities. Walking down the street, Wu came to a large technical building. He thought about what he had come to. This building was the Intelligence Corps' weapons warehouse. A guy leaning against a concrete wall in a relaxed pose with one hand in his pocket turned to Wu and told him to pass. This guy was Jing Chu, and he was a member of the Intelligence Corps' supply team. Jing Chu then told him that this was their weapons warehouse, although he noticed that there were things inside that did not look like weapons. The system window told Wu that Jing Chu liked Yun Shu, but he liked Shui Qi. When they entered the warehouse, they found themselves surrounded by a large number of shelves. Jing Chu turned to Wu and asked him not to pay attention to the mess. Then he told him that everything that the 7th Division brought back from expeditions was here. He explained that there were some good Jilins there, and he advised him that Bai Wu should choose and not rush. The protagonist stood in front of one of the shelves. Looking at it, he saw a cup on a saucer. The system window told him that it was someone's large coffee mug, and it was found in a cafe in the ruins of a once-discovered city. After that, the system window reported that if you pour coffee into it, it will make the taste of it perfect and keep it in this state forever. But after that, the system window noticed that this only works on coffee. After that, the praise I talent told Bai Wu that the stage voice changer hides his Adam's apple and automatically selects a male or female voice based on his preferences. The system window made a caustic remark that Lin Uzu would like it. When the system window was telling about this, Bai Wu looked at the small pendant and 2 gloves on the shelf in front of him on the shelf. The system window told him that these are gloves that on the hands of a completely unarmed person will themselves become a weapon, after which it asked him if there was anything else that needed to be clarified. The system window concluded that this had already said everything. Then the system window and the main character simultaneously drew attention to the bright white mask that stood on the shelf leaning on the box. Praise I noticed that this was a good thing. After that it told him that the mask could not be damaged. However, as his health would fall, the effect of the mask would also begin to weaken until his face would be completely revealed. The system window clarified that this was fate and nothing else. It reported that in the 9th mental hospital he had already seen a message related to this. The main character mentally asked again, had he already seen it? Praise I explained to him that this was true, and it saw it just in one of the documents of the archive. Then it noticed that however at that moment the main task was to search for information that would help in the fight against the poor thing and some unnecessary and secondary clues Praise I saved for him. In the document that Praise I saved for Bai Wu, it was written that in a neighboring city there was one legend that some man in a mask began to catch the fallen, and at first it seemed to him that this was an ordinary urban legend, but he was perplexed that today he saw him with his own eyes. After that in the document it was written that the man in the mask handed over all the fallen that he caught to a mental hospital. After that the writer wrote that they say that with the director of the hospital. The system table turning to Bai Wu asked him, well, how is it? Then it noted with satisfaction that it is cool. The protagonist looking at the mask he was holding in his hand, he thought that if this was really the mask of that masked man, it meant that someone had been to that city before. He understood that although the world outside the tower was random, it seemed to him that each zone and space outside of it was somehow connected. Jing Chu, who was crossing his arms over his chest, was looking at the protagonist's back. He asked him if he was taking this mask. Bai Wu, smiling, looking at him and showing him his mask, told him that everything here was household items and it was completely unclear how to use them, after which he noticed that in comparison with these, the mask was not so useless. Jing Chu, stretching out his hand in front of him, noticed that this was also true, after which he asked him if he was really not going to look at anything else. The protagonist, putting the mask in his bag, said that it was not worth doing this and that this would be enough for him too. Some time later, while in the Qingzi trading store, Bai Wu stretched the mask over his head. Qingzi screamed loudly with an admiring expression, staring at the mask and clenching her fists. She impulsively asked him, so this is the goods of the intelligence corps? After that, she loudly said that this is a very fresh find and usually you will not see such a thing. Then Qingzi turned to Bai Wu and asked him if he could give it to her to play with for a few days. The protagonist answered her by saying that she already knew that he would not give it to her. Then he reminded her, the equipment and formality. He asked her, is everything ready with this? Looking at him proudly, Qingzi put her hand on her chest and asked him in response, who does he take her for? Then she straightened up and asked him, can she not handle such nonsense? At this moment, she thought that if he could not handle it, he would not be worthy of even courting her. After that, she informed him that by noon on the second day, she had already taken out the equipment and kept his identity a secret. Then Qingzi told Bai Wu that her boyfriend didn't say that he was giving it to her and that they needed to see the result first. She explained to him that if everything went well then he would let them use it for a long time. Then she picked up the box and put it on the table and said that this was the earliest streaming equipment on the lower floor and there were only 3 of them, 2 of which were owned by other streaming companies. The box that Qingzi put on the table contained specialized equipment. Praise I noticed that it looked like what he had seen earlier, but it couldn't transmit the picture to the 3rd floor and only to the television screens in Jianlu port on the lower floor. After which the system window notified Bai Wu that there was a guy outside and reminded him to remember about safety and not to forget to put on a mask since no one could recognize him. The protagonist, looking at the equipment in his hands, asked, what time? Qingzi put her hands on her hips and told him that as soon as he was ready, they would organize everything right away. Then she said that recently all the broadcasts were fake because it was too dangerous outside the tower and there were fewer and fewer people willing to go out. After that, Qingzi told him that this year there were only 6 real streams and in 5 of these streamers were torn apart by the fallen. Qingzi raised her index finger up and told him that he could imagine that all the viewers on the lower floor, although they were scared, on the other hand, they were excited. She explained to him that this is why the main sponsors of the port are really looking forward to his debut. Praise, I asked? A cannon fodder broadcast? Then it noticed that this was popular at one time, but ultimately the broadcasts are fake, and for these people, streams outside the tower are the same as an underground struggle from the past. That is, this is what really sharpens the senses. The main character, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, noticed that based on past experience, he asked, his survival rate is about 16%? Then he looked ahead with a serious expression and thought that considering that there are no normal ways to earn money on the lower floor and the fallen are kept apart, he could try. He understood that if everything turns out to be really bad, he can always return to the starting point. Qingzi, with a cheerful expression on her face, she raised her hands up. In each of her hands she held unusual clothes. She shouted to Bai Wu that he needs to think carefully. Then she noticed that her intuition tells her that he is not a fool. However, she said that outside the tower, no one would dare to claim that nothing will happen to him. Then she asked him to look here. She screamed, "Jilin clothes." Then she shouted that he might need it during the stream outside. The protagonist looked at the clothes she was holding in her hands in confusion. Praise, I said that it was a leotard in the style of a superhero from 700 years ago, and it suggested that he refused because it really looked creepy. After that, it noticed that although it was actually a jilin that could delay a certain amount of attack. Qingzi, with a satisfied expression on her face, crossed her arms over her chest, suggested adding a mask from the intelligence core to this set, and noted that in this case the issue with the suit was resolved. After that, she said that now there was the last step. She paid attention to his ID and told him that he was a member of the intelligence corps and could not leave the tower without permission, but she noted that he could go to the mercenary troops and register as a mercenary. After that, Qingzi turned to the side and, turning to Bai Wu with gestures, called him to follow her, telling him that she would take him there. After that, she shouted out that Qingzi's shop would be closed today. Some time later, Bai Wu and Qingzi stood in front of a man who made a table and smoked a cigar. This man said that for humanitarian reasons, a mercenary group can be registered if there are at least 6 people in it. At this moment, Bai Wu and Qingzi were on the street before the mercenary troops. After that, the man noticed that, however, as is known, there is always a reaction to an action. He looked ahead with a smile on his face and, turning to Bai Wu, he told him that even if he was alone, he could be registered and forged an ID for the 5 remaining comrades. He noted that he would only do this if he was willing to cover the additional costs of 500 TAS. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at Qingzi. Qingzi irritably put her hand in her bag and began to shout, "Okay." After that, she loudly said that she would pay. She handed the bag to the mercenary man. He responded by saying that it was great. Then he noted that things would go more fun this way. Immediately after that, stretching out his hand in which he held a cigar in front of him, the man said that according to the rules he must come up with. Then he interrupted himself and said that he meant to name his comrades. He told Bai Wu that code names would also do. Bai Wu at this time stared intently at the cigar that the man held in his hand. After that, Bai Wu said, "Constantine." The man held a pen in his hand and wrote down what Bai Wu said on a piece of paper in front of him. He said that it was cool. After that, he asked him, "And the second?" The protagonist answered him saying, "Bai Piao." The man, with a confused expression on his face, looked at Bai Wu uncertainly, asked him if he was sure that it was worth calling him that. Not receiving any answer to his question, he asked him, "Then what is the third name?" The protagonist answered him, "Xiaoqi Yiding." After that, Bai Wu said that the fourth is called Shanqi Gail. Qingzi was laughing behind Bai Wu's back at this moment, covering her mouth with her hands. The man, with a confused expression, continued to look at Bai Wu, who continued to come up with more and more names. After that, the protagonist said that the fifth one's name was Lu Qingji. Qingzi looked at Bai Wu in bewilderment with her eyes wide open. She impulsively asked him to wait, and asked him irritably, "What is this?" Then she angrily shouted that it was obvious that he was talking about her. The protagonist did not react to her comments at all and said that the sixth one's name was Xiaozi Biding. The man who was writing down the names was so surprised by the names that Bai Wu told him that the ash from his cigar began to fall onto the paper he was filling out. Qingzi started yelling at Bai Wu in irritation, screaming that she was helping him pay bribes and also settling all the issues, and had even already agreed on the distribution of profits with the shadow sponsor of the streams outside the tower, and he shoved her name in along with these nicknames like Bai Piao. After that, she asked him, how should she understand this? At this time, the man with a cigar in his hand repeatedly said to himself that silence is gold. He understood that he needed to finish quickly. Some time after this, when the sun was setting, Qingzi asked with a surprised expression, is this? They were in the room where Bai Wu lived. He explained to her that this was his house and also said that he did this so that in the future it would be easier for her to contact him. So he showed her the way. Qingzi looked indignantly ahead with his hands on his hips and noticed that he wanted to do everything his own way. After that, she reminded him that no matter what, they were now partners, and she insisted that he leave her at least one chance to use the camera. The protagonist answered her affirmatively, then sat down at the table with a bored expression on his face looking at her, and resting his head on his fist told her that if they were already partners then she could tell him. Then he asked her what was so special about this camera. After that, he also asked her why she was so interested in this, and what was filmed with it in the past. Qingzi looked to the side with a confused expression on her face and asked him who told him that something was filmed with it. The main character looked her in the eyes and said that she could not ask such questions. He explained to her that if he concluded that there was something on the camera, it meant that he had grounds for this. Then he noticed that in addition, her face gave her away, and since they were partners, he asked her why she did not share this information with him. After that, he warned her that of course if this cannot be discussed, she can refuse. Qingzi looked away with a confused expression on her face, and then said that it would not be scary if she told him. After these words, she began her story. Qingzi stood in the center of the room in a constrained position, and looking to the side she began to tell him that 2 years ago 2 of her friends disappeared, and since there is a clear hierarchy in the tower that the higher ones mock the lower ones and this is a common thing, she said that 3 years ago from the lower floor one after another women began to disappear about 1 per week, and they were united by a beautiful appearance. Qingzi told him that people from the lower floor went to the upper 3, but the result was always the same. Qingzi told him that men were sent to participate in survival games and some women too, but beautiful women often went through something else. Qingzi sat on the bed and straining her hands grabbed her hips with these heavily, saying that she thinks that she does not need to tell what they went through because he himself understands it. The main character, looking ahead, thought that for the era of the tower with a backward social system, this could really happen often. He thought about these women and realized that he was afraid that in the end nothing good awaited them. Qingzi, straining her hands, said that the people of the upper floors had all their needs closed and all the entertainment was boring to them. She said that those girls would not return either, since they were sent outside the tower. Then she raised her face up and said that she had heard that all the fallen outside were once people. Turning to Bai Wu, she asked him what he thought. Would he be able to meet a person from the tower outside one day during an expedition? Bai Wu sat at the table with a thoughtful expression and looked ahead. Qingzi chuckled and noticed that it seemed impossible to answer this question, after which she looked at the ceiling with hope and said that to be honest, she used to be in a different business. She told Bai Wu that she and her friends had opened a clothing store so that people on the lower floors could also dress stylishly. With a smile on her face, Qingzi said that it was great and that she had not always been like this. She admitted that she had also dreamed big before. But then the girls disappeared and their common goal naturally disappeared along with them. She said that the store had closed and she had managed to get out of it, but she could no longer continue her old business. And in order to go to the humble core and inform on the aristocrats, she needed to have ironclad evidence. With a sad expression on her face, Qingzi looked at the floor and said that if only they were not interested in things that they should not be interested in. The protagonist looked at Qingzi carefully, thinking that Qingzi's girlfriends might have been trying to investigate the kidnapping of girls by people from the upper floors. I told him that this was not something that people from the lower floors should be interested in. It explained to him that most of those girls were homeless and Qingzi's girlfriends were able to open a store on the lower floor. It noted that this meant that these 3 had a certain amount of ingenuity and connections, and theoretically perverts from the upper floors who wanted to play with women would not choose such people. Bai Wu thought about the fact that however they still went and even filmed something incredible, but they started having problems. He understood that the film from the camera was destroyed and the owner of this one was missing, and Qingzi was constantly making connections with a variety of men and this circle of acquaintances was getting wider. He assumed that this was also a precaution. Holding his hand next to his head, Bai Wu realized that he finally understood why it was so easy to sign up for the mercenary troops. He realized that it was easier for the people from above to do their dirty deeds. Getting up from his chair, he mentally said, "This is the world of the high tower, rotten from top to bottom." Then turning to Qingzi, he said that it was good to have a fair heart, but he also said that they underestimated their opponents. Qingzi looked at him with a surprised expression and then lowered her gaze and suggested that it looked like he guessed. She said that so much time had passed and they had long since finished playing with them and thrown them outside the tower. After that, she turned to Bai Wu and asked him what he thought, assuming that her friends had turned into fallen ones. Then if they met her outside, would they eat her? The protagonist, approaching her, replied that the world outside the tower was huge and she should not think about what had not yet happened. He then said that however if he met them there he would tell them that she missed them very much. Qingzi looked at him with tears in her eyes and said his name. The protagonist abruptly interrupted their tender conversation and said that he needed to change clothes and get ready to leave the tower. He abruptly ordered her to leave the room. He then put the newly acquired mask on his face and summed up that he was leaving. Bai Wu was now dressed in the clothes that Qingzi offered him. His face was covered with a mask. In his new appearance, he walked towards the door. Outside the tower it was raining heavily. Qin Lin was trying to catch his breath while raindrops were pouring down his face. There was a lot of sighing on his face. Yang Zhenke standing at the entrance of a small space inside the dead tree. He ordered Liang Yu and Qin Lin to calm down as much as possible, and then he asked them to stop thinking about what happened. Liang Yu and Qin Lin with heavy expressions or listened to the orders coming from Yang Zhen. Qin Lin with a frightened expression turned to the captain saying that Mr. San and Matsi. He did not have time to finish speaking because Yang Zhen with a menacing expression covered his mouth with his palm and putting his hand on his shoulder shouted at him that if he did not calm down right now he would throw him out of the hollow. After that Yang Zhen explained to him that that monster could come to the smell of his emotions. He told him that they died, then he asked him, and now he also wanted to die. Yang Zhen squeezed Qin Lin's shoulders with his hands. The three of them were in a very tight space surrounded by tree bark. Liang Yu, who had been sitting silently, turned to Yang Zhen as his boss and told him that all this is still up to now. After that he said that the monster broke the teleportation discs and all that remains for them now is to wait for death. 4 hours before these events, 5 warriors led by Yang Zhen were outside the tower, surrounded by a dense forest. Yang Zhen turned to Liang Yu and asked him to determine the number of fallen nearby. He ordered everyone else to prepare for battle. Some time later, Liang Yu adjusted his mechanical glasses and turned to Yang Zhen and told him that the possessed one was only one fallen. Then he noticed that in addition, the aura of this fallen was very weak. Yang Zhen at this time looked around and concluded that it looked like this expedition would be easy. Then with a confident smile on his face he shouted, "Forward." He suggested that everyone have a good hunt for this fallen. Some time after he gave this order, he looked ahead with a horrified expression with his eyes wide open. He was incredibly scared because he saw that the fallen whose head and body were cut in half lengthwise was holding the body of one of the mercenaries named Matsi in his hand. His comrades shouted his name loudly, but by this time he was already dead, as the fallen one began to squeeze blood out of him. Qin Lin looked ahead with a frightened expression. He was terrified. Yang Zhen turned to San and ordered him to urgently activate the teleportation disc so that they could return to the tower, after which he began to repeatedly shout for him to do it as quickly as possible. However, San did not have time to do anything. His chest was pierced through by the fallen one's hand, which became several meters long and with one sharp movement pierced San's chest, causing a bright splash of blood to fly out of his back. Yang Zhen looked in horror as a huge amount of blood appeared right above his head. He shouted with a frightened expression and a face wet from the rain, "Old San!" The fallen one whose head had recovered stuck the bloody paw into his mouth and began to lick it. Yang Zhen, furiously perplexed, repeatedly asked, "Why?" Then he looked at how the fallen one, smeared in the blood of his comrades, stood enjoying the blood of his comrades. Liang Yu asked, "Why this fallen one cannot be killed?" Now the three of them were sitting in a hollow of a tree. Yang Zhen, holding a long melee weapon in his hand, said that now he understands that the fallen one pretended to be weak from the very beginning in order to lure them into a trap. After that he noticed that if his guesses are correct, then this fallen one has an unusually high intelligence and perhaps he even knows what the teleportation disc is for, and that is why he broke all their teleportation discs in the first place. Suddenly, interference for being outside the tower territory descended on the three of them. Liang Yu received interference outside the tower, that is, corruption. Yang Zhen received confusion and Qin Lin got slowdown. Yang Zhen frowned and suggested that it seemed like 4 hours had passed. Then he noticed that they had nothing to counter this fallen one, and now they were also being interfered with. Then he said heavily that it couldn't get any worse. Qin Lin, in a constrained squatting position, turned to Yang Zhen and told him that this fallen one was currently eating San's corpse. Then he asked him if he thought that if they calmed down enough, maybe they could avoid death? Liang Yu told him that they would all die soon and he advised Qin Lin not to build false hopes. He explained that outside the tower, the chances of people running into them were extremely small. Then he said that this fallen one would soon finish eating sand, and in the time remaining to them, he suggested that they think about something beautiful. Soon after, Liang Yu slammed his long melee weapon onto the ground. He said that they might die, but they couldn't just sit and wait for death. He stood up and ordered his two companions to cheer up. Walking to the entrance of the hollow, he said that the rain had stopped, and they could try to escape from this place. Soon after, they heard someone approaching their shelter. Yang Zhen asked in confusion, "What?" Then he asked in furious confusion, "How could this fallen one return so quickly?" Bai Wu, who was wearing his new equipment with a mask on his face, called out to the three of them and asked them to come out and let them have a look at them. Then he told them that the next rain would be in 300 seconds and they had very little time. He explained to him that if they wanted to survive, it would be best for them to exchange information while they studied the area. Yang Zhen, Liang Yu and Qin Lin, shocked by what they just heard and saw, suddenly shouted in unison, "A human!" At this time in the port of Jianlu, a huge screen located on a hill that could be seen from different parts of the city showed the residents the image presented on the screen. Qingzi stood behind the wall with a smile on her face looking in front of her. Her back was leaning against the wall of the building. She took the walkie-talkie in her hand and ordered to get ready. After that she gave a sharp command, "Turn on." The next moment, the large screens in the city stopped showing the image. The residents looked at this in bewilderment and asked why the TV broke. Then they saw that the events outside the tower in which Bai Wu participated were shown on the screen. The residents shouted in surprise that this was the stream outside the tower. They repeatedly shouted this and asked to quickly call Old Man Wang because the etheric towers were showing again. At this time, outside the tower in an unknown jungle, Liang Yu, Yang Zhen and Qin Lin came out of their hiding place. Bai Wu, looking at them, noticed that they finally got out. Praise Eye began asking a huge number of questions. First it asked why there were only 3 people left from a team of 5. Then the system window asked why the weak fallen had caused such a massacre, and why were all the teleportation discs broken. Then it asked what happened to the bald one, and what kind of grief did he have to go through. Praise Eye continued to wonder tirelessly what secrets were still unknown to anyone hidden under the strong appearance of his sideburns. Then another question appeared on the system window: is it a change in human nature or moral decay? After that, Praise Eye addressed Bai Wu and said that welcome to the world of the 7th disciple. The protagonist mentally asked again, the 7th disciple? After that, he assumed that it seemed that this fallen one was a joint student with Ilya, and this is the 7th student of that teacher. Liang Yu, with a frightened expression on his face, cautiously turning to Bai Wu, confusedly asked him when he came, and is he a devil or a fallen one? A table describing Liang Yu appeared on the system window. His name was written in it, and also that his accompanying power is equal to the 3rd level and the 1st stage, and Bai Wu was also notified that the debuff of corruption was imposed on him. Praise Eye informed the protagonist that he really thought about death, but now his desire to live is higher than everyone else, and it is high enough to do anything. Praise Eye advised Bai Wu to better remember what it is about to say. After that it informed him that in the end he will have to make a choice. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead with his arms crossed over his chest, noted that this is not bad. After that he repeated the question asked to him, a devil or a fallen one? He mentally asked himself, is it a choice task again? Then he turned to the people around him and said that no option leads to a good outcome. Turning to Liang Yu, he asked him how much he wants to die. Yang Zhen interrupted his thoughts and told him that although he is now very inspired by seeing a living person, however, he pulled out his melee weapon towards Bai Wu and menacingly asked him, but who is he anyway? At that moment, Yang Zhen addressed Bai Wu as a lord. Praise Eye displayed information about Yang Zhen. His name was written on it, and also that his accompanying power is equal to the 3rd level and the 1st stage. A debuff was also imposed on him, which is confusion. After that the system window revealed that this person speaks in a very old-fashioned way, and Praise Eye is sorry that Hollywood closed 700 years ago, since Wolverine 5 will no longer be filmed because such an actor is wasted. Then the system window notified Bai Wu that this should warn him that he spontaneously came up with the idea of killing him and then taking his teleportation disc, but now he is under the influence of the confusion debuff. The protagonist, not at all scared by the blade aimed at him, moved the tip of the weapon away from himself with his fingers and told him that he had already lost 2 partners due to underestimating the enemy. Then he said that the accompanying force at the 1st stage of the 3rd level is too weak and he is not very oriented in space now. After that, the protagonist made an observation that if he is not mistaken, then they have been here for 4 hours already, and he had better weigh everything carefully and not make hasty decisions. Yang Zhen looked at Bai Wu in bewilderment with wide open eyes. He mentally asked himself, Was he able to determine the level of his accompanying force at a glance? Then he asked himself in surprise, is he really a sniffer above the 4th level? He began to mentally convince himself, telling himself that this could not be. He understood that the sniffer would not have entered this territory alone. Yangjin, with a sharp movement of his face, removed the weapon that he had pointed at Bai Wu, realizing that this man was strong. After Yangjin removed his weapon from Bai Wu's face, he straightened up and asked to forgive him for his behavior. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and told them that they could call him Constantine. Then he told them that if they wanted to survive, they had better throw their ideas out of their heads. Qin Lin, with a confused expression, asked him if they could really survive. Praise showed information about Qin Lin. His name was displayed on the system window, as well as the fact that his accompanying power is equal to the 2nd level of the 6th stage. He was debuffed with a slowdown, and he is a chimera with light eyes and gray hair. Also on the system window was indicated information that his attack power is in the region of 2800 to 3500 and he comes from the dragon race. Praise informed the main character that despite the above, he is the most cowardly and the most adequate of them. Then it noticed that he has an interesting talent under the number 777. This is the talent of the Disc of Joy and Sorrow. Bai Wu crossed his arms on his chest and looked closely at Qin Lin and asked himself again, a disc to joy and sorrow? He realized that he remembered what it was. He did not have time to finish his thoughts because Yangjin, holding his hands in front of him, addressed Bai Wu as a lord and asked him for permission to ask a question, after which Yangjin asked him why he did not lend them a teleportation disc and they would bring reinforcements to save him. Then Yangjin introduced himself by saying that his name was Yangjin and he had some reputation among mercenaries and his words could be trusted. The protagonist silently looked at Yangjin. Praise informed Bai Wu that all 3 must be present in this dungeon, and if one of them gets lost, the consequences could be dire. Then it noticed that in addition, there are 8 different endings inside a person and the rewards for these are also different. The protagonist stood in front of Lian Yu, Yangjin and Qin Lin. All 3 of them were surrounded by a forested swampy area. At this time, Praise began to display the words, wealth, fame, information, item Jilin or standard talents on the system window. It addressed Bai Wu asked, or did he need everything? The system window advised him to choose carefully. The protagonist thoughtfully looked in front of him and asked himself, 3 people and 8 endings? He assumed that it seemed to be related to the survivors, that is, bald, old-fashioned and chimera. He understood that with 3 people there really would be 8 combinations. He thought that 3 would survive or 1 would survive or 2 would survive, a total of 8 options, and the fallen in this area in his opinion was interesting. After finishing his reasoning, he answered Yangjin's request negatively, explaining that he did not trust them. Yangjin, with a confused expression on his face, put his hand to his chest and asked him, why? After that, he began to prove to him that he was the only one with the disc and in that case the way out of the predicament was to send someone with authority back. He suggested that he would return and use the number to bring a rescue party. Then he asked Bai Wu, isn't that so? Bai Wu explained to him that the monster has a very strong perception and then he asked him in return, hasn't he thought about why it didn't kill them but destroyed their discs? Yangjin with a confused expression uncertainly suggested that this fallen one has some intelligence. The protagonist answered his suggestion affirmatively and said that it was true. However, he noticed that earlier it allowed them to escape and did not destroy them all at once. With a confused expression on his face, Yangjin asked him if he meant that. He didn't have time to finish his sentence because the protagonist interrupted his question and told him that this fallen one was enjoying their fear and despair. After that, Bai Wu began to tell him that for the fallen one, the more fear and despair they are in, the more negative emotions they experience before death, and because of this they become more fragrant. Yangjin, Qin Lin and Lian Yu looked at Bai Wu with surprised and frightened expressions on their faces. Who was telling them about this? The protagonist continued to talk about how this fallen one had destroyed their teleportation discs, and was playing tag with them only to make the food tastier. He stated his thought by saying that that was all. Qin Lin suddenly fell to his knees and with despair in his eyes said that this meant that all this time the fallen one was just playing with them. Bai Wu stretched out his hand in front of him and noticed that, however, this was good news. He explained to them that this was because they could no longer force themselves to hide their fears since there was no need to. He explained to them that if one prey escaped, he could be sure that this fallen one would immediately grab the rest and devour them. Then the protagonist turned to Yangjin and asked him, would he also choose a rescue party now? Yangjin with a concentrated expression noticed that, however, if this was true, he asked him, after sensing him, shouldn't this fallen one be afraid that he would take people away and devour them right away? Bai Wu stretched out his hand in front of him, and said that it was sad but this fallen one wouldn't be able to smell him. Yang Jin asked him in surprise, "What?" Then he asked him, "How is this possible?" The protagonist approaching Yang Jin told him that if they wanted to survive here, they needed to figure out how to find the secret of this area. Bai Wu confidently walked forward while Yang Jin looked at him with a confused expression. Bai Wu told them that after that they would kill this fallen one. Yang Jin looked at Bai Wu with apprehension and asked him again, "Kill the fallen one?" And then he asked him if he was joking? The protagonist took out a watch from his pocket and looking at the dial said that there were 2.5 minutes left. Then he put the watch back in his pocket telling Yang Jin that they first need to find the next shelter. He began to walk forward saying that they would talk on the way. Yang Jin abruptly asked him to wait. After that, he asked him why he thought there were other shelters here. The protagonist answered his question with a question and asked him if he was familiar with the tastes of perverted hunters. He asked him if he knew what state they would like their prey to be in. Yang Jin looked at Bai Wu with a surprised expression, while Bai Wu answered his own question by explaining to him that these hunters do not want the prey to be in a hopeless wait for death but on the contrary, in a constant struggle with the hope of salvation. Liang Yu asked him in surprise if he meant that. The protagonist, without waiting for his question, told him that, in other words, if there is only one fallen one in the entire jungle, he asked why. In that case, this fallen one has not blocked all these shelters for hundreds of years. He explained to them, saying that this was done because the fallen one specially left these shelters. Then Bai Wu noticed that if you look closely, you can see that the distance between the trees is the same and the crowns of the trees also cover the same area. Yang Jin cursed in annoyance, realizing that they were faced with a predator that likes to torture its prey. He said with pain in his voice that he should have guessed about this earlier. The protagonist, who was walking ahead of the others, asked them if it was acid rain when they were hiding from the rain. Yang Jin answered him affirmatively and said that it looked like ordinary rainwater, but in fact it was some kind of corrosive liquid. He noticed that this liquid did not affect the plants in any way, but only harmed them, that is, people. Then a memory of the events that had recently happened appeared in Yang Jin's mind. He told Bai Wu that initially there were 5 of them, and one of the scouts thought that it was ordinary rain and was going to continue on his way. But in the end the rain instantly corroded his skin and he died on the spot. The main character noticed that this meant that this is how they had an emotional outburst, and began to run away when they attracted the fallen. Yang Jin, looking down, confirmed his assumption and told him that the speed of this fallen and his strength were not great. The main character, kneeling and looking at something glowing in the grass, asked her, and so they decided that they could defeat the fallen? Yang Jin tried to justify himself to him by telling him that they only thought, but he did not have time to finish because Bai Wu interrupted him by saying that this and that. At that moment, Bai Wu looked at the glowing space under his feet. In the grass he could see a small space glowing with a thick dark red color that was shimmering inside. Bai Wu looking at this notified everyone by saying what he found. Praise I told Bai Wu that there was no fallen inside and there was only one skeleton. This informed that they could get some clues from there. But it was better to hurry because Dandler began to look for the next table with food. This notified Bai Wu that a countdown of 400 seconds had begun. The protagonist, looking ahead, mentally asked himself, Dandler? He assumed that apparently this was the 7th disciple. Then he turned around and addressed Liang Yu as the bald one, asking him to stay outside and monitor the situation, and asked the others to follow him down. Liang Yu, with a worried expression, began to ask Bai Wu again, him? Then he asked why he was staying. The protagonist told him that someone would have to stay anyway, and he was also a sniffer. Yang Jin, holding his melee weapon on his shoulder, addressed him by name and asked him to just listen to Bai Wu. The protagonist, standing near the glowing space under his feet, said that he would go ahead and let them follow behind him. Yang Jin approached him from behind and asked him to wait. Looking at Qin Lin, he said that Qin Lin should go ahead since it would be safer that way. Qin Lin, with a confused expression, put his hand on the back of his head and grinned. Bai Wu thought at this time, is talent 777 a disc of sorrow and joy? Praise I answered him affirmatively, explaining that the effect of this talent is as follows. On the system window it was written that when Qin Lin encounters failure in 6 out of 7 cases, then his unlucky luck is 77 times stronger than ordinary people. Qin Lin at this moment looked ahead with a slight smile on his face, his cheeks slightly reddened. Praise I continued to talk about the characteristics of talent 777. It was written that if he gets into the remaining 1 out of 7 cases, then his luck will exceed the luck of an ordinary person by 777 times. The protagonist with a surprised expression turned to Qin Lin and stepped aside, thought that this means that today is the day of his luck. Addressing Yang Jin, Bai Wu said that this is an incredibly good offer, then he stepped aside to let Qin Lin go first. Praise I warned Bai Wu that this guy lost 2 partners today, and is afraid that something might not go according to plan. The protagonist watched Qin Lin descend into the red space. When the 3 of them entered this space, they found themselves in a narrow cave that was illuminated by mushrooms growing along the perimeter of this cave. These mushrooms glowed bright red. Qin Lin walked in front and Bai Wu and Yang Jin followed him. Qin Lin, with an uncertain smile on his face, turned to Bai Wu and greeted him, saying that his name was Qin Lin. The protagonist recommended that he go faster. He explained his request by saying that the bald man would soon give a signal. Qin Lin hesitantly agreed to his request. The protagonist walked forward, turning his attention to the mushrooms glowing red. He thought about the mushrooms and also about the winding cave and acid rain. After that, Bai Wu carefully looked in front of him, realizing that the environment here is just like. He did not have time to finish his thoughts because Qin Lin, who was walking in front of the others, suddenly stepped on a bone and broke it, which caused a loud crunch of a broken bone to fill the entire cave. Qin Lin began to scream loudly in fear. Raising his leg up, he screamed that it was a skeleton. After that, he explained again that there was a skeleton here. They stood in front of a completely decomposed skeleton in torn clothes on which there were a huge number of blood stains. The main character, approaching Qin Lin, asked him to step aside in order to let him pass. Praise I told Bai Wu that this was a female skeleton and this girl died more than 200 years ago. On the system table it was written that this was one of the exhibits of the Danda collection and the rest of the exhibits were in other places. After that, Praise I noticed that she left behind the last words in which it would be difficult to distinguish a lie from the truth. This explained to him that the fallen can regenerate infinitely, and no matter how serious the wounds the fallen receives, he will quickly recover. Then on the system table it was indicated that, however, if rainwater gets on this fallen, he will also suffer and will need a certain amount of time to recover. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the skeleton in front of him and mentally asked himself, the last words in which it is impossible to distinguish a lie from the truth? He reasoned that these last words could be an instruction and a conclusion from the experience of pioneers, but he realized that the experience could be wrong. The protagonist squatted opposite the skeleton. Qin Lin, who was behind him, covered his face in disgust. Yang Jin, with his mouth wide open in surprise, looked at the skeleton. The protagonist, without turning around, asked them to tell him about that fallen one, then he asked them what they noticed when they fought him. Yang Jin, with a thoughtful expression on his face, told him that the fallen one's physique was similar to a human, but his entire body was festering, and his speed and strength were unremarkable. Then he explained that the most problematic thing was the fallen one's ability to regenerate. He said that no matter what wounds this fallen one received, he instantly recovered. The protagonist, turning around to Yang Jin, asked him, absolutely any wounds? Yang Jin thoughtfully looked away and noticed that when this fallen one wanted to carry away the corpse of their comrade C during the rain, it seemed to him that he had also been wounded by the rain. Then he asked sharply, really? Bai Wu suggested that perhaps the only thing that could kill this fallen one was the world outside the tower itself. He noted that if they kept the fallen one in the rain long enough, they would be able to kill him. Bai Wu looked ahead carefully and thought about how they could keep the monster out of the rain all the time. The protagonist currently had a clear idea of the terrain. He understood that all areas were the same size, just like squares on a chessboard. He knew that acid rain was falling in the black zones and that white zones were shelters from the rain. But he also knew that acid rain was not endless and that there were winding caves and safe havens underground. Bai Wu knew that time was running out, and it looked like they didn't have enough information to resolve the issue. Then he thought that something didn't add up at the moment. He thoughtfully looked at the girl's skeleton and asked himself why the message said that it was difficult to tell lies from truth in this information. He thought about how the woman's last words matched what Yang Jin had said. The protagonist wondered if this was decisive evidence or not. He didn't have time to finish his reasoning on this issue because Praise I interrupted him, noticing that there was a key item next to this bony lady. This notified Bai Wu that it had highlighted the item for him, just like in an RPG. When this information appeared on the system window, the ring located near the skeleton's feet began to glow with a bright light. The protagonist picked up this ring in his hand and looking at it thought about what it was. Praise I explained to him that Danda left this ring here when he came a couple of days ago. The system window said that the fallen one should not forget about such a detail, but Qin Lin, who was next to him, was very lucky. Praise I told Bai Wu that this was a wedding ring and its owner would temporarily fall in love with the person who put on the ring, and he would be surrounded by the atmosphere of a happy marriage. Praise I noticed that even if this was a corpse, however, this only works outside the tower. The protagonist pulled this ring out in front of him and looked at it carefully. Praise I asked him if he had already thought of something? Then it asked him to wait and asked him if he was going to use it for some kind of perversion, was he? Then Praise I cheerfully noted that it understood what kind of person he really was. The system window was pleasantly pleased because they are similar in this characteristic. Suddenly, sounds began to be heard in the cave they were in. Yang Jin and Qin Lin looked ahead with tense expressions. Then Yang Jin shouted that this was a signal from Old C. Yang Jin turned to the side and shouted, addressing Bai Wu as Constantine, telling him that they needed to leave urgently. Yang Jin ran to the exit of the cave shouting that if they were to fight or hide from the rain, they should at least do so in the open. He warned that if they got stuck here, they would be trapped. The protagonist answered them affirmatively and put their ring in his pocket, telling them that they were going. When they went outside, they saw that it was raining outside. Lian Yu at that moment looked into the space into which his comrades had gone, and repeatedly said, rather. Then he saw Qin Lin with a tense expression trying to get out of the cave by grabbing the grass and ground with his hands. Lian Yu extended his hand to him, and shouted that it was great that they were all okay. When the three of them got out of the cave, he asked them if they found anything there? Yang Jin answered him by telling him that there was a corpse downstairs and except for one skeleton there was nothing else. Lian Yu asked him in confusion, how so? Bai Wu looked at the trees surrounding him that were getting wet in the rain. Praise I told Bai Wu that there are many fluids in the human body. After that it began to list, white inherited chromosomes, red blood, green bile, then it wrote that this fluid, although transparent, but a hint is that it is not saliva. The protagonist mentally thought that he was right in his assumptions that it was stomach acid. Liang Yu with a tense expression looking at Bai Wu asked him, what are they doing now? Bai Wu stretched out his hand in front of him pointing his finger at the space in front of them. When he pointed in the direction he said that the fallen one had already arrived. In the direction where Bai Wu pointed, telling Yang Jin to look, there was Dandler, who, like in a horror movie, silently peered out from behind a tree, staring intently at his potential victims. Information about Dandler appeared on the system window in front of Bai Wu's eyes. It was written there that this is a fallen one of the 4th mutation level named Dandler. His mutation is telekinesis, and he also has a perfect mutation which is absolute regeneration. In addition, this fallen one has a pathology due to which the speed and strength are significantly reduced. The protagonist carefully looking at Dandler asked himself again, is the mutation level the 4th? He noticed that it is surprisingly low, and it seems that Yang Jin's team was not mistaken in their strength since Dandler is really very weak. Then he thought about the pathology of this fallen one. He understood that he was hearing about it for the first time and apparently it is something beneficial for them. He also reasoned that telekinesis mutations are something worth paying attention to. Praise I complained that Dandler is a serious person who never kept diaries. This explained that otherwise on each page he would see a phrase that would sound like treat to save the patient. At that moment, Dandler, without moving, stared in front of him, laughing quietly. Praise I continued to tell Bai Wu that when he could not fall asleep and he continued to read until night, and then suddenly saw that between the words of that phrase 2 more words were hidden. Then it told Bai Wu that for the correct answer to the question he gets 3 points, and for the wrong one, death. The protagonist stared at the fallen one who stood a few meters away from him. He understood that here is the task with a pass. He reasoned that if you collect all the information that Praise I gave earlier and add the 12th student Ilya here, then all the data is related to food. The protagonist understood that the fact that the fallen eat people is a truism, but he wondered why Dandler does it in a special way. He guessed that it seemed to be a very important aspect. Yang Jin interrupted his thoughts and asked him what they should do now. Bai Wu answered him by saying that the fallen is not moving now because of the acid rain and they are in the same situation. He noticed and said that for now they cannot do anything and until the rain stops they will watch the fallen and remain vigilant. Yang Jin with a serious expression turned to Bai Wu and noted that however when the rain stops the fallen will come to them, and then they. Suddenly Yang Jin paused his speech and with a surprised expression thought about the fact that Constantine is a professional. Because of this he asked himself, won't it be easy for him to defeat this fallen who is weak in battle? Praise I turned to Bai Wu and informed him that from the enthusiastic expression on Yang Jin's face it is immediately clear that he saw a ray of hope in him. The protagonist thought about the fact that he was not going to fight the fallen one yet, since the time had not yet come. Praise I answered him affirmatively, noting that in that case they would move on to the backup plan. Bai Wu, addressing Yang Jin, told him that the abilities of this fallen one were quite ordinary, and that he would not be able to catch up with them on this chessboard. Then he suggested playing hide and seek with the fallen one and looking for shelter. Yang Jin, who was following him, said in surprise, so that's how it is. After that, Bai Wu said that while they were moving towards the shelter, someone had to hold back this fallen one. Yang Jin looked at him with a surprised expression and asked him in confusion, hold back, but who? The protagonist turned to Yang Jin and put his hand on his shoulder. He addressed him by name and said that he would have to do it. Yang Jin asked again in confusion, he? After that, Yang Jin noticed that if there was no interference of confusion on him, he could still somehow resist this fallen one. But now, the main character interrupted him and reminded him that, as he had already said, but it would be him. After that, Bai Wu said that the teleportation disc was in his hands and that was their hope for salvation. He explained to him that in the hands of any of them, the disc would attract the fallen one. But this would not happen to him, and therefore if they wanted to return, then he would have to do this work. After that, Bai Wu put his index finger in front of him, and addressing Yang Jin, told him that the confusion only changed his orientation in space. He explained to him that of all the interferences, his interference was the easiest to deal with. He told him that he only needed to find a landmark and determine the current position in order to calculate the deviations. Yang Jin looked at Bai Wu's outstretched finger in confusion, while he said that everything else was just a matter of adapting his eyes and brain. Qin Lin, with a smile on his face, asked Lian Yu why he felt like this guy knew everything in the world. Lian Yu, crossing his arms over his chest, shared his feelings and noticed that he had the same feeling. 5 minutes after these events, Yang Jin put a gas mask on his face and said that he had gathered himself and that he would take on the fallen. He turned to the side and holding a melee weapon in his hand said that, however, he did not know how long he would be able to restrain this fallen. He explained to them that he could only promise that he would do his best. Then Yang Jin turned back and with a serious expression on his face turned to Constantine, asking him if he was sure that he could lead them out. The protagonist asked him in response, were there really any other options? After that, when the last drops of rain fell to the ground, after which the sunlight illuminated the space in which they were, Yang Jin with a sharp movement began to approach Dandler, who in response rushed towards him with an angry roar. Yang Jin sharply shouted, forward. Immediately after that, wielding his long glaive, he cut off Dandler's hand, which he tried to tear apart his flesh with his large long paw. Dandler fell to his knees in front of Yang Jin and his hand flew several meters away. At that moment Bai Wu, Qin Lin and Lian Yu quickly moved away from them. Bai Wu called them by name and asked them to hurry. They obeyed his order. Then Bai Wu turned to them and told them not to be afraid. He explained to them that he would not let them die here. The protagonist himself at that moment understood that he especially would not let this happen because of the conditions in which it is important for all three to survive, and according to the information provided earlier by Praise Eye, Bai Wu was afraid that both of these guys had their own secrets, and both represented some kind of variable. But grinning, he realized that this was even more interesting. He reasoned that on the battlefield, like on a chessboard, he really had the feeling that he was playing chess with that teacher. At this time, on the lower floor of the Jianlu Port Tower, a large crowd of people with interested expressions stood in the square and looked at the large television screens on which the image of the main character was shown. People pointed their fingers at the screen with irritation and angrily asked, "What kind of joke is this?" They angrily shouted that even the voice was inaudible. After that, they furiously asked, "Who are they trying to play a joke on?" They ordered the broadcast organizers to set up normal equipment and then go on air. The viewers furiously demanded that the organizers change the channel. After that they asked, "Who is interested in watching this mime show?" And at that moment, Lian Yu and Qin Lin were seen running across the grassy area on the screen. The viewers, looking at this, supported the angry cries in bewilderment, shouting, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Then, turning to the broadcast organizers, they suggested that the organizer go and engage in obscene oral acts. Residents synchronously raised their clenched fists upwards, chanting demands to change the channel. They called the program low quality and demanded their money back. Qingzi, with a confused expression on his face, stood on the balcony and watched this growing discontent among the residents. At this time, the viewers in great irritation asked who started this low-quality program. They shouted that if the organizer does not know how to host himself, then there is no need to teach others. Drops of sweat flowed down Qingzi's face. She said in fear what it was. Angry shouts that were directed at the organizers demanded that they turn on the program where Ayao sells. Qingzi grabbed her hair with her hands and mentally addressed Bai Wu asked him what he was doing. She thought in a shocked state that if there is no fallen person in the frame, then the audience does not understand. Then she realized that if there is no sound, then the reaction to the stream is still the opposite of what they expected. The male director came out of the room where the equipment was located onto the balcony to Qingzi and asked her if she was responsible for the broadcast. Qingzi, with a pale expression on her face, answered him in a frightened affirmative. At this time, the voices of the streets repeatedly ordered to change the channel. On the screen, Bai Wu was talking with Yang Jin. One of the people who were watching what was happening on the TV screen thought that the viewers had turned into an impatient herd. It was a young guy named Yi Wei Ming. Wei Ming looked around. He noticed two men who were standing near the speakers. Wei Ming understood that the sponsor was disappointed. Then he turned his attention to Qingzi, who was bowing to a man standing on the balcony. Wei Ming understood that, however, the one who was most worried was a member of the streamer's team. Qingzi, with a confused expression on her face, put her hand on the back of her head, apologizing more and more to the man standing in front of her. She begged him to wait another 5 minutes, and she guarantees that the stream is really worth it. The man with an irritated expression stretched out his hand in front of him and told her that they also wanted this broadcast to get good ratings. But he noticed that the statistics were sad and there was nothing he could do about it. He suggested that she look at how the audience needed to change the channel, and explained to her that they were also under considerable pressure. Qingzi cried out pleadingly, "Only 5 minutes." After that, Qingzi instantly bowed to him, clasping her hands in front of her. She again asked him to give her 5 minutes. At this time, they were distracted because they heard irritated screams coming from the side of the room, a voice asking what he was doing. After that, the voice ordered them to quickly grab him. It was the guard who did not want to let Wei Ming inside. The guard called him names and ordered him to stop. He shouted at him that he was not allowed to come in here. Wei Ming, looking at Qingzi, who was standing behind the guard, turned to her and asked her to let him help with the sound on the broadcast. The security guard insulted Wei Ming by blocking his way with his hands. Wei Ming ignored the obstacle of the security guard and shouted at Qingzi that he could quickly cheer them all up. Qingzi looked at him with a surprised expression. Wei Ming continued to shout that she should give him just one chance and everything would not get any worse. Then he told her that the organizers would be coming here very soon to talk to her about changing the program. He turned to Qingzi and asked her, "She also does not want the show to be wasted, right?" The security guard irritably called Wei Ming names and asked him, "What is he talking about?" Suddenly, Qingzi asked the security guard to move away from him and explained that she would deal with him herself. The security guard and Wei Ming looked at her in surprise. Wei Ming walked up to her and, pressing his hand to his chest, shouted at her that his name was Yi Wei Ming. Then he asked her expressively to give him a try and explained to her that he did not need money. He asked her to believe him and told her that after he fixed the sound, the program would become more interesting to watch. Qingzi, with an interested expression on her face and shining eyes, mentally asked herself, "Fix the sound?" She understood that this was exactly what she needed. She hugged Wei Ming, who looked at her in bewilderment. She agreed with him and told him that she was giving him a chance. After that, she noticed that she had one condition. Wei Ming asked her what? Qingzi told him that the guy with the strange mask was called Constantine and he should single him out. Wei Ming agreed with her demand and asked her to leave it to him. After a while, a sound began to come from the speakers. Bai Wu was shown on the screen, who said that the fallen one was not that far from them and they needed to find shelter. The audience looked at the screen in bewilderment and asked, "Did the sound appear?" Then the excited shouts began to repeatedly shout that there was sound. The audience with confused expressions asked, "What kind of nonsense was just now?" The main character who was shown on the screen said that according to the informant, a priceless treasure was hidden in this place. The audience happily shouted that this is exactly what they wanted to see on the air. The main character at this moment turned to Liang Yu and Qin Lin, telling them to follow him because he felt that the treasure was somewhere nearby. After that, Bai Wu shouted that they would find a priceless treasure and get rich. Wei Ming leaned on the table in front of the screen with a lot of equipment on this table. Qingzi carefully looked at his back and thought about how one person could simultaneously make so many mixed sounds. She noticed that these were really amazing skills. A voice came from the speakers that reported that it was found. After that, there was a shout that it was here. Qingzi, with a sly expression and a smile on her face, crossed her arms over her chest, thinking that she had found a treasure. She knew that this broadcast would definitely be a success. Sometime after these events, Bai Wu, as well as Liang Yu and Qin Lin, were inside one of the caves, the space inside which was illuminated by mushrooms that glowed bright red. The protagonist looked around while Praise Eye informed him that now that he realized that this area was the stomach, he should know that the hollows, giant trees, and tunnels, as well as the mushrooms, also played their roles. Liang Yu, who was holding a small diary in his hands that had many different images inside, pulled the diary out in front of him with a confused expression and addressed Bai Wu as Constantine and noted that this hollow led to a dead end. After that, Liang Yu cursed at the notebook he was holding in his hands, admitting that he did not understand anything. I wanted to joke, but then coughed and informed Bai Wu that the symbols in this notebook were actually the Dandler Bible. It said that in order to read the contents of this notebook, Bai Wu would first have to open the next level. Liang Yu turned to Constantine and asked him if he would let him look at this notebook. The protagonist turned to him and said that this should not be done. He suggested to go further, explaining that there was almost no information in this hollow. At that moment, Bai Wu thought that perhaps this notebook was similar to the archives from the 9th Mental Hospital. He thought that it was possible to read the notes only during the confrontation with the final boss. Bai Wu went forward and raised his hand up, telling the others that it would be better to hurry, since it would soon start raining. Qin Lin, with a frightened expression on his face, turned to Constantine and asked about what was happening to Yang Jin. The protagonist walked forward without turning around and told him that they should quickly find shelter before the next rain began. Liang Yu and Qin Lin obeyed him and then followed him. Bai Wu walked forward with a confident expression, thinking that if they connected the existing clues, they would understand that he had been in 2 zones before, namely, the ruins of the city and the abandoned hospital. He understood that both zones were similar to the real world, but this jungle was more like a carefully designed chessboard. When they came out of the hollow, they saw that it was raining. The protagonist asked himself, in which zone could stomach acid fall instead of rain? He reasoned that if this place was one big stomach, he asked himself, in that case, what role does Dandler play? Yang Jin was fighting with Dandler at that moment. He struck with his glaive in a jump, thereby cutting the torso of the fallen, who in a rage tried to tear his flesh with his sharp claws. Yang Jin looked ahead with a confident expression, saying that the longer he fought with his fallen, the better he could cope with his confusion. After that he realized that acid rain would start very soon. Soon after he thought about it, acid rain started to fall heavily from the sky. Yang Jin thought that this was great. After that, he turned to the side and started to walk away from the defeated fallen who was kneeling on the ground while the raindrops fell on his body. The fallen raised his head up and started to howl loudly in pain, opening his mouth wide and sticking his tongue out. Qin Lin, who was in the cave, turned to Bai Wu, noticed this sound. The protagonist informed him that it looked like their boss was doing well. He explained to them that Yang Jin used the rain to deal with this endlessly regenerating fallen. The protagonist reasoned that until now it seemed like the rain was the best way to deal with Dandler. However, he thought with a thoughtful expression on his face, reasoning that the false information that the excellent hunter was leaving was intentional. Bai Wu knew that he had yet to find out the truth. He then walked forward in the cave, ordering the others to follow him. At this time, in the Foreign Intelligence Corps of the 7th Headquarters, Qin Yu was sitting at his desk in a large room. Suddenly the earphone that was in his ear began to make a characteristic sound. Qin Yu touched the earphone with his fingers, after which a female voice began to enter his ear. This voice greeted him in a friendly manner, calling him Qin Yu. Qin Yu, with a serious expression on his face, looking in front of him, listened to the girl who told him that the matter he entrusted to her had already been settled, and with the help of Wei Ming, Bai Wu would definitely become the new celebrity of the new floor. After that, the girl noticed that she could not assign bodyguards to him outside the tower. Qin Yu emotionlessly answered her affirmatively, at this time writing down some information on a piece of paper that was lying on the table in front of him. Then he asked her, "What else?" The girl loudly exhaled air from her lungs and asked him, "How can he be so cold?" The protagonist sharply replied that if she had nothing more to say, he would end the phone call because he was busy. The girl screamed loudly, "Yes." She told him that there was something else. After that, she impulsively told him that Wei Ming was one of her future successors and would be exposed sooner or later. She asked Qin Yu how he would compensate her for this. After that, she told Qin Yu that because of him, she had to use Wei Ming to help his man with the streams. In addition, she noticed that she had to pay a large amount to improve her relationship with the broadcast host. She said that he barely knew him, and then asked him, "Has he already done so much for him?" After that, the girl exhaled air from her lungs in surprise and shouted out Qin Yu's name, asking him if he really likes boys. Qin Yu coughed into his fist and changed the subject, saying that when his man returned, he would tell him to contact Wei Ming. He added that he was a very smart guy, but his people would draw attention to his abilities. The girl irritably began to repeat after him, "His man." After that, she angrily asked him, "Who is she to him then?" After this question, Qin Yu pulled out his earphone from his ear and answered her by saying that she was just a tool to him. The girl shouted and then noticed, turning to Qin Yu, she said that he had recently She did not have time to finish because Qingyu threw his earphone on the table, thereby cutting off the conversation. Bai Wu, Qin Lin and Liang Yu at this time approached a large wooden building that was near the tree. They looked at it in surprise. Qin Lin said what it was. He asked, a treehouse? Then he noticed that for some reason it looked more like a target. The protagonist started to climb the stairs to the entrance of the wooden room, then turned around and addressed Liang Yu as a bald man and told him that he would stay below. Then he asked him to be ready to help them or Yang Jin. Liang Yu agreed to this and said that he would stay on guard. Then he asked them to hurry up. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he was just about to separate the two. Soon after that they climbed the stairs and approached the entrance of the wooden room. Praise I said to Bai Wu, welcome to the Danda house. Then it informed him that there was something inside that would help him pass the first level, so he better keep his eyes open. The protagonist opened the wooden door and found himself in an empty room that had nothing but a table on which there were several different objects. Praise I reported saying that this time the choice would be a little different. The system window told him that he could take all 3 items, but 2 of these items would lead him in the wrong direction, and the real item would help the 4 of them get out, but there was only one such item. Then the system table said that the syringe contained a means to suppress negative emotions, the umbrella could protect against acid rain, and the round thing was a working teleportation disc. Bai Wu looked at these items and thought that he would have to solve a riddle again. Qin Lin happily shouted with a smile on his face, triumphant over the fact that there was a teleportation disc on the table. The protagonist at this time, putting his hand to his chin, thoughtfully looked at the table thinking that only one of these items could transfer them to the next level, and the other 2 would mislead. Praise I reported that not only this, it explained that if you tried to use these 2 items, there is a high probability that one of the 3 people will die. The protagonist stared ahead. He was mentally reasoning about 3 people and 8 endings. He thought that the information from the clues probably meant that the number of survivors could affect some of the subsequent events, and here he had one big question: why are these 3 here? He remembered how he met the 3 of them when they were hiding from the fallen. He asked himself, was it because of the rule of chance outside the tower that brought them to this place? After that, he assumed, or was it all planned? He reasoned that like in the 9th mental hospital where everything was prepared by a person. Then Bai Wu thought about the fact that besides all this there is another question. He asked himself, does he choose the outcome actively or passively? The protagonist was well aware that there is a huge difference here, and in the first case, he tries to save the lives of all 3, but as a result of some miscalculation, 1, or maybe 2 or 3 die. Bai Wu also understood that if he goes the second way, then he himself will choose a certain outcome, and in this case, he will deliberately sacrifice 1 or 2, or maybe even all 3, and he will not save anyone. The protagonist thought that if active choice works here, then at least one person out of these 3 has big problems. Then the protagonist asked himself, should he build intrigues? With a smile on his face, he thought that this was interesting. He turned to Qin Lin and asked him if he wants to get out of here. Qin Lin asked him again with a surprised expression, then answered him that of course he wants to. The protagonist looked through the doorway where it was raining heavily and asked Qin Lin, but what if only one of them could get out and the rest would have to die here? Qin Lin spread his arms out in confusion and asked him, wouldn't he be able to save them all? Bai Wu turned to look at him and remarked that, but he might not be able to save so many people. So he explained to him that he was being direct. Bai Wu pointed his finger at Qin Lin and said that if he could only save one of them, then it would be him. The protagonist mentally asked Qin Lin to let him borrow his good fortune today. Bai Wu placed his hand on Qin Lin's shoulder while Qin Lin addressed him as Constantine with a sad expression and asked him, wasn't he just guessing? Then he asked him if it was true. Bai Wu asked him to answer his question first. He brought Qin Lin closer to the table on which there were 3 items. The protagonist told him that there were 3 items here. Then he began to list: a teleportation disc, a means of suppressing negative emotions, and an umbrella that protects against acid rain. Bai Wu asked Qin Lin to tell him which of these items is the most important. The protagonist looked ahead with a confused expression and repeated the words, the most important, after which he said that it seemed to him that all of these items were important. After that, Qin Lin said that Yang Jin had received confusion and Liang Yu had received corruption. He noted that with the help of the drug this issue could be resolved. After that, Qin Lin looked ahead uncertainly and said that he only had an assumption, but he said that the monster seemed to him to be afraid of rain. After that, Qin Lin suggested that with an umbrella they could try to lure the fallen into the rain and kill him. Then he turned his attention to the disc that was lying on the table. He said that if there were 3 of these discs then yes. But he noticed that this was the only disc, and in that case it was not so important. The protagonist looked at the objects on the table with a smile on his face. He understood that in general everything was as he expected. He understood that now of all the mysteries of these jungle countries, the key one remained, that is, the notebook that belonged to Dandla. Bai Wu realized that he needed to open the contents of this notebook as quickly as possible. Praise I turned to Bai Wu in surprise and asked him if it seemed like he had already figured out the riddle with the choice. The protagonist mentally answered him that this was a logic problem, and if only one of the three objects would help to get out and lead to one of the outcomes, then it was definitely not the disc. The protagonist explained his opinion by the fact that as soon as the disc was activated, he was sure that the fallen one would immediately kill the remaining two, and if the disc was the wrong option, then most likely. Qin Lin thoughtfully looked at the items on the table and said that he thought the most useful item was an umbrella, and if he had to choose the most useful thing, it would definitely be an umbrella. The protagonist thought to himself that this was true and that an umbrella was indeed the most useful, but he understood that this was only on the condition that rain could actually kill a fallen one. Bai Wu reasoned that it was obvious that Dandla was different from other low-level fallen ones, even though he only had the 4th level of mutation, but he already had a perfect mutation. The protagonist thoughtfully looked ahead, placing his hand on the table. He thought that all this looked like the teacher's signature, which was to make Dandla unique and intelligent. Bai Wu thought that now the question arose, after which he spread his arms in different directions and raised his head up and asked out loud how he liked this room compared to the previous shelters. Qin Lin looked around confusedly, putting his hand on his head. First he asked him again and then asked if he was talking about. He didn't have time to finish speaking because Bai Wu immediately asked him if he thought this room was exceptionally clean. Qin Lin answered him affirmatively and said that he thought it was. The protagonist turned to Qin Lin and said that this fallen one's entire body was decomposing, but this room was very clean compared to previous shelters, as if he had never come here. Then he turned to Qin Lin and asked him what he thought. Then he suggested that perhaps the fallen one hadn't been coming here lately, or perhaps he didn't even know about the existence of this house. After that he suggested that there was a possibility that these were all just excuses and it looked like this fallen one couldn't see the safest shelter from the acid rain. After that, the protagonist suggested adding this fallen one's addiction to savoring the victim's despair. With a shocked expression, Qin Lin looked ahead and said that this couldn't be happening. Then, realizing, he shouted out that acid rain couldn't kill this fallen one at all. Wei Ming was voicing what was shown on the TV screen as part of the stream hosted by Bai Wu, when the TV screen showed the skeleton of a girl that Bai Wu met in the cave some time ago. Wei Ming said that this was the skeleton of their comrade. After that he voiced Bai Wu, who allegedly apologized to the skeleton for being late. After that Bai Wu said that however, he is Constantine and he swears on the honor of a free mercenary that he will definitely deal with that fallen one. Wei Ming dictated these phrases into the microphone, the sound from which was then broadcast throughout the lower city. After that, the TV showed footage of Yang Jin pulling out his melee weapon to the side and ordering the others to leave quickly. Then he said that he would cover them. After that, Yang Jin turned around and turning to Constantine said that he was leaving this to him, and if he could return alive, they would definitely drink together. A large crowd of viewers who were glued to the show that was being broadcast on the TV screen sadly said, "No." They noted what a good guy he was. After that, Wei Ming laughingly shouted into the microphone voicing Yang Jin, who allegedly called the fallen one to come to him. Qingzi with a happy expression raised her palms clenched into fists to her face and shouted that they were doing well. The viewers noted that this show was not bad. Qingzi turned to the director and asked him how things were with the statistics. The director, who at that moment was looking at a piece of paper that he was holding in his hands, said that with the restoration of the sound, the level of audience satisfaction stabilized and continues to grow. Then he noted that a little more and this stream will reach 5-digit numbers, thereby getting into the top popular broadcasts. Wei Ming leaned on the table and looked at the small TV screen opposite him. On this screen was depicted by Wu, that is, Constantine, who raised his hand up and shouted that his sacrifice would not be in vain because they managed to find the key clue. Qingzi, with an admiring expression on her face, crossing her fingers, asked the director again, "Will they get to the top?" Then she happily noted that this Wei Ming talent was as expected. She understood that this time she had bet on the right person. Wei Ming, without being distracted, continued to voice what was shown on the screen. At this moment Lian Yu handed over the open notebook of the fallen, and said that they would soon find the treasure because this was the map that leads them to it. He noted that with this they would cope even faster. Wei Ming, at the peak of his acting skills, closed his eyes and raised his clenched fist to his face, confidently said that he dared to say that this was a priceless treasure that even aristocrats would want to possess. He solemnly said that he would never let their sacrifices go to waste. After that, when Bai Wu and Qin Lin found themselves in a wooden tree house, Wei Ming voiced their words, shouting that they found it. Then he shouted that they found this treasure, and he did not let them down. In fact, the protagonist at that moment noticed that the debuff that Yang Jin received was confusion, and Liang Yu told him that his debuff was a mood shift. Qin Lin, with a confused expression, answered him satisfactorily, but then noted that, however, it seemed to him that they could control it. The protagonist carefully looked in front of him and asked himself again, a mood shift? Then he thought, why should he lie? He thought about the fact that Liang Yu's debuff was corruption, and there could be no mistakes in the hints. Bai Wu thought about corruption. He understood that although he did not know what kind of debuff it was, he asked himself that based on the meaning of the word, it was something like subjugating the will of the fallen. He began to reason that if we speak in other words, then if something is not urgently done with Liang Yu's debuff, then a traitor could appear in this trinity? He carefully looked at the drug that was on the table. Looking at it, he thought that in this case, the drug must be used. The protagonist threw an umbrella and a teleportation disc towards Qin Lin, asking him to take these. Qin Lin caught the items and agreed with Bai Wu. Praise I noticed that it seemed that he had made his choice. The protagonist answered the system window affirmatively and noticed that although the two items were leading in the wrong direction, he understood that they could use these in order to mislead Dandler in turn. Praise I noticed that this was true, then it reported that unlike the actors, they were not afraid of anyone. The protagonist stared ahead with his brows furrowed. He thought about what was now the last question. After that he asked himself, if acid rain was not able to kill Dandler, then what could kill him? Qin Lin turned to Bai Wu in confusion and asked him if they would take the drug. The protagonist began to lift the syringe with his hand and answered him negatively. After that he walked towards the exit and told Qin Lin that they would use it right now. Then he asked Qin Lin to follow him. He explained that it was starting to rain and they should find other shelters. Qin Lin obediently obeyed his order. Liang Yu was sitting under the wooden stairs on the ground at that moment. With a tense expression on his face, he cursed repeatedly, saying through his teeth that this fallen one was unkillable and they would not return. Then Liang Yu clutched his body with his hands and said that there was only one teleportation disc. He asked himself out loud, who would Constantine give it to? Liang Yu guessed that he would probably give it to Yang Jin. After that, with a tense jaw, Liang Yu began to confirm his thoughts. He said that because of Yang Jin, Matsi died. Filled with rage, Liang Yu punched the ground beneath him with his fist, cursing loudly. After that he began to shout that Yang Jin, this is a fool who let him go with such confidence. Grabbing his missing hair, Liang Yu began to say that he was the same spy who was simply better at strategy, and he was better at perception. Liang Yu, with shaking hands, began to say that if he had gone, perhaps he would not have died. Then he started thinking about San. Liang Yu called him a poor guy. Hunched over and clutching his head with his hands, he began to say, didn't he just recently boast about how beautiful his bride is? Liang Yu, with pain in his voice, noticed that when this fallen one climbed out, Yang Jin ordered him to cover them. Then Liang Yu, in a state of madness, began to convince himself that this guy is also a worthless person. He said that he is useless and he survived only thanks to his luck. He asked himself why corruption got to him, and he has some kind of slowdown. Then Liang Yu repeatedly screamed in rage, why? Then he clutched his head with his hands, yelled that the closer he gets to people, the more he understands how disgusting they are. He began to curse loudly repeatedly. His eyes became incredibly large and his pupils small. He screamed hysterically that people are stupid and ugly. After that, he remembered the aristocrats who enjoy the view from above while they work hard and they have to risk their lives outside the tower for money. Liang Yu said that as soon as he returns to the tower, he will kill them all. He did not have time to finish his radical speech, as Bai Wu suddenly thrust a syringe into Liang Yu's neck. He injected into the vein in his neck and then stepped away from him and ordered him not to make up nonsense when it rains. Qin Lin saw Liang Yu and began to scream his name in fear. Liang Yu exhaled heavily from his lungs and said that he was just. The protagonist interrupted him, saying that they had sorted out his debuff and now he could exhale as they were leaving. Liang Yu mentally repeated his words, they had sorted it out. He asked himself, is this the effect of the drug? Then, looking at the empty syringe, he asked himself, how many more secrets does this Constantine have? Liang Yu began to think that if such a drug could be mass-produced, then in that case the reconnaissance squads could go to the purple zone? Qin Lin began to help Liang Yu up and addressed him by name, and asked him if he was feeling better? Liang Yu answered him that he was feeling better. After that he thanked Qin Lin and said that he had just been one step away from a huge mistake. After that he asked him if they had found this drug up there. Qin Lin answered him affirmatively and explained that Constantine understood at a glance how this drug could be used. Liang Yu, with a frightened expression on his face, looked carefully in front of him and asked himself again, at a glance? Then he thoughtfully asked himself, does this mean that Constantine knows the effects of drugs? He began to understand that it looked like he had previously understood what was going on, and perhaps Constantine also knew about the effect of the joy and sorrow disc. Liang Yu reasoned that although they had lost 2 comrades, he understood instead that they had acquired someone incredible. The main character at that moment thought that soon all the clues would begin to form a single picture, but at the moment he was missing a key puzzle in the overall picture of the current situation. He understood that as soon as they found it, it would be possible to unravel the secret of Dandler. After that, Bai Wu began to reason that he had already entered the entire terrain on the map and it was a symmetrical board, but he understood that they would confront the fallen on an asymmetrical board and this would be a confrontation between 2 sides, that is, a strong monster from one country and weak survivors from the other. Then the protagonist remembered the strange symbols that were in the notebook of this fallen. He remembered that they found it in one of the shelters, and with all this he understood that exactly the same symbols were in the 9th hospital. But in the hospital he entered Hu Yin's memories, and there is a possibility that this is related to her abilities and perhaps it is related to those patterns on her neck. Bai Wu assumed that that notebook is an entrance to memories, and judging by the shelters found earlier, not only the jungle terrain is planned out but even the distance between the strongholds is clearly calculated. The protagonist understood that Dandler has an obsessive-compulsive disorder to a certain extent. The protagonist reasoned that he had already examined the 4 corners of this board, but there are definitely clues in 4 more directions in a straight line. He knew that only one key was missing to reveal Dandler's secret. Praise I turned to Bai Wu and told him that in the south there really is a crypt inside which there is a cave with the corpse of a mercenary. After that, the system window informed him that, however, he already knows about Dandler's hobbies, so there is no need to go there. The protagonist thought that the guess that there was a shelter in the south turned out to be correct, and Dandler had prepared many sources of false information. Praise I informed Bai Wu that Dandler noticed that the bald and lucky ones became less afraid, which means that the taste of meat has changed. Then the system window notified Bai Wu that Dandler is very angry and will soon enter the 2nd phase, after which it began a countdown of 600 seconds. The protagonist mentally asked again, the 2nd phase? He began to reason that, as he thought earlier, Dandler had a backup plan for himself, and if Dandler's weak link is not found within the remaining 10 minutes, something very unpleasant will happen. Praise I informed the protagonist that he really needed to go along this road to the west, since after Dandler's death a gap would appear here, but he needed to be finished off first. Bai Wu and Liang Yu Qin Lin stood near a wooden tree house and looked around at the poisonous rain falling from the sky. The system window told the protagonist that he shouldn't go here yet. Bai Wu thought that it seemed that Dandler had a certain connection with the entire zone, and maybe they were even one. Praise I informed Bai Wu that when he saw a notebook covered with patterns in the north, he probably should have thought, as the system window did, that Riddler had gotten out of Gotham. The protagonist turned his head in the opposite direction, and the system window noticed that fortunately there was a cave not far from here in which a book he knew was hidden, and inside it was Dandler's secret. However, Praise I noticed that this secret could change his attitude towards Dandler. The protagonist, looking to the side, thought that this is exactly what they need. Then turning to the others, he said that the rain had stopped and they were going. Qin Lin asked him with a smile on his face, "Where are they going?" The protagonist, starting to walk forward, said that they should just follow him. At this time he was thinking about what to treat in order to save the patient, and also there are people. The protagonist assumed that Dandler has a very difficult past. Looking ahead, he understood that in 10 minutes the truth about Dandler, which was hidden by the organizer, should be found. At this time, on the other side of the jungle, Yang Jin was hiding behind a tree with a tense expression, clutching a glaive in his hands. Dandler at this moment rose to his feet, growling loudly. Peeking out from behind the tree, Yang Jin cursed, realizing that he was leaving this fallen man under the acid rain over and over again. But he continued to recover. He doubtfully asked himself, was this acid rain really capable of killing him? Dandler stood up, opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, saying that he would kill him and not him. Yang Jin, with his eyes incredibly wide open and beads of sweat running down his face, asked himself in shock, did the fallen one speak? Dandler, who was glowing bright purple, said that the prey that the master was waiting for, the taste of his prey had changed. Yang Jin, with a tense expression on his face, looked ahead and noticed that this fallen one had actually just been playing with the prey all this time. Dandler, spreading his huge arms wide, said that this place was one big chessboard and he was ready to be the master's pawn because he would lead them and destroy this damn tower. Then Dandler, looking closely at Yang Jin, asked him, "What about him?" Yang Jin suddenly turned around and began to run away from Dandler at great speed. At that moment he told himself that he needed to run urgently. Dandler looked after him and laughed furiously. His laughter became louder and louder. Turning to Yang Jin, who was running away from him, he shouted at him to run. Then Dandler added, saying that he would not be the one to kill them. When Dandler said the last words, he licked his absent lips with his tongue. In the north of the unknown jungle there was a stone square building. Bai Wu, Liang Yu and Qin Lin were standing near it. Qin Lin was impatiently asking, "How is it?" Liang Yu, using his glasses, answered him that as they assumed there was someone inside. Qin Lin assumed that the door was open, which meant that if there was someone inside, he asked them why they didn't go in. After that, he asked, "A trap or something else?" The protagonist looked in front of him carefully, thinking that he had a bad feeling, and from the very moment he entered this jungle he had a feeling that he would soon solve the riddle. He began to think about the chess jungle that looked like the stomach of a huge monster, and also clues related to Dandler about eating people and saving the sick. He thought about the notebook that was written with various symbols, as well as Yang Jin, Liang Yu and Qin Lin. Bai Wu asked himself how exactly these three can affect the outcome. He reasoned that if you connect all these clues, you get some kind of chaos, and from the meeting with that trio to finding the happy skeleton, he felt that Dandler embodied pure evil. Then the protagonist assumed that this is the hatred of the fallen towards humanity. The system window confirmed his assumption, and told him that although Dandler has some intelligence, he advised Bai Wu to remember that stupid Ilya. Praise I noticed that it also seems to him that these vile creatures should not be so frail. The protagonist realized that this is exactly so. He realized that all the secrets are hidden in this room. He raised his hand and ordered Qin Lin and Liang Yu to stay here. Then he told them that if they notice anything, he asked them to immediately report it to him. Qin Lin confusedly answered him that he understood and then asked him to be careful. Bai Wu went inside this stone building. The candles inside this building were burning. The system window notified Bai Wu that the person who was hidden in this box, and on this 2 days ago someone left a document. The protagonist approached a small box on which there was a small notebook. Praise I suggested that it was not worth opening it, but it believes that he is still more interested in finding out the truth. When Bai Wu began to approach this box, a voice was heard asking, "Dandler?" And then the voice asked, "Is this Dandler?" The protagonist picked up the notebook that was lying on this box. He remembered the words about 2 days, then he suggested that it was very likely that that person was the teacher. Bai Wu, carefully looking at the notebook, understood that then in this room there really should be a hidden weak spot of Dandler as well as the next step of the teacher. The notebook contained greetings addressed to the researcher. Then it was said that as soon as he discovered that acid rain was useless against the fallen, the writer was sure that the reader would understand that this area was not some strange jungle at all. The notebook contained an explanation that Dandler was a child who liked to play with others and he was only 6 months older than Ilya. After that, the notebook contained information about Ilya. The writer first wanted the reader to learn about his past too, but there was a masterpiece in that hospital that greatly surprised the writer. Then the writer suggested that the reader was probably also surprised to see that girl. The writer shared his feelings, telling the reader that he could not imagine that someone with a stronger spirit than him was hiding in this area. After that, the writer shared that only then did he realize that he had overdone it a little and perhaps he could learn even more from this work of art. The protagonist looked closely at the notebook pages and realized that this was undoubtedly the teacher's handwriting. He assumed that this person must be a high-level fallen and perhaps he lives in the purple, or even red zone. However, at the same time, he noticed that he rated Hong Yin very highly. Inside the notebook, it was written that the contents of the notebook were saving Dandler through the seal, and he managed to connect Dandler with this child since they were originally one. After that, the teacher asked the reader's permission to leave him the penultimate riddle of this place. This riddle sounded like, what kind of person is capable of living 2 lives at the same time? After the teacher asked this riddle, he explained that although this is a riddle, the answer to this is in the document in front of him, and after he reads it, he will come 1 step closer to it. Bai Wu looked in front of him and repeated the words he read. Living 2 lives? A slowly quiet, uncertain voice sounded in the room. This voice said, "Dandler." The protagonist turned the page and saw that there was a symbol drawn there. A message appeared on the system window that there were 3 left before entering the memories. Sharp, thick pores began to cover the entire room coming from the book. Bai Wu shouted out what it was. A number appeared on the system window, too. Slowly, a quiet voice repeated its question again. This voice asked, "Dandler, is that you?" The countdown on the system window reached the number 1. Then a notification appeared on the system window that they had started. After that, the protagonist became a spectator of the memories that were laid out in the notebook. February 19, 2017, Dandler the man was lying on a hospital bed. His memories contained information that today a man who was dressed as a doctor spoke to him. He noticed that they were telling him that life is fragile and the greatest deed is to sacrifice yourself to save others. He understood that although it would be very painful, all people would be grateful to him. He looked at the TV screen that was in front of him and thought that he would be like the stars from TV and everyone would love and remember him. March 5, 2017. Dandler walked down the corridor of a medical facility holding a nurse's hand. He remembered that he met one nurse and she was the same good person as the doctor. She did not hate him and was not afraid of him. The nurse told him that he could ask the doctor for something if he wanted to. Dandler looked up at the nurse with a smile on his face. He understood that, for example, he could ask to eat, play or read something and he could tell the doctor about all this. He looked at the nurse's face and thought that he did not understand why the nurse looked a little sad. March 6, 2017. The doctor looked at Dandler with a surprised expression on his face. Dandler noticed that the doctor was very surprised when he asked him about this, but he did as the nurse taught and did not answer. He stood in front of the doctor with a smile on his face because the doctor was in a good mood because the nurse told him that the hospital had a very high reputation. He learned that the doctor had cured many people with organ damage, and he was also like a TV star. Dandler was very happy about this. However, he noticed that the nurse was still sad because the doctor had refused his requests. April 21, 2017. Dandler was lying on a medical bed. A large pool of blood was spreading under him. Several medical workers were in the operating room and were actively talking to each other. Dandler was thinking that he had been lying on the operating table for many days and the doctor's face was not very good because he seemed to be growing too slowly. The doctor reproached him for the fact that the requirements for the order were getting higher and so many people were waiting for his cure, and he was selfishly resisting. Dandler was very sad and ashamed, but he understood that he was not selfish and he was already trying very hard to grow. With a tense expression on his face and a bloody body lying in the bathtub on a hospital bed, Dandler looked ahead and thought that if only he interrupted himself and thought that if only he recovered faster then it would be great. He did not want the doctor to be angry with him. June 4, 2017. Dandler was a little weak. He looked at the doctor with bandaged hands and neck. He told the doctor that he was hungry and that he did not want to go under the operation anymore. Suddenly he noticed that the doctor's expression became stern. The doctor looked at him menacingly with his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows furrowed. The doctor told Dandler that there were still many people to save and if he did not hurry then they could die soon. Dandler knew what death was. He believed that it was when you plunge into a deep sleep and can never wake up again. Dandler understood that death was when you are very lonely and he did not want people to die. On July 7, 2017, Dandler was on vacation, but he wanted to leave here. He missed the nurse very much and wanted to talk to her, but his tongue, teeth and eyes were removed. Dandler sat on a hospital bed with bandaged eyes and an open mouth. These days he was weak. He understood that he needed time to grow new eyes and teeth. On May 9, 2018, that day a man who was dressed as a doctor spoke to him. The doctor was sitting in the doctor's office opposite him. He was told that life is fragile and the greatest act is to sacrifice yourself to save others. Dandler clenched his fist and thought that although it would be very painful, all people would be grateful to him, and they would not hate him like those monsters. On May 10, 2018, Dandler met a nurse. She was as good a person as the doctor because she did not hate him and was not afraid. The nurse told him that he could ask the doctor for something if he wanted. The nurse gently stroked his head and told him that, for example, he could ask for food, play or read something and he could tell the doctor about all this. Dandler looked at the nurse with a sad expression on his face and noticed that only she looked a little sad. She told him that he should remember. Then she repeated that he should remember. On May 11, 2018, he clutched his face with his hands because it seemed to him that he really forgot something. He told the doctor that he was forgetting something and so on. The doctor's face changed a lot. He understood that he had definitely said something wrong, but he still asked himself, did he forget after all? Dandler understood that he had to ask the doctor for toys, books, food, but now the doctor seemed to be angry with Dandler, and he could not approach him again with a request. He desperately clutched his face with his hands, realizing that he had made a mistake again. Dandler loudly shouted out requests for forgiveness many times. On May 14, 2018, Dandler looked at the cheerful doctor with a smile on his face. Recently the doctor was in a good mood, but suddenly he was talking to him and saying that he had saved many people and all these people loved him. Dandler understood that even though the doctor was only saying this, he was still happy about it. The nurse also told him that the hospital's research project was a huge success, and many experienced doctors from the Lancet Medical Journal believed that it had solved many medical problems. However, Dandler understood that only the doctor was happy and the nurse looked very sad. July 5, 2018. Dandler had been lying on the operating table for many days, and the doctor's face was not very good because he seemed to be growing too slowly. The doctor reproached Dandler for the fact that the requirements for the order were getting higher, and so many people were waiting for his cure, and he selfishly resisted every time. Dandler was very sad and ashamed of this. He understood that he was not selfish, and he was trying his best to grow. The doctor, holding a sharp scalpel in his hand, looked at Dandler. The operating table was stained with Dandler's blood. He thought that if only he interrupted himself and thought that if only he recovered faster, it would be great. He slightly opened his eyes, realizing that he did not want the doctor to be angry. But Dandler asked himself in confusion, why did the doctor say, every time? On January 10, 2019, Dandler was completely naked in a large medical vessel that was filled with a specialized liquid. A nurse told him that she wanted to celebrate the new year with him, and wanted to take him with her, and feed him something tasty. The nurse told him that he saved so many people and that he should not have been locked in this ice flask. The nurse was standing in front of this huge medical vessel in a large medical room. But Dandler did not think that it was cold here. He asked the nurse if all the people he saved remembered him. The nurse pressed her body against the glass of the medical flask. Dandler noticed that her face became strange. He thought that this was good, but he realized that she was crying. Dandler was happy because everyone remembered and loved him. Looking in front of him through the medical liquid, Dandler thought that he was very happy. On January 11, 2019, Dandler was standing on a concrete floor, and at his feet there was a large amount of his blonde hair. His sister said goodbye to him. His head was shaved by a nurse who was standing behind him to short hair. Dandler looked ahead with a smile and thought that it was strange because how would they see each other again because he was just going to have surgery. On January 12, 2019, Dandler was lying on the operating table, completely naked and clean-shaven. He asked the doctor as always if they loved him. Dandler had 2 red crosses drawn on his forehead. The doctor did not answer him, and this time he began to cut his forehead. The doctor, using a sharp scalpel, cut the skin on Dandler's head. Dandler realized that everything was not like before, and this time the doctor was not cutting out his organs, he was cutting out his brain. Dandler hoped that the operation would be over soon because the nurse was very worried about him, and Dandler really wanted to comfort her. January 13, 2019, that day a man who was dressed as a doctor spoke to him. The doctor stood in front of a large medical flask in which Dandler was with a huge number of stitches on his forehead. They tell him that life is fragile and the greatest act is to sacrifice yourself to save others. Dandler understood that although it will be very painful for him, but people will be grateful to him. He thought that he will be like the stars from TV and everyone will love and remember him. Dandler saw a nurse standing outside the window in the next room. It seemed to him that she was crying. At that moment the nurse, clutching her mouth with her hands, sobbed uncontrollably and tears flowed abundantly from her eyes. March 3, 2018, Dandler stood in front of many buildings thinking that he was back in school again. The teacher was happy, but he didn't like the looks people gave him. The teacher, with a gentle smile on her face, walked up to Dandler and looked at him. Dandler thought that he had already recovered and they were still looking at him with sympathy. He asked himself, shouldn't he look at them like that? Dandler sat at the student's desk watching the teacher holding a sheet of paper with a test with assignments in her hands. After lunch there was a test to check knowledge, and when the exam was over the teacher seemed very pleased and asked Dandler if he wanted to participate in the regional Olympiad. Dandler didn't mind. He thought with a confident smile on his face that at least until now the meaning of his life was to bring more value to these people in life. On May 4, 2018, Dandler sat on a chair with his face covered by a textbook and his feet on the desk. That day he was still bored, and at lunchtime he had a dream. In his dream, he was back in the hospital again and was lying on the operating table. Next to him was a man who looked very much like him. Dandler thought that this man was calling him. He noticed that it was a very strange dream. Dandler had memories of a boy with a different hair color looking at him with a smile on his face while he was surrounded by medical staff. Dandler looked at this with a surprised expression. On April 4, 2018, Dandler woke up and suddenly sat up in bed in fear. He pressed his palm to his face. He realized that the dream was repeating itself more and more often, and each time he saw only a part of this dream. Looking ahead with a worried expression, he thought that this dream seemed to make him look for something. At the school on the roof, A student confessed to Dandler. He noticed that it was the most interesting thing that happened that day. That girl pulled out a letter with a heart drawn on it in his direction. Dandler thought that this student always followed him and he treated her politely as his parents and teachers taught him. But in fact she was disgusting to him. He took the letter from her hands and looked at this letter with a smile on his face. He noticed that they communicated very little. Then he asked himself, what did she like about it? Dandler assumed that perhaps she liked that with him she could increase her own value or even social level. With a wild smile on his face, showing his sinister animal grin, Dandler smiled thinking that she does not know that for him she is just food. April 6, 2018, several organs failed and he had to undergo surgery again. But he had a feeling that after the surgery he would no longer be himself. He had that dream again and he gradually got used to lying on the operating table together every day. Dandler thought that his heart, liver, lungs, spleen, kidneys, everything was given to him, and he even felt that they were one with him. Dandler asked himself, does he really exist? April 8, 2018, when Dandler was driving in an expensive car with luxurious seats together with a woman who was his mother, he asked his mother his question. His mother answered him that the organs in his body are from different people and he should not think about it. Mom, looking at the tablet screen, told him that he needs to focus on his studies in order to earn more money for the family in the future. April 22, 2018, Dandler was thinking about how he was starting to feel sick from a girl. This girl was hugging his hand with a scared expression on her face as they walked through the alleys. Not far from them near a garbage dump there was a street cat whose entire body was in stinking purulent ulcers. This cat ate garbage and found fish among a pile of various garbage. Seeing a homeless cat near a garbage dump, this girl said with disgust how dirty and mangy this cat was, then she said that it was disgusting. Dandler was thinking about how, however, on her social networks this girl posts many photos from a cafe with cats, in which she spends time with a happy expression surrounded by clean and healthy cats that were given comfort and care. Dandler understood that even yard dogs are also disgusting to her, but someone's Shiba Inu is more important to her than losers from school. Dandler understood that she thought that she could successfully become his girlfriend and besides, she praised herself and bragged about him. With a sly wild smile on his face, Dandler thought about the fact that this made him even more curious. He asked himself, what is it like to eat people? May 4, 2018, the episodes from Dandler's dream become more and more realistic, and it seems to him that he saw the face of this boy. He understood that this boy is the same age as him and he looks very similar. This boy wipes tears from his eyes with his fists, constantly telling him that no one loves him, and it was all a lie. Dandler did not understand him because he was always surrounded by people who liked him and he was always diligent and obedient, and also studied well and was popular with girls. His father made money so he does not have to think about the future. Everyone loves him and everyone is happy to see him. Everyone wants to get closer to him, he asked himself. Maybe he can get some benefit from this situation. With a wolfish grin on his face, Dandler said through clenched teeth how much he hated them. May 9, 2018, Dandler thought about how in his past dreams he and this boy talked, and he sometimes complained to him and asked why everyone was afraid of him. However, today he did not recognize him. Dandler felt as if he did not remember anything at all. At school, a girl dragged him into the medical office and began to kiss him. Dandler was sitting on a medical bed and the girl hugged him and began to kiss him on the lips. Dandler accidentally bit her lip and sucked out blood little by little. The girl's face instantly changed. She opened her eyes wide with a frightened expression on her face and ran away from him. At that moment, Dandler suddenly realized how bright this world is and what an amazing thing this life is. He felt as if he heard how all the organs approved of the blood and admired it. The girl ran away from him in horror, holding her lip with her hand from which blood was oozing abundantly. Drops of tears were running down her cheeks. Dandler understood that until she pushed him away he experienced displeasure. The girl looked at him in horror as if she saw a monster. He with a bestial smile on his face and a bloody mouth asked her, "What kind of expression is this?" Without experiencing any negative emotions about what happened, he thought about the fact that he only bit off half of her lip. Then he noticed that she herself said how she loved him. He asked her, but at the same time she could not even accept this. May 14, 2018, Dandler's father stood in a bow in front of the girl and her parents. The father compensated a lot of money, and he also told Dandler that he lost a lot of money because the company's reputation affected the shares. Dandler, licking his bloody lips, thought that he was very sorry that he ate so little. However, he understood that in general it was not bad because he would no longer have to look at the face of this ugly girl who divided everyone by their standard of living. Gradually he felt like something had awakened inside him. It seemed to him that he had found the meaning of life. May 20, 2018. Dandler had an interesting day because that day he met an interesting person. His teacher brought a psychotherapist, and she wanted to hear only one thing. The teacher wanted to hear that he was under a lot of stress, and because of this he did something he shouldn't have, and all this was not intentional at all. The psychotherapist, with a sly look and a smile on his face, was a very interesting person in Dandler's opinion. The psychotherapist said that his name was Kane. Kane told him that he was Dandler, and in the future he would call him Dandler. They sat opposite each other. Kane put his hands on the table, and with a smile on his face looking at Dandler said that he was not an obedient child. Dandler looked him in the eyes attentively. Kane assumed that it was not stress at all and that he simply liked the taste of blood. Then Kane, with a smile on his face looking intently into his eyes, asked him if this was true. Dandler at this time asked himself, Kane? Then he asked himself again, just Dandler? He noticed that these were strange names. After that he smiled his animal smile and thought that however this was unexpectedly interesting. On May 22, 2018, Dandler stood in front of a luxurious red car. He received a car as a gift for his birthday. But he did not like it. He was already so tired of this life of a good boy. In a dream, he again became friends with that person, but something told him that soon this boy would forget him again. Unexpectedly after dinner, Kane suddenly appeared in the yard of his house. Kane took off his hat from his head with a smile on his face and met Dandler. He said that he wanted to talk to him as a psychotherapist, and Dandler's parents happily let him in. Dandler realized with a smile on his face that it turns out he knew about his birthday and came to give him a gift. Kane took him to the parking lot and opened the trunk of a car that he did not like at all. When Kane opened the trunk, there was a large, bloody bag. A woman's cry came from this bag. With a smile on his face, Kane asked Dandler if he liked this gift. With flushed cheeks and a wide, wild smile on his face, Dandler happily screamed, "How cool it was!" May 19, 2019. During that year, Kane had already become Dandler's mentor. He retold him that dream, to which Kane replied that it was reality. He told him that in this world there is another he, and another he is now suffering, and this world is in great debt to him, and the meaning of his existence is to take all this debt back. Dandler, with a confused expression on his face, realized what he learned. He confidently clenched his hand into a fist. On January 4, 2020, the news with images of the Fallen was shown on TV. More and more people began to mutate, and something called the Fallen was found around the city. He was a little afraid, but Kane gave him courage. He is a natural predator, and everything in the world is his prey, and the Fallen and humanity too. Dandler wanted to save his other self, but Kane told him that his other self is still friendly to this world. Dandler said that the time has not come yet. On March 4, 2020, the city looked destroyed. Large clouds of smoke and broken glass filled the cityscape. The number of the Fallen continued to grow. Various Fallen climbed through the garbage dumps near the destroyed buildings and piles of garbage that lay right on the city streets. But soldiers dressed in armor with shotguns in their hands stood behind shields and shot back at these Fallen. Dandler understood that while these Fallen do not reach the level of being called a threat to humanity. Kane took him to hunt some Fallen and also took him to hunt people. They watched the soldiers' actions from above. Dandler did not understand what he meant. He asked whose side he was on. Kane answered him that they belonged only to themselves. He explained to him that if the Fallen do evil, then they will kill the Fallen, and if people do evil, then they will kill people. Dandler looked after Kane leaving him and thought that it was even better this way. July 15, 2023, the changes in Dandler's body were no longer possible to hide. His skin became pink and blue. His hand also grew a lot and changed, becoming unnatural in size, due to the fact that he absorbed too many people and Fallen. Some changes happened to him. He asked Kane if he was still human. No matter how he asked this question, the street also changed. One of his eyes turned black and the pupil became bright turquoise. His sharp teeth were no longer hidden behind his lips. He looked at his mutated hand with an ominous look. Kane answered him by asking him a question in return. Is it worth striving to be human? He explained to him that people will eventually be driven into a high tower, and only in this form can he remain outside forever. Dandler thought about how his parents and teachers finally showed their true selves. All the people around him began to fear him. Dandler laughed loudly, noticing how funny it was. He understood that they were angry from resentment that they could no longer use him, but they still continued to pretend to be pathetic and scared. Dandler thought about how they wanted to send him to the 9th mental hospital, but he knew that this was a place where monsters were locked up. He asked himself, does this mean that he is already a monster? However, Dandler reasoned that it was their faces that were so disgusting. On September 11, 2023, a masked man appeared in the city. Dandler was sitting on a high floor of a skyscraper. He threw the tablet away in rage with his mutated hand, screaming that it was annoying. Then he furiously shouted how it was annoying him. The fear that had been brought to the limit in the city began to fade away due to the appearance of this masked man. Kane told him that this was a very problematic person and it was better not to get caught. Kane picked up the tablet thrown out by Dandler and handed it back to him with a smile on his face. Dandler thought about how when everyone wanted to lock him in the 9th mental hospital, Kane saved him, and he also told him to wait for the masked guy to die because after that they could go save his other one. On July 14, 2024, Kane told Dandler that the mutation rate in this world was extremely high, and people began to line up to escape to that tower. A huge crowd of people clutching tickets in their hands rushed to the big ship. Dandler realized that now only those who were just waiting for death remained outside. Speaking about the guy in the mask, Dandler assumed that he had already left this city and was hiding somewhere. After that, Dandler thought that he did not care about the fate of this man in the mask. Dandler mutated even more, almost his entire body became light blue. Now both of his eyes were black with bright pupils, only a small part of his face remained the natural color of the body. He thought that absolute chaos was happening here and stronger monsters were distributed throughout the city and causing riots. In the rearview mirror of his car, Dandler saw people running away in fear in different directions looking at him. Dandler understood that every day near the market you can see fights for supplies. There are also organizations that organize a shelter. But Kane told him that this world will last another 3 to 4 years. Kane sat in the driver's seat in the car and with a smile on his face said that after this time it will be difficult to see people outside the tower. Dandler, with a surprised expression on his face, listened to what Kane was telling him. Kane told him that if he wants to live outside and not with this herd of prey, then he can only become a fallen one. Dandler and Kane finally arrived at the central hospital of the city. Dandler wanted to come here so many times, but Kane did not allow it. Dandler, with a wide smile on his face, stood at the entrance to the central hospital building. Finally he saw another himself. The door to the office had long been open, and the other he ran away to a place where there was more light, but no one knew him, and no one loved him, and besides, no one cared about him. Scared, he ran around the hospital looking for a person. He thought he was saving other people and became a hero to them. But everyone in the hospital was bustling about, and in this chaos no one paid attention to him. Some even showed their disgust while he loudly called the name of that kind nurse. Dandler assumed that it was probably one of the nurses here, but Kane told him that there had never been a nurse here. He explained to him that since the day he had his operation, there had not been a single woman in this hospital. Bai Wu, as if collecting the fragments of these memories, understood that the memories from the diary ended there. Praise I turned to him with the assumption that he probably already figured out this situation. Bai Wu answered affirmatively, and thought that the world began to change not with the appearance of the fallen, but everything started with the environment. He realized that for the modern world there was already a prototype and some gifted people could already awaken some abilities. An example of such people is Dandler, who at that time had a completely imperfect mutation of the fallen called absolute regeneration. Bai Wu knew that on the contrary, it was human talent number 42 called Endless Nirvana, and the first entries appeared in the diary in 2017. Bai Wu reasoned that from that moment on, for 7 years, doctors considered Dandler as a storage facility for human organs. Bai Wu understood that Dandler was constantly dismembered. His memory was erased and used to save others until the summer of 2024 came. A gap finally appeared in this terrible cycle, and this was caused by another child whose organs Dandler saved. An inscription appeared on the system window, good and evil. Bai Wu answered affirmatively to these words, and then mentally noted that the irony was that a kind person lived in a terrible environment, and no one loved him, no one was happy to see him, and no one cared about him. Praise I noticed that everyone treated him badly except for the illusory image of a nurse. Bai Wu noticed that this nurse was like Hong Yin's comb, that is, what reliably preserved Dandler's humanity. Bai Wu reasoned that even when everyone ultimately abandoned him, he did not feel hatred or resentment for this. All this time he remained a human. Bai Wu looked ahead with a thoughtful and sad expression. Praise I noticed that if this kind Dandler met Hong Yin, they could be called brother and sister in misfortune. Then the system window asked Bai Wu what happened to the evil one. Bai Wu frowned and looked ahead. He repeated, evil. Then he said that he lived in an environment that many could only dream of. He had wealth, connections, good looks, only the best of everything. But he fell too early, and of course it was due to the teacher who appeared here as Kane. Bai Wu thought that if it were a real psychotherapist, and not Kane, then perhaps the second Dandler would not have decomposed to such an extent. Bai Wu put his hand to his chin and thought about the damaged notebook being Kane's power that connects the lives of the two Dandlers. Then Bai Wu understood the last riddle. He looked ahead with a surprised expression. In front of him was a greeting that levitated in the space in front of him. Someone addressed him as a researcher and remarked that he thought that after what they had seen, they had already become familiar with the ugliness of human nature, and now he should reveal another secret to him. After that, the teacher suggested that he was probably curious about how Yang Jin, Liang Yu and Qin Lin got here. The teacher explained that in fact it was simple, the point is that he guided them a little. Bai Wu, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead with his brows furrowed, asked himself again, guided? Then he asked himself in confusion, is this Cain not fallen at all, and does he also live inside the tower? And then Bai Wu, turning to Cain, suggested that it seems like he wants to force him to make a moral choice in order to catch him in this way. Then Bai Wu said that his main killing weapon is not Dandelion but him. Cain confirmed his guess and then asked him if he was ready to accept his task. Bai Wu agreed with this. He himself at that moment, with a confident smile on his face, thought that he was sorry that he miscalculated in something, namely that morality never bothered him. Cain told him that talent and mutation are two similar abilities. He explained that the former is stronger, but there are very few people who can awaken rare talents. Then he said that the people in the tower think that the higher the talent sequence, the rarer it is, but in fact there are special cases. Cain said that if the owners of certain numbers in the talent sequence come together, their talents can combine. He said that although the sequence of these may be low, but in certain situations, such talents can give a much stronger effect than rare ones. Bai Wu, accepting this information, thought that it is easy to understand and it sounds like something similar to a combination technique. Cain continued to talk about how, for example, talent 777, that is, the Disc of Sorrow and Joy, and talent 666, that is, the Kiss of Satan, can combining with each other, these form a possession of fate. Cain said that this is capable of bringing evil fate to a person other than the owners of two talents within a certain period of time, and the owners of these talents receive the advantage sacrificed by another person. Praise I began to impulsively turn to Bai Wu and ask, unlucky people have a hard time living, so can some lucky people take their luck away? The system window asked if there is still morality and law in this world. Bai Wu thought that this means that Yang Jin and the others most likely know this secret. He said that Bai Wu really knows this secret, and he is also the only one who knows the duration of fate possession. He told Bai Wu that thanks to his hints they learned that the highest artifact is hidden here. But he also told him that if the team has a combined talent for fate possession, then he will certainly not be the one to get the artifact. Then Cain turned to Bai Wu and asked him to try to guess. After that he asked him where the owner of talent number 666, that is, Satan's Kiss, is now? Bai Wu assumed that it was obvious, and he was eaten by the fallen Dandler. Bai Wu thought that most likely it was San or Matzi. Then Cain noted that in addition to all this, he should also mention what the people from Yang Jin's team did. He said that previously working as miners they used these two talents, and caused large collapses in the ore veins. Every time Yang Jin took on a certain task, he sent the talent holders to the birthplace in the white zone to absorb luck, and they did this more than once or twice. Cain explained that in this way, relying on the great luck of his comrades, Yang Jin completed many tasks and earned a good reputation among free mercenaries. Bai Wu thought about whether this was really true. He remembered that at the first meeting he felt his confidence in his reputation. Cain noted that of course, luck is not omnipotent either and they are in Dandler's stomach. That is, he clarified that no matter how lucky they were, they can only entertain Dandler in his games. Cain noted that according to his preliminary calculations, Yang Jin and his team killed more than 200 people. He pointed out that the irony is that the miner team thinks they are experienced enough to avoid danger, and thanks to this experience they have survived mine accidents time and time again, while the free mercenaries think that they are masters of their craft with a high reputation on the lower floor and their lives are getting better. Cain noted that unfortunately there are no ghosts in this world and there are only fallen ones. He said that all those people who died outside the tower turn into fallen ones and the fallen ones cannot enter the tower. Their grudge cannot harm anyone, and it does not affect Yang Jin's life in any way. After that, Cain mentioned that Qin Lin and Liang Yu are also far from pure. He noted that although they do not know about these secrets, they participated in those tasks. After that he asked, can the reasoning that those who do not know are not to blame wash away their sins? Then Cain asked a question. He did not kill a person, but a person died because of him. He asked if he is really innocent. After that, Cain said that therefore the last task will still be a choice. He informed Bai Wu that Dandler will soon enter the second phase and most of the gastric juice will soon rise from underground. Cain noted that so many years have passed, but he still likes to watch how the prey is gradually destroyed by gastric juice. Addressing Bai Wu, Cain told him that in the west of this area there is a boat that does not decompose by gastric juice, and in order to get to it you will have to jump on huge logs and not fall down. since otherwise the gastric juice will instantly disperse it. However, he mentioned that this boat can fit a maximum of 4. He informed Bai Wu that he can simply leave himself and not make this choice. But in this case, Cain will consider that he chose their death and Dandler will continue to live under his supervision. Cain, summing up his speech, presented him with an alternative and asked him if he is still not an emotionless machine and plans to bring out 1, 2 or 3 more? The image of Cain appeared behind Bai Wu. He put his hand glowing bright red on his shoulder and told him in his ear that he was looking forward to his choice. Then his silhouette dissolved into space. Bai Wu continued to hold Dandler's diary in his hands. Looking ahead, he thought that Cain's manner of speech was very similar to the teacher he imagined. Then he asked himself, however, if he is a human, does this mean that he has lived for 700 years? The system window reminded him of the existence of Talent 42. Bai Wu realized that this is true. He realized that if he and Dandler both possess Talent 42, that is, endless nirvana, then when their body reaches its peak age, they will not age and will receive almost eternal life. Then he asked himself, however, during these 700 years, has Cain not acquired other talents? In addition, he noticed that it seems that Cain was in the red zone and then it turns out that he and the shorty, that is, Qingyu, are the strongest of all that he now knows? The system window noticed that it was possible to say so. However, now there is no time since the fallen Dandler is finishing the transition to the second phase and there is no time to dream and think since it is necessary to think about how to get out of here. Turning to the system window, Bai Wu asked, didn't this mean that someone prepared everything here 2 days ago? Then he noticed that there was a similar situation in the 9th mental hospital too. Bai Wu put his hand to his mask. The system window noticed that it said this. Then it impulsively asked him if he wanted to. It did not have time to finish because Bai Wu answered affirmatively, saying that the travel disc can return him to the location he visited earlier even if 3 days have passed. However, he noticed that the first location where he was without control with the travel disc, and in addition, he noticed that with the hints that Praise Eye gave him, he assumed that he was able to remain unnoticed under any surveillance. He asked. After that he asked why he needed to meet Cain's disciples. Bai Wu thought about what this meant, that Cain was deliberately addressing this to someone. The system window asked him again, to whom? Bai Wu replied that judging by the content of the previous documents, Cain does not know who he is at all, and perhaps his original target was not him at all but the first one who entered the 9th mental hospital. Then he realized that it was the shorty, that is, Qingyu. The system window repeated after him, the shorty. Bai Wu, with a surprised expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and looked ahead and thought that this is exactly how the most outstanding fighter in the entire tower has been the shorty in the past few years, and if Cain wants to destroy the tower, then he cannot bypass the shorty. So Cain probably tracked him down. After realizing this information, Bai Wu laughed, thinking that the situation was unfolding very interesting. He assumed that Cain was not hostile to him now, and it looked more like he wanted to test him, or even. The system window finished the conversation for him and suggested, pull him over to his side? Bai Wu answered affirmatively and said that, however, the task he left behind was, of course, very troublesome, since he wanted to do this task not to put him in a difficult position, but to determine what type he was. Bai Wu looked closely at the box in front of him. He understood that it had already given him all the answers and the choice was that he either had to not save anyone or save 1, 2 or 3. Bai Wu, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looked ahead, put his hand on the back of his head and thought that in any of these options he could leave here, but not avoid his calculations. Bai Wu assumed that he could even imagine how, at the next location on the travel disc, Cain, with a winner's face, greeted him and told him that he had made an interesting, but quite expected move. The system window asked him to shut up. Then it reported that it had imagined this, and that it was extremely disgusting. Bai Wu pressed his hand to his head and noticed that he was just thinking about what to choose. He began to reason that from a moral point of view, Yang Jin should really die. But if he dies, he will die a hero's death in the eyes of the people, and people will remember him as an experienced miner and an excellent mercenary. And in this case, all those miners from the lower floor who were killed by him will not be able to rest in peace, and in this case, only justice and justice that Qingyu believes in so much can appropriately punish Yang Jin. In addition, Bai Wu thought that according to the local principle of exchange, the fact that Yang Jin, Qin Lin, Lian Yu were declared in this area of Cain means that each of them has leads related to him, which means that in this case, all 3 must definitely survive. Praise I noted that, however, if you save 3, then you will not be able to take what is inside the box. Bai Wu put his hand on the box in front of him and replied that he should first deal with the last clue, that is, with Dandler Man. He thoughtfully asked how he lived these 700 years. Then he asked himself if he knew the secret of Cain. Dandler man climbed out of the box and covering his face from the light asked, "Dandler?" Bai Wu looking at him thought that he was not used to constantly behaving passively. Dandler man being surrounded by the parts of the box surrounding him in which he was a huge amount of time, he confusedly asked Bai Wu, "Who is he?" Then he wondered what happened to Dandler. He asked another question that was addressed to Bai Wu, "Where is he?" Bai Wu stood silently opposite Dandler man and looking down at him thought that sometimes you need to take the initiative and start with an offensive because it will be more interesting. On the system window near Dandler the man it was written that talent number 42, that is, infinite nirvana and also the accompanying power of the 9th stage of the 3rd level belonged to him. Praise I noticed that 700 years had passed and during this huge period he had not seen living people and he also saw how Dandler killed one person with another in order to restore justice. But he was unhappy and to make him happy Dandler continued to kill. The system window reported that they were the closest, and at the same time the most strangers to each other. Bai Wu became interested in the fact that Dandler the man was naive and kind and with his organs he saved Dandler the Fallen. At the same time he understood that Dandler the Fallen, under the leadership of Cain, had committed a lot of evil and finally turned into a predator. However, Bai Wu was confused by the thought that Dandler the Fallen killed people to make Dandler the man happy, but the more he did this, the more unhappy Dandler the man became, and this misunderstanding is naturally connected with Cain. A smile appeared on Bai Wu's face. He understood how to make a choice. Then he turned to Dandler man and called him Prometheus. He told him that in the future he would call him so. Then he asked him if he agreed with this. After that, Bai Wu told him that he was a very smart child and in fact he never lost his memory. He just hoped that something would change if he started over again and again. He asked him if this was true. Prometheus with a surprised expression, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open asked him how he was. Prometheus' mind flashed back to Cain addressing him as Dandler, and telling him that he would call him that from now on. Then he asked him if that was okay. Cain noted that he was not an obedient child at all, and it was not because of stress. He assumed that he simply liked the taste of blood. Then he asked him if that was true. Bai Wu put his hand on the forehead of the surprised Prometheus, and told him that the doctors despised him, and they dug into his brain thinking that he would forget everything, and he acted as they expected but in reality he did not forget anything. Bai Wu told him that he was a poor child who only hoped that a similar scenario could come to a different outcome. Praise I interestedly told Bai Wu that this was an interesting assumption, and wanted to hear more. Bai Wu replied that in this child's memories there was a nurse who could talk to him, and this nurse was kind and very different from the others. However, she never existed, and it was just another personality of the child. The system window asked him again, another personality? Then it asked him why he decided so. Bai Wu replied that he decided so because there was one mistake here, that is, if Prometheus really lost his memory, then how could the nurse tell him that he should remember? Bai Wu explained that the nurse remembered everything just like this child and he never lost his memory. However, despite this, he still did not get angry. Prometheus looked away with a smile on his face. The system window laughed, noticing that it seemed like he found the last clue. Bai Wu, addressing Prometheus and holding his hand on his forehead, told him that what he suffered most was not the endless and painful operations and not the cutting out and transplanting of organs from the fact that no one even looked at him when he left the hospital. Either the doctors nor the patients did this. Bai Wu told him, squatting opposite him, that he had seen many people with split personalities. He said that some were split into a good and a bad personality, and some into a worthless person and a person with an inflated opinion of himself, and some into someone who pretends to be a person but is not one and a coward. After that, Bai Wu said that 2 or even more personalities are not similar to each other, and he had never seen anyone like him. He said that one personality radiates kindness and the other personality is just as kind and he cannot forgive people instead of him. But Bai Wu told him in an ingratiating voice that however, he is sure that if he has not turned into a fallen one even after all the suffering he has experienced, then he is still waiting deep down in his soul for the day to come when everyone will love him. He addressed him by name, calling him Prometheus, and said that they tried to connect him with Dandler, and this attempt made him think that he is his other side. Prometheus burst into tears at this moment. Large drops of tears began to flow down his cheeks. Bai Wu continued to say that however, everything was not so and they both understood that he was fallen and they were people and perhaps they should not be opposed to each other, but it was impossible to confuse the fallen and people with each other. At this moment, Yang Jin approached the square building near which Qin Lin and Liang Yu were standing. Qin Lin raised his hand up and addressing Yang Jin as a boss, shouted at him to come here. Bai Wu told Prometheus that Dandler had killed many people and right now there were 3 more people outside who would die very soon. Yang Jin, with a tense expression on his face from which tears were flowing profusely, cursed, shouting that the fallen one was speaking like a human. After that, he asked where Constantine was. He asked them if he hadn't come out yet. Then Yang Jin shouted that they had little time left. Bai Wu, addressing Prometheus, explained to him that in the future, even more people could die at his hands. Dandler stood in the middle of the forest. He said that the transition to a new phase was complete, and all that was left was to wait for him to make a choice. Then Dandler, leaning his hands and feet on the ground, began to implant the roots that came from his limbs into the soil. He looked ahead with a wild smile on his face. Noticing that the coolest thing is when people kill themselves, and he really hoped that Bai Wu would save only 1 or 2 and then watch as the rest hopelessly awaited death. Bai Wu told Prometheus that he was sure that if there was at least 1 more person in this world who cared about him. With a wild smile on his face, Dandler licked his absent lips, saying that the taste of resentment and despair after the betrayal of a comrade is the most wonderful taste. Bai Wu told Prometheus that if there is this person who cares about him, then it is definitely not him, and not Cain. Bai Wu told him that Cain had done so that all these years he had spent the night in the tower. But no one knew about him or cared. He told him that all this time he had been deceiving him and not only him, Cain continues to deceive Dandler, the boy who survived thanks to his organs. Bai Wu explained to Prometheus that he could have taken his chance. But now he would never be able to return to the tower. And then Bai Wu stood up and invited Prometheus to go with him. He told him that together they would stop Dandler. Then he extended his hand to him, and said that then they would leave here together. Prometheus, with a confused expression on his face, asked him who he was and how he knew all this. Bai Wu answered him by saying that his name was Constantine and that he would follow him for a long time because he was the one he could completely trust. Then Bai Wu told him that he would return him to the tower, and he would no longer be locked in a cramped space because he would be able to walk the streets where people walk. He told him that he didn't know everything about his past, but he promised him that from today on everything would be different. Prometheus stretched out his hand to meet Bai Wu's hand and stood up. He looked ahead with an uncertain expression and held Bai Wu's hand and asked him if he really existed. He then asked him in confusion what if he disappeared as soon as he walked out of here. Prometheus told him that he had seen many kind people but they all left him. Then Prometheus asked him if he was the same as them. The system window noticed that he was a poor child who seemed to have imagined many people besides the nurse over the past 700 years, and he so hoped that they were all real but they disappeared every time. Bai Wu squeezed Prometheus' hand in his hand and asked him not to worry. He told him to make Dandler stop and he would take him home. Prometheus began to twist his head from side to side saying that it was useless. He told Bai Wu that he begged the man to tell Dandler to stop, but Dandler did not listen at all, and he could not persuade him because he only went even more crazy. Bai Wu asked himself again, Cain? However, then he assumed that this biblical villain deceived both children, and he not only did not convey Prometheus's request but also further aggravated Dandler's disgust for people. Bai Wu looked at Prometheus's innocent face and thought that because of this false transmission of information between Prometheus and Dandler, Prometheus gave up trying to persuade Dandler, and Dandler continued to think that he was helping Prometheus restore justice. The system window noticed that this looked like something Cain could do, but he miscalculated, and with the help of this he figured out this matter. Bai Wu mentally responded to the system window that this was exactly the case. Then turning to Prometheus he said that there was something he had to personally tell him. Bai Wu suggested that perhaps the person he was talking about was unhappy. Then Bai Wu turned to the side and suggested that Prometheus go and see Dandler. When they approached the exit of the room, the bright street light illuminated the space in front of them. Prometheus closed his eyes because he was not used to such bright light after being confined in a small dark box for a long time. He opened his eyes and saw the world that surrounded him outside. Yang Jin as well as Qin Lin and Liang Yu were standing near the entrance of the room. Yang Jin shouted loudly, Constantine. He noticed that he finally came out. Then he asked him if he managed to find out anything. In the distance, Bai Wu saw Dandler, who was planting his limbs in the soil, stood and glowed with bright energy and purple color. On the system window was written information about him. He was a fallen 7th level mutation. His mutation was telekinesis, and a rare mutation was camouflage under the environment. The perfect mutation was absolute regeneration and gigantism. The pathology was weakness. Praise I told Bai Wu that although he is 1 level higher than Ilya, but the pathology limits his speed and strength. So he and Ilya are about equal. Only now Qingyu is not with him, and this suggests 3 options. These options are, return to the city, return to the city. Bai Wu thought about how it seemed like everything in this area was Dandla's body. But he asked himself, who was Dandla fighting with? He understood that the first and second phases had the same pathology, and that was weakness. He looked at how brightly glowing Dandla was resting on the ground and thought that the fallen's ability to regenerate was not weak at all. But Dandla's pathology was like an eternal wound. He asked himself, was this wound really left by a stronger fallen? Bai Wu understood that in addition, a fallen who could turn into a huge area and kill all the prey. But he was still only at the 7th level. Bai Wu asked himself, then what is Hong Yin with the 9th mutation level? The system window told him that it was better for him not to know. Yang Jin, with a surprised expression on his face, pointed his finger at Prometheus, who was lying on Bai Wu's shoulder, and asked him, who is this child? Bai Wu ignored him and walked forward, telling him that there was no time to explain everything now. Then he stretched out his hand and a long rope flew out of his sleeve and caught on a tree branch, and Bai Wu with Prometheus on his shoulder began to climb up that branch. Soon after he landed on that branch, Prometheus looked ahead with a surprised and frightened expression on his face. Bai Wu turned to Liang Yu, Yang Jin and Qin Lin and told them to follow him. He explained to them that it was not safe on the ground. Liang Yu with a surprised expression on his face turned to Yang Jin and asked him, them. Yang Jin interrupted his question and looked up carefully, and told him that they were following him. Qin Lin with a surprised and confused expression on his face looked ahead. Soon after, Yang Jin moving behind Bai Wu asked him, where are they going now? Bai Wu quickly moved forward and told him that they were going to the west, and there was a boat they could sail away on. They asked him in surprise, was it true? At that moment, they all jumped together from one tree branch to another. Liang Yu looked at Qin Lin and saw how he awkwardly jumped and began to fall down. Liang Yu loudly shouted, Qin Lin? And then Liang Yu opened his mouth wide and stretched out his hand in front of him, and shouted at him to be careful. Liang Yu managed to grab Qin Lin by the forearm. Qin Lin looked down in confusion in front of him, and shouted that it was acid rain. Then he asked in fear, why is this oozing out of the ground? They saw how poisonous liquid poured out of the ground, and gradually rose higher. They cursed loudly, shouting that the ground was immersed in acid. Frightened, looking at the rising level of acidic liquid, they turned to Qin Lin and shouted that he should quickly rise. Bai Wu stood with his back to them with Prometheus on his back and told them to be careful and not to fall. He explained to them that otherwise all his work would be in vain. The toxic liquid had already risen several meters up and flooded small bushes. Yang Jin with a tense expression on his face looking at this thought that the liquid was rising, and Constantine definitely found out about some secret in the room. He understood that otherwise he would not have been able to predict the changes in the environment. Looking intently in front of him, Yang Jin understood that he could not take his eyes off him, and perhaps the clues about the treasure that the rich man and the customer mentioned were just in that room. Yang Jin remembered very well that 2 days ago that rich man had ordered them to bring one treasure for an incredibly large fee. Yang Jin understood that the deposit alone was enough for him to never leave the tower again for the rest of his life. Then Yang Jin stood in a luxurious room opposite the rich customer, next to whom there was a small wooden table on which there were 5 massive gold bars. Yang Jin recalled that unfortunately the rich man suddenly died that evening in his own home and the task was naturally suspended. But he understood that this made no difference, and he had already found out the area code, and all that remained was to enter it while the code was valid. Yang Jin stretched out his hand in front of him, reaching for the gold bar, thinking that he needed to find the treasure and sell it for a large sum. He took the gold bar in his hand, thinking that regarding the reasons for the rich man's death, let the pacification squad deal with it. Now, moving along the branches of the trees, Yang Jin turned to Constantine and asked him what was going on in this area. Then Yang Jin asked him another question, why does rain acid appear from underground? Bai Wu did not answer him in any way, so Yang Jin asked him again, Constantine? Bai Wu began to continue moving forward, jumping from one tree branch to another. Yang Jin, Liang Yu and Qin Lin silently looked after him. Qin Lin with a confused expression began to turn his head from side to side. He awkwardly laughed, suggesting that perhaps he was always like this. After that, Qin Lin noticed the bag that was on Bai Wu's shoulder. He asked what kind of bag was on his shoulder. He guessed that it was some kind of mysterious object that would help them get out. Suddenly, they saw how the bag that was just on Bai Wu's shoulder began to dissolve into space. Qin Lin with a pale expression in a state of shock asked, did it disappear? Then he asked in surprise, is this really the ability of his talent? The 3 of them looked ahead in bewilderment and guessed, is this a spatial talent? Then they asked again, can he put things away and take things out from another space, or is it the power of thought? They asked in surprise, is he a level 6 perceiving type? The system window laughed, telling Bai Wu that it really admires the mental abilities of these three. Praise. I noticed that although among the talents there are indeed those that allow you to move objects with your mind and perceive, and a level 6 type can really use special attacks with the power of thought, but in reality, his bag has become a Jilin. Liang Yu, Qin Lin and Yang Jin, still standing on a massive tree branch with surprised expressions on their faces, continued to look at Bai Wu's back, thinking that he is incredibly strong. The system window explained that the bag is needed for an expedition outside the tower that has become a Jilin, and it is capable of the fact that as long as the item inside does not exceed the size of the bag, it will not take up space, but there are weight restrictions, which at the current level is 20.5 kilograms. After that, the system window asked Bai Wu to understand it correctly, and informed him that living beings inside this bag cannot be carried, and then it noticed that the level of Jilin was 15 seconds. Bai Wu desperately pressed his hand to his forehead and asked if this meant that he had missed again. Bai Wu thought about the fact that last time it was a camera and this time it was a bag. He sadly thought about when his rice cooker would become Jilin. Then he guessed that it seemed to be the effect of the joy and sorrow disc, which far exceeded his expectations. Looking at Qin Lin's innocent expression, he thought that even by simply opening his mouth, Qin Lin could indirectly affect reality, and if the talents of 666 and 777 could really combine, then. He did not have time to finish his thought because Qin Lin incorrectly addressed Bai Wu and noticed that the water below was getting larger and larger, after which he asked him if they would drown. Without looking back at them, Bai Wu replied that they were in the monster's stomach and said that it was enough to ask so many questions. He said that when they returned to the tower, they would hold a question and answer session in a special place, but for now, he told them to be careful not to fall into the water. Then he gave the direction, saying that they were going forward while continuing to move west. Yang Jin, with a tense expression on his face, opened his mouth wide and repeatedly asked him to wait. Then he loudly asked him again, the monster's stomach? Qin Lin noticed that if this area really was the monster's stomach, then he asked the one who raised her head up, in that case, how big was this monster? Yang Jin ordered them to go forward after Constantine. They jumped from one tree branch to another, and their bodies were reflected in the water as they jumped. Yang Jin noted that they had to go forward or they would all die here. Bai Wu moved forward, thinking that now they will look at the connection between Prometheus and Dandler that was established earlier. Prometheus, with a confused expression, quietly said, "Dandler." Suddenly Dandler's face distorted. His eyes became very round and filled with a bright pink color. Qin Lin almost fell down again. Liang Yu loudly shouted at him to be careful. The toxic liquid began to rise up in high splashes. Yang Jin, in a jump using his glaive, stuck the metal tip of it into the bark of trees in order to jump over large distances between branches. An unexpected splash of toxic liquid rose up and touched the cloak that was fluttering on his shoulders. After that, Yang Jin was able to land on a branch. Qin Lin looked at him in fear and shouted, addressing him as a commander. Yang Jin looked down in irritation and cursed. He angrily asked, "Why is this liquid so unpredictable?" As he spoke, he looked at the toxic liquid that was rising higher and higher. A drop fell into the liquid below them. Bai Wu looked at it warily with his eyes wide open, then turning to Yang Jin, Liang Yu and Qin Lin, he shouted, ordering them to come closer to him. He then turned to Qin Lin and ordered him to prepare an umbrella. Qin Lin obeyed his order, and in an instant, he was already holding an umbrella in his hands. Soon after, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Yang Jin, Liang Yu and Qin Lin stood under the protection of the umbrella that formed a protective space above them. Yang Jin, with a hood on his head, noticed that this downpour was too heavy, and even all the previous rains combined would not compare to this. He then said that they could only wait for this rain to end, and until then, there was no way to go anywhere. Bai Wu warily looked ahead, thinking that the acid was rising incredibly quickly. He knew that even 10 minutes would not pass before it dissolved them. Suddenly Prometheus grabbed his body with his hands. He lowered his head down. Bai Wu put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to worry, and just tell him about his wish. Frightened Prometheus looked at Bai Wu with tears in his eyes. Bai Wu continued to tell him that Dandler is a comrade he can trust, and he only needs to tell him what he thinks. Dandler at that moment screamed very loudly. He squeezed his face with his hands, screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide. He hunched over on the floor, squeezing his head with his hands and repeating the words, "Teacher." In Dandler's mind there were memories of how a few days ago the teacher addressed him, saying that in 2 days one researcher would be provoked to his bait, and he would come here and be tested by his task of choice. Dandler answered him that this is excellent, After that he said that most of all he likes to watch how hypocrites betray and kill each other. And then Dandler in the form of a fallen one raised his hand up and addressed the teacher, saying that then if that researcher wants to call another one of him. The teacher laughed and said that if they leave this area according to his route then it will happen in the near future, and then they will reunite with him already as fallen ones. Dandler stared at the teacher speaking with wide open eyes. Then the teacher walking along the branches of the tree noticed that however if the researcher leaves his other one and decides to save those vile people then it means that it will take a little more time, but the teacher turned to Dandler and told him that he promises him that ultimately they will stay together forever and both will be fallen ones. Dandler in despair in human form was kneeling and furiously hitting the floor with his fist, shouting that he lied to him and deceived him. Then he shouted again, "Deceived!" Dandler angrily shouted that he had never been happy and he never wanted him to hurt others because of him. Prometheus stood silently behind Dandler, then he called him by name with a sad expression on his face. Qin Lin looked down with a frightened expression, saying that he thought they would really die soon. Yang Jin started shouting, "Hurry up!" Then he shouted, "Disc!" He spoke loudly that before the monster reacts, they need to give him the disc and he will bring reinforcements to save them. Bai Wu walked up to Prometheus and put his hand on his shoulder. After that he said calmly. Bai Wu thought that the fallen Dandler also hides kindness deep down inside and only this kindness unites him with Prometheus. Dandler lowered his head down, pressing his hand to his chest while tears flowed down his cheeks. Bai Wu thought that now everything should end. The system window turned to him and offered him to look back at the short journey outside the tower at the last moment. Bai Wu thought that there was nothing to look back at, and if we speak in a nutshell, there was not a single normal person in this area except Qin Lin and him. Praise, I asked him again in surprise, is he a normal person? Bai Wu responded by saying that Yang Jin had to pay for all his evil deeds and that Liang Yu was plotting evil. He noticed that Qin Lin was somewhat similar to Prometheus. That is, he was simply a tool in someone else's hands. After that, he mentally said that the two most abnormal people here were Dandler and Prometheus. Dandler, at that moment, being in an unknown space with Prometheus, clutched his head with his hands, repeatedly apologizing to Prometheus and explaining to him that he only wanted him to be happy. After that, Dandler, in despair, slowly said that however, no one loved them. He slowly repeated again, no one. Bai Wu, turning to the system window, said that everything was clear with Dandler, and that this was an innate evil that received love and did not trust people. He continued to say that his parents, girlfriend, teachers, all of them, in his opinion, did not truly love him. Prometheus began to slowly approach Dandler with his bare feet. The system window asked Bai Wu, and Prometheus? Prometheus came up to the crying Dandler from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. At that moment Prometheus had a smile on his face. He addressed Dandler and said that there was nothing to worry about and everything was fine. Dandler looked ahead with wide open eyes in surprise. Bai Wu answered the system window by saying that Prometheus was absolute good, but he warned that he would ask him one question. After that he asked if a person who had experienced brutal torture could maintain his kindness after that. The system window thought for a moment and remained silent. Prometheus knelt behind Dandler and holding his hands on his shoulders said that there was probably still good in the world and people who loved them, he just hadn't met them yet. Bai Wu confirmed his thoughts by noting that this was true and that this child was even more abnormal than Dandler. Now Bai Wu was in the same space as Prometheus and Dandler. Bai Wu assumed that perhaps he was crippled during brain surgery since it seemed like there was no malice in him but only kindness. Prometheus, with a smile on his face, asked Dandler to look, then he asked him, didn't the one who loved him appear now? Prometheus addressed Dandler by name and told him that he wanted to go with him. Bai Wu continued to think that, however, this is precisely why he hopes that he will survive and be next to him, or the shorty, that is, Jingyu. Bai Wu understood that abnormal kindness is better than abnormal malice. Dandler abruptly turned to Prometheus and hugged him tightly, shouting at him, no. Then he loudly said that he did not want him to leave. Dandler hugged Prometheus and told him that he only had him. Bai Wu, looking at this, thought that if he was not mistaken, then Cain wanted to turn Prometheus into a fallen one. Prometheus with tears in his eyes addressed Dandler by name. Bai Wu reasoned that eternal life together with him was only a false hope for Dandler. Prometheus with a slight movement of his hand pushed Dandler away from himself. Bai Wu realized that unfortunately no one could do this. Prometheus with a reddened face and tearful eyes moved away from Dandler. At this time Dandler stretched out his hands in front of himself, repeatedly screamed, no. Bai Wu knew that if there was a way, Cain would have used it long ago. Liang Yu hysterically screamed a curse, screaming that they would all die here. Then he opened his mouth wide, loudly addressed Constantine, screaming at him that he would not let him go even after death. Then he noticed that if he had something. He did not have time to finish because Prometheus loudly screamed, "Dandler!" After that, he begged him to let him go. Yang Jin and Qin Lin with surprised expressions turned to him. After that, Prometheus shouted that he no longer wanted to sit in a damp and dark room, but wanted to live like a human. When Prometheus shouted this, he clutched his chest with his hand and raised his head up with tears flowing down his cheeks, shouted for him to let him go. A moment after Prometheus' request, a space free of thick clouds and clouds appeared in the sky, from where sunlight poured out abundantly. Everyone looked up in confusion. Qin Lin said, "The sky." After that he asked, "Has the rain stopped?" Then he closed his umbrella. Bai Wu looked ahead with a smile on his face and thought that the outcome was determined. Qin Lin looked up in confusion. Putting away his umbrella he asked, "Has the acid rain stopped?" Yang Jin answered him negatively and said that it was not only that. Then he stretched out his hand down and pointed his index finger in the direction of the water. Then he said that the liquid level is decreasing. Liang Yu thoughtfully looked around. He asked himself, what just happened? He thought about the child shouting a phrase to the sky and then the danger disappeared. Liang Yu noticed that there was so much pleading and sorrow in those words, and then he asked himself, who did he shout it to? He began to guess, the owner of this area? Then he guessed that perhaps it was addressed to that fallen one. He looked at Prometheus, who was clutching his hand near his chest. Then he thought about how it seemed that this area was not as simple as Yang Jin told him. Looking at the back of Bai Wu's head, he realized that Constantine seemed to have known everything in advance, and all this time the goal was very clear to him. He asked himself, where did he get the information? Qin Lin, with a smile on his face, clutching an umbrella in his hand, turned to Constantine and asked him, are they saved? Bai Wu, who was holding Prometheus' hand at that moment, answered him that they were not saved yet. Suddenly, a huge tree with many sharp branches began to grow in front of them. They shouted, "Tree!" Then they asked in confusion, why did it suddenly start growing like this? They all stood together on one massive branch and watched the tree grow. Qin Lin, with a frightened expression on his face, straining his jaw in confusion, asked, what is this? A huge tree grew in front of them, which had eyes and a mouth. Looking at this, Prometheus shouted, Dandler. Bai Wu looked at the tree and greeted Dandler. Dandler stared at him with his red eyeballs that were in the eye holes in the bark. Bai Wu guessed that apparently he wanted to tell him something before letting them go. Dandler told them that he could take Prometheus. Prometheus, with a surprised expression on his face, wide opened his eyes and mouth, looked at him. Dandler noticed that, however, the other three, he asked Bai Wu, why doesn't he kill them? Qin Lin, Liang Yu, and Yang Jin, with tense expressions on their faces, looked at the tree and listened to what it said. Bai Wu coughed into his fist and corrected Dandler, noticing that this child was not called now. Then he interrupted himself and said that in any case, Dandler in human form will remain alive. While Dandler stared at Bai Wu told him that the remaining 3 lives represent evil, hypocrisy, and ignorance. He said that Cain really wanted to see which of them he would choose, but he admitted that he was too lazy to choose. The system window called Bai Wu a liar. It noticed that it had given it information in advance. Then Praise I explained that information is everything. It irritably asked it why he did not thank it. Bai Wu frowned his brows repeatedly, affirmatively answered this, and said that he thanked the system window. Dandler asked Bai Wu why. Then he asked him, do they not deserve to die? Bai Wu, standing on a branch in front of a huge tree, told him that whether they deserved to die or not is something that should not be decided about her. Dandler noticed that he already knew the truth. He then shouted that everything Cain said was right. Bai Wu raised his index finger up and said that let it be as he said and let it be the truth. But he noted that even if it was so, even if he was in pitch darkness and if people were dying on the ground floor every day, he still didn't like to complicate things. Dandler in tree form asked him, isn't killing the easiest choice? Bai Wu stretched out his hand and suggested that he probably thought that killing the evil and leaving the good would be the easiest solution, and then he explained to him that a real lazy person would choose to turn to the justice system since it had been perfected for thousands of years. Then Bai Wu asked him why they didn't throw away their daring ideas and trust in the full-fledged criminal law. Dandler slowly said, teacher. Bai Wu spread his arms out to the sides and told him that his positive teacher had already deceived him. Then he asked him how he knew that his words about these people were true. Dandler closed his eyes. Then he slowly said that if he didn't fulfill his promise, he would devour him. Bai Wu put his hand on Prometheus's head and asked him not to worry. He said that he would show him that not all people in this world are evil. Dandler looked ahead carefully and said that they would see each other again. Then he said that he was special, much more special than the teacher had assumed. He noticed that the teacher would definitely come for him. Bai Wu crossed his arms over his chest and exhaled air from his lungs and noticed that he hoped that he would give him some information about him. Dandler asked him why he should do this. After that, he shouted out with resentment that he was taking away his best friend. Prometheus looked worriedly at Bai Wu with wide open eyes. Bai Wu, stretching out his hand in front of him, answered him that he could not say that. Bai Wu explained to him that they take away a loved one and share friends. After that he added that, in addition, he has a crown growing on his head and not horns. Dandler sharply shouted out to him, asking him to leave before he changed his mind. Bai Wu agreed with this, and the huge tree in the guise of Dandler began to disappear into the ground. Bai Wu, looking at this, thought that he had not managed to find out anything about Cain from Dandler. Bai Wu of the dirt in front of him thought that although he had not yet managed to ruin their cooperation, he understood that due to this incident, disagreements would arise between them, which was already a good result. The system window noticed that he was a demon, then he admitted that he liked such an act. Qin Lin looked around with a smile and asked uncertainly, "Did they survive?" Yang Jin looked ahead with a surprised expression and asked, "Is it over?" After that, Bai Wu held out a teleportation disc and put it in Prometheus' hand. When he did this, he asked Prometheus to take it and turn it slightly and then wait for a while. Bai Wu explained to him that when the middle starts to glow, they will be able to return to the tower. Prometheus answered him affirmatively. Yang Jin put his hand in front of him and shouted loudly, asking him to wait. After that, he shouted loudly, "Constantine." He asked him irritably, "Is he giving the teleportation disc to him?" Then he asked him in surprise, "What does this mean?" Bai Wu stood with his back to Yang Jin and told him that he would call someone to save them and they would return with him first. After that he ordered them to stand there and not go anywhere. Then he noticed that of course they would not be able to leave. Suddenly, roots from different directions began to appear on the branches where the three of them were, and these branches began to envelop their bodies. Soon the roots immobilized their legs. Qin Lin, Lian Yu and Yang Jin began to scream loudly. Yang Jin, trying to move from the spot, screamed loudly, asking, "What is this?" Qin Lin screamed, "His leg." After that, he said that he could not feel his leg. They loudly began to scream the name, Constantine. Bai Wu asked them not to worry, then turning to Yang Jin he said that he was not like him. He explained his words by saying that he keeps his word. Yang Jin looked at him in bewilderment with wide open eyes and mouth. At that moment he asked himself in surprise, did he really know about everything? Then he cursed mentally when the branches completely fettered his body. Yang Jin realized that there were no treasures in this place, and everything was planned. Yang Jin began to understand that the rich man did not die at all. Prometheus held a teleportation disc in his hands that began to glow with a bright light. Soon Prometheus and Bai Wu began to glow. A message appeared on the system window that the degree of exploration of the territory was 74% and also a fallen one remained in the amount of 1 piece, and the pieces of the Doomsday puzzle in this area were moved. After that, Praise I put forward its assessment. It assessed the work as well done. Then the system window informed him that he stole the inner light of a small scoundrel, and now he should educate him well since he is still an SSR. Bai Wu looked at Prometheus, who looked at his glowing hands with a surprised expression on his face and thought that he had endless nirvana, and besides, he still had not turned into a fallen one. He reasoned that if you look at it like that, after training he will become a real living shield and really an SSR. After that, Bai Wu thought about how he got a SSR with great potential in this expedition, as well as a sympathetic wedding ring and a bag that has temporary housing difficulties. Bai Wu thought that this was not bad, but he thought that this time he had been here for too short a time, and the accompanying force was still at the 9th step of the first level. Bai Wu looked at his palm that he clenched into a fist and thought that he would need to find a way to increase his survival time outside the tower. Besides, he realized that Praise I had repeatedly mentioned the Doomsday puzzle pieces and he was almost sure that it was very important. Bai Wu carefully looked in front of him, realizing that Cain had definitely moved these pieces to the most difficult zone and the world outside the tower was random. So Cain only had a plan for some zones. Bai Wu thought that if he continued to use the teleportation disc and only met his students, it seemed to him that he would not be able to continue using it since there was not always cover and the world outside the tower was huge. After that he asked himself, and why did he need to kill? Bai Wu realized that the most important thing was that he could not follow Cain's plan. Prometheus, with a smile on his face, holding the teleportation disc in his hands, turned to Dandler and told him that it was time for him to go, after which he thanked him for taking care of him all this time. Addressing him, he said that he would miss him. Dandler, at this time, levitating above the crowns of the trees, looked away. Bai Wu understood that only by going into areas where Cain had not set up his nets could he obtain information that he could not give him. Dandler turned to Prometheus and told him that he should take care of himself if someone dared to offend him. Then he asked him to come back. He added, saying that he was here and would protect him, although even the teacher would not be able to hurt him. Prometheus, with a wide smile on his face, asked him not to worry. He told him that he would be fine. Then Prometheus turned to Dandler again and asked him if he could not harm these 3 people. When he asked about this, then Liang Yuqin Lin and Yang Jin were completely bound by the branches of a tree. Behind such a dense fence it was impossible to see a single part of their bodies. Prometheus asked Dandler to wait until Constantine brought the people to pick them up. Dandler sadly exhaled air from his lungs, saying that he planned to eat them. Prometheus, with an offended expression on his face, shouted, "Dandler!" Dandler agreed with him and said that if he asks, then he will not do it. Prometheus cheerfully shouted that then he was going. After that, he began to cheerfully wave his hand goodbye to Dandler. Dandler, with a smile on his face, looked at Prometheus, who would soon leave him. The system window congratulated Bai Wu on reaching the denouement in which all 4 were saved. Prometheus, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes, waved Dandler. The system window noticed that it forgot to ask, then it asked him what he planned to do with this child after returning. The system window suggested whether he would attach him to the intelligence corps or take him into his mercenary team with that girl. After that, the system window suggested that, judging by the name, he really fits in there. Bai Wu thoughtfully said that this was indeed a problem. He understood that if he were to join the intelligence corps, he would need to come up with another normal name for him. Then he answered his thoughts affirmatively, and decided that he would go back and think about it. A moment later, their bodies disappeared. On the large television screen that was on the lower floor of the Jianlu Port Tower, a message appeared on the screen that there would be a continuation, after which all viewers were notified that the adventurer Constantine's notes in the size of the first episode had come to an end. Wei Ming, with a confident expression on his face, sitting in front of the microphone, said that what happened next, the viewers would find out in the next episode. A huge crowd of viewers angrily asked, "What?" They raised their clenched fists up indignantly about what had happened and asked, "Should we end it like this?" The viewers were wondering, what happened next? They assumed that was it. Then they turned to the boss and asked him, when would the next episode be? Viewers were expressively asking for the next episode to be made sooner. On the second floor of the high tower, the intelligence corps unit, Qingyu looked at Bai Wu and told him that this image was ugly. Bai Wu took off the mask from his face and stood in front of him. Behind Bai Wu, Prometheus was hiding and holding his hand in fear. Qingyu frowned and looked at him and noticed that he was easy to remember. Then he asked him, "Is he now called a knight in a cloak and mask?" The system window laughed in surprise, noticing that the shorty had a talent for mockery. Then the system window asked Bai Wu's opinion about this. After that, praise I repeated, "A knight in a mask and cloak." The protagonist took off the mask from his face and put his hand on Prometheus's shoulder, pushed Prometheus closer to Qingyu and addressed him as a captain, and told him that he wanted Prometheus to join their intelligence corps. Qingyu looked at him menacingly, frowning, and asked him, "What are the reasons?" Prometheus looked at Bai Wu with a surprised expression and his eyes wide open. The protagonist smiled and, looking at him, asked him not to be afraid. Then he asked him to wait a little. Prometheus answered him affirmatively and remained sitting on the sofa in the center of Qingyu's office. The protagonist approached the table where Qingyu was sitting and took a piece of paper and a writing pen from the table in his hand and said that he would lend it for a minute. After that, Bai Wu began to write on a piece of paper that he had found this child, and he assumed that a certain person from the tower nicknamed Cain had placed him outside the tower. He clarified that there was also information related to this child. Qingyu widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the piece of paper that Bai Wu was writing on. Soon the protagonist unfolded the piece of paper and showed it to Qingyu. Then on the piece of paper it was written that among other data it was mentioned that Prometheus can infinitely regenerate if his limbs and internal organs or even part of his brain are removed. He will still survive and will be able to regenerate in a short time. Then Bai Wu noted in the letter that he does not know if this is some kind of talent, but he noted that if so, he asked if it could be a very rare talent. Then he noted that as a precaution, he decided to inform the captain about this, and he believes that after training, Prometheus can become a weapon of the 7th Division. Qingyu, with a sharp movement of his hand, took the piece of paper on which this letter was written in his hand, and then he lit a match and set fire to the letter. When the letter burned out, he continued to hold it in his hand, ordering the protagonist to keep this a secret. Bai Wu told him that he understood this. The system window noticed that by recording the result of the expedition in this way, he not only expressed trust in the shorty but also told about Prometheus' abilities. That is, with his acting, he very cleverly and in fact summed up. Then the system window began to make approving sounds, noticing that Bai Wu was good. At that moment, Qingyu was holding a burning sheet of paper in his hand. The system window asked Bai Wu why he decided to tell the shorty the truth about the guy's abilities. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, looking at Prometheus, asked this, does this remember what information about Prometheus it showed him when they first returned to the tower? A few hours ago, when Bai Wu and Prometheus were in the tower, the system window congratulated him, noting that Prometheus had spent so many years outside the tower and had not even seen living people, but now with his help, he was finally preparing to start living the life of a simple intelligence officer, after which the system window noticed that, however, Dandler could still kill, but this no longer applied to him. Prometheus, with a surprised expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth with flushed cheeks, looked intently ahead. The system window added, noting that Prometheus had a secret that people from the 6th floor of the tower were interested in, although it noticed that he already knew it. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, put his hand to his chin and repeated to himself in his mind, the secret that interested the 6th floor. Then he began to reflect on the fact that this had indeed happened before when he first met the shorty and Shuang. He thought about the fact that at that moment there was the same notification. If they have something in common, then it is probably a talent with a serial number up to 100. Bai Wu reasoned that, moreover, the shorty's talent is higher than talent number 42 of Prometheus. Then Bai Wu thought about the fact that in addition to all this, Shuang had a note called Avenger, and while he was thinking about the fact that it could be assumed that the 6th floor was looking for people with rare talents, then he asked why they might be looking for them. He assumed that it was possible to get rid of them or to entrust them with an important task, but he assumed that the first option was most likely. The protagonist thought that being the trump card of the Foreign Intelligence Corps and the future deputy commander of the Corps, he was confident that the shorty would be able to keep the secret about himself and Shuang a secret. Qingyu exhaled air from his lungs onto his fingers to cool these after burning the paper. The protagonist continued to think that in this case, it was natural that he would be able to keep the secret of Prometheus as well. Then Bai Wu turned to Qingyu and noticed that this Cain claimed to be from the tower. Then Bai Wu guessed that he thought he was the head of some sect. Then he asked Qingyu if he had heard anything about it. He folded his hands on the table and told him that he had never heard of it. The protagonist asked him again, even the captain had never heard of it? Then Bai Wu thought that he had also received almost no information about Cain from Prometheus. Prometheus did not know his voice, appearance, or the floor he was kept on. Then the protagonist mentally asked himself, how many more such tragedies had happened 700 years ago? At this moment, Prometheus was gently touching the baked goods on the table in front of him with a surprised expression. Bai Wu wondered what happened outside the tower from 2023 to 2027. He wondered if there was some supreme evil hiding inside the tower? The system window answered him that he did not know why, but suddenly he had a memory of Magneto. The Eye of Prey told Bai Wu that he was the leader of mutants and a fighter for their rights. Then it told him that he was not interested in the order of the system, and he very quickly rolled down to complete heresy. The protagonist asked the system window if this meant that Cain was also a kind of leader of the fallen and a fighter for their rights? Then Bai Wu began to reason that indeed in all the materials outside the tower between the lines it was read how much the students respected him, and Dandler even called him master, and continued to follow his instructions although he learned about the deception. System window asked him if this meant that the other students were the same? Bai Wu answered this question affirmatively, and said that it was because Cain seemed to have promised to help them destroy a certain tower. System window asked him in confusion, was this by any chance about a high tower? At this moment, Qingyu walked past the protagonist with a serious expression on his face. Bai Wu mentally answered with his hand on his chin that for now all this is unknown. He should avoid Cain for some time, for which he must stop using the movement disc. At this moment, Qingyu approached Prometheus and squatted in front of him and asked him what his name was. Prometheus looked at him and wanted to say that his name was Dandler, but he did not have time to finish. He interrupted himself and shouted, Prometheus! He loudly repeated, saying that his name was Prometheus. Qingyu sitting opposite him noticed that it was too long a name, and if he wrote it in reports, it would be suspected that he was writing it for the number of characters. Then he said that he needed to change this name. Prometheus, with a sad expression on his face, exhaled air from his lungs and looking at his feet noticed that he did like this name. Qingyu stood up in front of Prometheus and told him that in their dressing up games he could continue to use this name, but on Intelligence Corps missions he would be called by Xiaoyu. The system window laughed loudly, noticing that the shorty was cool at choosing names. Then the system window explained that his name was Bai Wu and the person he brought he called Bai Xiaoyu, and then it ironically asked, would he call the next one Bai Xiaofeng? The protagonist with a confused expression on his face looked at the back of Qingyu's head. Qingyu at that moment said that they had decided on this. Then he put his hand on Prometheus' head and asked him to remember that if there was a task, he would inform him about it. Prometheus, with a satisfied expression on his face, he closed one of his eyes and looked at Qingzi standing in front of him. Qingyu reminded him that he was not allowed to accept tasks from anyone except him. Then he asked Prometheus if he understood him. Prometheus told him that he understood him. Then Qingyu remarked that it was also better for him not to reveal his identity, as a knight in a cloak and mask. He answered him by saying, okay. Bai Wu at this moment was thinking that with a Jilin bag that could easily store clothes, he could simply switch between these personalities. But at the same time, he understood that in the future, people would find out that Constantine and the intelligence corps were in cahoots. Then Bai Wu turned to Qingyu and asked him, then Bai Xiaoyu he will leave to the captain? After that, the protagonist noticed that Cain will probably find out about him, and he should be more careful. Prometheus with a happy expression said that this short man is very strong but different from the pressure of Mr. Cain and he feels safe. After that Prometheus shouted that this is a person who can be trusted. Qingyu did not react to these flattering words in his direction, and ignoring this began to return to his office desk. Bai Wu with a smile on his face looked after him thinking that this is great, and now even if Cain finds out, it will mislead him and he will think that the shorty was fighting with the students. Qingyu returned to his office chair, folded his hands in front of him and asked the protagonist not to forget that he needs to develop his strength so that the team can trust him. Then Qingyu said that he will help him keep some of his secrets, but he must make sure that that girl can be trusted. The system window noticed that the shorty was attentive to details, but praise I called Qingzi stupid, saying that she had told him about the secret related to the camera. So it can be said that she had already become one of his own. Bai Wu stretched his hands and stretched them upward, answered Qingyu that this was natural. Then turning to him, he asked him, will there be any other instructions? Qingyu put his hand on a large stack of papers and told him that he had a disciple for him. The protagonist asked him, a disciple? Qingyu stretched the papers towards Bai Wu and said that his name was Wei Ming and that he would meet him when he went to see his girlfriend. Then he said that earlier, with his actions, he caused a noisy reaction after the report on solving hundreds of cases was sent and the higher floors turned their attention to them. The protagonist at that moment mentally noticed to himself that Qingzi was not his girlfriend. Bai Wu said that the attention of the higher floors, he interrupted himself and asked Qingyu, is that bad? At this moment, the protagonist opened the papers that Qingyu gave him. Qingyu explained to him that it was good, but the people of the correctional corps were not very happy. The protagonist closed the papers and looked at Qingyu and said that the intelligence corps was monitoring the lower floors, while the correctional corps was monitoring the aristocrats. Then he asked him what they were unhappy with in that case. Qingyu explained to him that a major case had occurred on the third floor, and because of their unit's effectiveness in solving cases, an alert had been sent from the fifth floor, and because of this, he needed to send 4 people to help the correctional corps solve the case. After that, Qingyu said that he was told that the correctional corps would send out the best team of experts, and later he, as well as Lin Wuzhou and Wei Ming, would help in the investigation. Bai Wu raised his hand with a smile on his face and noticed that he understood. Then he said that their intelligence corps had always been considered low-grade troops, and the people of the straitjacket had always looked up to them, and if they became the best in this matter, they would be able to destroy their reputation. Qingyu frowned and looked at the paper he was holding in his hands and noticed that although the straitjacket was rotten from the inside, they had a lot of talented people and besides, they had already collected a lot of information on this matter, that is, the matter was already half solved and no one would provide them with all this information. Then Qingyu stated, saying that therefore everything was not so simple. Qingyu explained that if they failed to handle the matter, then his success in 100 matters would simply be a waste of time. Bai Wu put his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face, and thought that this was a step from the straitjacket. Then he asked Qingyu, that is, he would have a chance to walk on the third floor? Qingyu looked up at him and extended 2 fingers in his direction, after which he answered affirmatively, saying that there were 2 days left of his week's vacation and during this time he could do whatever he wanted, but in 2 days they were going to the 3rd floor. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that this meant that he would have time to leave the tower again, and when he returned, he would deal with the restraining corps. He turned to the side and waved his hand, saying that in that case he would go. Then turning to Prometheus, he asked him to listen to the captain because he would take care of him. Then he said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other again when he returned from the mission. Prometheus, with a happy expression on his face, leaning his hands on his hips, answered affirmatively and said goodbye to him, calling him his brother. Bai Wu closed the door behind him and then abruptly opened it. Turning to Qingyu, he told him that he almost forgot about it, after which he asked Qingyu to send a group of people into the jungle, from which he returned to pick up the remaining 3 people there. Qingyu, with an irritated expression on his face, pressed his hand to his forehead and asked Bai Wu for a number. Some time later, Qingzi, turning to Exi, asked him to tell her if she was beautiful. She smiled shyly, put her finger to her lips and froze, waiting for an answer, and he, closing his eyes and smiling, said that she was the most beautiful of all those he had seen. His cheeks turned red from embarrassment, but very soon he extended his palm forward and asked if she would calculate his salary. Qingzi, who was sitting on the table not far from him, extended her hand forward, pointed her finger at him, and proposed that she become his girlfriend. He immediately agreed with this and, calling her his girlfriend, asked her to calculate his salary. She froze in shock, even with her mouth slightly open in surprise, but immediately forced herself to smile, although in her thoughts she was very irritated, and asked, what was wrong with Exi? The whole thing was that she was going to fish him into her pond so that he would work for free, but it turned out that behind his innocence lurked a thirst for profit. Since everything was so, she assumed what she needed to do next, and jumping off the table, she pretended to start falling, and screamed in surprise. Exi looked at her in surprise, but did not have time to react, and very soon they fell to the floor together, and Exi ended up at the bottom. He called out to her in surprise, and she, reminding him that she was his girlfriend, asked how he could demand money from her. She ran her finger over his stomach, and Exi, realizing how things really were, said that in that case they would break up, and calling Qingzi boss, asked if she would calculate his salary. She frowned in displeasure, sitting up, and asked herself, what kind of stubborn guy is he? She decided to try another way, and closed her eyes, saying, as soon as she saw Exi, her heart began to beat faster, so it could be said that he was definitely her soulmate from her past life. She asked him to visit her more often, suggesting that they have fun together, and Exi agreed with a smile, explaining that for a fee he also provided such conditions. These words seemed to hit Qingzi, and she asked herself irritably, what kind of greedy person is he? Despite her reaction, Exi continued to stand there smiling, and she thought that at first he rushed in as if he didn't need anything, just to help, and when he realized that he had become indispensable, he immediately demanded money. She remembered the first time she saw Exi, noting that he said that he just needed to be given a try, and he didn't need money. That's why Qingzi asked herself, what happened now? Noticing that the smile on Exi's face became more like a smug grin, and she realized that he was not innocent, but a real professional actor. Tiredly closing her eyes, she touched her forehead with her palm and sighed, suggesting to forget about it, and sitting down on the table, suggested discussing their future cooperation and Exi's salary. At this time, Wu walked along the streets of Jianlu Port, listening to what the people passing by were talking about. He focused on the conversation of the 2 guys, one of whom asked his comrade if he watched the daytime broadcast. The second guy admitted that he did not expect Jin to stall for time so that the masked man and the antagonist's son could return to the tower. He called him a real hero, since he himself remained with a small team against a huge tree monster. People were curious about who the masked man was, since they only knew that his name was Constantine. They also understood that if he had not called for backup and killed the fallen, Jin and his team would have really died a heroic death. The protagonist listened attentively to this, without showing his interest, and the system admitted that she did not even think that he would immediately become so popular. However, the content seemed strange, and he wondered what kind of smart person Qingzi found. Wu smiled and admitted that he really admired her, but the system warned him not to deceive himself and asked why. After Qingyu sent Jin's group for interrogation, the protagonist asked to leave Lin. Wu, remembering how he sat in the office with Lin, thought that although the interrogation confirmed everything Kane said, however, Lin, as the owner of the Disc of Sorrow and Joy, is not a bad person at all, but simply too stupid and knew absolutely nothing about what Jin did. The protagonist assumed that he would still atone for his guilt in future expeditions, and the system asked in amazement, was he really that kind? Wu remembered the moment when his bag became a jilling, as well as Lin's expression, and noted that at that moment, he seemed to send a blessing with one word, so it was possible that he was the one who significantly increased the probability of the bag turning into a jilling. The system understood what exactly attracted Wu to Lin. By this time, he had already reached Qingzi's store and entering, he announced this. However, Exi and Qingzi did not even immediately pay attention to him, as they were busy arguing. Showing 3 fingers, Exi said with a smile that he could only lower the price so much, and could not remove more, because this was his minimum. Qingzi irritably shouted that she could not allow this, because it was too much, and ordered him not to even dream about it. He, looking at her good-naturedly, warned that if his salary was small, he would be upset, and this could affect his work, and admitted that he did not want his mistakes to affect Qingzi's income from the airwaves. Looking at him, the system realized that this was the successor of the organization led by Qingyu's old love, and he looked simpleton, but in fact he was quite a cunning person. Besides expeditions and battles outside the tower, he could handle any job, so this advised Wu to raise him well, because in this case he would be much more useful in the tower than even Prometheus. Thoughtfully looking at Qingzi and Exi, the protagonist thought that on some lower floor he managed to gather under his command these 2 people, whom he called the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. The system asked him not to even talk about it, and Qingzi at that moment finally gave in, realizing that she would not be able to argue with Exi. She offered to agree on the amount he named, and he, jumping up happily, cried out, asking where is the contract. He was going to sign it right now, and at the moment when he sat down to fill out the papers, Qingzi finally noticed Wu, who came closer, asking, "And how is the income from the ether?" Qingzi exclaimed that the 2 of them were now rich if you exclude the labor costs. Exi suddenly cried out, calling the protagonist Constantine, and sighed, happy to see him, because he was very magnificent on this broadcast. He looked at Wu with delight, admitting that he never thought that he would be able to see what was hidden under his mask so soon. The protagonist remembered that some people said that the organization Qingyu worked for before joining the intelligence corps, they take on any job. After analyzing Exi, he noticed that his demeanor was consistent with the attitude of people of the gentle floor, since he was simple and meek, but in fact, this was all just acting, and in this case, he knew what to do if Exi was sent to study with him. He was silent for a while, but finally seriously warned Exi that he was too happy too soon, and he froze, looking at him. Wu announced that his name was not Constantine and promised to fire the other person immediately if he heard him call him by that name again. Looking at his serious expression, Exi wondered if Qingyu hadn't said that the new boss was an intelligent and friendly person who was easy to get along with. This made him feel cheated, although he didn't understand why this was happening, and he also felt a heavy aura and wondered where it came from. Wu walked past him at this point and came closer to Qingzi, praising her for her good work, and she smiled and awkwardly grabbed her hair, noting that he was also doing well. Wu suggested getting back to business, explaining that after returning to the tower, they could only go out again after 10 hours. It had been 3 hours since he had returned, so he ordered Qingzi and Exi to prepare for the next broadcast in the remaining 7 hours. Qingzi was very surprised when she heard this, and reminded him that he had just returned, asking if he already wanted to go out again. The protagonist confirmed this, and Qingzi admitted that this was the first time she had seen a person who was in a hurry to leave the tower. Wu explained that the main purpose of leaving the tower this time was not exploration, but survival, and she guessed that he wanted to increase the escort force. He explained that they did not receive such money for ethers from kind-hearted people, so he needed to quickly increase his force just in case. He thought that monsters were scary, but human hearts were even scarier, and guessed that the fallen ones outside the tower were dangerous and cruel, but there might be even more frightening and cruel people on the higher floors. He was afraid that the dealer's people might be there, and imagined a slot machine in a casino. Turning towards Exi, he guessed that Qingyu had already told him about the matter on the 3rd floor, dismissively calling Qingyu a low person. Exi, hearing this nickname, asked again in confusion, and Wu explained who he was talking about. Astonished by this explanation, Exi choked, closed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand, and thought about Qingyu. During the broadcast, he did not understand what kind of person Wu was, but now he felt strong, because when Qingyu was in the service bureau, even the owner did not dare to talk about his height in front of anyone. Thinking about this, Exi smiled, opening one eye, and Qingzi, coming closer to them, asked in surprise, what kind of business is on the 3rd floor. She was wondering if Exi and Wu knew each other, and the protagonist said that it could be said like that, because when he returned to the tower, Exi would need to go with him, and in 2 days they would go to the 3rd floor to investigate a case. Hearing this, Qingzi looked at Wu with delight, clenched her fists, and asked if they were really going to the 3rd floor. She thought it was great, and running to the side, she picked up a pencil and some sheets of paper, asking the protagonist to wait, and decided that she would write a list of things to bring. Wu asked in confusion, Couldn't the things from the third floor be bought so easily? Jingzi exclaimed that it was impossible to buy them, because even if there was a chance to go to the third floor for work, there was only access to certain routes, and entry to various stores and entertainment venues was prohibited. She handed Wu the written list, which included both purchases for her and gifts for men, and the system, having read all this, grinned, realizing that judging by the list of gifts, it could be said that Jingzi knew the preferences of her guys well. Folding the paper in half, the protagonist smiled faintly, realizing why there was no factory on the lowest floor with such a large population, because the whole thing was that there was a processing factory on the third floor. He realized that they controlled various resources and items that improved the quality of life, and only what was left after them went to the lowest floor. He imagined richly dressed people enjoying drinks in a spacious hall, and then recreated in his image several hands reaching for several coins and an empty glass falling from above. Such an image was due to the fact that he assumed that these remains were considered treasure by the people here. The system admitted that after Wu told about this, it became disgusted by the first people who entered the tower, and it asked how greedy one must be in order to create a social system comparable to the era of slavery. The protagonist assumed that the first people to enter the tower went straight to the top floor and seized the power that allowed them to control the outer floors, because in the end, only with enough power can one create such a backward social system. But people have already gotten used to this system. Suddenly, distracting him from his thoughts, Jingzi, crossing her arms over her chest, frowning in displeasure and closing her eyes, said that people from the lower floor on the third floor were not allowed to go to many streets, and for certain places you need a certain pass, and in addition, you will have to carry a device for determining geolocation. Wu suddenly asked if there was anything else. Not understanding what he meant, she asked again, and he noted that the chance to get to the third floor did not happen often, and explained that he could bring more things for Jingzi. Admiring, she asked if this was true. However, her delight suddenly turned to curiosity, and she asked if he could carry all this. She wondered if he would be comfortable, and he said that it would be fine as long as it did not exceed 20.5 kilograms. Without further arguing, Jingzi decided to prepare a gift for the other person as well. Sometime later, in the square with the columns for movement, Wu approached the blue pillar, hiding his face behind a mask, and at this time, Jingzi, stretching, sighed, calling Exi to follow her, and asked him to go. He, adjusting his cape, agreed, and they decided to start, looking at the large screen, where the second chapter of the new live broadcast was waiting to be broadcast. Soon, Wu moved to a fairly spacious area, and froze for a while, waiting for the blue light of movement to dissipate around him. The system noted that it was not only in the tower that people were treated like cattle, since there were such places outside the tower too, noting that there used to be a zoo here, but now it can be called a park for people. The protagonist walked into the zoo territory, and this announced that the current degree of exploration of the territory is 0%, the fallen are 744, the Doomsday puzzle piece in this area has not yet been obtained. The system wanted to give its assessment, but did not finish talking about it, since it had already summed up in advance and ordered Wu to quickly return. He suddenly asked, "What does all this mean?" Such amazement was due to the fact that the white zone he went to earlier was similar to the blue zone, which means that this zone will be similar to the purple zone. He did not understand the essence and assumed that the degree of difficulty is 100% plus 1, but the system did not answer this directly, but simply said that anything is possible. Wu asked if it was true that there were 744 fallen. Looking around, he realized that this was the worst place to just stand and improve characteristics, but noted that, as they say, he had already arrived. He suddenly remembered how his father ordered him to listen carefully and noted that they, humans, believe that they are above animals, and therefore can eat them, and for animals, they are no different from gods since they are unable to understand their death. The thing was that all the brain eaters were locked and raised in a cage. Depending on their rarity they were given different resources, but it was possible that there would come a time when people would be raised in a cage. At the moment, mentally repeating the phrase about people being raised in a cage, Wu realized that now it seemed quite real. The system asked him in bewilderment, what did he mean? He asked in response, doesn't it seem to him that a tall tower is no different from a smell? The system realized that these two objects are indeed similar, suddenly remembering that last time the protagonist was able to make Ilya commit suicide, imitating his father, and now his father guessed about the probability of keeping people in cages. It seemed to him that this man was very abnormal in many ways, but Wu did not answer, continuing to walk through the territory of the zoo, and the system admitted that sometimes it thinks that Wu's father might have known Cain, and asked if the world the protagonist lived in would look exactly the same in 700 years. He announced that after 2 meetings with Cain, he gave up on this idea, since it was not that he despised Cain, but on the contrary, he seemed to him an interesting opponent, but he was weaker than Wu's father. Continuing to walk, he suddenly remembered that this place was a human park, and remembering that in a zoo, people look after animals, he assumed that in this case, in a human park, animals should look after people. At this time, he noticed how the panda, mutated into a fallen one, knocked down the apparatus to the ground, climbing on it, and the system announced that Wu was absolutely right. The protagonist thought that there were no more than 700 workers in the zoo, so all 744 pashas were animals. He was shocked that animals could also become fallen, and he realized that if it was an animal, then the shelter was completely useless. His talent chuckled and exclaimed that he was right, since the shelter was indeed completely useless in this place. Turning away from the panda, Wu continued walking, realizing that Cain had not prepared anything in this place, which meant that there were no visible clues either, and if he wanted to find the puzzle of this area, he should go inside and look for the records. He came here to increase his stats, so he decided that it would be better not to look for anything here. At this time, at Jianlu Port, the viewers crowded around the screen, dissatisfiedly asked why Constantine left. They were annoyed that there was no battle again, and shouted that this broadcast was exactly the same as the last one. Many agreed with this and ordered Wu to go in, since they wanted to see rivers of blood, but suddenly they noticing that the events on the screen had changed, and exclaimed that several fallen were walking towards Constantine. They shouted, urging him to fight, and his ability, meanwhile, having analyzed the monsters that came closer, declared that they were second-level fallen mutations, whose mutation was unity. They could unite their field of vision, and although with his powers Wu could at least somehow defend himself, but against 3 such fallen, he could simply prepare to write a will, and if he did not take paper and pen with him, then the system advised him to simply move away. He, not paying attention to these words, simply passed by, and the fallen did not even react to his presence. The spectators, shocked, asked why the monsters did not attack him. Some, hearing such questions, called their interlocutors stupid, asking why the fallen should attack Constantine. Such questions were related to the fact that these people understood that Constantine was an incomparable daredevil. The sponsor, who was also watching the action on the screen, admitted that he always thought that only a corpse would not panic at the sight of a fallen one, noting that there were very few such unperturbed broadcasters, and suggested that if he invested more in the fight, he could get a considerable benefit. Drawing the attention of an assistant standing a little behind him, he ordered him to arrange a meeting with the Qingzi team for him when the broadcast ended, and noted that he should say that this was about long-term cooperation. The assistant immediately said that he would do so, and at this time Wu paused for a moment, studying the map of the area in his hands. He was wondering where he should go next, but he was suddenly distracted by a sharp movement above his head. Looking up, he noticed a 3rd-level fallen mutant who was susceptible to a rare mechanization mutation. This animal liked to move in groups and ate machine oil, and the system noted that carrion could be left for prehistoric birds 799 years old, because as a modern bird this animal was in trend and therefore ate machine oil. Not so far from him, the ground was stained with dark spots, and feeling the smell emanating from this, the protagonist asked himself, is this really machine oil? Suddenly the ground shook, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, and the system, noticing the mutated zebras, said that all these monsters are fallen 3rd-level mutations, possessing a rare mutation of mechanization. This suggested that Wu had already heard the noise of motors inside the zebras and saw the wiring structures, but noted that these were not machines created by someone, but absolutely living creatures. The protagonist thought about mechanization, realizing that this did not look like the mutations of fallen people, since all these animals seemed to have become half alive and half machines. He had assumed that the blue zone was even more curved than the white zone, thinking that there was some mysterious force outside the tower that was turning people into fallen ones. He had previously thought that the cause of gene mutation was some kind of radiation, but he realized that he had underestimated the outside world. If what his ability said was true, then what it meant to become a fallen one was much more complex than Wu had imagined. This was his first time seeing mechanized fallen ones, and judging from the information about the mechanization in this zone, all the research he had found on fallen ones in the 9th hospital had been completely refuted. He looked at the other animal fallen ones, thinking that those doctors had no idea that becoming a fallen one was not limited to just gene mutation. He wondered if he could learn more about the big ones if he found the information inside, and he smiled, and the system, surprised, suggested that his thirst for research was simply unstoppable. His emotion level was at 0, so it told him to do what he wanted, since he couldn't be persuaded anyway. Wu continued walking, remembering that he came here just to hang out and raise his stats, so the first task was to raise the level of the accompanying force after all. The system chuckled and said that theoretically there were no emotional debuffs for the protagonist, which meant that as long as there was a safe place to hide, he could really just sit here and raise his level, so it was an innate advantage. Wu looked around, realizing that the main task now was to find a safe place to hide. In the distance, he noticed a funicular, and 30 minutes later he was next to it, and the system noted that although this structure is 700 years old, but due to mysterious forces outside the tower, it is in good condition, but only Wu will not be able to rise higher on it. The protagonist said that this is enough, since the less he sees, the easier it is for him to suppress the thirst for exploration. He sat in one of the cable car cabins, deciding that now he just needs to wait, since he must break his survival record and go to the second level and feel what Sure casually mentioned. Under the mask, he smiled, but suddenly realized that he almost forgot about the recording device he was carrying with him. Putting it away, he decided that it was better to turn off for now in order not to make the broadcast too boring. When he turned off, the image disappeared in Jianlu port, and the viewers cursed, since they had just seen the metal fallen, and the broadcast was turned off. They called it all a scam and asked for the broadcast to be turned back on quickly. Everyone agreed with this, and Exi, getting nervous, attracted Qingzi's attention and asked what they should do now. She thought about it, holding her chin with her hand, and assuming that Wu must have some kind of plan, said that for now they would have to wait. An hour later, she was still standing there, thinking, and Exi was smiling weakly. 2 hours later, he had maintained his state, and Qingzi began to nervously walk back and forth. 3 hours later, when the broadcast still had not been resumed, she screamed desperately, clutching her head with her hands, and repeating that it had been 3 hours, asked what Wu was doing there. She stamped her feet on the floor in annoyance, as the people outside were already going crazy, and ordered the protagonist to quickly turn the broadcast back on. Suddenly, Exi turned around and called out to her, noticing that the image had appeared, and pointed at the screen, asking Qingzi to look at Wu, who was back on the air. At this time, the system laughed and asked if the protagonist was an incredibly lucky person, or an incredible loser. This question was due to the fact that he had gotten the most incompatible debuff, since his handicap outside the tower was War Lust, which caused a person to randomly receive 1 debuff every 12 minutes if he was not in a state of combat. Wu thought that Qingyu had received more than 100 debuffs, but he did not have War Lust, and asked himself, why did he get this handicap? He realized that this was an unlucky roulette, and looked at his palm, and the system laughed and asked if this was salvation or a backlash after 2 incredible lucks. According to the description of War Lust, if Wu was not being pursued by a fallen or was not in combat with a monster, then instead of 1 hindrance every 4 hours, he would receive a hindrance once every 12 minutes, that is, every 12 minutes he must attract the attention of some fallen. In his opinion, this was a disgusting start, and he clenched his fist in disappointment, thinking that the problem was not at all that he lacked self-control. Opening the cabin doors, he exited the cable car, heading away from this, and thought that God himself had told him to go investigate. After going through a certain state, he stopped, dropped to one knee, and decided to look in which direction he should go. He turned towards the north, where the African steppes were, and the system, looking at several mutated animals that were there, decided to tell a joke, noting that when one of these animals was being inspected, the detector continued to beep, and the girl asked it to take out all the things, but the detector still continued to beep, and then she asked the fallen one what it was doing, and it replied that it was a herbivore from the zoo in Baichuan. Hearing this, the girl replied that in that case, it was no wonder that the metal detector was triggered. Looking at the fallen ones, it called them scrap metal and said hello, noting that if Wu went in that direction, he would meet the fallen ones, but they would not attack him, since they were thirsty for oil, not blood. If he went north and crossed the fence, he would enter the herbivore zone, and this route was relatively safe since he had no sense of fear and these monsters would not attack him on their own. However, the notes did not say anything about the existence of useful information in this direction, and the protagonist asked, what about the west in that case? The system explained that if he went in this direction, he would return outside the zoo, where there was a park divided into 2 parts, that is, an amusement park and a house of horrors. The degree of distortion of that place was much greater than the zoo, so it was still too early for Wu with his powers to go there, although the system noted that he could try in case he was reborn again if he died. Ignoring these words, the protagonist thought about a more distorted zone than the zoo, and assumed that the real purple zone was there, realizing that this direction was too dangerous, so it was the wrong way. There was a rest area to the east, and a hole appeared in the fence to the south, causing the iron fools to crawl out and occupy half of the rest area along the road. There was a power plant to the south, and if there was scrap metal behind Wu, then the iron fools in this direction were stupid but quite strong, since the mechanization could be different, and some of these monsters could feed on oil, while others fed on flesh and blood. As the protagonist climbed, he thought about the 4 directions, none of which contained information about the usefulness of these places. He assumed that he would have to choose himself, but he abandoned this idea, thinking that this could mean that there were significant clues everywhere, but this meant that he needed to choose the most effective path. In this case, he decided to go to the east, and after descending from the hill, he remembered that the note said that there were many rest areas there, and the text information could not be hidden in the steppe, so it must be hidden in these places. Walking towards the sign, Wu approached a place called the observation deck, and the system laughed and noticed that he had decided to come to the east observation deck after all. This, as always, had good news and bad news for him, and the good news was that there was a Jilin telescope that could only be used outside the tower, and the bad news was that Wu could not take it. In its kindness, the system decided to give another piece of bad news, announcing that there was a fool standing on the observation deck right now. The protagonist repeated the information about the sleeping monster, deciding that this was great news. Walking towards the door, he opened it, remembering that there were 7 minutes left before he would receive the next weakening, but he should at least take a look at the telescope's effect. Walking inside, he noticed a minor rhinoceros, a 3rd-level fallen one, who had the iron health mutation and the rare mechanization mutation. The monster was sleeping on a small hill, and the system said that it was now dreaming of it happily running across the plains, and in front of it was an Italian cow, who was stealthily looking at it. Just as people liked girl cats, so rhinoceroses liked other species, but Wu simply passed by, and the system noted that he did the right thing, since a well-mannered person would not interrupt someone's erotic dreams. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that he had stepped on several bright sheets of paper, and asked what it was. His talent announced that this was just a preview of the next episode, and Wu carefully looked at the leaflet with the image of a clown and a circus dome. The system said that although the world is big, however, as long as the protagonist continues to leave the tower, he will sooner or later meet these circus performers. He was amazed, picking up the leaflets, and assumed that this circus group was also from another zone, so he wondered after how many returns this episode will come. Looking around, he realized that there was nothing more interesting here, so he decided to go up. As he passed by, he noticed a sign that said diesel fuel, and the system reminded him that this inscription refers to the year 2022. Thinking about the date, Wu realized how things really were, thinking that from 2024 until the era of the High Tower, there was a time of the greatest chaos in human history, but already a few years before that, all sorts of mutations began, and in 2022, the animals in this zoo were mechanized, so they were no longer fed food, but all kinds of fuel, and the inscription was proof of this. According to reports from the 9th Mental Hospital, there were already many fallen in the area of the city at that time, but the most absurd thing here was that despite all this, people in the city continued to go to the zoo. The system said that the big bad gray wolf here looks like an iron gururu, and the orangutan looks like the orangutan general from the Beast Man, so no boy can resist such a sight. Continuing to rise, the protagonist agreed with this, and his talent, warning that there were 4 minutes left before receiving the next interference, advised him to hurry. By this time, Wu had already climbed to the roof, noticing a viewing device for detecting sweets. Compared to the protagonist's ability, the telescope did not know so much, but it was narrowly specialized and would only show one thing, namely the enemy's weak point. Frowning, Wu thought that this telescope reveals weaknesses, adding that his ability gives information on all issues simply and clearly, but the problem is that often this information is random, and this telescope gives information on only one thing, namely the weak points of the creatures that a person looks at through it, and approaching the device, Wu decided to see what was interesting here. When he pointed the telescope at the toilet structure, the system noted that the fallen did not need to go there, adding that the local toilet is no longer this, since it is now a kind of gas station. There was a talent hidden here that wasn't very useful, talent 799 wave interference, and Wu only needed to kill that fallen one and he had a 45% chance of being able to obtain that talent. That monster's weakness was fear of fire, and as he took his eyes off the telescope, the protagonist wondered if the effects of his talent and the telescope had overlapped. He found this interesting, but he was more focused on the fact that a creature that ate fuel was afraid of fire. He assumed that these fallen ones had retained some of their animal traits even though they had mechanized themselves into monsters, and he also thought that it might just be instinct. He made an effort to pick up the telescope, but found that it was no use, and crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he really couldn't take it. He felt very offended by this, since it was a good tool, but he could only use it once. His ability, indignant, asked if he really liked something else. It shouted that Wu had broken its heart, but the protagonist did not pay attention to these shouts and, having calculated that the distance was 1,500 meters, assumed that his level of accompanying power was enough to run to the public toilet in 3 minutes and enter a combat state with that fallen one. The system, noticing that he was ignoring it, shouted that he could at least console it for the sake of decency. But suddenly it was distracted from its indignation and asked, "Did Wu really say that he would need to run?" Without answering, the protagonist pushed off the roof, jumping down, and the system asked what he was doing. It admitted that it was wrong, and since it knew that Wu loved it, it asked him to come back quickly. Having asked for someone to save him, the talent admitted that he did not want to die yet, but the protagonist continued to fall down, and the system only screamed louder. Very soon, he landed with a roar below, and it admitted that it was very scared and already thought that it would definitely die. Although with the accompanying power of Wu, such a jump would really not harm him, but the system asked that next time he warn about it in advance. Ignoring this, the protagonist simply shook off his clothes from the raised dust, and at that moment, the rhinoceros, awakened by the roar, got up and ran forward, crashing into the door. With a cry, the system announced that Wu had just successfully angered the fallen of the 3rd mutation level, and advised it to run, but he ordered it to be calmer, convincing it that everything was fine, and asked the system not to forget that the structures outside the tower are not so easily destroyed, like, for example, the 3rd building in the 9th mental hospital, so while the fallen is trying to break down the door, he has enough time to escape. The monster, realizing that the door was not opening, roared furiously, and the protagonist realized that the situation with the battle state was resolved, so the countdown to receive the next interference was updated, so he decided to hurry to the next place. The system realized that he had calculated everything, and 3 minutes later, Wu had already approached the toilet, noticing the end of the lousy tail visible from the building. It was a fallen 4th mutation level, possessing the mutation of corrosion, mechanical interference, and also a rare mutation of mechanization. It was an Amazonian anaconda, but now the fallen was no different from the Iron Sea dragon and fed on fuel, but was afraid of fire. The protagonist realized that talent 799 is wave interference, and the corresponding mutation is mechanical interference. The system realized that he was interested in this talent, and Wu, putting his hand to his chin, asked if he remembered this talent description from the table. Talent 799, when the talent was activated, was able to create non-destructive interference in most mechanical equipment, and the system asked, "What's wrong with that?" The protagonist announced, in short, surveillance devices would not be able to film, listening devices would not record sound, and any mechanical device would be unable to function normally to a certain extent. Outside the tower, this ability was practically useless, but in the tower, it could help him hide Constantine's identity, and even by going up to the 3rd floor, he could partially avoid surveillance. Frowning, he thought that this was why he needed this talent, but he assumed that it was a bit difficult now, because although he knew that this anaconda was afraid of fire, but in order to set fire to the oil in the building, he needed to get close to it and the anaconda. But when he did this, at the moment the oil caught fire, he, not having the speed of the 3rd level, would definitely not be able to escape from such a distance, and would receive severe damage. He wondered how he could burn the anaconda and still remain intact. His talent advised him to use his brain, asking why he had to set it on fire. Wu suddenly realized what he needed to do, and thought that he had been too fixated on the fact that this was a fuel depot and the enemy was afraid of fire, and this made him think only about how to set the depot on fire. Walking a little to the side, he realized that there was actually a better way. Following the sign, he reached the canteen, stopping briefly next to this, but soon, opening the door, he entered, and the system noted that in his place, this would leave here without a single sound, since in front of him there was a large cat, who was now sleeping soundly. It noted that a man can dream of riding, and if Wu saddles this huge mechanical lion, then only those who have a Gundam will be able to compete with him. The protagonist stopped, looking at the sleeping lion on the side, which had the 5th level of mutation, and among the rare mutations this one had mechanization, metal threat and paralyzing roar. Wu asked in bewilderment, is the system really saying that every man dreams of riding? He did not argue that it was true, since as a child he was so envious of Tai, who wandered around Tokyo on the shoulders of a mechanical Tarrasque. The system asked, what is Wu waiting for in this case? It suggested to quickly go and subdue the fallen, and the viewers watching everything that was happening thanks to the broadcast cried out, noting that this lion justified all their expectations from mechanical beasts. Someone called Wu a brave man, asking if he was as metal as these fallen ones. People were shocked that he was not afraid to approach the fallen ones, and exclaimed that they were very scared. Exi, drawing Qingzi's attention, asked what the protagonist was going to do. She thoughtfully put her hand to her chin, not knowing what to answer, and finally asked Exi to believe in Wu. Suddenly, one of the viewers, pointing his fingers at the screen, told the rest to look at what Constantine was doing. The others froze, their mouths slightly open in surprise, as they saw the protagonist stroking the mane of the fallen one with his bare hands. They were curious about what he was doing, and they assumed that he had completely lost his fear. Someone admitted that they had a feeling that he was being watched in the next second, and the system at that moment asked Wu if he really wasn't afraid that the lion would jump up and devour him. He announced that he had already checked this earlier, and realized that the fallen ones had great problems with perception, since they are the best at emotional perception, but the usual 5 senses have degraded beyond recognition. While he was petting the lion, he slipped a ring onto a lock of its mane, thinking that this small dandler item would bring unexpected benefits, although it was risky. The ring glowed faintly, and Wu decided that he had to try it anyway. He was transported into the lion's memories, noticing how it, before turning into a fallen one, opened its mouth wide, and then lay down, looking around. The little lion cubs were playing nearby, growling, and the lioness lying next to the lion rose, licking it on the cheek. The lion closed one eye, then, squinting, licked the lioness back. For a while, they simply watched each other, but suddenly noticed a shadow, which was Wu, who appeared in these memories. The lion's eyes widened, then rose up and roared, and the system announced that the enemy had used the paralyzing roar ability, causing Wu to be completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. The protagonist stood motionless, and the system congratulated him on successfully angering the level 5 fallen and exiting the non-combat state. However, instead of attacking, the fallen came closer to Wu, placing its front paws on his chest, and getting as close as possible, began to lick his face with its tongue. The system was amazed, and then admitted that although there was an element of gambling here, the protagonist's bets were correct. He did not respond, and the lion began to rub its head against his body, and the system said that this mechanical lion now completely perceives him as its partner, and is currently trying to win his favor. The system assumed that Wu understood everything, and the fallen meanwhile jumped on him, causing him to fall. Finally, stroking the lion's neck, the protagonist ordered this one to lie down and, stepping back, waited for it to carry out the order. After that, he sat on this one's back, happy that everything worked out, and realized that now the issue with the anaconda remained to be resolved. He ordered the lion to move forward, and the fallen one jumped, rushing in the right direction. The spectators who saw this were amazed, and cursing, someone asked what he had just seen. Everyone was shocked that Constantine simply saddled this fallen one, and someone asked if this could really be some kind of device left by civilization outside the tower. Some assumed that they had gone blind, and Qingzi, holding her chin with her hand, noted with amazement that Wu was good. Exi closed his eyes and smiled, exclaiming that his new boss was really cool, and then thought that it was a little inferior in terms of money, since now it would not be possible to voice, and it would not be possible to arrange a broadcast with the goods. The highest principle in the work of the Service Bureau was to maximize economic benefits, and watching the crowd below, Exi took his chin with his hand, suggesting that he needed to come up with a new way to monetize. Wu at this time, riding on a lion, continued to run forward, and the system cried out enthusiastically, noting that the machines from the past life did not even stand close, since with a mechanized lion they would still see who would defeat whom in this expedition. Wu agreed with this, since a fallen person of the 5th mutation level is, one might say, at the top of the food chain in the blue zone, and a 6th mutation level is already some kind of monster similar to Ilya. At this time, the lion, having reached the fence, jumped over it at once, and Wu thought that there was still one more ambiguity, since this fallen one was now extremely excited, and asked what if the ring fell off in this state. He was curious about what the system thought about this, and he asked if the monster would instantly change its attitude and tear the protagonist to pieces. The system realized that this was indeed a good question, and the fallen one stopped at this moment, and Wu's talent warned that for starters, he could rejoice, since he was about to get a talent. Suddenly, the fallen anaconda, sharply moving forward, tried to attack, but the lion jumped to the side and dodged, and the anaconda simply slammed its mouth shut with a loud sound. With a wave of his hand, the lion released his claws, striking, which pinned the snake to the ground with such force that the asphalt, cracked, flew into crumbs around. The anaconda, not intending to give up, wrapped its body around the lion's body, and it, opening its mouth, roared loudly, after which, leaning on the ground with its second paw, it rose higher, throwing off the enemy's body. From how sharply the lion jerked, Wu even shuddered, barely holding on to the back of this one, and the monster, meanwhile, clasping the anaconda's body with its jaw, sharply jerked it, tearing the enemy into several pieces and simultaneously taking out the core from its body. The protagonist, looking at this, asked if this was really a snake's gall bladder. The next moment, the lion, squeezing the core in its jaw, crushed it, and the system explained that mechanized creatures will not die as long as the power core is intact. However, as Wu could see, the lion cracked it like a nut, and although the fallen one died, it left a not very useful talent for the protagonist, which is called wave interference. Thinking about it, Wu realized that it was the same as his case with Ilya, as he had committed suicide, which was equivalent to death at the hands of a fallen one, and the snake had been killed by a lion, which was also death at the hands of a fallen one. In his mind, he recreated the images of Ilya and the anaconda, and noted that in the end, he was still the one making the judgment. Jumping off the back of the fallen one, he surmised that the rules outside the tower did not only encourage killing fallen ones with brute force, so using others to do the dirty work was also an effective way. Petting the lion, Wu praised it. As the fallen one lay on the ground, resting his head on his paws, he walked over to the public toilet, which retained the appearance it had had 700 years ago. Of course, the place had lost its stench, becoming a fuel depot, and Wu, walking deeper into the toilet, noted that it had finally turned into an oil depot, and surmised that something had changed in the rules of the world. He realized that the rules of the world outside the tower were not as simple as he thought, and walked past the open toilet stalls, but suddenly froze, noticing that there were words written on the partition between two stalls. The author of these notes wrote that he had already said that something was wrong with this dog, but no one listened to him. He was sure that it was time to deal with this animal, but some time later, an employee added another note, writing that this dog came back to take revenge on them. Wu was surprised to read about the dog, and the next moment he suddenly heard a roar outside and, turning his head sharply, realized that it belonged to a lion, and asked if there were new fallen closer. However, he abandoned these thoughts, trying to guess what could have happened, and ran forward, assuming that the lion was worried. Approaching the exit, he noticed that the fallen one, who had been lying quietly until then, had risen to its paws, baring its fangs, and was growling towards the supposed enemy. The whole earth seemed to shake, a roar was heard, and the other fallen animals in the zoo were frightened and began to fly away or run away. Suddenly, shells began to fly out of a large number of guns at them, and, hitting one of the birds, a similar shell tore it into several small pieces. Looking at the fragments flying down, Wu froze, and at that time the monster destroyed several antelopes below with its weapon. It was Xiaojing, on whose body there was a huge number of various weapons shooting in different directions. The guns did not stop firing, directing attacks, and watching this, the sponsor even dropped the cigarette from his fingers. His face was covered with sweat from the strain, and frowning, he asked himself, what kind of nonsense is this? He called Xiaojing a monster, and the audience, unlike him, was excited and shouted that it was very cool, asking what is it? It was even more interesting than last time, and using his ability, Wu noticed that this was a fallen 7th level mutation, which possessed rare mutations such as mechanization, inexhaustible energy source and stitched beast, as well as perfect mutations of gigantism, overload and firearms. Meanwhile, the weapon on the fallen's body stopped firing, only the smoke emitted by it remained in the air, and Xiaojing began to look around carefully, and the system noted how the protagonist had already realized that it was a dog, and even in its indifferent look, he could still recognize the husky breed. In this area, Xiaojing was the undisputed ruler, as well as the bearer of the Doomsday puzzle element, and if Wu wanted to obtain this element, he had to get Xiaojing's approval. The protagonist was astonished to hear about the 7th level of mutation, and guessed that this fallen one was stronger than the 2 previous disciples Wu had met, and only Yin surpassed him. The system decided to remind him of something, noting that Dandler without the gigantism mutation had a similar state in the 2nd phase, and his strength was at a completely different level compared to the 1st phase. Suddenly, distracting Wu from his thoughts, the lion, making a pitiful sound, turned around, moving away, and the talent of the protagonist continued the story, noting that if we talk about the perfect mutation, that is, gigantism, and this surpasses the absolute strength of Dandler. Wu realized that he was no match for the fallen one with 3 perfect mutations, and the lion at this time, continuing to whine pitifully, shrank, trembling in horror. The system advised the protagonist to quickly run to the toilet and hide, and he, having actually turned around and hidden in the building together with the lion, remembered that the system mentioned that Xiaojing is the carrier of the Doomsday puzzle element, that is, each element can have a corresponding keeper. The system congratulated him on his correct answer, but warned that there was no reward, and Wu realized that in other words, there were also puzzle guardians in the 9th mental hospital, and in the jungle. He was sure that the guardian of the hospital should be in, but the notes said that the puzzle piece was moved, and the same thing happened in the jungle. In his mind, the protagonist recreated the silhouette of the poor woman, whose body part seemed to be torn out, and then imagined the man's grin, suggesting that this could be related to Cain. The system noted that if he wanted to collect the puzzle pieces from those areas, he would have to find Cain, and to find him, he would have to use the disc to move. Wu crossed his arms over his chest and thought about it, since he did not want to use it yet. Pressing himself against the wall of the toilet next to the exit, he looked out and, noticing that Xiaojing paused briefly to look around, asked if it was patrolling its territory. He knew that a husky was not a stray dog that must have an owner, and he assumed that the owner must be closely connected to the zoo. Moving closer to the partition on which the inscriptions were written, he noted that based on these inscriptions, it could be assumed that the zoo staff wanted to get rid of Xiaojing, but in the end it came back to take revenge. Continuing on its way, the fallen one moved forward, surrounded by clouds of rising dust, and Wu asked why it had to take revenge on people. He assumed that this zoo had its own history, but noted that something did not add up, and leaned against the wall, thinking. His talent was curious about what exactly was wrong, and the protagonist said that all the fallen ones he had met here so far were animals, but he had not seen a single fallen human. Looking at the lion watching him, he added that Cain had previously left his disciples stories in the areas connected to the travel disc, and he guessed that each puzzle guardian had his own story, but now, according to the information he had received, in order to obtain a puzzle piece, he needed to gain the guardian's approval, not get rid of it. Wu recreated the image of Xiaojing in his mind, but was suddenly distracted by the lion starting to come out of hiding. He followed it, and the system called him a show-off and asked if the two of them had just been huddled in a corner like 2 kittens. Without answering, Wu jumped onto the lion's back and ordered it to go forward and follow Xiaojing. Hearing this, the fallen one froze, trembling in fear, and Wu remained silent for a while, continuing to sit on it. The system, laughing, realized that the strength of the feelings from the ring was not enough for the lion to risk his life for the protagonist, since it had learned one thing over these 700 years, namely that Xiaojing should never be messed with, since it was the master of the entire zoo. Looking at how the fallen one was sweating from the tension, Wu began to regret, since he wanted to observe Xiaojing from a closer distance. However, the system asked him not to be upset since he still had a chance to observe the monster up close, and it told him that where Xiaojing had walked, there was a pile of scrap metal. There was indeed a crushed antelope on the ground, lying next to a dog's paw print left in the ground. The system advised Wu to hurry to that place, noting that he might find something unexpected there. After 7 minutes he had already reached the right place riding on a lion, and together they stopped a little to the side, hiding behind a huge boulder. The lion bared its teeth and growled, but Wu, putting his hand to the neck of this one, asked the fallen one to be quieter and ordered this one to hide, since he was sure that he should not approach yet. He began to observe and asked if this fallen one was still alive. Suddenly, another monster came closer, who, taking one of the torn parts of the antelope in his hands, began to connect it. Tools appeared from the backpack on the orangutan's back, thanks to which it began to connect the broken fallen one. Wu was shocked by everything that he realized that this mechanical orangutan was repairing the damaged fallen ones, and by this time the fallen one picked up the core of the damaged antelope from the ground, inserting it into the right place, and the body of the fallen one was enveloped in light, after which the antelope's eyes began to shine, and it carefully rose up, barely holding on to its trembling legs. The mechanical orangutan put its tools away in the backpack on this one's back, and Wu realized that the core was still in place, so even if the body was completely destroyed, it could be put back together, and it would work. The system noted that this was indeed the case, exclaiming that now for the repaired antelope, this orangutan was undoubtedly a real benefactor. It admired how broad-minded this fallen one was, and suddenly the mechanical orangutan's eyes began to glow, and it grabbed the antelope, pressing it to itself. The system, noticing this, asked in amazement, what was the fallen one going to do? It cursed, asking, did it really save the antelope for this? It warned Wu to be careful, since everything that happened next was only available to people over 18 years old. The protagonist was shocked that even after turning into a fallen one, this need remains, and even between different species. He covered his face with his palm, and the system added that horned antelopes are males. It also wanted to remind him that there were 30 seconds left before receiving the next interference, and Wu, who had been standing with his back to the antelope and orangutan, continuing to cover his face with his palm, pointed his hand towards the two fallen ones, thinking about the need, and, looking at the lion, suggested that this also needed to be occupied with something. He said to move forward, and the lion immediately took off, heading towards the other monsters, and when it was within jumping distance, it leapt forward, roaring furiously, and began to tear the antelope and the orangutan into a large number of small pieces. While the small pieces were flying apart, the protagonist calmly walked closer, and the system asked what he thought. It suggested that after such an observation, he should have learned something useful, and Wu said that it could be said that he learned something like that, but noted that at the same time, he also had a new question. His talent was curious about what this question was, and he explained that after what he saw, he realized that the mechanical fallen and the fallen with the gene mutation were two completely different types of mutation. He presented the core that he noticed in the mechanical fallen, as well as the gene pattern, and the system, confirming this, exclaimed that Wu had been watching carefully. He asked if he could then reasonably assume that there were actually two different forces at work in the year of the apocalypse. He imagined the modified arm of the fallen, as well as the mechanical arm, and the system thoughtfully noted that no one knew. 3 hours later, the system window congratulated by Wu on leveling up. It informed him that his strength had now reached the third stage of the second level, and from a third-rate weakling, he had turned into a second-rate weakling. The protagonist at that moment stood in the middle of the street, leaning his back on the sign. The system window asked him not to be discouraged and explained to him that his development speed for the intelligence core was already incredibly high, and Praise I asked him to quickly tell him which characteristic he wanted to further improve. A choice appeared in front of Bai Wu. Next to him were 5 tables on which were written, speed, health, recovery, perception, strength. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the choice given to him. The system window explained that he had 2 options. Bai Wu asked again, the third stage of the second level? Then he began to reason that if his calculations were correct, then now there should only be the first stage of the second level. Then he looked at his hand in surprise and asked, does the time coefficient really depend on the color of the zone? He wondered, are 4 hours in the blue zone equal to 8 hours in the white? He began to think about the fact that however when in the 9th mental hospital they moved from the white zone to the blue zone, the growth rate of the accompanying force did not change and the force increased according to the coefficient of the white zone. Bai Wu assumed that the coefficient is determined by leaving the tower, and only by initially choosing the blue zone can the coefficient be changed. The protagonist realized that this meant that it could be assumed that the force growth coefficient in the purple and red zones would be even higher than in the blue zone, but he understood that it was better not to go inside these territories yet. After that, Bai Wu thought about what was going on with the 2 ability points. He thought that with Praise I and an organism that was not susceptible to the effects of the fallen, there was no need to increase perception. He pointed his finger at the health inscription thinking that when meeting a strong opponent, he would be killed immediately no matter what his health was. And recovery could help if he received minor injuries that would need to be healed. The protagonist clicked on the strength selection, realizing that strength would be necessary for him. The system window asked him again in surprise and then noticed that he had chosen these 2 characteristics so much, and it looked like he was preparing to go down the path of a direct collision. At that moment, the lion he had tamed crushed a mechanical object with its massive paw. The system window, addressing Bai Wu, informed him that it had forgotten to tell him something else. The lion was clutching the mechanical core in its mouth. The system window reminded Bai Wu that he had already spent 8 hours outside the tower, so he had received a second hindrance. The second hindrance outside the tower was parasitic hatred. The protagonist, pressing his hand to his face, began to look around with bright red eyes. The eyes from under his mask began to glow with a dazzling scarlet color. The system window explained that through the organs of the 5 senses, he will perceive the hatred of any objects, and even the calmest person will generate a large number of negative emotions. Bai Wu, with a confused expression on his face, began to remove his hand from his face, looking in front of him as his lion dealt with the mechanical fallen. Bai Wu, with a surprised expression on his face, looking in front of him, asked, "Is this what this place really looks like?" In front of him, he saw that the entire space was painted in a bright color, and strange dark cloths surrounded him from all sides. The lion that he tamed consisted only of bones and hair. The protagonist, spreading his legs wide, squeezed his face with his hand while all he could see was painted in a bright red color. The protagonist mentally said, "Black fog," then he noticed that he did not think that the cat under the mechanical armor looked exactly like this. The lion, consisting entirely of bones, opened his mouth wide. The protagonist assumed that the black fog seemed to materialize hatred. He clutched his face with his hand and then smiled. The system window asked him in surprise, why was he smiling? Bai Wu replied that at first he thought that if Cain was not here, he would not be able to penetrate the memories of the fallen through the documents. But he said that now this problem was solved, because the joys and sorrows of people and the fallen are ultimately the same. He explained by saying that their noise would help him find out the truth about this zoo. After that, Bai Wu with a confident expression spread his arms wide in different directions and walked forward thinking that the passage was beginning. 2 hours later, Bai Wu leaned on the fence on the roof of the building near the telescope looking at the document. The lion lay next to him waving its tail from side to side. The system window noticed that, as he thought, all the clues related to this husky were hidden in the materials of different buildings. Bai Wu held 3 multicolored notebooks in his hands. On the blue notebook it was written that this was a personal diary. The system window noticed that although he had collected various information about this zoo, the information in these was fragmentary and it would not be possible to restore the whole picture. The protagonist, surrounded by a large number of dark-colored evil spirits, thought that, however, now he has an obstacle of parasitic hatred with which he can feel the despair and hatred of the people who kept these records. The system window made an observation saying that he was good because he turned the debuff into a buff for himself. Bai Wu said that he needed to read the documents. Turning to the lion, he asked him to wait for him here and to call him if he felt danger. The lion obediently sat opposite him with a friendly look, sticking his tongue out of his mouth and meowed back to him. The protagonist summed up, picked up a personal blue diary and opening it thought that they would look at what happened here. As soon as he opened this diary, thick dark red energy began to pour out of this diary in different directions. Bai Wu plunged into memories. The girl shouted loudly, "Zhaoping!" Then she irritably asked him why he was late again. The girl named Xianxiang was in the amusement park and with a serious expression on her face, pointing her finger in front of her, she angrily shouted that this was not the first time this had happened. She frowned and said loudly that before each date she still had to wait for him. Zhaoping ran towards her with a confused expression on his face, putting his hand on the back of his head. When he approached her, he apologized to her and hesitantly explained to her that today it turned out that Shanti was pregnant, and he had to change her food to nutritious food and conduct an examination for her, and this took him a lot of time. Xianxiang asked him again, "Shanti?" Then Xianxiang shouted that it was a zebra. Xianxiang jumped up and grabbed Zhaoping by the neck, shouting at him that he was late for their date because of the zebra. Xianxiang grabbed his neck with her hands in his ear and shouted at him that he made her wait so much today, and now she was going to strangle him. Zhaoping shouted loudly, telling her that he was in pain. Xianxiang puffed out her cheeks looking at him with resentment and asked, "Besides, isn't it time for him to quit this job?" Then she began to say that she was silent about the small salary, but he also volunteered to work as a veterinarian, and this is no longer a job, but charity. Zhaoping looked at her in confusion after her remark. Bai Wu, watching them, asked himself, "Are these images?" Some time after that, when Zhaoping was standing inside the room and Xianxiang was near the front door, she hesitantly turned to him and asked, "Do they by any chance have a vacancy at the zoo?" At this time, she put her hand to her face with an embarrassed expression, telling him that she and her brother could not find a job. After that, Xianxiang turned to Zhaoping and asked him if he could help them. Zhaoping, looking down at her with a smile on his face, asked her not to worry about it. Then he told her that he would take care of it. He brought his face close to hers and put his big hand on her small head. Xianxiang looked at him shyly and said his name. Some time later, Zhaoping and Xianxiang were standing on the stairs while a man with a camera asked them to look at the camera. They were standing at the entrance of the zoo while people were surrounding them. Xianxiang shyly clasped her hands next to her, turning to Zhaoping and telling him that he shouldn't do that. Zhaoping, with a big smile on his face, holding out 2 of his fingers, told her that he absolutely should. After that, he told her that it was her first day working here and they needed to take a photo as a keepsake. After that, he turned to the security guard who was standing behind them with a gloomy expression on his face and his arms crossed over his chest. Zhaoping addressed him as He and asked him to come over to them. He reluctantly agreed with him, and after that the man with the camera in his hand said that it was great and then asked them to smile. Then he started counting 1, 2, 3, after that he shouted, cheese. Xianxiang and Zhaoping looked at the camera with smiles on their faces while He was still looking away with the same stern expression on his face. After a while after that Zhaoping was kneeling next to Shanti and asking her to hold on. Then he shouted to her that there was just a little more left. Shanti at that time was lying in her pen with a painful expression on her face. Suddenly she gave birth to a small zebra. Zhaoping joyfully looked at it and repeatedly shouted that it was born. Zhaoping with red cheeks and a smile on his face looked ahead and noticed that they were both fine. Then he turned to Shanti and told her that this was the coolest mother. He put his hand on Shanti's son and told her to quickly look at her baby. Then Zhaoping named this baby Hope. The protagonist finished flipping through the diary. Looking at the fact that it was over, he asked himself, is it over? Then he wondered, what about the dog? He thought that if the guardian of the puzzle is a dog, then he asked himself, in that case, why is there no word about it in this document? He picked up another notebook and looking at it thought that in the past Su there are still many incomprehensible things. He suggested looking at the second notebook on which it was written that this is a work journal. He suggested that perhaps there would be something useful here. Then he mentally said, work journal? When he opened this magazine, he was plunged into memories. Zhaoping with a sharp movement of his hand opened the door on which it was written that this door leads to the financial department. Zhaoping held He by the tie and with an angry expression on his face, turning to Xianxiang, demanded that she deal with her brother. Xianxiang with an unperturbed expression on her face was sitting in the office room at her desk. Zhaoping turning to her shouted at her, asked her if she knew that today he sold the zoo cubs. Then he loudly said that if he had not noticed this in time, they would have ended up on the black market. He abruptly pulled his hand out of Zhaoping's hand, then frowning his eyebrows looking at him, he shouted at him that it was none of his business. Then he noticed that there was nothing wrong with him selling a couple of pieces. Zhaoping looked at him in rage, frowning and straining his face, he began to curse at him. Then Zhaoping grabbed him by the tie with a sharp movement and, preparing to hit him in the face, asked him what he just said. He looked at him in fear, not letting go of the branch he was constantly chewing in his mouth, and asked him in surprise, what's wrong? Then He explained to him that the fallen were creating chaos and the whole world was waiting for the apocalypse. He continued to talk about how everyone was trying to find a way to get into the tower. Then he asked him who would even notice the loss of a couple of animals. He put his open palms in front of him and shouted to Zhaoping that he had contacted the elite from the tower and they needed this much. Zhaoping, his face red with anger, looked at him furiously. He continued to shout that if he paid, he would take him inside the tower, and all these animals, he explained that they were deer antlers, as well as rhinoceroses, tiger teeth, and leopard skin. He noticed that this place was like a treasure trove. He spread his arms out to the sides and noticed that he only had to sell a few and they were already in the tower. Then he asked him if he didn't want his sister to live in the tower in complete comfort. Zhaoping looked at him with a sad expression. Then he began to talk in confusion about how he also wanted Xianxiang to be able to hide in the tower. However, He, adjusting the tie on his neck, noticed that he forgot to say. Then he said that his sister knew everything he was doing. Zhaoping looked ahead in great surprise, his eyes wide open. He continued to talk about how, moreover, it was his sister who managed to contact that high-ranking person from the tower. Zhaoping still looked in surprise at Xianxiang, who was speaking to He. He continued to talk about how he didn't expect his sister to scold him. He advised him to take better care of himself. Xianxiang looked ahead with her hands folded in front of her chest. Her face was emotionless. A young guy in a security guard uniform, lighting a cigarette, asked the men around him who were having lunch outside at the time if they had heard that there was another tower before this one. He then noticed that they were saying that it had disappeared after a while for some unknown reason. A young guy dressed in his zoo employee uniform who was sitting next to him answered him affirmatively, and noted that he had also heard that the tower was somehow connected to the end of the world. The guy with the cigarette demanded that he tell him what was there. The guy, looking ahead emotionlessly while drinking liquid from a metal can, said that he himself didn't know for sure. And then he began to talk about the fact that he only knew that their top brass had destroyed all the information about the previous tower and called the current one Noah's Ark for all mankind. Old Man Lu asked again, Noah's Ark for all mankind? Then he noticed that it was very similar to what Xianxiang and her brother had said. He suggested that perhaps he should seriously consider their proposal. The guy looked at Old Man Lu with a surprised expression and asked him, what is there to think about? Then he told him that he just had to agree and that's it. He explained his words by the fact that funding was getting smaller and smaller, and even their salaries were being delayed, not to mention the expenses for the animals. After that, he said that the finance department had big problems. He noted that it would be better to sell all these animals to the elite from the tower as soon as possible, and he suggested that perhaps they would at least get a pass. After that, he said that the animals were getting worse and worse every day and soon they would not be suitable for sale. Old Man Lu, who was having lunch at that time, noticed and said that this was indeed the case. However, he reported that Zhaoping was still stubborn and he even managed to quarrel with Xianxiang. He told the others that Zhaoping patrolled the entire territory of the park all day long in his not-so-good car, and if he noticed that someone was trying to sell an animal from the zoo, he would immediately call the police. Then he asked what they should do in that case. The young guy who was holding a soda can in his hands repeated the question, "What are you doing?" Then he said with a confident expression on his face, looking straight ahead, that if someone takes on a task, they need to see it through to the end, after which he frowned and shouted that they would simply grab him and tie him up. When he was talking about this, he squeezed an empty can in his hand, saying that it would save them from a lot of trouble. Another guy noticed that this was somehow inhuman. The guy with the soda in his hands immediately asked him what was wrong with that. After that, he began to ask them expressively, doesn't he understand that right now he is dragging them down with him? He asked him if he also wants to die during the end of the world. Then he said that he doesn't know how they are, but he would like to live a couple more years. The guy in uniform noticed that he was saying the right things. After that, the two of them said that this means that they have an agreement. They confidently looked ahead and said that now they will do this. After some time had passed since this dialogue, Zhaoping approached Shanti and Hopa. He waved his hand in a friendly manner, telling them that he had come to meet them. Shanti looked at him with her eyes wide open, the zebra's pupils reflecting someone approaching him from behind. It was a young security guard who was preparing to strike Zhaoping, while Zhaoping looked at the zebras with an innocent expression and a smile. The protagonist slammed the work journal shut, thinking that there was no mention of a dog in this document either. The system window informed him that animals in a zoo always remain animals, but the same cannot be said about people. I continued to tell him that Zhaoping was trying his best to protect these animals, but other park employees obviously did not share his desire. Bai Wu recalled what he had seen recently and thought that his intuition told him that this Zhaoping was the owner of this dog. Then he began to ask himself, where did this dog come from and what role does it play? The protagonist was sorting through the documents in his hands. At that moment the system window addressed him, advising him not to think about it too much, and it suggested that he look at what was in the other documents. Bai Wu again found himself in the memories that were hidden in these documents. He was banging his club on the metal door, shouting that it was time to eat. Zhaoping was in a dark room that was very dirty. Xianxiang put a small container of food in a small compartment below the door, telling him that this was his food for today. She explained to him that today she was very busy, so she came later than usual. Zhaoping was sitting in the corner of a dark room. In this room there was a lot of garbage and also a huge number of various empty boxes. Xianxiang apologized to Zhaoping for making him wait. He angrily shouted at her that it was enough. He squeezed his nose with his hand and asked her to leave here. After that, he noticed that from here 100 kilometers away there was the smell of this guy's excrement, and he was already starting to feel sick from it. Then he asked her to leave again. Xianxiang, kneeling near a small compartment at the bottom of the metal door, turned to Zhaoping and told him that lately they were receiving more and more orders to buy animals, and if this continues, then in 3 months they will be able to buy a pass to the tower. She explained to him that then they will be able to move there and spend the rest of their lives in peace and safety. Zhaoping quickly ran to the door in a rage and kicked the container of food back onto the street in anger, asking her, who would want to spend the rest of their lives with her after this. After that, he addressed her and shouted that the animals of the zoo are the property of the state, and if she continues to sell the animals, then someone from the authorities will definitely notice this, and then they will come for them. Zhaoping was in dirty clothes and his face was covered in bruises and dirt. He lay opposite the small compartment in the door with a wild expression on his face, shouting that the influence of justice is immense, and someday they will definitely answer before the law. He, straining his jaw, repeated, "The law?" After that, he angrily began to kick the metal door, repeatedly screaming, "The law!" After that, he menacingly addressed Zhaoping, asked permission to open his eyes. After that he began to shout that at the moment the authorities that he constantly tells them about are trying to get into the tower by all legal and illegal means. Zhaoping looked ahead with a confused expression on his face while He shouted that no one cares what they are doing here, and he alone still cannot understand this. Xianxiang with a calm expression put her hand on the angry Hei's shoulder and asked him to calm down. Hei turned around and started to walk away. Xianxiang turned to Zhaoping and told him that she thought he needed to rest a bit and think carefully about their words. She told him that she would come visit him as soon as she was free from work. Zhaoping continued to lie on his stomach near the door, after which he rolled over onto his back without strength. After that, Old Man Lu came to the door and turned to Zhaoping and asked him why he needed all this. Old Man Lu said that now things outside are exactly as Hei said. He explained to him that on the outskirts of the city, the fallen began to appear more and more often, and in the city itself, strikes and riots do not stop and absolutely no one cares about what is happening in some zoo. He handed him the remains of food through the door and told him that he should not miss his chance in such difficult times, and if he did not feel sorry for himself then he told him to at least think about his family. Zhaoping with a lost expression on his face continued to silently stare at the ceiling in front of him, while Old Man Lu told him that in the end now everyone except him had joined those two. Zhaoping, leaning his hands on the floor in his prison cell, said that he understood what he wanted to explain to him, but he said that people should be aware of the limits of what is permitted and they should all live according to their conscience. Old Man Lu, standing in front of the door, asked him if he knew that the zoo had not had funding for a whole week. He told him that the animals would soon run out of food and they would die anyway. Then he asked him, in that case, what difference does it make whether it happens now or later? Then he asked him what was wrong with selling these animals and living a little longer ourselves. Then Old Man Lu asked him if he understood that these animals would never be able to appreciate his selfless care for them. Zhaoping pressed his jaw to the floor and asked him if he could let him out of here. He covered his face with his hands and, squeezing his body, said that he just wanted to look at Shanti and the others. After that he said that Hopa was still small and he was worried about that. Old Man Lu interrupted him, and with a sad expression asked him for forgiveness, telling him that however he could not let him out. The protagonist watched what was happening, holding notebooks in his hand. System Window turned to him, noticing that Zhaoping was really being treated like an animal, and although this old man still had some kindness left in him, even he was unable to resist human nature. After that, System Window suggested watching what happened next. Many zoo workers stood in front of the metal mesh. They were screaming, "Damn it!" After that, they asked in fear, why did the animals also start to mutate? At that moment, they saw a panda with bright glowing red eyes and metal body parts. The System Window noticed that the animals could also be understood, since they had been without food and a person who cared for them for a long time, and naturally, they also began to worry. After that, the System Window said that after the level of this anxiety reaches a certain point, then animals, just like people, begin to turn into fallen ones. The zoo workers, running away from the fallen panda in fear, shouted that they had to run and that they could no longer stay here. Hei, frowning, stretching out his smartphone in front of him, said that the fallen one would not do anything to them. Then he ordered the zoo workers to calm down. He took a photo with his phone camera and asked them if they had noticed that the bars of the fallen ones had also undergone changes. At this time, the bars glowed red in the place where the panda touched them. Hei asked the zoo workers to look at the bars themselves, after which he explained that no matter how much the fallen one tried, he could not even scratch the bars. And then, looking at the photo he took on his phone, he asked them to think about the potential benefit. Then he said that these are absolutely safe for humans, mutated animals, and he is sure that there will be people who want them for themselves. The young guy thoughtfully looked ahead with his hand to his chin, said that this is really so. He noticed that the Tower Elite would definitely be interested in something like this. Hei answered him affirmatively, and said that he had already managed to raise a panic. Then he told them to just do what he and his sister tell them. He began to walk away from them and, raising his hand up, told them that he guarantees that then they will definitely earn so much money that buying a pass to the tower will be very easy for them. Then he turned to them, noticed that he almost forgot to ask. He turned to Old Man Lu and asked him, "Has that guy been quiet these 2 months?" Old Man Lu, with a surprised expression on his face, asked him again, "That guy?" Hei asked him who else he could be asking about. And then he explained that he was talking about Zhaoping. Old Man Lu said, "Zhaoping." After that he told him that in the warehouse where he was sitting there was no ventilation and he did not allow them to clean there. He explained that now it was literally a petri dish in which he was slowly dying. Hei, walking away from them, said that the main goal was for him not to die. He explained to them that if he was so bad, they could put some antibiotics in his rice or something else so that he would strengthen his immunity. Then Hei said that his sister told him that the main thing was that he was alive. In the room where Zhaoping was kept, flies were flying over his food. Zhaoping himself, with painful bloody sores that covered his entire body, was lying on the floor with a lifeless expression on his face. Flies were crawling on his body. Suddenly he began to cough painfully into his hand, When he looked at his dirty palm, he saw that blood began to flow from his mouth. Looking at this with tears in his eyes, he realized that most likely he would not last much longer. However, he said in a hoarse voice that he did not want to die yet. Looking at the ceiling, he said that he would like to look at them at least one more time. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow a bright blue. He found himself in a field. Next to him was a lion and a lioness. Looking at them in surprise, he said, Huyen and Elsa. Now Xiaoping had a healthy expression on his face and no sores all over his body. The lion and lioness pressed their muzzles to his face. The lion licked it. Xiaoping said that they came to see him. Looking at this, Bai Wu thought about how Xiaoping was subjected to inhumane treatment by his own colleagues and then somehow suddenly got out of his confinement. Bai Wu thought that the only conclusion that suggests itself is that he became a fallen one and killed all these people. He assumed that people became fallen in two ways, that is, by accumulating extremely negative emotions and by injecting the blood of the fallen. Then he looked around with an interested expression on his face. He saw memories from Xiaoping's life. Bai Wu understood that in this case it was a memory. Some time before, Xianxiang pointed to the laptop screen on which it was written that a sensation had occurred and the animals of the city zoo mutated into mechanized fallen ones. Xianxiang turned to He and asked him if he was the one who uploaded this photo online. He, with a confused expression on his face, put his hand on the back of his head and hesitantly answered her in the affirmative, after which he asked her what the problem was. During this dialogue, there were several more zoo workers in the room. Another guard furiously asked him again what the problem was. He addressed him by name and shouted that now the whole country knows that the animals in their zoo have mutated and naturally everyone can't wait to see them. This guard stretched out his hand in front of him and frowned and shouted that, in addition, people have been calling them since early morning and trying to buy tickets to their zoo. He looked him in the eye and asked him, so what? After that, he asked him, isn't that great? He explained to him that they haven't had any visitors for a long time and then so many people suddenly appeared. After he said that, he asked him, won't this allow them to earn some extra money? The guard pointed his finger at him, straining his face and clenching his jaw, and yelled at him that the problem was that they hadn't had any visitors for a long time, and that they needed to think with their own heads before doing anything. Then he asked him if he'd forgotten that they'd sold out a third of the zoo's animals. Then he asked him irritably that when the whole crowd of spectators came, people would naturally notice the loss, and he asked what the problem was. At that time, Xianxiang, leaning her hands on the table, was staring at the verbal altercation. The guard continued yelling at He that besides, Xiaoping is also a problem. The guy in the security guard uniform loudly told him that it was only a matter of time before some customer noticed him in the warehouse. He agreed with a serious expression that he was a real threat that needed to be gotten rid of, after which he said that Xiaoping needed to be killed. He then turned to his sister and asked her what she thought. The second guard answered affirmatively to this question and asked her to express her opinion. Xianxiang lowered her face. She looked ahead emotionlessly while the guard noticed that after all, he was her boyfriend. Old man Lu, with a confused expression on his face, opened his mouth and interrupted them and asked, can't they just let Xiaoping go? Everyone in the room besides him looked at him in confusion. Then the guy who worked at the zoo called him by name and asked him if he was a complete idiot or just pretending. Then he said that given Xiaoping's character, he was sure that he would immediately go to the police and hand them over, after which he said that they would be sent to prison for illegal animal trade or for depriving a person of their freedom. Old man Lu turned his face to the side and said in confusion about what it was. He with a demanding expression shouted loudly, sister. Xianxiang raised her head up and with a stern look looking in front of her, turned to He and ordered him to deal with it. He grinned and lit a cigarette and said that he would do as she said. Old man Lu watched the situation in bewilderment, stretching out his hand in front of him. He asked her with a smile on his face not to worry. He told her to do everything in the best possible way, and there would be no traces. Xiaoping with bloody ulcers on his face and bleeding eyes with a lifeless expression was lying on the floor. Near him were a lion and a lioness who were tearing his clothes. By this time, the animals had already divided his body into two parts. All this happened in a field. Suddenly, gunshots were fired. He as well as the second guard and the guy who works at the zoo with guns in their hands stood in the field and swore loudly. He asked in bewilderment why he had not died yet. He with a frightened expression on his face turned pale shouted that only his head remained from him after the lions. Then he turned to the others and ordered them to shoot and kill him. More and more shots were heard from the gun. He shouted repeatedly asking them to do it faster. The protagonist, watching these memories, thought that it looked like his previous conclusion was wrong and Xiaoping did not mutate into a fallen one. He understood that he died at the hands of his loved one. The system window answered him affirmatively, noticing that his beloved, as well as his colleagues and friends who were blinded by the thirst for profit, betrayed him and locked him in a stuffy warehouse for as long as 2 months. Bai Wu, watching many fragmentary memories at the same time, listened to the system window tell him that in fact he became a snack for the animals he cared about so much. Then I noticed that he was not to be envied. The protagonist noticed that, however, he finally found out where that dog was. The system window asked him again, "Did you find out?" The protagonist mentally replied that in these memories they saw only Xiaoping. However, there was also a dog. He said that they viewed these memories from the perspective of that very dog, after which he said, "Poor and faithful dog." Bai Wu realized that every moment that was visible to them was revealed from the dog's point of view, and this dog accompanied Xiaoping throughout all the memories. The protagonist said that the dog was with its owner from the beginning to the very end. He realized that the dog, along with Xiaoping, was torn apart by lions and died at the same time as Xiaoping died. The system window noticed that now it was clear to this what the guy was afraid of when he said that he would be noticed sooner or later. He meant the barking of the dog and not the screams of Xiaoping, and he was so weak that he would not even notice the visitors of the zoo walking outside. Bai Wu answered affirmatively and noted that this was not in the memories. However, he suggested that perhaps the dog had been barking all this time and in the last moments of its life the dog saw people with weapons. The protagonist realized that this is why the whole body of the current fallen dog is covered with firearms, and now everything fell into place. The protagonist, continuing to look into the memories, assumed that apparently the last memory should be the main clue to understanding the plot of this zone. After that he assumed that perhaps he would have to find the skeletons of these people. Suddenly, Bai Wu saw in the memories the legs that were hanging from the ceiling in a cluttered warehouse. It was the dirty and painfully dirty body of Xiaoping who hanged himself in the center of the warehouse in which his loved ones locked him for 2 months. The protagonist dropped all the papers that he was holding in his hands. With a shocked expression on his face looking in front of him he said, "Xiaoping." Then he asked if he committed suicide. The protagonist began to think in confusion about the fact that, however, in the previous memories, Xiaoping was torn apart by his own animals. He asked himself in surprise, in that case, how could he commit suicide? Suddenly the timer that was above Bai Wu's head showed that the countdown had ended. The system window notified Bai Wu that he had been out of combat for 20 minutes and he had received a hindrance outside the tower, that is, the thirst for war, which gave him an additional hindrance outside the tower. This hindrance outside the tower is weakening in water. Then the Eye of Prey explained that as the name suggests, being in an aquatic environment, he will be weakened by 100%, to the point that he will simply drown. The protagonist first put his hand to his head and then with a gesture in his hand pushed aside the system window that informed him that this time he was lucky and this debuff would not affect him in any way until he himself climbed into the water. Bai Wu sharply asked the system window not to let it interfere with his thinking. The system window agreed with him and said that it would be silent. After that, the protagonist, kneeling in front of the records, began to reason that most of the memories belonged to Xianxiang, He, as well as Old Man Lu and other zoo employees, as well as some visitors. Bai Wu thought that the memories were so chaotic that only the dog's nickname, that is, Xiaojing, could really be useful. The protagonist, putting his hand on the records, reasoned that the first 4 memories mainly told about the tragic fate of Xiaoping, who was torn apart by the animals he loved so much. But the 5th memory goes against everything that came before. The protagonist, looking carefully in front of himself, mentally said, in his mind there were pictures of Xiaoping torn apart by lions and also Xiaoping who hanged himself in a warehouse. Bai Wu thought about the fact that in the 5th memory only the ending related to the cause of Xiaoping's death was different, and perhaps this was the key to reconnaissance of this territory. Bai Wu assumed with a thoughtful expression on his face, putting his fist to his chin, that this key was that the last memory was reproduced from the point of view of a dog, and there was no doubt about it. From this it follows that one of the endings is false, and the other is true. The system window answered him affirmatively, noting that this was true. After that it made an assumption that only with all this hatred and resentment in both cases are the same, and just one memory has colors and the other is all black and white. The main character said colors? After that, he stretched out his hand in front of him. He began to quickly flip through memories from a variety of sources and periods. He thought that this is for sure, and the first 2 memories were colored and the 3rd and 4th were black and white. Bai Wu understood that all this time he thought that it was somehow connected with the emotional state of Xiaoping, but now he understands that it was the hatred of 2 different carriers. The protagonist realized that the first two memories reflected Xiaoping's resentment, and the third and fourth the resentment of his dog. Bai Wu reasoned that although the fifth memory returns them to that dark warehouse where even a person would have difficulty distinguishing colors, he is 100% sure that it belonged to Xiaoping. Then he said, "That's how it is." Bai Wu stood on a hill surrounded by many scattered sheets and notebooks. He thought that now he understood what really happened. Suddenly, a thick dark red energy began to appear from one of the sheets of paper. This energy began to condense in front of Bai Wu, and soon a person was formed from this energy who visually looked like Xiaoping's appearance. This thing that appeared in front of Bai Wu stood in front of him. The lion, menacingly looking in front of him, straining his entire body, stood looking at the substance that appeared. The protagonist also looked closely at the appearance of Xiaoping. The lion stood in combat readiness in order to instantly attack Xiaoping's appearance. Suddenly, this appearance approached the protagonist and merged with him. Bai Wu understood that this meant that this was Xiaoping's parasitic hatred. He realized that the effect of the ring was almost over. After that he asked himself, then why didn't the lion attack him? He looked at Huyan baring his mouth but at the same time trembling with fear. Bai Wu, looking at the lion, asked himself, is he really afraid? The protagonist said in surprise, "That's how." Xiaoping's face with wide open brightly glowing red eyes looked ahead in surprise. Bai Wu reasoned that the people Xiaoping hated had long been dead and his hatred should have disappeared by now. Then he asked him, or did he have unfinished business? At this time, in Jianlu Port, on the big TV screen, people looking at Xiaoping's face that had reunited with Bai Wu's body asked in surprise, "What is this?" Qingzi ran out of the equipment room in horror and turned to the director and screamed that it was already too dangerous. Then she screamed that they needed to stop him immediately, because if he continued, it would clearly be bad and difficult for him. The director, with a confused and surprised expression on his face, looked ahead with his mouth slightly open. He was clutching a cigarette in his hand and turning to Qingzi. He told her that they only deal with broadcasts and the rest is not their responsibility. Qingzi pursed her lips and ran back into the room calling Wei Ming. Qingzi turned to him and said that she knew that he had his own secrets. After that she asked him to quickly contact someone so that they could come up with something. Then she shouted out how they could get Constantine back. Wei Ming, pressing his hand to his ear and frowning, agreed with her. At that moment, a message appeared on the large TV saying that the connection had been interrupted, and a large number of people who were watching the broadcast were surprised and asked what was happening. They wondered why the signal had disappeared again. Someone from the crowd suggested that this was the end and that Constantine had apparently already been killed. The main character at that moment put the camera in his storage, realizing that the rest was no longer for the broadcast. He approached Huyan and asked him to go. After that he sat on his back and asked him to take him to that dog. Huyan meowed loudly and jumped from a great height, landing on his paws. After that he ran forward at high speed across the field. When Huyan ran forward, then suddenly memories appeared in his mind. He asked himself in surprise, what was going on here? He remembered how many years ago he approached his relatives who were eating something in the field. Huyan cursed them, thinking that he had gone away for a short time to play, and they began to eat without him. He looked in surprise at what his relatives were eating. Looking at this he asked himself, a dog? The jaw of the dead dog suddenly closed and damaged the paw of one of the lionesses. The lioness raised her paw and held it in her mouth. The dog rose to its feet and looked ahead with a shining gaze. Huyan thought in surprise that this was the same dog that was always near the man. He looked at this dog in surprise. It was not like the previous one. It looked like a zombie dog, and he asked himself, what? The lion surrounded this dog, while Huyan was thinking that something was clearly wrong with this dog, and he needed to call a person to stop this dog. Huyan noticed that there were documents next to this dog, and the skin and meat of the dog was eaten away to the bone in some places. Huyan thoughtfully noticed that this dog was always next to the person. Then he asked himself, where did this person go? Suddenly, there were many shots that were aimed at the dog. He screamed hysterically, ordering to shoot this dog. Then he noticed in fear that the dog was still not dead. They hit the dog with their shots but did not cause any damage to it. He ordered them to continue shooting until this dog died. Then he fired a rifle and told the others not to let this dog escape. At this moment the dog turned around and walked away. He shouted loudly, noticing that this creature was leaving. They were perplexed, asking what kind of nonsense happened and why the shots did not cause damage to this dog. He noticed that it was necessary to finish off the dog as soon as possible. Then someone shouted that the bullets ran out. At this moment the dog with a torn mouth turned back. Huyan looked at it in surprise and fear. He saw how his image was reflected in the dog's pupils. He asked in surprise if the dog looked at him. At that moment Huyen thought that this dog would never appear here again, and he thought that the dog would die somewhere outside their house. But when this dog appeared here, Huyen noticed that all the mutated animals in the zoo were trapped from which it was impossible to escape. Huyen recalled that this huge dog killed everyone who came across its path, and ultimately his Elsa suffered the same tragic fate. Huyen remembered how the body of the dead Elsa lay on the floor in a pool of her own blood. Huyen was surprised to realize that now he does not know how, but this guy on his back turned into that very man. The system window contacted by Wu and noticed that he was incredibly lucky since the hatred of this parasite does not affect him at all, and if someone else were in his place, he would have gone crazy a long time ago due to the huge amount of hatred and resentment that had swept over him. Then the system window noticed that this was even beneficial to him, and now he knew what exactly this parasitic hatred wanted. The protagonist, reasoning about this, noticed that not only this, and now he understood what he needed to do to pass this zone. The system window was surprised to notice how cool he was. Bai Wu reasoned that Zhaoping died experiencing unbearable resentment, but all his memories retained their color. Bai Wu reasoned that this meant that even after all the betrayals, he did not stop loving this world, but with a dog everything is different. The protagonist realized that after the death of her beloved owner Zhaoping, the world in the dog's eyes had completely changed and became black and white. The system window sadly noticed that this dog had so many weapons all over its body, and it was hard to even imagine how distorted and terrifying the dog saw the world at that moment. Bai Wu noticed that this was true and that this was the key to passing the zone. At this time, Huyen, who had the protagonist on his back, brought him closer to the dog, then he stopped and looked at Bai Wu, who was behind him. The protagonist said, "Xiaojing." At this time, a huge metal dog with countless different firearms and missiles stopped, looking closely with its detection indicators at Huyen and Bai Wu. Huyen, in a state of extreme shock, opened his mouth and asked himself, did the dog stop? He thought that this was impossible, and that the dog had been wandering around the entire territory of the zoo for 700 years and had never stopped during this time. Then Huyen asked in surprise, did he make it freeze with just one word? Huyen's mind was filled with thoughts that this was the end and now they would definitely die because this dog was looking at them. Bai Wu said that everything was fine and asked Huyen to just wait for him here. Xiaojing looked at Bai Wu approaching him. The protagonist walked up and stretched out his hand in front of him. Then turning to Xiaojing he asked him to come to him. In Xiaojing's mind, happy memories appeared of him running towards his beloved master Zhaoping while barking happily. Bai Wu, who was surrounded by Zhaoping's image, mentally asked Xiaojing to show him what happened in that warehouse. The protagonist began to see how Zhaoping was exhausted and laying in a half-cluttered and dirty warehouse. Xiaojing walked up to him and sat down next to him and then began to lick his palm. Xiaojing leaned over the owner, looking at his dead body. It was terribly dark around. The dog had no idea what the future would hold. Zhaoping's body was covered in multiple ulcers. Traces of infection were visible everywhere. He was literally rotting alive even before he died. Noticing that the owner was no longer breathing, Xiaojing brought his muzzle closer to the owner's face, silently saying goodbye to him, closing his eyes in grief. The next day, Xiaojing tried to get out of there, but it could not help in any way, because the people who abandoned them there did not care at all about what could happen not only to Lo Xiaoping, but also to his still living dog. Therefore, all that was heard everywhere were futile knocks on the door. There was no talk of any hope of salvation. The dog tried to attract people's attention by barking loudly and calling for help, but no one responded, so the animal could only wait for death. 2 days later, Xiaojing stopped trying to get out of there, now only silently looking at the corpse of her master. Bai Wu appeared in these terrible memories, watching the torment of the poor dog, who was about to decide on a desperate step. After 3 days, unable to withstand the terrible torture of hunger, Xiaojing slowly approached Zhaoping's body on paws, trembling from hunger and horror. Xiaojing stood near the dead owner for a long time, still hesitating and not daring to do what circumstances forced the starving animal to do. Tears accumulated in the dog's eyes. It was resentment mixed with despair and guilt. Xiaojing bared her teeth, biting into the flesh of the dead Zhaoping, starting to eat the body that had already begun to decompose. Praise I, who was also watching this with Bai Wu, wrote in the system window that everything was exactly as Bai Wu had expected. Zhaoping had committed suicide and his body had been eaten by his dog, Xiaojing. While Bai Wu silently watched what was happening in Xiaojing's memories, the dog continued to eat the body of its own master. Bai Wu remembered that he had once gotten his hands on a report in the past. His face was completely calm, and the protagonist began to recall the contents of it in his mind. The report mentioned an experiment where researchers wanted to find out whether a pet would eat its dead owner if they were in the same locked room. And soon the researchers came to the conclusion that it was not a question of whether or not they would, but how soon they would do it. Once the owner died, the animal was left alone with his body. The essence of the problem was that after the death of the owner, the pet would have no food, and in this case, the poor animal would only die of starvation. But experiments have shown that many pets do not think about it for long. As soon as their owner passed away, they, having noticed this, began to cut up his body soon. Only dogs hesitated for a while, but eventually, they also began to eat the corpse. Xiaojing starved for 2 months. The dog survived only because Zhaoping constantly shared his food with it. The dog lay next to the dead owner for a long time, not touching his body even several days after his death. But the hunger was still stronger. For 3 days after Zhaoping's death, the dog continued to starve, because none of the zoo employees brought the poor animal food. And only when the dog was on the verge of death from hunger, and before that there was only the dead body of the owner, the dog turned its gaze to Zhaoping. In the end, Xiaojing ate Zhaoping's corpse. The terrible feeling of guilt that Xiaojing experienced could not be conveyed in just a few phrases. It wasn't that the dog didn't love its owner. In a dark, stuffy room with no food or water, everyone would go crazy sooner or later. Bai Wu had no doubt that if there was danger, Xiaojing would stand up for Lo Zhaoping without hesitation. The protagonist was still silently watching this drama with his hands in his pockets. Bai Wu knew that it was because people's cruel nature had been awakened by the onslaught of the impending apocalypse. The Zhaoping girl and his colleagues had put him and his dog in a completely hopeless situation. These deceitful and unscrupulous people had deprived them of both their lives the moment they locked them in this barn. Bai Wu took one step towards the dog, calling the animal by name. A moment flashed through Bai Wu's memories when the poor dog was eaten by lions. The protagonist said, still addressing Xiaojing, that in fact, when the dog was being eaten piece by Huyen, Elsa and the others, Xiaojing was already dead, wasn't it? The dog in the memory froze, stopping eating its owner. The animal slowly turned around, looking at the protagonist with eyes full of despair. Bai Wu said that it was just hatred and guilt that turned the dog into something completely different. He said that Xiaojing even had to eat its only friend, so the animal regretted it more than anything in the world. Zhaoping's body continued to lie motionless in the same place, reminding him of the terrible events that happened in this place. Bai Wu said that the dog really wanted the image of the owner, and the animal itself lying next to each other, killed by those people and animals, to be true. But this was no longer destined to happen. Bai Wu walked closer to Xiaojing, placing his hand on the dog's head. The protagonist said that the dog must have felt guilty all these years. He knelt down in front of the poor animal, slowly stroking the dog's head, gently stroking it behind the ear. Xiaojing listened silently, looking at Bai Wu with eyes that were full of tears. Bai Wu said that Xiaojing must have constantly reproached herself for eating her own friend. The dog painfully closed her eyes, causing tears to flow down the animal's furry cheeks. Bai Wu said that Xiaojing must have thought that it would have been much better if the owner had not committed suicide. The lion's and the dog's memories continued to tear at the dead animal's body, as if showing the dog's sincere desire for both of them to be eaten by predators that day. The terrible memories gradually began to dissipate around the huge mechanical dog. Bai Wu thought that for 700 long years, Xiaojing's consciousness had been locked in this dark room, so all this time the dog did not leave the lifeless body and hoped that its owner would wake up someday. These were hard, endlessly long, painful years of life after death. At the same time, the dog was increasingly consumed by the corrosive feeling of guilt that Xiaojing ate its owner. Bai Wu also began to evaporate from his memories, leaving the dog alone again with the dead Zhaoping in this terrible room. But it was not for long. Bai Wu mentally asked Xiaojing for permission to fulfill the last wish of the dead Zhaoping. But only Bai Wu, but this entire terrible room began to gradually dissolve, and Bai Wu began to return to reality. The protagonist thought that it was for the sake of the dog itself, so the animal had to allow him to say goodbye on behalf of the owner and free the poor animal for the last time. Bai Wu took on the appearance of Zhaoping, shrouded in his hatred. Meanwhile, Xiaojing, in her own terrible nightmare that lasted for more than 700 years, finally saw the living human hand of the owner stretched upward. Lo Zhaoping seemed to touch the dog's muzzle, brushing away the tears that had appeared in the dog's eyes again. Bai Wu, on behalf of the owner, created such a desired illusion, saying that he forgives Xiaojing and never blamed the dog for anything. The illusion of a smiling owner after so many years of waiting appeared right in front of the desperate dog. Xiaojing, who could not believe it, then silently watched as the once lifeless body rose from the floor. Speaking on behalf of the dog's owner, he said that if he had not dragged the animal into all this, Xiaojing would never have done such a thing. He continued to gently brush away the tears from the dog's eyes, gently asking, "Isn't that so?" The huge mechanical monster that only vaguely resembled a dog once had shrunk many times, now resembling a small mechanical puppy that felt no less than ordinary living dogs. The dog whined softly, heading towards its owner, whose illusion in the face of Bai Wu was also heading towards the animal. Xiaojing's consciousness, which was still in that scary room, was now accepting such a desired embrace, even though the owner was not real. Zhaoping gently hugged the dog, quietly saying that all this was not the fault of this, because it was only the people who pushed them into this abyss that were to blame. In reality, Bai Wu gently stroked the muzzle of the mechanical dog, still clothed in Zhaoping's hatred. Bai Wu remembered that after that report was released, many people began to say that a beast always remains a beast, so the animal did not care whether the corpse of the owner was it or someone else. Therefore, if it was hungry, it would eat everything. Bai Wu's eyes were also filled with longing as he looked at this illusory reunion. He knew that the people who spoke like this would never understand how pure the feelings of animals towards their masters were. Xiaojing gently licked her master's cheek as he laughed in the scary room where both of them had lost their lives. He wondered if such a loyal dog would eat his master's corpse if he wasn't in such a hopeless situation. Bai Wu knew many examples from life. After all, it was the same as with humans. After all, there were many cases of cannibalism in times of famine in history. Illusion Zhaoping pressed her forehead against the dog's head, while Bai Wu continued to think that even so, in the hearts of these people there had never been as much guilt as Xiaojing, who had been wandering around the zoo grounds like the walking dead for 700 years. Bai Wu spoke again on behalf of Lo Zhaoping, that everything was fine. He continued to kneel in front of the dog, stroking the mechanical creature's head, repeating over and over that he did not blame the dog for anything, only thanked the animal for taking revenge for him. Bai Wu said that Xiaojing must have had a hard time all these years. Xiaojing's consciousness, which had been sealed in that terrifying room, was now gradually beginning to be released. The dog whined, beginning to glow with a gentle, soft light. Zhaoping said with a smile that he should have come there much earlier. Finally, Xiaojing evaporated. The dog's soul was able to leave the disgusting place where it had been sealed all this time. The mechanical dog and its owner's hatred began to shine, becoming something completely different from the energy of the past. Zhaoping's hatred finally separated from Bai Wu's body, silently thanking him for what he had done for him and his dog. Their souls were finally free. Xiaojing fell to the ground, barking happily. Bai Wu turned around, watching the two creatures gradually move away from him, finally able to find peace. Zhaoping and Xiaojing ran away from him further and further, as if escaping from the nightmare they had to endure. Bai Wu, having gone through these trials, reasoned that Lo Zhaoping died, leaving behind a cluster of hatred and resentment, and this resentment was caused by his beloved girlfriend Li Xianxiang, as well as other loved ones who drove him to suicide. But this accumulation of negative emotions did not dissipate even after the death of those who caused him this pain. All this time, Zhaoping was waiting for the appearance of a person who could free his beloved dog from the corrosive feeling of guilt, and the poor dog, having found itself on the verge of death, felt incredible anger at the whole world and turned into a fallen one, surpassing even the disciples of Cain. Bai Wu gently pressed his hand to the dissolving mechanical dog, thinking that in the end, this animal was even more miserable than Zhaoping himself. Even this mechanical monster had tears in his eyes from what it had to endure. Xiaojing was locked in the old room for 700 years, which was full of suffering and soul flies. When the mechanical Xiaojing evaporated, Bai Wu found that same shiny blue eye of the animal in his hands. Bai Wu concluded that neither this dog nor those people had any connection with Cain. The protagonist stood in the middle of the field in the zoo, watching the soul of the unfortunate animal dissipate. Bai Wu thought that this happened only because of the nature of human souls, which was exposed due to the apocalypse that occurred 700 years ago. The protagonist squeezed the received item in his hand, directing his gaze into the distance. He was sure that he would have to face such things many more times in the future. When he opened his fist, he saw a fragment of some kind of puzzle. Praise I immediately sent a system window, which said that Bai Wu had done well, finally finding the first piece of the Doomsday puzzle after so long. He picked up this piece of the bastard in front of him, carefully examining it. But Praise I told him not to flatter himself, because this was only the first piece of 4, so Bai Wu still had to find the ear, nose and mouth. Praise I said that by collecting all 4 fragments, the protagonist would be able to obtain buffs for all 4 zones, and these were the disappearance of interference outside the tower, purification of the fallen, elimination of unnatural rules, and he would also begin to hear the voice of the fallen. Bai Wu slightly tilted his head to the side, continuing to examine this fragment. Tossing it up, he caught the puzzle piece in his palm, squeezing it tightly. At this time, Lion Huoyan was still standing behind him, watching all this with a shocked expression on his face. Bai Wu thought, what areas correspond to the concepts of eye, ear, mouth, and nose? He still looked into the distance, thinking that if he collected all the information he had, he could assume that since the zoo was the eye, the circus was the ear, the amusement park was the mouth, and the Taixing horror was the nose. Bai Wu thought that the disappearance of interference outside the tower, the purification of the fallen, the elimination of unnatural rules, if he collected all these fragments, these areas would become suitable for life, right? The protagonist guessed that when he collected the fragments of this Doomsday puzzle, there would be some other effects. Praise Eye laughed, saying that Bai Wu was very clever, because that was not all, since the eye, mouth, ear, and nose were parts of a single whole, and this whole in turn was only a fragment of another whole. Praise Eye said that as he collected these fragments, more and more opportunities would open up for him, so he would increase his area of influence. He walked up to Bai Wu, and he turned his gaze to him. Praise Eye informed the protagonist that for now, he could only purify the fallen that were in this zone. And since Bai Wu had obtained the eye of this zone, the local fallen he would not lay a finger on him, but also that was why he would not be able to engage in battle with them. Praise Eye mockingly asked him what he had decided, calling the protagonist an emotionless strategist. He wondered if they would go to conquer new zones or just stay there and level up. Bai Wu listened to Praise Eye with a thoughtful expression, and then turned to Huiyan. He chuckled in his thoughts, picking up the same puzzle piece again, while looking at the lion lying in front of him. Bai Wu thought that first he wanted to try the power of purification from the fallen on this animal. Bai Wu looked at the puzzle piece, then at the lion, who meowed pitifully. The protagonist changed his mind, putting the puzzle piece back in his pocket. Bai Wu thought that if he returned it to its previous state, the animal would often not last in such a place. Praise Eye again said with irony that Bai Wu could take this cat with him to the tower, because he was just an excellent horse. The protagonist leaned towards the lion, removing from the mane the very ring that helped him in the beginning. He mentally agreed with Praise Eye, because the horse from this animal was excellent, but the bread would attract too much attention, and Bai Wu did not want to do this again. Taking the ring, the protagonist raised it closer to his face, mentally starting to talk to Praise Eye again, repeating the words that this fragment allows him to use one ability only in this zone. Bai Wu put the ring back into his inventory, asking Praise Eye if Bai Wu would get more powers if he collected more fragments. Praise Eye asked him irritably, why was he asking if he understood everything like that? The protagonist wondered if this meant that if he collected all the fragments of the Doomsday puzzle, the world outside the tower would become habitable? Bai Wu took a few steps towards the lion's body, and Praise Eye only replied in confusion that no one could know. Bai Wu jumped onto the lion's back, telling the animal to go so that it could take him to the rainforest area. But despite his wishes, the lion did not move, ready to burst into tears from fear. Praise Eye laughed through the system window, saying, this kitten was so scared that Bai Wu became the owner of the eye that it could not even move. Laughing again, Praise Eye said that Bai Wu no longer had a horse. The lion was actually shaking in fear, which Bai Wu saw, leaning to the side. The protagonist thought that he had been under the war lust hindrance from the beginning, and now he was forbidden to engage in combat with the fallen of this zone. Bai Wu thought, doesn't this look like a trap? After descending from the lion, the back of his head, according to Taixing, seemed to have completely failed the auto-leveling plan. But he immediately warmed himself, thinking that there was nothing to worry about, because this zone had already become his safe leveling place. Bai Wu placed his hand on the Huiyan lion, the other one on his thigh. He thought that if he entered the data of this area into the travel disk, he could return there at any time. After all, this area was still contaminated by the interference outside the tower, so it would still be considered an area outside the tower, and the local fallen would not attack him because of the eye he had recently obtained, so it was an ideal place. Praise Eye said that it seemed that Bai Wu had forgotten about one small problem. Praise Eye reminded him that he was, of course, right in that the travel disk did not affect the 3-day rule like the teleportation disk, so he would be able to return whenever he wanted. However, he would only be able to travel through the zones in the order they were originally written. Bai Wu began to remember this feature of the travel disk, and then Praise Eye reminded him again that Bai Wu would first have to go through the zones that Cain had written there. His dark silhouette immediately surfaced in Bai Wu's imagination. Praise I said through the system window that only by completing the zone that Kane had originally written there and deleting the information about it would Bai Wu be able to get to the zone he needed. The protagonist chuckled in irritation, according to Taixing, that the last time he had gotten into the Gandler's stomach zone, he had not followed Kane's plan and had gone a different way. He remembered how that day he had found himself in front of the very box where Prometheus had been locked. Bai Wu thought that he couldn't even imagine what could be waiting for him in the other zones that Kane had prepared. The protagonist thought that he really needed to get stronger before he had to face Kane's disciples. The protagonist rubbed his shoulder, still standing next to the lion. Praise I asked Bai Wu if this meant that they were getting out of there? But Bai Wu interrupted his answer, thinking that he would be staying there for a while longer. He also remembered that the members of the Blossom Corps said that the shorty had once received more than 100 interferences, and since Warlust was currently placing one interference on him every 12 minutes, it meant that it would take him much less time to receive as many interferences as the shorty had received back then. So this was the perfect chance to test his physical capabilities. Bai Wu's face darkened with excitement, and he mentally asked Praise I if that sounded good. Praise I was so surprised that he screamed in the system window, asking Bai Wu if he had gone crazy. He asked questions. Who in their right mind would want to conduct such experiments on their own body? After 10 minutes, Praise I started the countdown again. Bai Wu was sitting relaxed on a bench next to one of the enclosures in the zoo, thinking that a new interference outside the tower was about to affect him. Praise I began to count down while Bai Wu twirled the teleportation disc in his hands, reasoning that if he remained conscious and could move his body, he would simply interrupt the teleportation process and continue to level up. He pressed the right button on the disc, preparing to teleport back to the tower if necessary. Then Bai Wu thought that if he was unconscious, the teleportation disc would pull him out of this area. Finally, Praise I counted to the end, and Bai Wu felt a strange force pulling him down. Praise I reported that the obstacle outside the tower was the gravity imbalance. Bai Wu leaned forward, feeling very heavy and light at the same time. Praise I said that from now on, his body would feel weightless and unusually heavy. It also added that if Bai Wu could consciously adjust his sense of balance, then this obstacle would no longer be a problem for him. Bai Wu stood up, stopping the teleportation process and putting his other hand in his pocket. He interrupted Praise I and said that his body had already adapted. Praise I chuckled awkwardly. I thought to myself that because he had already felt the confusion obstacle on himself last time, this time the body adapted to the gravity imbalance obstacle quite quickly. Praise I spoke in the system window that he should have foreseen that another obstacle would become a buff for him. 12 minutes later, the obstacle changed again. This time it was Light Sphere. Praise I told Bai Wu that he had now become a vampire from medieval fairy tales, because the sunlight would burn his skin, so it advised the protagonist to find some cool place so as not to turn into a grilled chicken. However, Bai Wu's body was completely covered by protective clothing, so he did not even pay attention to this obstacle. Praise I disappointedly told him to forget about what he just said. 24 minutes later, a new obstacle outside the tower became a friend in the skin of an enemy. Bai Wu continued to walk around the zoo, completely calmly examining what was there. Praise I wrote in the system window that he thought it was already clear from the name that Bai Wu would now be unable to distinguish enemy from comrade. The protagonist was there completely alone, so this interference also could not affect him in any way. 36 minutes later, the interference outside the tower became eternal hunger. Bai Wu found one of the collapsed food machines inside the zoo, starting to look for some food there. Praise I said that it could be said that this was another buff under the guise of a debuff, because it would not affect Bai Wu in any way, because he would still be able to leave the zone when he wanted to. 48 minutes later, interference, and outside the tower became death if the protagonist stops being silent. Praise I said that there was no need to even explain this here, because the longer Bai Wu remains silent, the more health he loses. Bai Wu rode the cable car, saying out loud that in other words, from now on he needed to talk all the time, right? Praise I asked him irritably, how was this possible? He cursed indignantly, writing in the system window that all these interferences were literally nothing to him. He noticed with irritation that Bai Wu did not encounter anything worthwhile. The protagonist looked out the cabin window, telling Praise I to stop. Now he could talk to him to his heart's content. Praise I angrily said that he did not need that. At 7 o'clock later, Bai Wu finally encountered a worthwhile interference in the form of bloodlust. He felt this strange feeling on himself, and then Praise I explained to him that he was now in a state of bloodlust, and every 6 minutes without killing, he would lose his health. Bai Wu asked Praise I again in surprise, who was he supposed to kill here, since he could not engage in combat with the fallen? Praise I laughed, saying that the protagonist was now definitely cornered. However, he praised Bai Wu, telling him that he had held up well, having lasted for a full 7 hours under the condition of receiving one hindrance every 12 minutes. Bai Wu walked across the field, watching the mechanical ostriches run away from him. Praise I compared this to the rule of one hindrance every 4 hours, saying that in this case, Bai Wu had lasted for about 5 days. In addition, Praise I informed him that the protagonist's accompanying power had reached the 9th step of the 2nd level, which was also not bad. Bai Wu clenched his hand into a fist, repeating his stats out loud. It had long since gotten dark outside, and the sun had set. The protagonist said that this was his first time leveling up, so it was normal that he could not achieve the same as their dwarf. However, he promised that next time he would try to beat his record. Praise I asked Bai Wu in confusion, what was the point of all this? But the protagonist ignored this question, taking out his teleportation disc, saying that they were returning. Praise I informed him that the territory's exploration rate was 45.5%, the remaining fallen were 702, and at the end of this mission, an eye was obtained, which was a fragment of the Doomsday puzzle. Using the teleportation disc, Bai Wu gradually began to evaporate. Praise I's assessment was pleasantly surprised, and it also added that the guardians of other zones would test not only the protagonist's mental abilities. Bai Wu asked in surprise, what kind of guardians of the zones were they? As he was already evaporating, he said that he would need to meet them as soon as he had such an opportunity. Meanwhile, in the south district of the lower floor of the tower, unexpected guests appeared in Bai Wu's apartment. Qingzi turned on the light, saying that it was Bai Wu's apartment with a smile on her face. Gu Qingyu, Uzi and Yue Ming walked in, carefully examining everyone and everything. Lin Uzi put his hands on his waist, and chuckled, saying that Bai Wu was a clean freak. However, she then added sarcastically that he had just arrived there, so it was no surprise. Qingzi immediately looked Uzi up and down, smiling a sly smile. She thought that she never dreamed that one of them would be such a handsome man. Lu Qingzi immediately saw the benefit in this, thinking that this was a new effeminate fish for her pond. She reasoned that Uzi might seem sarcastic at first glance, but she was sure that he was actually a real softy. She put her fingers on her chin, still smiling slyly, thinking in her mind that since Uzi was from the intelligence corps, it meant he was not lacking in strength. Seeing the benefit for herself, Qingzi said that Uzi was cute, adding that it must have been hard to maintain her appearance, working in such a field. She winked at Uzi, adjusting her glasses with her finger. But contrary to her expectations, Lin Uzi did not even look at her, calling Qingzi an ugly woman, telling her to leave. Qingzi exclaimed in surprise, literally cracking from such an unexpected reaction. She asked Uzi again, what does an ugly woman mean? Her inner demon was screaming, wondering every now and then, what happened to this world? After all, if you count Wei Ming, who is obsessed with money, then this is already the second guy who says that she is ugly. Yes, the inner angel just calmly told the demon to relax, because everything will be fine. The inner demon swung his fist at the angel, asking what he meant, because Qingzi could not relax since Bai Wu suddenly interrupted the live broadcast. The demon was internally indignant, because Qingzi, in her kindness of heart, decided to save the main character, instead of words of gratitude, received 4 hours of interrogation in a terrible room. She remembered perfectly well how Qingyu sat her at the table and forced her to answer questions. The demon cursed, indignantly mentioning again, shaking his fist, that it was a whole 4 hours in a row. The demon did not understand, what was Qingzi doing at all? After all, she was just the protagonist's business partner. Clutching his head, the demon returned. The angel with a serene smile on his face called the demon a poor child, saying that Qingzi had gone through so much suffering. The demon fell to his knees, with a displeased expression, saying that this was exactly the case, and it was also a shame that these three were, one could say, men of excellent quality. After all, Uzi, Qingyu, and even the money-obsessed Wei Ming were all strong members of the intelligence corps. Qingzi was indignant in her thoughts. Why are they acting like prudes? Then, after thinking about it, the demon added that Bai Wu was exactly the same. He and the angel exchanged glances, and the angel added that it was not for nothing that they say that similar people find each other. Qingyu folded his arms across his chest and suddenly turned to Lu Qingzi, asking her if she was thinking about doing this. Qingzi stuttered in surprise. What is he talking about? Qingyu replied that maybe Bai Wu had his own criteria for judging people he could trust, but he had different rules. He said that he didn't trust strangers, so the safest way for him to interact was to make strangers his own people. After all, since she was now aware of Bai Wu's affairs, he was offering her to join the rear department of the 7th Division of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. Swan furrowed his brows, extending his hand towards Qingzi, asking her if she agreed. For a girl, this was an offer that no one could refuse. In her mind, she was about to dance, smiling as she thought about how she couldn't refuse joining a breeding ground for men of excellent quality. After all, she would be able to recruit a whole harem of strong men who were constantly leaving the tower, so now she would be able to make hundreds of jillings. She immediately said that she agreed, shaking Qingyu's outstretched hand with a familiar smile on her face. Qingyu said that they had an agreement now. He pulled his hand out of her grip, saying that from now on, to avoid a similar situation happening again, she and Bai Wu would report their live broadcasts directly to him. Qingzi immediately agreed, calling Gu Qingyu boss, saying that from now on, he would be the first to know about everything. She put her hand to her temple, as if saluting. At this time, the front door creaked behind her, so everyone present immediately turned around to look at who had come. Sure enough, it was Bai Wu, who had returned to the tower. She looked at everyone with a calm gaze, and broke the awkward silence by asking everyone present if they'd played mahjong there. All of his colleagues fell silent for a moment, then the girl happily said that he was finally back. She folded her hands, intertwining her fingers, heading towards him, saying that today's broadcast knocked everyone out, because there were mechanized fallen, skeletons and a huge monster. Qingzi said that today the viewer saw everything he dreamed of. Shifting his gaze behind her, Bai Wu noticed a short man standing behind her, who was looking at him with a displeased expression, literally incinerating him with his gaze. Praise I laughed in the system window, saying that it seemed like the dwarf brainwashed their business partner. He was a very interesting guy. Bai Wu leaned over in skill, smiling at Qingyu, asking the captain if he was looking for him and if something happened. Qingzi said with displeasure that she was actually talking to him, so it was rude to ignore the girl like that. Bai Wu waved her off, turning back to the captain and asking what happened. Qingyu replied that the documents had been approved, so all the formalities were over. He said that at this time, they had been given the rights of a second-order aristocracy. Bai Wu asked again, "What does this mean?" At this time, Qingzi turned around in surprise, hearing such a beneficial news for her. Lin Uzu replied that it meant that he could now use all the entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor. Uzu sat down in the chair behind Bai Wu's desk, holding out the documents in his hand. Uzu said that Bai Wu would be able to enjoy the right to shop in stores and walk in public places. Qingzi wondered, could it be that among them there was still a normal guy who was interested in girls? She stood with a shocked face, watching men would cost 25% more than the local aristocrats. She exclaimed in surprise when she heard that everything would cost 25% more. After thinking about it carefully, Qingzi leaned closer and turned to Bai Wu, telling him that she had thought, so he didn't need to buy her anything there, it wasn't worth it. Bai Wu asked Qingyu if this meant that the poor who somehow got to the 3rd floor would have to pay more than the rich people there. Qingyu answered seriously that this was exactly the case. Qingzi puffed out her cheeks in offense when Bai Wu said that it meant that the poor were getting poorer and the rich were getting richer. Qingyu said that he had nothing to advise him either, so he just seriously told her to stay out of trouble. Praise I said that it seemed that on the 3rd floor, everything worked the same as in the Middle Ages, because if a conflict arose between a real aristocrat and a person with the right of a second-order aristocracy that required the intervention of the court, then they would be judged as a high-ranking official and an ordinary person from the people. Therefore, there could be no talk of impartiality there. Bai Wu thoughtfully lowered his eyes, then Uzu said that on this mission, they would be working together with the Pacification Corps, and although they had fewer warriors than their Foreign Intelligence Corps, but those who came were all at least level 2. Uzu chuckled, adding that the security guards of the stores on the 5th floor were all level 5 and above, so, pointing his finger at Bai Wu, he said that even if he wanted to get into trouble for himself, he could not, because he was only level 1. Bai Wu was looking at the documents that Gu Qingyu handed him at this time, and then added that he had risen to the 9th step of the 2nd level, looking at Uzu. The 5 in the room fell silent, looking at Bai Wu in surprise and silence for a few seconds. Uzu yelled, asking him again what he said. He even stood up from his chair in shock, but Bai Wu always repeated that he was at the 9th step of the 2nd level of mastery, which shocked his colleagues again. Bai Wu said that maybe the next time they went outside the tower, he would be able to rise to the 3rd level. Okay, the hero put his hand on his chin, thoughtfully looking up. Uzu asked him if he was making fun of him? After all, after the very first time he went outside the tower, it took him about half a year to reach the 3rd level. Bai Wu calmly asked him why he had to make fun of him, mockingly calling him little sister again. He waved his hand aside, saying that, honestly speaking, he would have reached the 3rd level if he hadn't been burdened with the lust for war and the lust for blood. Qingyu looked at Bai Wu carefully, thinking that the 3rd level was considered a passing grade for the entire Foreign Intelligence Corps. Lin Uzi said that it was not easy to deal with a handicap like lust for war. He furrowed his brows, asking Bai Wu how long he could last after being burdened with lust for war, asking, was it half an hour or an hour? Bai Wu put his hand on his chin, looking up again, saying that he lasted for 7 hours. It was like a stone falling out of nowhere and hitting his head. Uzi couldn't say anything to this. But the protagonist didn't want to linger on this topic for long. He turned to the captain, saying that it was time for them to talk about something else. He sat on his bed, asking Qingyu what kind of case awaited them on the 3rd floor. Qingyu placed his fist on his forehead, saying that this case was more complicated than he thought. It was a kidnapping case. He crossed his arms over his chest, now placing his hand on his chin. Bai Wu asked him if this meant that this case was the kidnapping of some aristocrat. His face became serious. Then Qingyu began to explain the details of the case. The captain looked away and said that this was not an ordinary aristocrat. After all, the hostage himself was from the ruling class of the 4th floor, but they say that his parents were from the 5th. He folded his arms across his chest, asking how it was possible that his parents were from the 5th, he lived on the 4th, and was kidnapped on the 3rd floor. The protagonist thought that this was a too complicated kidnapping case. Gu Qingyu raised his finger, saying that he also did not know much about the 5th floor, but he still knew some things. The tower was designed in such a way that many children of people from the 5th floor of the government lived on the 4th. Bai Wu asked if it turned out that in order to get to the 5th floor, children had to fulfill some condition. He turned his gaze to Qingyu, asking him, is that why the children from the 5th floor who were unable to fulfill this had to live on the 4th? Qingzi intervened and immediately asked why the man was kidnapped on the 3rd floor then. Were the people on the 5th floor so cruel that they allowed their own child to live on the 4th floor? Qingyu replied that the reason the child was on the 3rd floor was because there was a mental hospital there. Their target was the daughter of the man on the 5th government floor, and she was mentally ill. She was a fragile girl who looked more like a flower than someone who could escape on her own. Qingyu said that the girl had just disappeared, as if she had freed herself from that cage and vanished into thin air. Bai Wu smiled and said that their target was a mental patient from a mental hospital, as if tasting the words. Praise I wrote in the system window that he got PTSD when he heard the words mental hospital, because he immediately remembered that creepy place with a bunch of nasty monsters. However, this immediately added that, frankly speaking, Praise Eyes was not surprised at all, because considering that Kane was also still enjoying life inside the tower, it was not at all strange that another madhouse was built on the 3rd floor. The protagonist asked if they had any information about this mentally ill woman. Aside, saying that they had information, but now it was in the hands of the Correctional Corps. Bai Wu immediately realized that Gu Qingyu was hinting that they would not see information. He asked with a smile if this meant that they were formally helping the Correctional Corps, but in fact they were competing with it. It was an eternal confrontation like fire and water. Qingyu replied that it was. Uzi asked Bai Wu with a smile if he now understood what kind of swamp they were sent to. Bai Wu replied that they would have a hard time against the Correctional Corps. He straightened up, sitting on the bed, asking Qingyu what evidence the Foreign Intelligence Corps had. Qingyu replied that they only knew the location of the mental hospital and the time of the girl's disappearance, which was a week ago. He held up 2 of his fingers, indicating that there were only 2 facts they knew. The protagonist mockingly asked, is that all? He placed the fingers of his hand on his cheek, smiling, asking Gu Qingyu about the evidence in the mental hospital itself, wondering, were there any CCTV recordings? Qingyu folded his arms across his chest again and turned away, saying that there were. Bai Wu asked him about it again, staring at the captain, and he then replied that the Correctional Corps destroyed it. Uzi sarcastically added that, of course, they made a copy for themselves, however, no one was going to share it with them. Bai Wu leaned forward, placing his hands on his knees, asking, are they unwilling to share the evidence with them just because they were their competitors? He asked himself a very logical question, didn't they want things to go faster if they worked together? Uzi replied that it was a common practice, as it had happened many times before. He spread his hand with a smile, saying that it seemed like the elite was deliberately pressuring them. The room became quiet, and for a few seconds, everyone was silent, but then Bai Wu broke the silence by telling the captain that he remembered him telling him that they already had some leads. Qingyu replied with a serious expression that they did. The protagonist with an adventurous spirit asked if they couldn't just steal it. Qingyu told him that it was impossible, as their department was on the 4th floor, as they mostly dealt with 4th floor matters. He added that there was no way they could get to the 4th floor. Praise-I laughed, saying that it was just like the zoo area, just a terrible start. Bai Wu fell silent again, then said that he could now form a more or less complete picture of what was happening. He immersed himself in his thoughts, recalling the missing girl and the restraining ward, saying out loud that a whole week had passed since the girl went missing, and the amount of valuable evidence that could be found now was limited, and there were also colleagues who took all the important evidence for themselves, but they could be thanked for not sending them on a false trail. Bai Wu continued to think, reasoning that their target could be on the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th floors, and they could only conduct an investigation within the 3rd. Bai Wu lowered his head, burying his face in his palms, saying that, judging by the traces of the tower's restraining ward, the most valuable information was on the 4th floor. He raised his head up, saying that this case was impossible to investigate. Bai Wu decided to clarify, could they not just give up on this? Well, Qingyu immediately replied flatly that they couldn't do that, and added with a smile that he believed in him. Bai Wu chuckled loudly, asking the captain if he had listened to him. Praise-I laughed again, saying that it seemed like their shorty had high hopes for him. Praise-I then added that Bai Wu should work on his facial expressions, because his face was so clear about what he was really thinking. Bai Wu smiled like a madman, feeling a pleasant intrigue before the investigation began. Praise-I casually asked him if he was a masochist, because according to the talent, the worse the situation was, the happier Bai Wu was. But then Praise-I just told Bai Wu to try hard. Then Bai Wu said that he had one more question in that case. He raised his hand up, and Gu Qingyu told him to ask, watching Lin Uzi sit back down in the chair behind Bai Wu's desk. The protagonist asked the captain, why did he bring Uzi with him? After all, based on his observations, Yin Shuang is much easier to handle this kind of investigation. He immediately remembered his teammate, wondering why Qingyu didn't bring her. Uzi chuckled, calling Bai Wu a stupid newbie. He said with a smile that when dealing with this kind of person, you can't rely on your intellect alone. Qingyu replied that Uzi was good at swearing, and sometimes even unbearable. It seemed like it was even a compliment for him. Unlike him, Aloe doesn't know how to do it at all. Praise-I said that he didn't expect such a simple and honest answer, but the shorty was able to convince him of this. Bai Wu remembered that the captain once told him that Uzi was good to his comrades, but he treated strangers at least 10 times worse. Bai Wu remembered how Uzi scolded him the first time they met. Qingzi whispered to Wei Ming, saying that it was true, because it was nice to have such a person on the team when they had to work with nasty colleagues. They both smiled, discussing it among themselves. The main thing is that the hero replied that he would agree to this, because in this case Uzi could be very useful. The captain clapped his hands, saying that they would end there, because he had told him everything he wanted. It was already late, so Qingyu said that Bai Wu should get a good rest. He told them that they would meet at the elevator tomorrow. Qingyu and Uzi headed for the exit, disappearing behind the door a moment later, reminding Bai Wu just before leaving that he should not be late. The door slammed shut, and inside Bai Wu's apartment were the owner himself, Qingzi and Wei Ming, who began to fuss, taking something out of Wei Ming's bag. Bai Wu asked them in surprise why were they still there. Qingzi asked him to let them show him something. She took out sheets of statistics from Wei Ming's bag, showing it to Bai Wu and saying that their broadcast today had an unreal income, just by looking at the statistics. He looked at it with a dissatisfied expression, not sharing the delight that Qingzi continued to carry. She happily said that this was a real bomb, because business was going uphill. The next morning, the members of the intelligence corps arrived at the elevator that led to the 3rd floor. Inside the elevator, there were people sitting all over with containers who were preparing to send their goods to the floor above, as well as other people in business suits waiting to arrive. Bai Wu looked around with interest as they all waited together for their elevator to arrive. He turned to Gu Qingyu and said that he wanted to ask him something. Qingyu told him to just say it without any bonuses. The protagonist said that the Foreign Intelligence Corps was responsible for investigating the areas outside the tower, so he assumed that the overall combat strength of their corps was higher than that of the Correctional Corps. It turned out that the two corps were unbalanced, so he wondered why the Correctional Corps did not feel weaker compared to their corps. Bai Wu looked closely at the captain, who immediately replied that the middle and lower layers of the Correctional Corps army were indeed inferior to their middle and lower layers. However, the overall combat strength of the Correctional Corps was in no way inferior to theirs. Bai Wu asked in surprise, did it turn out that the strongest members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps were weaker than the strongest members of the Correctional Corps? Captain Qingyu began to explain that the structure of the Discipline Corps was generally similar to that of their corps, because they also had 16 divisions, and their internal organization was almost completely the same. Just like the Foreign Intelligence Corps, each division was headed by a captain. Qingyu said that as a whole organization, they were stronger. However, the top brass of the Discipline Corps always prevailed over the strongest members of their corps. It was an eternal confrontation between two completely different armies. Turning to Bai Wu, Lin Wuzhou told him that their corps held a tournament every year, and one of the strongest members from each division was selected, and then the participants fought against each other. Naturally, the opponents were divided by division numbers. He also added that last year, 11 out of 16 participants of the Foreign Intelligence Corps lost. All the division captains of the Discipline Corps had the accompanying strength of the 5th, or even 6th level, and their talent was not lower than number 300, and there were also those with talents close to number 100. They were truly talented fighters, each of them was a real monster, and the scariest thing was that they knew almost nothing about them. Azu explained that every year their corps was replenished with new members, and almost all of their recruits were real geniuses. Azu pointed his finger at Bai Wu, placing his other hand on his thigh, saying that there were many more talented people in the Straitjacket Corps than in their Foreign Intelligence Corps. He also added with a smile that before joining the department, looking at Qingyu, who was still waiting for the elevator with a serious face, he said that however, for the past 2 years, their captain has consistently held this championship. Praise I clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that apparently, even the strongest members of the elite lighting corps on the 3rd floor could not defeat their little monster. Bai Wu's face became serious, and Praise I asked him what was with his strange expression. The protagonist thought that he noticed several suspicious points in Uzu's words. Praise I asked Bai Wu mockingly, did Sis Lin lie to them? Bai Wu replied that he doubted it, since Uzu would not lie to him. He recalled that according to him, all the squad captains of the Pacifying Corps had 5th or even 6th level accompanying power. Bai Wu recalled his team that he had gone on a mission with not long ago, and continued to reason that if only this was taken into account, the Foreign Intelligence Corps was in no way inferior to the Pacifying Corps. However, the catch was that their talents were far superior to those of the captains in the Foreign Intelligence Corps, since accompanying power was only a basic stat, and talents were a powerful super ability. So if the gap in talent numbers was too big, the winner would be predetermined. That was why only Monster Tom, with an accompanying power of 4th level 8th, was able to defend the merits of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, taking first place twice in a row. But the main question was, why did the Discipline Corps have so many masters with strong talents? Bai Wu put his hand on his chin, looking at Qingyu thoughtfully. At this time, the elevator gradually reached the desired location. Bai Wu thought that all the Discipline Corps members were from high floors, up to the 5th or even 6th floor. He wondered, was there some connection? As soon as the elevator went up, Qingyu moved towards the open doors, saying that they were getting out. The 3rd floor of the tower was full of beautiful skyscrapers that were similar to those that once stood on the ground outside the tower. There was even an artificial river flowing through it, which supplied the factories and plants on the 3rd floor with the necessary resources. When the Foreign Intelligence Corps team came out, he immediately began to look at the surrounding things. They all headed towards the road where cars that could not be seen on the 2nd floor drove. Bai Wu said with interest that this was the 3rd floor. He raised his head up to look at Taixing when Uzu mockingly called him a stupid newbie, saying that this was only the 3rd floor, so he shouldn't act like a country bumpkin. The taxi driver pulled up to them, saying that he had just filled up his tank, so he was ready to take them wherever they needed to go. Uzu and Bai Wu were silent for a moment. Praise I said displeasedly using the system window, that this was clearly a display of local wealth and luxury, because the locals literally mocked the birch people from the lower floors who somehow got to the 3rd floor. So it was obvious that there was a clear division of social classes here. Qingyu caught him with the hand of one of the taxis, opened the door and ordering his subordinates to get in. After all, they will be sent straight to a mental hospital. When they arrived, Bai Wu asked in surprise, is this really a mental hospital? In front of them was a huge hospital complex with 2 rows of thick walls. In front of the entrance of the mental hospital stood 2 members of the Correctional Corps, Taixing and his assistant, who were smiling slyly at them. As they walked towards them, Qingyu said that this was actually a rehabilitation center, but most often people called it a mental hospital. Praise I wrote in the system window that history proved to them that people do not like to learn from their mistakes, so if this place were outside the tower, it is quite possible that it would become a haven for the fallen like the 9th mental hospital. It also reminded them that the crazy ones there are not only patients there. Bai Wu remembered the poor thing with a smile. According to Taixing, perhaps the 9th mental hospital once looked exactly the same as this center. The place in front of it was different only in that the local patients would not turn into fallen. Taixing's assistant loudly called out to the members of the intelligence corps. Taixing himself mockingly asked them, "Is it really that famous intelligence corps unit that has come to see them?" The assistant replied that they had just met recently, but Qingyu seemed to have grown taller, which was surprising. Uzi grinned, baring his teeth, saying that they seemed to have seen him just recently, and the hair on Taixing's head seemed to have grown even thicker. He approached Taixing, apologizing, saying that it seemed his eyesight was failing him. He told Captain Taixing that his hair must be growing too fast, so he had to shave it off so that it wouldn't get in the way. Uzi even said that he envied him, because he didn't have to wash his hair at all, but his long locks were a hassle. He even offered to smell his hair, because it smelled so nice. Bai Wu watched in amusement as Uzi showed off his beautiful hair to the captain of one of the divisions of the correctional corps. Praise-I laughed, saying that Sis Lin was not one to mince words. Taixing's assistant turned to Uzi, asking him how dare he insult their captain. He was clearly annoyed, so he furrowed his eyebrows, shouting that this was to be expected from a bunch of uncouth blockheads from the 2nd floor. Lin Uzi stuck his tongue out at him, asking when did he have the time to insult Taixing, when he simply told him that he was jealous. He then turned to Taixing's assistant, calling him Vermicelli, asking him how long has it been since he has had hair? Uzi immediately added that this poor guy's hair was like the fur of some dirty mongrel. Unable to bear such terrible insults, Taixing's assistant rushed at Uzi, cursing loudly at him and already preparing to strike. But the assistant's hand was caught by Captain Qingyu's stronger hand. He told Uzi to stop, still holding back the sudden attack from the straitjacket member. Uzi just sighed proudly, feeling like a winner. Qingyu said that they were there to conduct an investigation, so they had full authority to do so, so if the straitjacket members had any leads, he offered to share them with them. Assistant Taixing sweated nervously, feeling the overwhelming strength of Qingyu's hand, while the captain continued to say that if they were just there to fool around, they could leave. Yes, he said that was enough, and his assistant, with a dissatisfied snort, pulled away his hand and Qingyu's grip, asking them if they really believed that they would be able to find any evidence. He said not to make him laugh, after all, they were only sent there to mock them. Bai Wu continued to smile, watching this squabble, while Qingyu, with a completely calm face, watched the guy curse, who, after calling the captain a dwarf, said that he admitted that Qingyu was not bad at fighting. However, to investigate such matters, you also needed brains. Assistant Taixing argued that Qingyu was far inferior to them in this regard. He said that the Foreign Intelligence Corps was just a bunch of brainless lunatics, so he hoped that the results of this investigation would finally open the eyes of the top of the tower. Taixing smiled as his assistant rubbed his aching arm, still shouting that who could believe that they solved 100 cases in a couple of days. He thought that they just beat confessions out of innocent people and were happy with it. The assistant asked them, did they really want praise from the top of the tower that much? This meaningless squabble continued, and the assistant shamelessly drank that he thought they were all just obsessed with solving cases. Praise-I said that this guy was very impudent, so he was already irritating him. Bai Wu smiled, thinking that they picked the perfect time to come there. After all, the Correctional Corps found all the most important evidence, and also destroyed the CCTV footage. He knew very well that they were in a winning situation, so it was no wonder that they were turning their noses up. The protagonist knew that these two had come there for the sole purpose of suppressing them completely, and he was sure that there were actually many more people from the straitjacket working on this case. He looked at their opponents, who were more zealous than he thought. But they, in turn, had definitely given up, that there were definitely only 4 of them there. Praise-I chuckled, writing in the system window that they simply did not know about the existence of Bai Wu's talent, the phantom 5th player. A smile immediately appeared on Bai Wu's face, and Praise-I told him to let him take a closer look at these men, because he would immediately dig up dirt on them. Bai Wu patted the captain on the shoulder, approaching their opponents. He called his name in surprise, but the protagonist could not be stopped. Praise-I told Bald Taixing that he was caught. He immediately gave Bai Wu his name, saying that he was a common loser who only relied on a 150-kilogram tank, which he affectionately called his wife, who had arranged for him to be sent to the straitjacket. Day looked at Bai Wu in surprise as he approached him, asking him who he was. And praise I only added that he wondered what his wife would do to him if she found out that Taisheng had a mistress on the side. Bai Wu asked Captain Taisheng how long he had been wearing that ring. Taisheng really did have a silver ring on his hand, which he immediately covered with his hand, asking Bai Wu what did he care. The protagonist mockingly said that Taisheng's tie was crookedly tied. Apparently, his wife did not have time to tidy it up before work. The tie must have really been shifted to the side because it was tied incorrectly. But Bai Wu didn't stop there, saying that Taisheng didn't have to wear a wedding ring at work. But he immediately said that he realized that this must be Captain Ding Taisheng's way of showing his immense respect for his wife, because their love was enviable. Bai Wu walked up to Taisheng, looking up at him, and then suddenly exclaimed, asking him why he smelled of 2 different perfumes. Yes, he was sweating nervously, listening to Bai Wu say that he knew a bald guy who liked to have fun, but Taisheng was the head of the family and the guiding light of his unit. Bai Wu looked at Taisheng's face, who studiously avoided his gaze. Then the protagonist turned to him, saying that he didn't expect this from him. Wei Ming could no longer hold back his laughter, so he covered his mouth with his hand, laughing softly, while Uza smiled contentedly upon hearing this. Taisheng finally turned to face the protagonist, asking Bai Wu, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Bai Wu replied with a smile that it was not nonsense at all. He leaned to the side, saying that he did not think it was untrue at all, pointing to the kiss marks on Taisheng's neck. He told Captain Taisheng that he should not be so careless. After all, he did not even bother to hide the 0.94 centimeter hickey on the back of his neck. Yes, he immediately recoiled back, covering that place, while his assistant looked at his captain with a shocked face. Taisheng was about to object, but Bai Wu raised his finger up, smilingly said that since Captain Ding Taisheng was engaged in shady affairs, he should not forget about slowing down the traces. After all, he was considered to be a hired killer for whom every mistake could be fatal. The protagonist also suggested that since the hickey was so big, then apparently Captain Ding Taisheng knew a lot about girls. Taisheng turned pale, sweating even more, and then Bai Wu finished him off, asking with interest what his beloved wife would think of him if she knew that he occasionally did charity work, financially helping his younger sister? The protagonist still stood with his finger raised, while his teammates were having fun behind him. Taisheng, feigning incomprehension, shouted that he did not know what charity Bai Wu was talking about. He told him to stop talking nonsense. Bai Wu laughed, saying that it was just a joke, so Taisheng should not take it too seriously. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that for his information, he was a very talkative guy, so sometimes he could not keep his mouth shut. Uzu and Wei Ming burst out laughing, unable to withstand this comical confrontation. He covered the hickey on his neck with clothes, and Bai Wu said that he would tell them honestly, that if someone's important secret fell into his hands, then in 3 days everyone on the lower floors would know about it. The protagonist put his palm on Taisheng's shoulder, saying that if he was polite and began to cooperate with them, then he would find the strength to forget about his little secret. He came closer to his ear, saying that he really did not have any evidence, but if his wife got even a hint that Taisheng was cheating on her, then he would have a hard time. With a smile, he asked the nervous Taisheng if he was right. From the anxiety experienced, Taisheng's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. His assistant tried to catch his hand. He was worried and asked if Captain Ding Taisheng was feeling bad, and should he take a little rest? Bai Wu looked at this with a smile, and then the members of the intelligence corps calmly walked into the mental hospital, leaving behind the restraining squad. Finally, Lin Uzi decided to express his opinion on what happened, giving these guys a meaningful hand gesture, while Taisheng and his assistant walked in the other direction. Qingyu said that they were going inside. Once they entered the mental hospital, they found themselves in a small park, where some patients were walking in front of the large walls. Bai Wu looked at these people, carefully evaluating them with his eyes. Uzi spoke to him from behind, interrupting his thoughts, calling him a newbie, telling him that it was quite good. It seemed that Uzi was very pleased with what Bai Wu did earlier. He asked the other members of his squad if they saw how pale that bald guy turned. Uzi said that Bai Wu scared him to death and laughed, saying that he must be giving him a wide berth from now on. Bai Wu mockingly said that he didn't know that little sister Lin was good at praising people. He said that he thought that Lin Wuzhou physically couldn't utter anything good with his sarcastic tongue. Wuzhou turned around in an offended manner, shouting dissatisfiedly. However, he was so pleased that he immediately told him to forget about it. Wei Ming mockingly smiled as he looked at Wuzhou, while their entire squadron moved closer and closer to the main walls of the mental hospital. Wuzhou said that this time he would turn a blind eye to Bai Wu's insult, but only because of what he had done earlier. Turning back, Lin Wuzhou pointed his hand at Bai Wu, telling Wei Ming not to get too close to this fool, otherwise he would be infected with idiocy, and then Wuzhou would put him on his blacklist. Wei Ming, closing his eyes, said that he understood. Qingyu stopped in front of the huge gate. Bai Wu said that it seemed like this rehabilitation center had a rich history. He looked at the walls, saying that while the people on the outside could be mistaken for patients, these walls looked more like prison walls. The protagonist said that something told him that many people were imprisoned there. Captain Qingyu suggested that everyone imagine that they were high-ranking politicians, and now they have an unpleasant rival, killing whom would cause more trouble than good. He also looked at these walls, saying that in this case, you can simply declare the opponent crazy and put him in a mental hospital, from where he will never be able to get out. Bai Wu put it in his hands in his pockets and asked, did this mean that there were many important people imprisoned in this hospital? Qingyu's gaze became serious, and he told him that at least once these people were indeed important figures.